After a long life of slaving away for the capitalists, this young man swore that in his next life he would never ever be exploited again. However, the next life he was hoping for arrived a tad sooner than expected. Our main character opened his eyes to find that he hadn't quite kicked the bucket yet. The catch. He was currently lying in a coffin being carried by four very disgruntled-looking men. They were grumbling about how he looked so slender but weighed as much as an elephant. "Carrying this guy is seriously bad luck," one of them whined. "What are you talking about? The guy you're carrying is the one with the real bad luck," another dude chimed in. "He shows up to be a live-in son-in-law and croaks before even setting foot inside. If you ask me, the unluckiest person here is the eldest daughter of the Sioux family. She didn't even get a taste of married life and lost out on the business deal. Still, it's a good thing he's gone." A third voice added, "Doesn't that mean we have a shot with the young miss?" But right at that moment, a loud thump echoed from the coffin. The next thing they knew, the guy inside kicked the lid clean off and sat up in a scene straight out of a horror comedy manhwa. He even joyfully yelled, "Lin Huan is back, baby." The atmosphere froze for about 3 seconds. And then, as if on cue, the four pallbearers dropped the coffin and bolted for their lives, screaming and crying all the way. "This is your fault for talking smack. Now he's come back from the dead. Hey, wait, don't run, I've got questions for you." Lin Huan called out, but of course no one was stopping. It took him a moment to get his bearings in this bizarre situation. Judging by the ancient-style clothes and scenery, it looked like he'd been isekai'd. Soon after, Lin Huan began to receive the memories of the body's original owner. He slowly pieced together his new identity. The body's previous master shared the same name as him. The Lin family was once the leading pottery house in Ningzhou City, but for some unknown reason their fortunes suddenly plummeted. Things got progressively worse to the point where even affording food and clothing became a struggle. When the Lin family was at its lowest, the Su family, their old business rivals, suddenly offered to take them in, treating them with overwhelming hospitality every day. Later, Old Master Su even proposed that Lin Huan become his live-in son-in-law by marrying his eldest daughter, Su Qian. Seeing a secure future for his son, Old Master Lin was overjoyed. He gave the Su family the Lin clan's most valuable heirloom, the secret formula for their pottery, as a dowry for his son. But wouldn't you know it, shortly after handing over the remedy, the previously vibrant Lin Huan suddenly contracted a bizarre illness. They called in every famous doctor under the sun, but none could figure it out. And just like that, the original Lin Huan checked out for good. They didn't even wait a full 7 days before shipping his body off for a dirt nap in the mountains. Talk about efficient, and what a coincidence at that very moment. The modern Lin Huan kicked the bucket from working too much overtime and yoinked this body. "Wow, transmigration is pretty convenient. I got all the old memories complete with a built-in tutorial," he mumbled. "It's like something straight out of a transmigration manhwa." After that, Lin Huan checked out his reflection in a large puddle. This face was a total upgrade from his previous zombie-like look, the one with permanent dark circles from a toxic relationship with his job. Lin Huan couldn't help but smack his lips in approval. "You're telling me the Su family had the heart to off a guy as devastatingly handsome as this A crime against beauty? Fine, whatever. Just wait. Once I've had a bath, fixed myself up, and made my grand dazzling entrance, I'll go and deal with that Su family." With that, Lin Huan ripped off his shirt and bolted for the nearby stream. However, as he pushed aside the bushes lining the stream, his eyes landed on a perfectly folded set of clothes with a sword resting neatly on top. His gaze then drifted down to the stream itself, where he discovered a girl taking a dip. The moment their eyes locked, it was Lin Huan who let out a shriek. He instinctively clutched his chest with both hands. Face flushed, beet red, and started yelling, "You pervert! How dare you spy on me?" The girl scrambled ashore, barely dressed, and shoved a sword in Lin Huan's face. Seeing the blade, our boy started wailing even louder. "And now you're threatening me with violence. If you want my body, just say so. I'll totally cooperate, just don't take my life." The girl's face was now the color of a ripe tomato. Lin Huan was clearly the one who showed up unannounced, but here he was playing the victim. The absolute audacity, it was like a robber calling the cops. Her eyes welled up as she trembled with rage, shouting, "In all my life I have never met anyone as shameless as you. My name is Ning Zilan, and you can consider it an honor to meet your end at the tip of my sword." Heh Ning Zilan, was it? I'll remember that name. Lin Huan replied, playing dumb. You shameless naked buffoon, what good will remembering my name do you? This only made Ning Zilan even more furious. Unfazed, Lin Huan began to spin a tale with a perfectly straight face. Actually, when I descended to this mortal realm, I was fully clothed. You were just so shocked by my radiance that your eyes started playing tricks on you. As he spoke, he pointed towards the I ditched my outer robe in that bush over there, so cut the act and stop trying to play me for a fool. Ning Zilan, of course, thought he was spouting utter nonsense, but her instincts made her glance where Lin Huan was pointing anyway. And the second she looked away, Lin Huan bolted like a squirrel on an espresso shot. By the time Ning Zilan snapped back to reality, his figure was just a tiny dot on the horizon, completely out of reach. Ning Zilan roared in pure frustration. You shameless scoundrel! How dare you pull a fast one on me? You better pray I never catch you. Meanwhile, back at the Su family estate, old Master Su and his daughter were enjoying tea on the veranda when a servant reported the return of the four pallbearers. The juicy part, they claimed Lin Huan had literally burst out of his coffin back from the dead. Of course, the old master didn't buy it for a second, assuming the grunts were just cooking up a crazy story to extort more money from him. Besides Lin Huan's mysterious illness, was his own masterpiece, a cocktail of poison he'd been mixing into his wine for ages. He'd watched the kid drink it every single time, so how could he possibly be alive? Su Qian, however, looked a tad concerned. Father, shouldn't we be worried about what the other families will say? We did our best to cure him. It's his own rotten luck that he couldn't survive the ordeal. Old Master Su replied with a shrug. To be fair, Su Qian was clueless about her father's dirty deeds against Lin Huan, but he was confident that even if she knew her status, as a daughter of the mighty Su family, meant she wouldn't dare defy him. Daughter, you should focus on the upcoming Pottery Grand Assembly instead. The Su family must win this time. We will elevate our pottery from high grade to the level of an imperial tribute. You're right, why waste a thought on that penniless bum? There's no way he just sprang out of his own coffin. Su Qian replied, showing her heart was just as cold as her dear old dad's. But right at that moment, a hand snaked its way onto Su Qian's shoulder. Then a voice as chilly as the underworld whispered in her ear, "But what if I did," in a classic manhwa scare both Su Qian and her father spun around trembling. Lin Huan had intentionally made himself look like a terrifying specter, all set to scare the living daylights out of them. His hair was a disheveled mess, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and with that raspy voice, he was a terrifying sight even in broad daylight. I died such a wrongful death, old man Su. You reap what you sow, and honey, I'm your karma. And boy, did that trick work like a charm. Old man Su, being well past his prime, just couldn't handle that level of shock. And he immediately keeled over right there in the courtyard, foaming at the mouth before passing out cold. As for Su Qian, she wasn't faring much better. Don't you come near me, we're not even married yet. You're the one marrying into my family, you're supposed to listen to me, so stay away. She screamed while scrambling away only to trip and fall after just 3 steps. It was unbelievable. The prim and proper young Miss Su was so terrified she actually wet herself. Lin Huan had clearly come back to get some justice for himself, but seeing this whole dramatic scene unfold, he suddenly felt like he was the one bullying some innocent maiden. Seeing the Su father-daughter duo this petrified, he figured the prank had gone far enough. So he ripped off the disguise and reverted back to his devilishly handsome original self. Then he boldly announced, "Long story short, I was just messing with you guys, and while I'm at it, consider this engagement officially called off." Having dropped that bombshell, Lin Huan made a cool and stylish exit, completely ignoring Su Qian, who was still trembling like a leaf behind him. However, the moment he stepped out of the Su family's gate, things got weird. Lin Huan heard a sound like a firecracker popping, and next thing he knew, a system window materialized right in front of him. It congratulated him on completing his first mission, and awarded him 10 influence points plus a lottery ticket for the system shop. Lin Huan couldn't believe it. Not only had he been isekai'd into this manhwa world, but he came with a system. And to top it all off, he got a free gacha pull right off the bat. The system even laid out the drop rates for him, a 40% chance for a common item, 10% for rare, 3% for epic, a 1% chance for legendary, and a whopping 46% chance of getting absolute junk. He had to admit this system was surprisingly transparent about its terrible odds. After Lin Huan used his lucky spin, he was blessed with a skill scroll for advanced pottery crafting. Now, for anyone else, this might have been useful, but for him, it was just plain irritating. What kind of system gives the son of a master potter family a manual on how to make pottery talk about redundant? But just as he was grumbling, he spotted a notice posted on a nearby street wall. It was an ad for a pottery making contest. And what do you know, Lin Huan had just overheard the Su family father-son duo scheming about this very thing. What a perfect coincidence he just had to join. No way was he letting those snakes from the Su family monopolize all the glory and cash. But before he could even figure out how to sign up, a squad of burly mean-looking dudes decided to make a beeline straight for him. They were surprisingly polite, though, inviting young Master Lin to join them for a little trip. Lin Huan couldn't place their faces, so he just went along with it. Big mistake. They ended up dragging him to a mountain on the outskirts of town to bury him alive. At this point, Lin Huan was at a loss for words. Other main characters in a typical manhwa transmigrate and become the ultimate martial arts master or get some OP cheat skill. So why was his destiny fresh out of the transmigration gate just a recurring cycle of near-death experiences? The leader of the goon squad overheard Lin Huan's mumbling and said, "Young Master Lin, don't take it personally. We're just here to collect a debt. You borrowed 10 taels of gold from us. With compound interest, that's now a neat 120 taels. How could you forget so quickly?" Lin Huan let out a massive sigh. He had no idea what kind of trouble the original owner of this body got into before kicking the bucket, but racking up this much debt was impressive. And now an innocent soul like him was left to foot the bill. What rotten luck seeing him stay silent. The thug continued, "Well, we've asked our questions. Time for you to hit the road to the afterlife. My sword is fast, you won't feel a thing." With that, he unsheathed his sword. Lin Huan, scared out of his wits, immediately yelled, "Wait, don't, I'll pay, I swear I'll pay." The guy pointed the blade right at his face, threatening that he'd better have all 120 taels of gold down to the very last coin. Lin Huan, with no time to think, nodded frantically. Of course, forget 120 taels based on our special relationship. I'll give you 1,000 taels. The boss's underling heard this and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Boss, you think this guy's been scared stupid?" Who knows what was going through the boss's mind, but in the end he decided to spare Lin Huan's life, for now. His sword came whistling down, but only to slice through the ropes binding Lin Huan. He then assigned one of his men, a guy named Xiao Zhou, to shadow him for 3 days to supervise. After those 3 days were up, if Lin Huan didn't cough up the cash, they'd take out his entire family. Since I married into the Su family, he thought, if you're going to wipe out my whole family, please be my guest. And that includes the Su family too. Lin Huan yelled after him, nearly causing the man to trip and kiss the pavement. The guy couldn't help but think the Su family must have offended the gods to land a son-in-law like that. After leaving the woods, Lin Huan and Xiao Zhou headed over to the Linchun Yuan. The place was swarming with hopeful young lads, and none of them showed up empty-handed, each carrying a pile of lavish gifts. Xiao Zhou had no clue why they were there, so Lin Huan broke it down for him. This Linchun Yuan place has a special rule. Once a month, they hold a grand gift-giving competition. Whoever's offering is chosen by the top beauty. Ling Ji gets a private audience with her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou shot him a look dripping with suspicion. His first thought, Lin Huan was probably planning to kidnap Ling Ji and demand a hefty ransom. Lin Huan was absolutely speechless. He could only tell Xiao Zhou to stop letting his mind wander into such dark, violent territories all the time. He assured him he had his own much classier ways of making cash. And sure enough, things went exactly as Lin Huan had predicted. After a short wait, a window on the second floor swung open. A voice announced that he was this month's winner, but then he turned down the chance to meet Ling Ji, leaving the entire crowd utterly baffled. Because Lin Huan's only goal in coming here was to make sure she saw the letter he wrote. Mission accomplished, he turned and left with an air of effortless cool. Xiao Zhou watched him turn down a meeting with a top-tier beauty and realized he wasn't planning to kidnap her either, forcing him to see his boss in a whole new light. Suddenly, he thought this young Master Lin is even cooler than a manhwa protagonist. Meanwhile, up on the second floor, Ling Ji watched Lin Huan's retreating figure, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. This Lin Huan, he's a little interesting, she mused. In her hand, she still held the letter he had sent. It contained just a few bold lines. Do as I say, and I can make you the idol of a new generation famous far and wide. Next up on the agenda was the pottery competition. The father-son duo from the Su family had already arrived, chilling in a pavilion and leisurely sipping tea. They were, of course, surrounded by a gaggle of bootlickers, all singing praises about how the Su family's pottery was still the go-it. Old Master Su put on a show of modesty, brushing off the compliments, but inside he was gloating over everything he had shamelessly stolen from the Lin family. Is this really all you've got, and you have the nerve to call this a pottery convention? Lin Huan's voice boomed from behind, making the Su father and son jump out of their skins. These things that they call, but to him that supposed treasure was just a cheap trinket. Meanwhile, old Master Su was still salty after our boy gave him a good scare the other day and was holding a serious grudge. The moment he laid eyes on his former son-in-law-to-be, he practically roared, "So you want to see something new, do you? Fine by me, I'll show you something that'll really blow your mind." With that, old Master Su dramatically yanked the silk cloth off a piece of pottery resting on a tray held by Su Qian. Beneath it sat a gorgeous celadon glazed vase. The patterns, the sheen, the overall artistic vibe, everything about it was top-notch. Any layman could tell this was the work of a true master craftsman, a piece that other potters could only dream of creating. Lin Huan strolled over, casually picked up the vase, and gave it a thorough once-over. Yep, just as he thought. This was made using the secret formula his Lin family had prepared as his dowry. Old Master Su was gloating internally, thinking, "Didn't see that coming, did you, punk? This is your family's precious secret recipe, and I'm the genius who snagged it and put it to good use." But then in a move that shocked everyone, Lin Huan straight up tossed the so-called treasure aside. He even had the audacity to call it an outdated piece of junk. Old Master Su was so enraged he nearly had a heart attack right there on the spot. What a dramatic manhwa scene. An outdated piece of junk, who else besides my Su family could possibly craft something like this? He fumed. But Lin Huan coolly retorted that actually anyone here could make it. A skeptical old Master Su turned to look at the crowd of bootlickers who had just been singing his praises. Suddenly, all their expressions turned incredibly awkward. The moment the old geezer's gaze fell on them, they all desperately tried to look anywhere else. But just then Lin Huan clapped his hands. "All right, esteemed merchants, no need to be shy. The formula I shared was just a little experiment. Come on, let's see what you've all created." Spurred on by his words, the other pottery makers began presenting their own pieces one after another. And this development made old Master Su's jaw drop. He was absolutely floored to see that every single piece was damn near perfect, easily rivaling the quality of his own Su family's work. Since young Master Lin has given the word, we shall hide no longer. Thank you, young master, for generously sharing the blue and white porcelain formula for the good of all people. They all turned to Lin Huan, cupping their hands in a gesture of deep respect and gratitude. It turns out our boy had already shared the secret formula with every other potter in town. But just as everyone was having a feel-good moment, Lin Huan suddenly kicked the living daylights out of all the new pottery pieces, smashing them to smithereens. The crowd was completely baffled, having no clue what his game was. They even started to wonder if Lin Huan was regretting giving them the pottery-making formula. Then he boldly declared, "What we gave you wasn't meant for you to create this outdated junk. Now let's welcome our main attraction." As soon as he finished speaking, a stunningly beautiful girl appeared carrying a tray covered with blue silk. The crowd went absolutely wild because this girl was none other than the campus belle Ling Ji, a sight not just anyone could behold. They were completely clueless as to when Lin Huan had managed to successfully charm this goddess. "You've arrived," Lin Huan said cheerfully. And Ling Ji responded with equal enthusiasm, "How could this humble lady dare to defy your request, young master?" Beneath that blue silk lay the ceramic masterpiece 1,000 years ahead of its time that Lin Huan was about to unveil. It was a Qinghua porcelain statue modeled after Ling Ji herself, holding a lute with a face and expression so lifelike it was absolutely jaw-dropping. Everyone who witnessed it was left with their jaws on the floor. There was no denying it, the color, the material, the craftsmanship. Every aspect of that ceramic piece was absolute perfection. Some folks had only come to support the pottery festival and see some drama, never expecting to witness a treasure straight out of a manhwa with their own two eyes. So young Master Lin Lingji chimed in, perfectly playing her part. How can the good people here get their hands on such a magnificent piece? Lin Huan immediately announced the method for owning this limited edition Lingji statue right in front of the massive crowd. All they had to do was place an order, pay half the price as a deposit, and in just 7 days the masterpiece would be delivered right to their doorstep. After hearing this, old Master Su couldn't help but sneer, young Master Lin certainly is a clever calculator. You don't have a penny to your name, so you're using this to collect deposits as startup capital. What if you just take the money and run? Won't we be left with nothing? His words were like a splash of cold water, snapping many people back to reality. That's right, the Lin family was already bankrupt. He might have the secret formula, but he definitely lacked the financial backing. The statue was undeniably incredible, but paying up front and waiting for delivery, that didn't sit right with them. Sensing the crowd's hesitation, old Master Su pressed his advantage, publicly attacking Lin Huan again. Are you people really going to just stand by and watch him ruin the reputation of our entire pottery community? As he spewed his aggressive accusations, the small-time merchants who were just singing Lin Huan's praises for the secret formula suddenly changed their tune. Young Master Lin will forever remember your kindness, but this whole pre-order scheme feels a bit shady. He's right, we should stick to honest business, selling products we actually have ready. Old Master Su chuckled inwardly. In his eyes, Lin Huan was just a snot-nosed brat who couldn't possibly compete with him. But this little rebellion didn't seem to faze our protagonist one bit. Are you guys for real? How dense can you possibly be? I literally handed you the blue and white porcelain technique. Now all you have to do is get the designs from me. People can place orders with me, but they can also place orders with you. And with a flourish, Lin Huan revealed several design sketches. They were all portraits of the goddess Lingji in various poses and outfits, looking like she jumped straight out of a hit manhwa. And of course, they were all exclusive designs that only Lin Huan had. The other merchants were completely baffled by Lin Huan's move. It looked like he was sabotaging his own path to riches. But as we all know, Lin Huan never gives anything away for free. He was making his fortune through licensing fees. Each design would cost a mere 10% of the final product's price. It was a sweetheart deal he was offering to every merchant present, with the pointed exception of the old geezer from the Su family. The fact that Lin Huan openly challenged him in such a public setting had old Master Su absolutely seething. But he figured it was no big deal. It was just a porcelain formula and some Lingji designs after all. The Su family had eyes and ears all over the pottery industry. He could get his hands on that stuff in less than 3 days. Oh, really? Lin Huan replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Let's see if your little spies can get their hands on this next item, shall we? And with that, Lin Huan unveiled his second masterpiece, an item even more valuable than the porcelain statue. It was a perfect miniature Lingji doll, absolutely flawless, with fully articulated joints in its arms and legs, allowing it to be posed. What young man obsessed with Lingji wouldn't want to own one of these? The joints and details were expertly carved by a master carpenter. The body boasted vibrant colors, and its skin, made from high-grade Longfeng porcelain, looked incredibly lifelike. Lin Huan enthusiastically explained that you could even change the Lingji doll's clothes. Any outfit you could imagine would fit perfectly. Man, you really know how to play the crowd. Lingji is the goddess in the eyes of every man in this city, and who wouldn't want to own a piece of merch like this? So while everyone's blood was boiling with desire, Lin Huan dropped the price tag. 290 silver for a single Lingji doll. And here's the catch, he only had 10 of these limited edition babies on hand. First come, first served gets the prize. The reaction from the men was far more explosive than Lin Huan ever dreamed. They started making it rain money at him like he was the hottest new manhwa protagonist. Then Lin Huan dropped another bombshell. He was franchising the production rights, but it would come with a higher fee than for your run-of-the-mill porcelain statues. Specifically, they'd only need to cough up 500 silver for the recipe. All future profits would then continue to give him a nice little cut. Seeing the other merchants starting to waver, Old Master Su immediately roared, "Let's see! Who dares to join him? This punk is clearly trying to tear our pottery alliance apart." But by this point, his words were completely useless. Even a blind man could see that everyone wanted a Ling Ji doll. With a pile of cash right in front of them, you'd have to be a special kind of stupid not to take it. Old Master Su was trampled under their feet. A more pathetic sight had never been seen. He couldn't understand how he ended up in this mess. "Boss Su, you think you can still single-handedly rule the market? Times have changed." "Buddy," Lin Huan said with a smug grin, "trying to compete with a top-tier professional from the modern era like me in your dreams." And just like that, the winner of this round's pottery convention was without a shadow of a doubt the creator of the porcelain doll, a revolutionary concept that shook the entire ceramics world, and that man was Lin Huan. Thanks to this smash hit, the system awarded him an extra 50 influence points. It just goes to show a truly talented person will shine in any era. You just can't keep them down. On the way back, home, Lin Huan was feeling on top of the world. But as he passed an old woman, he suddenly saw her clutch her chest in agony and collapse. At first, sizing up the symptoms, Lin Huan suspected she was trying to pull a scam. However, the old woman didn't seem to be faking it in the slightest. Her state looked exactly like a recurring heart condition, but the illness was progressing rapidly. And finding a doctor now would definitely be too late. So Lin Huan decided to browse the system shop and finally found an item called an instant heart rescue pill, exchangeable for 60 influence points. But our boy Lin Huan was running low with only a measly 60 influence points to his name. He was on the fence, wondering if he should really blow his entire stash to save a stranger. What if a more dangerous life or death situation popped up later? He'd be completely broke. Besides, he didn't even know this old lady from a hole in the wall. Lin Huan genuinely hesitated for a hot second, but in the end, his heroic instincts kicked in, and he decided to make a move. As a stand-up guy of the new generation, he just couldn't turn a blind eye to someone in distress. And just like that, Lin Huan's influence points tanked back to 0. But in exchange, he got the miracle cure. Lin Huan immediately popped a pill into the old lady's mouth, and like something out of a manhwa, it started working its magic instantly. All her alarming symptoms immediately subsided and then vanished completely. Just like that, the old lady was back on her feet, healthy as a horse. "Ma'am, are you feeling better?" Lin Huan asked kindly, picking up her cane for her. "Oh, young man, thank heavens for you. If it weren't for you, this old bag of bones would have been a goner today." The old lady was beyond grateful. Seeing she was all right, Lin Huan let out a huge sigh of relief. Then he placed the entire bottle of emergency medicine right into her hand. He'd only used one pill, so keeping the rest wouldn't do him much good. It was far better to give it to someone who truly needed it. "Make sure you keep this bottle with you," he advised. "If you ever feel that way again, just take one of these and you'll feel better." He carefully instructed. She accepted the medicine, then mentioned that she had nothing to give him in return. However, she had just gotten 2 peace charms from the temple. One was for her son, and she decided to gift the other to Lin Huan as a thank you. Lin Huan accepted the charm and went on his way. The old woman watched his retreating figure, so moved that she started to cry. It just goes to show that there are still plenty of good people in the world. The real reason Lin Huan had to dash off so quickly was that he had a meeting with the very same thug who tried to bury him alive the other day. Lin Huan had managed to scrape together enough cash to pay him off, but to his surprise, the guy just stared at the wad of money in his hand, his face an unreadable mask, and said, "I have to admit, you've really surprised me. To earn this much in less than 3 days, but unfortunately for you," he added ominously, "you've picked a fight with the wrong people." Lin Huan sighed deeply. So they were still out for his blood, huh? He decided to lay his cards on the table, asking how much the Su family was paying. "I'll pay you double," he offered, but the man refused, dropping a bombshell. Instead, the Su family was about to form a marriage alliance with the city lord himself. So you see, some problems can't just be solved with money. Having said that, he unsheathed his sword and charged at Lin Huan with 0 mercy. Our boy Lin Huan was basically a sitting duck, so all he could do was squeeze his eyes shut and pray for a miracle, or at least prepare to meet his maker for the second time. Yet after a few moments of hearing nothing but the whoosh of a blade slicing through the air, He realized he wasn't feeling the sharp, pointy end of, well, anything. No pain, no new holes in his body. When Lin Huan finally peeked open his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the entire gang of thugs sporting some very fatal life-ending injuries. And the dude holding the smoking sword, none other than the leader of the shakedown himself. Lin Huan was utterly baffled. Why the sudden change of heart? Why save him? It was a classic manhwa plot twist, a villain-to-hero arc completed in the span of about 5 seconds. The guy went from that bastard to my savior real quick, and Lin Huan was overflowing with gratitude. My dude, you could be the greatest swordsman in the entire world. He gushed with genuine admiration. The man just snorted, telling him to cut the crap and stop brown-nosing. Then he asked, "You got any idea why I saved your sorry hide?" Of course, Lin Huan had absolutely no clue. The mysterious swordsman then used the flat of his blade to point at the peace knot hanging from our boy's waist. It clicked instantly. That was the thank you gift he'd gotten from that old woman he helped earlier. He vaguely remembered her saying she had another one just like it for her son. Talk about a fateful encounter. This cool, edgy swordsman was her son. Looks like his good deed paid off big time. You can't deny the fact that this guy just saved Lin Huan from becoming human shish kebab. After all, this wasn't even the whole crew the Su family hired. Besides this guy, there were over a dozen other assassins, but clearly this dude was the cream of the crop. But here's the kicker, after playing the hero, he demanded a service fee for the rescue. And just like that, all the prize money Lin Huan had just won from the competition vanished into his savior's pocket. On the long walk home, he couldn't stop shaking his pathetically empty coin purse and sighing dramatically. Man, these streets are wild. I should probably buy some knockout powder for self-defense, he muttered. Then again, I'm so broke now. Who in their right mind would even bother robbing me? Lin Huan mumbled to himself. But oh, our sweet summer child. He truly deserves the award for the unluckiest protagonist in manhwa history. Because no sooner had the words left his mouth than two random dudes leaped out of the shadows blocking his path. Halt, this road is my road, these trees are my trees, if you wish to pass. They couldn't even finish their sentence before Lin Huan knew exactly what was coming next. Seriously, he had just escaped a squad of assassins only to run headfirst into a gang of mountain bandits. And to absolutely no one's surprise, Lin Huan was promptly tied up and dragged back to their main hideout. After being tossed into a corner, the two bandits sat down and began sharpening their knives with intense focus. Hey, big bros, can't we talk this out? What's with the blade honing session? Lin Huan was so terrified he was on the verge of bursting into tears. In response, the two brutes just barked at him to shut his pie hole. Since Lin Huan had nothing valuable on him, they decided to fast-track his trip to the great beyond for the high crime of wasting their time. Lin Huan had officially reached his breaking point. Was there any main character in any manhwa with luck as rotten as his? With a sudden burst of adrenaline, he forced himself to his feet, kicked the table, and roared, "Are you two blind or just born stupid? Do you have any idea who I am?" You're looking at the official son-in-law of the Su family, the richest and most powerful family in all of Ningzhou City. The two bandits had been living under a rock on this mountain for so long, they were completely out of the loop on city gossip, including the whole deal between Lin Huan and the Su family. All they knew was that captives didn't usually have the guts to scream in their faces like this. Besides, with his soft, pampered-looking skin, Lin Huan actually looked the part. These bandits knew better than to get on the bad side of the Su family. Because rumor had it, they were best buds with the city lord himself. So after a quick, frantic discussion, they scrambled back inside to untie Lin Huan. "It's all our fault, young master. We were blind fools. We'll personally escort you back home. If there's anything you require, young master, you just have to say the word." Once untied, Lin Huan felt a whole lot better. He magnanimously promised to reward the two with a few taels of gold for their trouble once he was back. "All right, now I'm starving. Fetch me something to eat." Lin Huan commanded, really getting into his new boss man role. His plan was to play along for now, then find the perfect moment to make a run for it. To his surprise, the two goons actually whipped up a magnificent feast for him. However, not long after the Su family's own butler made a trip up the mountain to meet with these very bandits. He brought with him a portrait of Lin Huan, personally requesting that Shan Bao, the bandit leader, neatly dispose of the person in the picture. Naturally, the Su family butler also brought a massive pile of silver as a deposit, promising an even bigger bonus once the job was finished. The two goons who had just snagged Lin Huan were now gawking at the wanted poster. Something about the face in the drawing was nagging at them, and then it hit them like a ton of bricks. Hey, I know this guy. Isn't that the Su family's live-in son-in-law we saw earlier? Son-in-law, our young miss is still single, you dolt. The Su family's butler shot back. And speak of the devil who should stroll past the room at that very moment, nonchalantly munching on a chicken leg, none other than Lin Huan himself. The butler whipped his head around, spotted our boy, and bellowed his name, Lin Huan. Our protagonist nearly jumped out of his skin. He hadn't realized the Su family was that bent on hunting him down, but he tried to play it cool. Ain't Lin Huan, you're looking for Lin Huan. What's that got to do with me, Lin? Debt-ridden. I'm just a poor soul buried under a mountain of debt. Nothing to see here. It's getting late, gotta go pack my stuff. Lin Huan was about to hit the eject button and sprint, but a hand clamped down on him from behind. And just like that, after a brief taste of freedom, Lin Huan found himself hogtied once again. The plot of this manhwa is one wild ride. This time they weren't taking any chances tying him securely to a massive pillar. The entire bandit crew gathered around, waiting for their boss to deliver the final blow to Lin Huan. Shan Bao had no personal beef with Lin Huan, but hey, a job's a job and he'd already cashed the check. Time to earn his keep. Truth be told, as Shan Bao raised his blade, Lin Huan wasn't exactly quaking in his boots. Why? Because he was still rocking that sweet newbie protection buff, which included a one-time-only get-out-of-death-free card. Upon revival, all his stats would be fully restored. The only catch was that gaining reputation points would get a tad more difficult. Lin Huan debated whether it was worth using his trump card now. I mean, imagine blowing your one resurrection just for a hero to show up moments later. What a waste, and wouldn't you know it, the clippity-clop of horse hooves suddenly cut through the air. Someone actually came to save Lin Huan, and wait a minute, the girl on the horse looked kind of familiar. It took Lin Huan a hot second to connect the dots. The sword-wielding heroine who just disarmed Shan Bao was the very same girl he'd stumbled upon by the stream on his very first day in this crazy new world. Ning Zilan, on the other hand, recognized Lin Huan instantly. You don't just forget the guy you have a major grudge against after all. Ning Zilan let out a cold snort before slicing through his ropes with a flick of her wrist. Humph, lucky for you, we'll settle our score when we get back. But of course, the bandits weren't just going to let them waltz out of there, even though Ning Zilan had just styled on their boss. But that little love tap wasn't enough to keep him down for long, not to mention his gang of several dozen mountain bandits had already swarmed in and surrounded them. Shan Bao scrambled back to his feet, and the moment he laid eyes on the delicate, high-born lady who had just arrived, he started drooling like a Pavlovian dog. Well, this old man has been feeling mighty lonely lately. Can't believe a fine piece of jade like you would just waltz right up to my door. How could Ning Zilan possibly miss the disgustingly lecherous gaze that Creep was aiming right at her? Meanwhile, hiding in the crowd, the Su family's butler seemed to recognize her high and mighty status. But the old snake just turned his head, pretending to be blissfully ignorant. However, just as Shan Bao and his goons were about to get handsy with Ning Zilan, the ground began to tremble. The thunderous sound of hooves grew louder, and then their main gate was kicked clean off its hinges. Before Shan Bao and his crew could even lay a finger on Ning Zilan, the ground suddenly shook. The sound of galloping horses thundered, and then their main gate was kicked right open. A troop of soldiers holding a crimson banner high stormed in. The sight of them made the bandits' legs turn to absolute jelly. They were swiftly and utterly crushed. A terrified Shan Bao shot a look at Ning Zilan with pure fear in his eyes. It was only then that the cogs in his tiny brain started turning. He realized that despite looking as fragile as a flower, she was apparently the boss of this whole military squad. He'd just run his mouth off at her, and payback was a certainty. So Shan Bao decided if he was going down, he was taking her with him. Seizing the moment while she was distracted with her horse, Shan Bao sneakily whipped out a hidden weapon and hurled it straight at her. Lin Huan was the first to spot the danger. With zero time to think, his gut reaction was to throw his body in front of Ning Zilan. The nasty little projectile lodged itself deep in the right side of his chest. A seriously dangerous spot. Dark black blood started gushing from the wound soaking his robes. Ning Zilan frantically caught Lin Huan's slumping body. She immediately knew this was bad news. Blood turning black like that is a classic "you've been poisoned" sign in every manhua. A carriage was quickly summoned to rush the two of them back to the city. Lin Huan lay inside, his breathing growing fainter by the second. Ning Zilan figured the poison was spreading like wildfire on top of him, losing way too much blood. She was starting to seriously panic. She knew that if she didn't get that poison out of him right now, Lin Huan's life would be in critical danger. But to do that skin-to-skin contact between them was completely unavoidable. And Ning Zilan, after all, was a proper lady. Back in the feudal days, people were all about that men and women must not touch rule. But after a fierce internal debate that nearly broke her brain, she felt she couldn't just leave Lin Huan to his fate. After all, the dude only ended up in this mess because he was trying to save her. With that settled, Ning Zilan began to remove Lin Huan's shirt, but that's when she spotted something incredibly bizarre. The dark poisonous-looking patch on Lin Huan's chest turned out to be plain old fabric dye. Just then Lin Huan's eyes fluttered open, and he hastily explained, "Ahem, I just bought some new dyes and was planning on developing a new product line." "So you're not hurt at all?" Ning Zilan asked, completely baffled. Even though Lin Huan wasn't injured, his heroic dash to save her was the real deal. But he just flopped back down, letting out a few dramatic groans and claiming he was grievously wounded. However, this guy's acting skills were so terrible, they made Ning Zilan's face darken with rage. She hauled Lin Huan back to the Marquise's estate and immediately called for a doctor. After a thorough examination, the doctor announced that his injuries were shockingly not serious at all. He was merely in a coma induced by extreme fright. As soon as the doctor was gone, a servant rushed in to report to Ning Zilan that the Lord Marquis had something important to discuss. She left the room but couldn't resist turning back at the doorway for a final word. "Stop playing dead. You really did save me. As for what happened before, we'll just forget about it." The moment Lin Huan heard that, he shot straight up. "You could have said so earlier. My back is killing me from all this dying. All right, time for me to do a little exploring. I want to see what life in a Marquise's manor is really like." Lin Huan opened the door and stepped out. The place was crawling with guards. It was exactly what you'd expect from the headquarters of the most powerful family in Chuzhou City. He'd just heard a servant call Ning Zilan "young miss," so it clicked she had to be the precious daughter of this entire estate. As Lin Huan wandered around, he overheard some maids gossiping. Being the nosy protagonist he is, he naturally paused to eavesdrop. This is a classic trope in every manhua. According to their chatter, in just a few days, Chuzhou was going to host the most massive banquet in its entire history. All the young masters from the various vassal states would be attending. Lin Huan dug deep into the memories of his body's original owner, and recalled that the Marquis and these young lords were definitely not on friendly terms. And so he decided to cozy up to those two maids. He asks, "Hey, spill the tea. Are any of those fancy young masters married yet?" The two maids nearly jump out of their skin. Seeing Lin Huan so close, they blush beet red, but manage to stutter out a "No, they're not." Lin Huan lets out a sigh of dramatic frustration, then immediately bolts, leaving the two poor maids utterly confused about what just hit them. There's a big banquet happening in a few days, and it's crawling with unmarried young lords. Considering Ning Zilan was just summoned with such urgency by a servant with a face grimmer than a tax collector, Lin Huan, using his vast expertise from binging historical dramas, instantly guesses she's being railroaded into an arranged marriage. And in Lin Huan's mind, he and Miss Ning are a match made in heaven, a fated couple straight out of a romance manhua, meaning she belongs to him and he absolutely must put a stop to this engagement. As it turns out, Lin Huan's drama-fueled intuition was spot on. When Ning Zilan meets her father, he informs her that among the many sons of marquises coming for the banquet, one particularly eager beaver has already arrived. They might be pretending they're here for the party, but in reality they're all circling like vultures, hoping to secure a marriage alliance with the marquise's estate. Ning Zilan can already see through their flimsy act. For most of these suitors, love is just a four-letter word they can't spell, and their real goal is to control the Ning family and drag them into a military pact. Marquis Zhu, of course, is well aware of this scheme. However, he's terrified that if he refuses the marriage proposal, he'll be ganged up on by the other marquises and find his territory up in flames. This is one heck of a political pickle. Just as the father-daughter duo are mulling over their options, a servant announces that the son of Marquis Anyue is requesting an audience. Before they can even respond, the young lord barges in like he owns the place. His name is Guo Nayang, a boorish, heavy-set fellow who at first glance is clearly not in the same league as the elegant Miss Ning. The moment Guo Nayang arrives, he has his servants lug in several chests overflowing with solid gold ingots. Seeing this ostentatious display, Marquis Zhu can't help but frown. You've come from afar, and I apologize for the inadequate reception, but what pray tell is the meaning of this? Guo Nayang, however, makes no attempt to be subtle. He declares that he's admired Ning Zilan for a long time and has come specifically to ask for her hand in marriage, requesting Marquis Zhu's blessing for their union. Haha, how can such a matter be decided so hastily? Marquis Zhu replies, trying to keep his voice steady, but inside a storm is brewing. Ning Zilan is his beloved daughter after all. Guo Neiyang tried to arrange a marriage with her as casually as if he were buying vegetables at the market. But that pompous jerk was determined to force the issue. Oh, and by the way, my father fully supports this union, he added. His unbelievably arrogant attitude sent Ning Zilan's blood pressure through the roof. She slammed the table, roaring, "So young Master Guo, you're here to force me into marriage, is that it?" Guo Nayang just waved his hand dismissively and let out a big laugh, as if she'd completely misunderstood him, even though that was exactly his plan. He then continued. Lately, it seems everyone has been dragging Chubo Ho's name through the mud. The easiest way to make those rumors vanish is for his daughter to marry me. What a shame, young master, but you're a step too late. Before Ning Zilan could even retort, Lin Huan's voice echoed from the doorway. Guo Nayang turned around, sizing up the newcomer from head to toe. He was certain he'd never seen this nobody before in his life. But Lin Huan confidently introduced himself as Ning Zilan's fiancé, like a classic manhwa protagonist making his grand entrance. This bombshell announcement left the three people in the room absolutely speechless. Guo Neiyang was the first to snap out of it. Nonsense. Since when did Lady Zilan have a fiancé? Guard seized this fool for spouting such lies. You had to hand it to them, Guo. Neiyang's goons were quick on the uptake. The moment their master gave the order, they lunged forward. Two of them grabbed Lin Huan's arms, intending to drag him out. Lin Huan then turned to Chubo Hao and bellowed, "Father-in-law, a little explanation, please." At that moment, Ning Zilan realized he was trying to help her. It was a terrible plan for sure, but it was infinitely better than marrying that disgusting lard bucket. So while Chubo Hao was still trying to figure out what was going on, she dashed forward and threw her arms around Lin Huan intimately. He's right, this is my fiancé. Seeing his precious daughter openly embracing another man right in front of him, Chubo Hao's brain promptly short-circuited. Could this really be happening? How on earth did his daughter get a fiancé without him, her own father even knowing about it? Ning Zilan snuck an arm behind her back, frantically signaling her father to just go along with the act. Lin Huan, proving he deserved an Oscar immediately, pulled Ning Zilan closer by the waist with one hand, while using the other to patronizingly pat the shoulder of the now frozen Guo Nayang, his expression utterly provocative. Well, young Master Guo, you see how it is. See, Zilan is now an engaged woman. As the noble son of a marquise, you wouldn't stoop so low as to force her to break off the engagement, would you? Guo Neiyang gritted his teeth so hard you could hear them squeak. He was absolutely furious, but his hands were tied. Forcing Ning Zilan to break her engagement now would be a PR nightmare. So in a huff, he shoved Lin Huan aside and stormed off with his servants gold in tow. From behind, Marquise Chu couldn't resist a parting shot. Safe travels, young man, and don't forget to invite the other young masters to my daughter's wedding ceremony. Lin Huan was practically bursting with joy, his master plan having succeeded flawlessly. However, the moment that Guo Fellow was out the door, Lin Huan became the new target of Marquise Chu's fury. The man was seeing red, pointing a finger in his face and bellowing, "And you? Who in the world are you? I'm giving you one chance to explain yourself, so start talking now." "My lord, please allow me to explain." Lin Huan said smoothly before politely introducing himself to his future father-in-law. He covered all the bases: his family background and his booming porcelain business back in Ningzhou City. Marquise Chu stared at him for a long, dramatic moment as memories flooded back before bursting into laughter. Lin Huan, so your old brother Lin's son. Lin Huan smirked inwardly. Thank goodness he used that fake injury downtime to review the original body's memories. A classic manhua transmigration move. As it turned out, Old Master Lin and Marquise Chu were old buddies, and they'd even tried to arrange a marriage pact for their kids on several occasions. Right after this heartwarming family reunion, Marquise Chu suddenly yanked his arm, forcing Lin Huan to bend over with his rear in the air. You cheeky brat. Today I'll have to teach you a lesson on your father's behalf. Out of nowhere, the Marquis produced a wooden plank the size of a small table. He proceeded to give our hero a few solid whacks until his backside was blooming like a rose. After taking his punishment, Lin Huan stood right back up to talk business. He argued that the Marquis's residence was facing a forced marriage today, and he was the one who single-handedly saved the day. By chasing off those other so-called suitors, he proved that he alone was worthy of Ning Zilan. Plus, let's not forget his lordship and his own father were old friends. Secondly, everyone knew the Lin family used to be incredibly wealthy before they were tragically schemed against and lost it all. But things were different now. Lin Huan was absolutely certain he could rebuild his family's fortune from the ground up. And thirdly, since they were children, their two fathers had promised them to each other multiple times. If they just let her remain single, well, the whole situation of being pressured by those pompous young lords would just play out all over again. Lin Huan's non-stop speech left Chu Bo Ho utterly speechless. Everything the kid said was true, but the old man couldn't for the life of him remember if he'd actually promised his daughter to this little rascal. Not to mention it was a huge question mark whether the Lin family could even make a comeback. As a father, Bo Ho was naturally worried sick about his daughter's future. However, Ning Zilan, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly dropped a bombshell. Father, I've decided I'm going to marry him. Chu Bo Ho was stunned. Just moments ago, when the marriage to the other young lords was mentioned, Ning Zilan had been protesting like her life depended on it. Yet now, without a second thought, she agreed to marry Lin Huan. But this didn't seem like some impulsive decision, because her tone was firm as steel. Father, my mind is made up. I beseech you to send out the wedding invitations as soon as possible. Let the entire city know about this. Furthermore, it absolutely must be held before those other suitors arrive at our estate. Seeing his daughter's resolve, Chu Bo Ho couldn't really object anymore. He just said he understood and would handle it. Besides, Ning Zilan had been through a lot leading the troops these past few days, so she should go and get some rest. It's just that as she was about to walk out the door, she saw Lin Huan whispering something into her father's ear, vaguely mentioning the two words, wedding invitation. This is some next-level manhua protagonist scheming. Meanwhile, over at the Su family's estate, Su Qian was so anxious she couldn't stop pacing around her room. A moment later, a maidservant announced she had a visitor. Before Su Qian could even react, she saw Lin Huan strolling casually into the room. Miss Su, long time no see, have you been well? The moment Su Qian saw him, she couldn't contain her rage and screeched, Lin Huan, you actually have the nerve to show your face here again. My father coughed up blood from the anger you caused him. He's still bedridden because of you. Oh, such a thing happened. It's possible he got sick from the frustration of not being able to catch me. I am truly to blame. Lin Huan pretended to ask with concern, but Su Qian wasn't an idiot. She could practically hear the sarcasm dripping from his words. But this time, Lin Huan had returned to negotiate their marriage contract. As soon as she heard him utter the words, marriage contract, Su Qian's arrogant demeanor returned in full force. She actually thought Lin Huan had come crawling back to the Su family because his reputation was ruined. In fact, if he wanted to continue this engagement, that would be fine. All Lin Huan had to do was get on his knees and beg her. Beg her, lady, what kind of fantasy world are you living in? Lin Huan scoffed, then casually tossed a wedding invitation at her. Su Qian opened it to see an invitation from the mansion of Marquise Chu. Of course she didn't believe it for a second, assuming Lin Huan had the gall to forge something from Marquis Chu. She immediately ordered her house servants to seize him. Lin Huan found the entire Su family absolutely laughable. It was crystal clear that they were the ones who had plotted to steal from the Lin family. Yet they always stood before him, calling him the thief and the imposter. On the flip side, Su Qian wasn't the least bit ashamed of being called out. In fact, she doubled down on her insults. Lin Huan, do you think I'm a fool? Lady Ning from the Marquis Chu's mansion is of the highest nobility. Forget being her fiancé, you wouldn't even qualify to be a servant in her household. With that, she ripped Lin Huan's fan to shreds, threatening him to hand over the formula for the sentient dolls. If he did, she might consider letting him stay, and of course, from that day forward, she would be the one in charge of everything. Lin Huan sighed in exasperation. It was such a shame that Su Qian's beautiful face was wasted on her. Truly, a pretty face means nothing when its owner is both cruel and astonishingly foolish. Then with a snap of his fingers, soldiers from the Marquis's mansion flooded in, appearing right behind him in a classic manhua power move. Which beast dares to speak so disrespectfully to the young master-in-law of our Marquis Chu's mansion? The soldiers formed a protective circle around Lin Huan, causing a stir among the onlookers. Suddenly, he popped his head out, grinning cheerfully and waving at Su Qian. Seeing Lin Huan's face, she was utterly stunned, a tremor running through her entire body. It's really him. These people are from the Ning mansion. Could it be that Lady Ning is actually marrying Lin Huan? How is this possible? He then strode forward, holding a red envelope, his mocking smile making Su Qian's blood boil. So you believe me now? I brought this especially for you, thought you'd be touched. As expected, seeing their lady insulted her servants, prepared to charge in and defend her honor. No one is to get close, we must protect young Master Lin to prevent the Chu mansion from losing face. Just as the situation reached a boiling point and fists were about to fly, a loud voice shouted, "Stop!" Kang Xian appeared at the entrance, clasping his hands in a respectful greeting to Lin Huan. Su Qian was momentarily ignorant. I hope Brother Lin will not hold it against her. Not knowing who this joker was, he shot back with pure sass. Who's your brother? Who even are you? Is Su Qian engaged to you or something? Kang Xian, cool as a cucumber, introduced himself. The name's Kang Xian, son of the city lord of Zhuzhou. Lin Huan looked a bit surprised to hear his title. Oh, so we've got a big shot official's son on our hands. Kang Xian stepped closer, maintaining a respectful facade as he revealed his plan. I have a way to resolve today's situation. I wonder if Brother Lin would approve. Hearing this, our boy casually waved him on. Oh really, let's see what you've got. With Lin Huan's go-ahead, he approached Su Qian. Kang Xian placed a hand on her cheek, leaving Su Qian a little confused but patient. Then out of nowhere, he delivered a slap so loud it probably echoed through the entire manhua chapter, stunning everyone in the room. Witnessing the scene, even Lin Huan had to admit, damn, that's cold-blooded. Su Qian's cheek was already swelling up, leaving her utterly bewildered. You actually... Kang Xian completely ignored the trembling Su Qian beside him and turned to face Lin Huan. Is Brother Lin satisfied now? Seeing him trying to pin all the blame on him, our boy was momentarily speechless. Lin Huan couldn't stand it and pointed an accusing finger at Kang Xian. How could you hit a woman? Are you even human? Only parents should be allowed to discipline their children. Seeing the absolute chaos, he and his soldiers decided to dip. Let's go, these people are nuts. Seeing this, Kang Xian didn't stop them, just silently watched Lin Huan's retreating figure. The moment the door slammed shut, Kang Xian's face turned darker than a moonless night. He gritted his teeth. Lin Huan. Only then did Kang Xian turn to Su Qian and console her. Don't cry, it was all just an act. In a few days, we'll make him pay. Sometime later at Lin Huan's wedding, held at the Zhuboho residence, he gazed at his bride with a look full of affection and tenderness. Zhuboho spoke up. First, he raised his wine cup to toast the distinguished guests. My daughter gets married today, thank you all for coming. Suddenly, a woman burst into the hall looking frantic and shouting, Lin Huan, you faithless man. This little dramatic entrance, straight out of a soap opera manhua, had everyone in attendance buzzing with gossip. While on the other side, Kang Xian, holding his wine cup, looked a tad surprised. Didn't we agree on a whole group of courtesans? Why is there only just one woman? He smirked, sipping his wine with a face full of devious intent. Oh well, one is all it takes to ruin this guy's big day. The woman immediately launched herself at Lin Huan's legs, clinging on for dear life and starting her sob story. "Oh, Lin Huan, have you already forgotten that passionate night we shared tangled in the sheets until dawn? You promised to marry me. Why are you with another woman now?" With a loud slam of a wine glass on the table, Kang Xian shot to his feet, ready to denounce Lin Huan in front of the entire assembly. "My Lord Count is the very backbone of Chuzhou City. Allowing a man like this into your family surely sullies your reputation, does it not? He is utterly unworthy of the lovely Lady Zilan." As the drama escalated, the crowd leaned in, their interest piqued. Lin Huan, completely ignoring the outcry, crouched down to give the wailing woman a little performance review. "Nice acting, I'll give you a solid 9 out of 10. I'm docking 1 point for overconfidence." With that, he turned his back and sauntered off, leaving the woman with her jaw on the floor. He paused at the entrance, turning to face Kang Xian with a knowing look. Then he began the interrogation. "Brother Kang, you were awfully quick to jump on that. Don't tell me. You sent her—" Seeing the tables turn, Kang Xian vehemently denied it. "That's absurd, I have no beef with you. Why would I ever try to set you up?" Lin Huan, however, remained as cool as a cucumber. A sly grin played on his lips. "Well, I'm relieved to hear you bear me no ill will." Just then he swung the doors open and a whole army of courtesans stormed in their eyes, looking completely enchanted. The gaggle of girls swarmed Kang Xian, clinging to him and murmuring sweet nothings turned sour. "My dear young master, you said you loved me. Why did you abandon me? Oh, Kang Lang, my love, it's me Xiao Liu, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Come on, let's not stay here, come and have some real fun with us." The entire room was gobsmacked by the spectacle. "Whoa, a real-life playboy, this is better than any manhwa drama I've ever read." Lin Huan flashed a big thumbs up in Kang Xian's direction. "Brother Kang, your stamina is truly something to behold. I'm in awe, truly in awe." By now, Kang Xian's face was a delightful shade of purple, as Lin Huan had masterfully redirected the spotlight right onto him. What in the world is going on? He thought, I sent that woman to deal with this worthless trash, so why is this happening to me? Lin Huan, meanwhile, looked smug as hell, having seen Kang Xian's pathetic little scheme from a mile away. "That's right," Lin Huan announced. "All these lovely ladies work for me." He glanced at the dog pile on Kang Xian and continued his praise with a smirk. "Brother Kang, you're so energetic, such a free-spirited Casanova, truly worthy of your wealthy reputation." This was the last straw for Kang Xian, who was now absolutely livid. He shoved the women off him and roared at our boy, "Fine Lin, and you think you're so clever, you'll pay for this little trick." Kang Xian, desperate to change the subject, turned to the other guests. "Am I right, gentlemen? Tell me I'm right." And of course, they all nodded along. "Absolutely," but Lin Huan wasn't having any of it and pointed right back at him. "All right then, let's talk about how your Su family stole my Lin family's porcelain formula. What's the price for that, huh?" Oof, you could hear a pin drop before the entire room erupted in a chaotic buzz of gossip. "He's right, you know I was at the Zui Xianlo listening to Q Wanner sing when I heard all about it. The Su family's truly shameless." "Well, that's not quite right. Young Master Lin already put them out of business, cutting off their livelihood. No one wanted it to come to this." Kang Xian was floored. He never imagined Lin Huan would play that card. It left him trembling, completely clueless about what to do next. He couldn't believe Lin Huan countered him so brilliantly. His face was a mask of pure fury as he glared at Lin Huan, then shot a side-eye at the woman he'd sent to do his dirty work. Kang Xian pointed at the other courtesan, trying to pin the blame back on our hero. "Don't change the subject, we're talking about this. First, I don't know who they are. Second, what about the lady next to you?" Lin Huan just kept smiling that infuriatingly calm smile and pulled something from his sleeve. "I have a bit of information. Let me read you all a little bedtime story." He whipped out a piece of paper and began reading aloud. "Wang Shu, the third master of the Wang family. Last month was seen in a rendezvous in the dense forest west of the city where he promised—" Seeing his name pop up, one of the guests jumped in trying to stop him. Stop, Lin Huan. Brother Lin, let's just have a nice drink." But our boy couldn't care less and kept on reading. Next up, Li Lugu, the self-proclaimed #1 scholar in the city. His masterpiece, Hao Gao Yi Zhou Lo, is widely acclaimed, but the actual author is... Hearing that another guest slammed the table, shot to his feet and started chewing out Kang Xian. Kang Xian, you rat. How could you frame my little brother Lin Huan? Wait, no, my big brother Lin Huan. Big brother Lin Huan would never do something like that. You're obviously just trying to frame him. Kang Xian was so thoroughly roasted that he was left completely speechless. Meanwhile, the veiled Zilan was watching this whole drama unfold, utterly amazed. Lin Huan, how does he know everyone's weaknesses? This is juicier than any manhua plot. Just then someone else appeared beside Zilan and whispered, "It's only natural that you wouldn't know." Ever since this guy struck it rich at the porcelain conference, he's spent the last few days having his people collect blackmail material. The Merchant Guild wanted to negotiate forming some new organization, a juicy tidbit I probably gleaned from our little chat the other day. Lin Huan slid another document over to him for his viewing pleasure. Take a look. Anyone here who dares to stand up for you is about to get exposed. His face was a mask of pure satisfaction, having successfully roped Zilan into helping him. You can handle that for me, right? All right, I'm officially broke from buying intel from Ling Ji. Su Qian, having finally had enough, leaped to her feet to call him out. Lin Huan, even if you frame him, you still can't explain who that mystery woman is. Without missing a beat, Lin Huan delivered a 5-star slap across Kang Xian's face. You better get a handle on your woman. Stunned, he clutched his stinging cheek and wheeled around to confront Lin Huan. You hit me. Sister Ni. Ni has been deceived by the likes of you for far too long. Yeah, I hit you and you deserved it. The courtesan at his side was utterly bewildered that he knew her identity. What did you call me? How in the world do you know my name? Lin Huan moved in closer, taking Nini's hand, his voice laced with manufactured nostalgia. Nini, don't tell me you've forgotten me. When I was a kid, I was Tai Dan from Dali village. Is it really you? But wait, isn't your family name Li? He then squeezed out a couple of crocodile tears, putting on a heart-wrenching performance as he spun the long, convoluted tale he'd just invented. For 2 years, I was sent to Dali village to hide from enemies. All I can tell you is even though I'm Lin Huan now, I'm still the same Tai Dan from all those years ago. Your childhood friend. Tai Dan. Ni stared at Lin Huan, her face a canvas of disbelief. This was just too insane to be true. That's when he played his trump card, mentioning a birthmark on her body. I remember it clearly. You have a heart-shaped birthmark on your shoulder. Hearing this, her walls of doubt crumbled completely. She believed him, her voice filled with raw emotion as she cried out, Tai Dan! Lin Huan, a true master of the dramatic arts, matched her energy perfectly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Ni, my dear sister Ni. The two then rushed into a dramatic embrace, looking for all the world like best friends, finally reunited after years of tragic separation. Little did she know she was falling for one of the oldest tricks in the manhua playbook. The Qinglu's intelligence network is no joke, he thought. Ling Ji even cooked up an entire fake identity for me. Just then, Nini spun around, pointed a finger straight at Kang Xian, and started spilling all the juicy details of his little scheme. It was him, he's the one who paid me to frame you. He's not a good person. The crowd was getting whiplash from all the shocking plot twists. Well, that was a plot twist nobody saw coming. The tables have officially turned. People were whispering that young Master Kang was no good, and it seems Shu Bo, who had been watching the whole time, agreed. He finally spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension. That's quite enough out of you youngsters. Realizing they were completely checkmated, Kang Xian and Su Qian decided it was time to bolt. Su Qian, let's get out of here. But of course, Lin Huan wasn't about to let them slink away that easily. Not so fast, he shouted, whipping out a drawing of a ceramic vase. Did I say you could leave? Without another word, Lin Huan dramatically ripped the drawing to shreds in front of every single shocked guest. From this day forward, the Su family is forbidden from selling blue and white porcelain. Furthermore, you will pay me a commission on every single piece you've already sold. Kang Xian, completely blindsided by this power move, sputtered in disbelief. Who the hell do you think you are? What if I keep selling it anyway? And what if I don't give you a single coin? Lin Huan just grinned smugly. Oh, that's fine by me, but I won't be so lenient with the others who have to answer for it. He then produced an official scroll from the Bureau of Commerce and Patents. You see, I had some free time these past few days, so I paid a visit to the various guilds and markets. The association has established a Bureau of Commerce and Patents, which specializes in cracking down on anyone who doesn't play by the business rules. As his next act, Lin Huan pulled out a ledger that meticulously recorded every single one of Kang Xian's shady business deals. I've also patented the blue and white porcelain. If you don't follow the rules, you can kiss your business career goodbye. Man, this manhwa protagonist is playing on a whole other level. Su Qian finally couldn't take it anymore, pointing a trembling finger at him and screaming, "You're taking this way too far, you're despicable." Having publicly aired all of Kang Xian's dirty laundry, Lin Huan finally dismissed them. "If there's nothing else, please don't disrupt my wedding banquet. The exit is that way." Shubo had observed the entire spectacle, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. This Lin Huan, he's a lot like I was in my youth. Seems that particular matter can be entrusted to him. Meanwhile, Kang Xian slammed his fist on a table in a fit of rage. Damn it! His face was a mask of pure murderous intent. He couldn't believe Lin Huan's move. It's impossible. How could Lin Huan have possibly predicted my scheme? Seeing his furious expression, Zhang Ying placed a hand on Kang Xian's, pretending to comfort him. "Brother Kang, don't you worry." With a sly, wicked look on his face, he continued to pour gasoline on the fire of Kang Xian's rage. That Lin Huan still has to face the two little problems that I personally designed for him. This only enraged Kang Xian, further making him grind his teeth. Beside them, Su Qian was also deep in thought, clearly hatching a new plot of her own. "That's right. Lin Huan, you dared to humiliate me today, I'll pay you back 100-fold. Meanwhile, back at the Marquis of Ningbo's estate, the party was just getting started. A guest arrived bearing a whopping 10 barrels of silk as a wedding gift for Lin Huan. The Li family cloth merchants from the west side of the city presents 10 barrels of prime silk and a hefty sum of gold and silver. Seeing this haul, our boy's face lit up like a Christmas tree, eagerly anticipating the next items on the gift list. Just reading out the gift registry took over half an hour. Getting married and raking in presents. Now that's what I call striking it rich. As the mountain of gifts grew ever higher, Uncle Bo nudged Lin Huan, remarking, "You little rascal, the annual fees from your monopolies alone are enough to make you a tycoon. Why are you so hyped about this chump change?" Lin Huan cheekily replied, "Father-in-law, you jest. In reality, I'm the one who despises money the most." The announcer then moved on to the special VIP guest list for the day. From the Junyu Yang and Ma families, the 4 great young masters have arrived. Strutting in were the 4 most infamous playboys in the entire capital, practically glowing with arrogance. This is classic manhwa drama. The guests below couldn't help but scoff at the sight. The 4 great young masters, more like the 4 great useless heirs. Shh, keep it down. They're here today and nobody dares to get on their bad side. Li Bai quickly approached the quartet and asked, "Gentlemen, shall I announce your wedding gifts?" One of them swaggered forward, his face a mask of pure arrogance. "Gifts? What gifts? We're obviously just here to congratulate young Master Lin on his wedding." A Shin chimed in with a sneer, as if we'd ever give a gift to this talentless, virtueless nobody. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Everyone was floored by his audacity. Lin Huan just sighed watching his big day turn into a public circus for everyone's entertainment. Even Li Bai's expression turned grim. He patiently tried to reason with the 4 troublemakers. "Today is a joyous occasion. If you have a bone to pick, please do it elsewhere. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to show you the door." But then A Shin whipped out a red envelope feigning sincerity. "Oh, I can't possibly leave. You see, I'm here today on a different matter entirely." And then he dropped the bomb, revealing his true purpose. "I'm here to propose to Miss Ning." At this, Uncle Bo was about to leap to his feet and teach these pampered pretty boys a lesson they'd never forget. But Lin Huan held him back, wanting the distinct pleasure of personally kicking these clowns to the curb. "Father-in-law, let me handle this." Lin Huan strolled up to them, cool as a cucumber. "You dare to crash my wedding and steal my bride?" Oh, but poor A Shin still had no clue what kind of main character he was messing with. He just kept running his mouth trash-talking our boy. "This Lin Huan fellow is a man of no talent and no virtue. Did you finally realize you're not worthy of Miss Ning and come here to apologize, hearing this utter nonsense? Lin Huan let out a long-suffering sigh. The world was just teeming with these idiots. He'd just gotten rid of Kang Xian, and now a whole new squad of loudmouthed punks showed up. Looks like this wedding feast is going to be a long one. The guy kept up his arrogant act, looking down on Lin Huan before challenging him to a duel. The rumor mill says Lin Huan of the Lin family has been an uneducated, jobless drifter since childhood. The Ning estate must be blind. If you don't agree, let's have a poetry battle right now and see what you're made of. Another one of the young masters chimed in to support him. If you win, you can do whatever you want with us. Hearing this, Lin Huan's face lit up. He couldn't believe these morons were literally walking into their own doom. Whatever I want you say, a Shin, still looking smug and superior, agreed without even noticing that Lin Huan was already winding up a punch aimed squarely at his pretty face. He didn't even have time to block. A Shin was sent flying, spinning a few times in the air before landing with a thud, his face turning a lovely shade of pale green. Lin Huan confidently schooled the little punk, "A master of both pen and sword, you say, allow me to demonstrate what that truly means." The crowd watched in stunned silence as A Shin lay unconscious on the ground from a single punch foaming at the mouth. What a classic manhwa moment. Seeing their precious young master get one-shotted, his three followers couldn't take it and decided to start a war of words. Why did you hit him? Is there no law? Is there no justice? This is pure brutality. Everyone look at the true face of this monster, Lin Huan. Without wasting another breath, Lin Huan whipped out his sword and pointed it straight at them. I originally thought you were the so-called four great talents visiting the Ning estate. I expected you'd have some profound insights to share with my father-in-law and the villagers, but I never imagined you'd just spout such crude nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. At the sight of cold steel, the three stooges started trembling, huddling together for dear life. Lin Huan then casually strolled over and planted his foot on A Shin's behind, making him yelp in pain. Lin Huan pointed the sword right at his face, which understandably terrified the living daylights out of him. You useless hacks, your parents wasted their efforts raising you. All you know is how to flap your gums and spread rumors. A pack of animals coming to the Ning estate to bark nonsense. I've never seen anyone so utterly shameless. Seeing there was nothing he could do, A Shin resorted to cursing out Lin Huan despite being pinned to the ground. On the ground. Lin Huan, how could I possibly let you humiliate me like this? By all accounts, you're nothing but scum, despised by the entire world. Seeing how utterly naive this A Shin character was, he simply threw his own words back at him. Weren't you the ones who just said you'd leave it all to my discretion? His three lackeys immediately chimed in, though their faces were still pale with fear. The condition was that you had to beat us first. Hearing that, Lin Huan coolly produced a secret scroll. Beat you? Oh, I'm absolutely certain I'll win. He opened the scroll, planning to challenge them to a poetry battle to see what these clowns were really made of. It's been a while since I've recited poetry. Everyone please take a seat. Everyone was utterly stunned by his move. And with that, Lin Huan began reciting a verse in front of the entire crowd. The Zishen form. Upon hearing it, even those arrogant young masters couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "That's magnificent!" But he wasn't done yet. Lin Huan continued with a verse as clear and serene as a woman rowing a boat on a calm river. The gentle affection form. At this line, the ladies were filled with admiration, sighing, "Wow, he's so incredibly skilled." Lin Huan then channeled the aura of a general heading into battle to recite another verse. A heart as calm as water, a form of simple grace, the exquisite softness of a mortal cloud. The soldiers call their steeds the general's form. Even Chuba had to praise him, "Excellent, very well done." Another verse flowed out, this time like a scholar contemplating the heavens and earth. My heart blooms, a thousand-year flower lost in thought, yearning for a new paradise, the form of melancholy. This is some top-tier manhwa poetry. Witnessing Lin Huan's true power. Zilan's perception of him began to change drastically. Maybe he wasn't a complete waste of space after all. Lin Huan paused, casually took a cup of wine for a sip, and then used the book to fan his now sore throat, indicating he was done. Then he unceremoniously chucked the book right into the face of the young master A Shin. The entire scene fell into a dead, awkward silence. The other guys were now too scared to even twitch. Seeing this whole spectacle, Chu Ba couldn't hold back a booming laugh. Good lad, you're truly no ordinary man, worthy of being my son-in-law, talented, virtuous, and with a pure soul. Without another word, he tossed a family heirloom sword to him. Lin Huan caught the sword completely dumbfounded. It seemed Chu Ba had just handed over his entire legacy to this son-in-law of his. This is the very sword I used to fight in the war, a reward from His Majesty himself. Today, I'm giving it to you. When the time comes, you'll follow me to the front lines and fulfill your destiny on the battlefield, rallying our soldiers. Hearing this, Lin Huan was ecstatic, a mix of pure joy and excitement. Chu Ba was utterly flabbergasted, and against his will, he finally started to truly digest the kid's verses. But why do your poems have such wildly different styles? Lin Huan started sweating bullets, shocked that the old man could actually tell. Well, that one's by Li Bai. Meanwhile, the other guests were completely sold on him. We always knew young Master Lin was a world-class talent. What a sharp eye to so easily analyze and memorize from a multitude of different angles. These poems cover such a vast range, and every single one is a masterpiece. Young Master Lin's poetry blows the so-called four great young masters out of the water. Lin Huan was ecstatic. Who knew his past life's memories would actually come in handy? My 9 years of compulsory education weren't a waste after all. Thank you, my dear teachers. Suddenly catching him completely off guard, the young masters from earlier swarmed towards Lin Huan. What do you guys want from me? It turns out they were so moved by his poetry, they wanted to adopt Lin Huan as their new big bro. Such magnificent poems, truly magnificent. Xiaozhou was blind and couldn't recognize a great master. After hearing Big Brother Lin's poetry today, I finally understand there are always greater talents out there, just like in a martial arts manhwa. We the four great young masters. No wait, the four little brothers willingly accept you as our big boss. I was wrong, so very wrong. I foolishly thought our poetry was the peak of literature. And with that, the wedding ceremony proceeded without any further drama. The couple bowed to each other, making their parents overjoyed. The husband and wife shall now bow. And then it was time for the wedding night. Lin Huan couldn't wait another second. He swept Zilan off her feet, completely ignoring whatever Li Bai was blabbering about. To the bridal chamber, young Master Lin, slow down, don't be in such a rush. There she was lying on the bed with an utterly alluring look. Lin Huan felt like a ravenous beast about to devour his meal. My dear wife, here I come. With a look of embarrassed anger, Zilan shot up. I'm just striking a pose, so don't you get any funny ideas? Lin Huan's face immediately turned serious again as he made a solemn vow before her. I, Lin Huan, swear that if I dare to act like a pervert towards my wife, may the thunder god strike me down. And just then, a massive clap of thunder boomed across the gloomy sky. This sent Lin Huan into a minor panic, while Zilan just stared at him with a very, very suspicious gaze. Just kidding, shouldn't joke about that. Let's just sleep. Suddenly, a hidden weapon shot through the window, aimed straight at Lin Huan. Quick as a flash, Zilan yanked him down, dodging the projectile. Watch out! The hidden weapon missed its mark, lodging itself deep into a hanging scroll on the wall behind him. Lin Huan, absolutely furious, didn't even notice Zilan's face turning darker than a thundercloud. Who the heck launched that sneak attack? This whole situation was made 10 times more awkward by his hands landing in a place they really shouldn't have. Maybe, get your hands off me first. Outside, the assassin had been stealthily observing the whole awkward scene. Seeing this, he flashed a wicked grin. Heh, what a rookie mistake. And with that, he vanished, leaving nothing but a faint afterimage in his wake. The message is on the projectile. The word is out, so I don't care if I live or die. Back inside, Zilan and Lin Huan unfurled the letter that was hidden in the weapon. He's warning us about an assassination attempt, 1 hour past the hour of the ox targeting the Ning Manor's garden. The assassin is Jin Bu Huan, a top-tier killer. The authorities have been after him for years. He moves like a ghost and has never once failed a mission. The note included a portrait of a masked man, which made them both highly suspicious. This guy looks kind of familiar. Who knew that kid Xiao Qi had such a righteous streak? The drawing immediately reminded Lin Huan of a familiar figure he had encountered before. This fella looks kind of familiar. I never figured that Xiao Qi kid to be so noble. Saying that, Lin Huan turned on his heel and made to leave. I don't care if today is a big deal, where are you going? It's dangerous out there. Sitting around and waiting isn't my style. I'm going to catch him. Zilan shot him a look of pure disbelief. But countless masters from the martial world have failed to capture Jinbu Huan. And you think you can? Lin Huan just offered a slight smile to calm her down. Who said anything about this being easy? I'm going to set a trap that he'll walk right into. He turned back his handsome face full of earnest concern, trying to soothe her. Zilan, please trust your husband. Blindsided by his handsome face, she couldn't stop herself from blushing. That scoundrel, using his looks to take advantage of me again. Outside the manor, the grounds were deathly quiet with countless soldiers standing guard. This scene is straight out of a historical manhwa. Seeing one of the guards nodding off a kind-hearted soldier next to him gave him a nudge. Hey Taiju, don't fall asleep on the job. Suddenly, the sleepy soldier broke into a terrifying grin, his hands now filled with hidden daggers. In the blink of an eye, every single guard was taken down. The assassin then used the opportunity to slip inside the manor, continuing his infiltration while dodging the next patrol. Jinbu Huan had to admit this was a bit of a challenge. The security was seriously tight. The plan is airtight. If word of this gets out, my legendary name, Jinbu Huan, will echo through the lands. But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from the lady of the house shatters the silence. Naturally, this gets the soldier's attention. My lord, what's wrong? My lord. Zilan, her face a perfect mask of grief, screams loud enough for the entire city to hear. Is anyone there? There's an assassin. My husband, he's been assassinated. Hearing this, the servants frantically burst through the door. Outside, a huge crowd had already gathered for the show. The real Jinbu Huan, disguised as a soldier, blends into the crowd to get the scoop. Wait, could there be another assassin? He wonders. A moment later, the soldiers drag a suspicious character forward, forcing him to his knees before the couple. Seeing that it's showtime, Lin Huan, looking like he's seen a ghost, gives Zilan a subtle look. Catching his cue, she immediately ramps up her performance. I can't bear to watch, she cries, then secretly gives Lin Huan's arm a vicious pinch, making him yelp in pain while she looks utterly devastated. My lord, are you okay? Don't you dare scare me like this. Lin Huan's face is deathly pale, but he manages to prop himself up and point a trembling finger. I'm fine. It was him. He's the one who attacked me. Then Lin Huan drops a name that sends a shockwave through the entire crowd, leaving everyone stunned. Jinbu Huan. At that moment, a guard grabs the culprit by the hair and yanks his head up for all to see. Lift your head so everyone can see you, you pathetic Jinbu Huan. But it turns out to be some random dude who looks like a knockoff, uglier version of our guy. I can't believe the so-called legendary assassin has a face like that. The crowd instinctively backs away, their faces full of disgust. No wonder he's a traceless killer. With a face like that, you'd die of fright before he even drew his sword. The real Jinbu Huan breathes a quiet sigh of relief and smirks to himself. You really think you can bait me out by insulting my handsome face? You're still too green. Taking advantage of the chaos, he whips a hidden weapon straight towards Lin Huan. A flurry of projectiles flies toward them, but the pair seems totally unaware. Suddenly, Lin Huan fakes getting hit and screams, "It's no good." Seeing his mission a success, Jinbu Huan scoffs and turns to leave. How ridiculous. Only a complete idiot would fall for such a brain-dead strategy. Under the cover of the ensuing chaos, he coolly and calmly makes his exit from the scene. Suddenly, a pair of feet appears right in front of him as a mysterious figure emerges from a puff of smoke, a classic manhwa entrance. What's this? It's poison, an assassination technique. As the smoke cleared, Jinbu Huan was left in a coughing fit. He even had the nerve to ask, "Wanna learn? I'll teach ya." Suddenly, Lin Huan popped up right in front of him, looking as confident as if he hadn't just been attacked. Seizing the moment while Jinbu Huan was still utterly flabbergasted, Lin Huan swiftly struck his pressure points, freezing him in place and sealing his meridians to stop any poison from spreading. With a nonchalant look, our boy even recommended some other health supplements. If that's not enough, I've got some taro carrots and pumpkin to help with your digestion. The assassin gritted his teeth in fury, his mind a chaotic mess, unable to believe his master plan had been read like an open book. But Jinbu, Han ever the drama queen, tried to play the victim. Fine, my bad. Just let me go, and I'll help you take out my former master. Seeing this, Lin Huan played along, acting like he'd targeted the wrong person. All right, up you get. Jinbu Huan saw this as his golden opportunity to strike. He unleashed another volley of hidden weapons, and while a few needles found their mark, Lin Huan's expression remained unbelievably calm. You can't hurt me, buddy. It was at this moment that Jinbu Huan's calm facade finally cracked his jaw practically on the floor in sheer disbelief. Impossible, why isn't he poisoned? Did I use a faulty batch? I'll just have to come back for his head another day. Realizing his attacks were futile, Jinbu Huan spun around to bolt, but before he could take a second step, his foot was cemented to the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Suddenly, an immense force erupted from below, catching Jinbu Huan completely off guard. He was blasted by the technique, sent tumbling to the ground with his head spinning. What in the world was that? Zilan approached, praising Lin Huan's gadget. I never expected your little invention to be so useful. What on earth is buried under the ground? He simply pointed a finger to the sky and nonchalantly named the move he just used. Earth Mine. Then Lin Huan explained how his brilliant, almost manhua-level trap worked. The outer layer of the poison smoke bomb is made from a pig's large intestine, which has fantastic elasticity. It's packed with poison powder and quicklime. Then another section of pig intestine is used to hold water. Hearing this, Zilan's face lit up with understanding as she put the pieces together. So all it takes is for the porcelain shards to puncture both dried intestines, and the water mixing with the quicklime creates the poison smoke. The two soldiers standing by listened to the whole exchange, completely clueless about what had just transpired. Jinbu Huan's poison was utterly useless. Only then did Lin Huan reveal the small shield hidden in his sleeve that had blocked the hidden weapons. I told you you can't win against me. And just to add insult to injury, Lin Huan dumped the entire stack of shields onto the unconscious Jinbu Huan. Jinbu Huan, my dude, you need to read a book or watch the news or something to get a clue. The very next day, over at Chuba's office, after hearing the report, the man just calmly sipped his tea. It's handled, my lord. The assassin has been taken care of by the Ma family. Li Bai, ever the hype man, chimed in from the side, adding a whole lot of extra spice to the story. Hearing this, Chuba couldn't stop a proud grin from spreading across his face for his son-in-law. So the whole thing was just Lin Huan putting on a show to get Jinbu Huan's attention, creating the perfect opportunity to plant landmines and block the assassin's escape route. He clapped his hands and roared with laughter. Brilliant, the boy has guts and strategy. Having said that, Chuba let out a sigh, a hint of unease in his heart. Just a tiny bit. If only the boy knew the proper methods, he wouldn't need such elaborate schemes. It's a shame the young master is past his prime for martial arts training, or I could have taught him some real techniques right here in the manor. Miles away, Lin Huan let out a sneeze, the kind you get when someone is definitely talking smack about you. But he paid it no mind, instead pulling up his system panel to check his progress. Who's thinking about me now? See, all it takes is a few pro gamer moves and the influence points just roll in. A notification promptly appeared on the system screen. Congratulations, host, for completing the influence mission. Influence points plus 50, and you've earned one chance to win a shop lottery ticket. Accept reward, yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Huan smashed that yes button, his face alight with anticipation as a glorious prize wheel materialized before him. Come on, big money, no whammies. If I hit the jackpot, I'm retiring to read manhwa all day. After a moment, the arrow landed on a skill, body reinforcement. Lin Huan stared at the name for a second, a bit skeptical. What good is body reinforcement gonna do for me? He decided to test out this new skill anyway. Well, I guess a buff is a buff. A massive crack echoed through the room. But instead of causing an earthquake, Lin Huan's hand just swelled up like an overinflated balloon. My hand, but he didn't really care because on the wall he had just punched a massive fish-shaped crater had appeared. Seeing the skill as utterly useless, Lin Huan lost all interest, waved his hand, and walked away. What a scam, this wall has absolutely no integrity. Elsewhere, Xiang Ying heard the news of the failure and was so enraged she shattered the teacup in her hand. Does that Lin Huan have plot armor or something? She fumed, sitting by the bedridden Kang Xuan's side, her sly expression aimed right at him. My sweet Kang Xian, don't you worry. I'll make sure you get your honor back. Fang Ying even gently caressed Kang Xian's face with a tenderness that could melt steel. That punk Lin Huan doesn't have much time left in this world anyway. Meanwhile, outside, Hu Yue was holding a crowd of kids spellbound with the tale of Lin Huan's assassination. Behold, the Grandmaster of Hidden Weapons, Jin Buhuan. With a flick of his wrist unleashed 3 lethally poisoned silver needles, they soared straight for the Ning family's live-in son-in-law, Lin Huan. In midair, the 3 needles transformed into 3 streams of toxic energy. 1 black, 1 white, and 1 gray, swirling together to form a yin-yang symbol that let out a piercing shriek. The kids were absolutely hyped, buzzing with excitement. Whoa, this Jinbu Huan is a total beast. Lin Huan is toast for sure. Sensing the story was reaching its peak, he dramatically snapped his fan shut against his palm. Then Hu Yue raised his fan high, his voice booming with passion as he continued the epic tale. But as you know, our hero Lin Huan is obviously no ordinary man. Just as he was hanging by a thread, Lin Huan pointed a single finger to the heavens and roared, "Thunder from on high, aid me." And in that instant, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the clouds, striking the near-death Lin Huan head-on. And the result? Well, what do you think happened? The audience was on the edge of their seats, absolutely losing it with curiosity. What happened? Spit it out, man. Seeing their reaction, he slammed his fan down on the table and declared loudly, "To find out what happens next, stay tuned for a commercial break." This announcement made everyone's jaw drop, completely killing the vibe. Another group of patrons started losing their cool, looking like they were about to give the storyteller a piece of their mind with their fists. What's this nonsense about stopping halfway? You're not going anywhere. If you don't finish the story today, we need to know, is Lin Huan still alive or not? Spill it, and what the heck is this commercial break crap? Suddenly a new voice cut through the commotion, interrupting everyone present. Of course he's alive. Lin Huan strolled in cool as a cucumber, picking up right where Hu Yue left off. The commercial is for promoting something, and that commercial was my idea. As Lin Huan said this, he pulled out a figurine of the very assassin who tried to off him. It was a doll of the legendary Zhang Hu figure from this manhua, the #1 Grandmaster of Hidden Weapons, Jin Buhuan. The moment the kids laid eyes on that toy, they were desperate to get their hands on it. Lin Huan then started highlighting its features, and the model's functions left even the adults speechless with amazement. You can even load it with tiny toothpicks to use as lethally poisoned hidden weapons. Seeing the ecstatic looks on everyone's faces, Lin Huan couldn't help but snicker. Men, no matter their age, are really just overgrown kids. A good toy is the ultimate weapon, apparently. A guy in the crowd, practically drooling, finally asked the million-dollar question, "How can we get our hands on one of these? It's gotta cost a fortune, right?" Ah, the first bite. Seeing his opening, Lin Huan seized the moment to drop the price tag for the gadget in his hand. "Excellent question, my good man. For an item this exquisite, you don't need a mountain of gold, nor a river of silver. All it takes is a single coin." And with that dramatic reveal, he whipped out a whole collection of different models, putting them on full display for the gawking crowd. Just 1 coin. Think it's a ripoff? Fear not. You can't possibly get scammed with our 7-day no-questions-asked return policy, plus a 1-year warranty. We're a reputable business, but stock is limited, so get 'em while they're hot. If you want to buy, just see our man, Mr. Guo. The crowd went dead silent for a second, a pin-drop moment of pure disbelief. But then the dam broke. Wallets flew open as everyone scrambled to get a piece of the action. "I'll take 3, me too. Give me a dozen." Ignoring the absolute pandemonium he'd just created, Lin Huan coolly paid his shill Xiaozhou, the kid who kicked off the whole frenzy. "This one's mine," I called dibs, man. "First time pulling a stunt like this, and it's way more fun than actual fighting. Don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from." Zilan, however, was not amused. Standing beside him with her arms crossed, she deadpanned, "Let's not forget, our whole reason for being here is to investigate the Gu Master Jinbu Huan, right? Already handled it." Lin Huan replied casually, gesturing towards the frenzied mob. "You see, my dear Mr. Guo gets a huge cut from selling these toys. And at the same time, he gets to bring the characters from his stories to life, turning them into actual action figures. It makes his storytelling way more engaging, like a real-life manhwa." "They'll be eating out of the palm of my hand," he said smugly. Meanwhile, the queue to buy the merch was already stretching around the block. But for a mastermind like Lin Huan, this was just the beginning. "This recent assassination attempt taught me one thing. Our current intelligence network is pathetic. These storytellers who wander the lands all year are the ultimate information brokers. We can glean all sorts of secrets from the tales they spin." With a flourish, Lin Huan produced a small slip of paper. "For instance, here's the latest intel on Jinbu Huan." But as he read the note, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Hongzi, Dongfang Han Gong? The situation is..." What the heck was this supposed to mean? Ancient formulas, these were practically heavenly scriptures. The ever-curious Zilan couldn't help but sneak a peek and let out a gasp of amazement. The Grand Adjudicator's office, the Empire's biggest watchdog, and one of the four major powers, was run by none other than Duke Dongfang Han. Their MO was basically to operate in the shadows, creating the perfect chaos to deploy assassins. As this sank in, our boy started connecting the dots. So the theory goes Jinbu Huan was captured a long time ago, but instead of getting the chop, he was secretly turned into a shadow operative for Duke Dongfang Han's crew. He was taking dirty jobs directly from the government. Suddenly it all clicked for Lin Huan and his face turned grim. This was some next-level manhwa plot twist. Lin Huan immediately rushed over to a rather startled Xiaozhou. He grabbed Xiaozhou's hand, his grip tight with the gravity of the situation. This wasn't a game anymore. Lin Huan started dragging him away. His face was a mask of tension as he explained, "Jinbu Huan has definitely set someone up, Xiaozhou. You have to warn Boss Achi, he's going to be targeted for revenge." With that, they sprinted back to Xiaozhou's place. Boss Achi. The room was a total disaster. It looked like it had been completely torn apart with obvious signs of a struggle. "He's been taken." A symbol had been left on an overturned table. Next to it lay a jade pendant. Seeing this, Xiaozhou's face paled with worry as he turned to Lin Huan. "Brother Lin, what are we going to do? The boss is in deep trouble," he cried, picking up the jade pendant. They wanted to do a secret hostage exchange, meaning they didn't want to start beef with the Ning Manor. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Huan was absolutely furious, ready to hunt down whoever was responsible. No matter who they were going down. As night fell, a carriage rumbled through the West City around midnight. Seeing they'd reached the rendezvous point, Lin Huan hopped out. After that long ride, his back was killing him and he had to stretch out the kinks. "What took you so long? It's already midnight, why are you so late?" a voice called out. Lin Huan just muttered, "Man, I'm sore." A group was already there waiting, led by a guy named Fang Ying. Of course, he was ridiculously handsome, no surprise given he was from the prestigious Ning family in this manhwa. Lin Huan's easygoing mood vanished, his face hardening as he snapped, "Cut the crap, where's Ah Chi?" Without another word, they shoved the battered and bound Ah Chi forward. The pretty boy leader then arrogantly planted his foot right on Ah Chi's face. He then barked at Lin Huan, "Hand over Jinbu Huan, or don't blame me for getting nasty with him." "Run, just leave me," Ah Chi managed to shout. But Lin Huan's expression didn't even flicker. He calmly continued, trying to buy some time. "You haven't even announced your name, so how am I supposed to know if you're a big deal or not? For all I know, you're just some cross-dressing wannabe I could crush with one hand." Hearing this, Fang Ying was surprisingly confident, even praising him back, You've got some serious fire in you." This humble servant is Dongfang Ying, a junior from the establishment of Dongfang Gonggong. At that, Lin Huan couldn't help but burst out laughing. A eunuch with a junior sounds like a special kind of inheritance. Guess calling you little brother wouldn't be totally off the mark, huh? Feeling utterly humiliated, Fang Ying gritted his teeth in a silent rage. Unable to stand it, he shot back with another threat. "If you spew any more nonsense, I'll chop his head off." Lin Huan casually turned back to the carriage, reaching inside as he spoke. What's the big rush? The emperor isn't in a hurry, so why should a eunuch be? He then dragged out the unconscious Kang Xian. Without missing a beat, Lin Huan grabbed Kang Xian by the hair and pressed a hidden weapon to his face, a perfect counter threat. Let's play a game. You kill Qi and I kill this guy. We'll see who profits more. One wrong move with this poison needle and even I don't have the cure. Hearing this, Fang Ying immediately tried to call his bluff. What's he got to do with me? I don't even know the guy. Lin Huan, in a move straight out of a brutal manhua, wasted no words and simply plunged a hidden weapon into Kang Xian's face, causing him to howl in agony. The sight left Fang Ying completely stunned. He never imagined Lin Huan would actually go through with it. When he saw Lin Huan gearing up to give Kang Xian a few more pokes, the fear finally kicked in. Stop, 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 don't stab him. He couldn't take it anymore, dropping his sword in a gesture of truce. Seeing that Fang Ying had finally caved, Lin Huan hauled Kang Xian up. How did you figure it out? The moment Jinbu Huan showed up to assassinate me, I already knew who sent him. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated smugness as he continued to school the poor guy. Who's my biggest enemy besides the Su family? Wu Qian, bless her heart, is a total ditz, but even she's not brave enough to come after me for revenge. That leaves only Kang Xian as the person with a real grudge against me. But Lin Huan was done playing games and simply tossed Kang Xian over to him. However, there's no way Kang Xian could afford to hire a top assassin like Jinbu Huan on his own. Therefore, there has to be a major player pulling the strings, and this person's relationship with Kang Xian must be much closer than a regular friendship. And with that, Lin Huan hoisted Qi onto his back and turned to leave. Putting all the pieces together was laughably easy, wasn't it, Dongfang Ying? Fang Ying was now super worried about Kang Xian, but our boy was just fuming and thirsty for revenge. Does it hurt? Kill him for me. At his command, the assassins were about to charge, but Fang Ying swooped in to stop them. Hold your horses. Lin Huan couldn't help but flash a contemptuous smirk, itching to make his move. Humph, you guys really are as dumb as a box of rocks. With that, he struck a match. I don't even get what this Bai Jin Bu Huan thing is for anyway. Without another word, Lin Huan tossed the flaming match forward. The tiny flame sailed straight towards the horse carriage, which just so happened to be packed with a whole lot of explosives. Burn, baby! Burn, I'm not handing anyone over to you. Witnessing the scene unfold, Fang Ying instantly realized Lin Huan's explosive plan and ordered his assassins to fall back. What followed was a massive boom as flames erupted and swallowed the entire forest. Lin Huan carried Qi away with a devilish grin plastered on his face, while Qi looked a bit concerned. Aren't you going to look back? Forget it, cool guys in every manhua don't look at explosions. He carried Qi to a hidden spot, pushed aside some bushes, and said, You listening? Now you see what he's really like. Inside was Zilan, and next to her Su Qian was tied up tight. The poor girl was on the verge of tears. Seeing that the mess was finally sorted, Lin Huan let out a huge sigh of relief. He stood with his hands on his hips, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him as he gazed up at the star-studded night sky deep in thought. I've really gone and ticked off GC Han. Next time we cross paths, I'll need a much more careful plan. The very next morning, a different group was passing through the same forest. This time we're escorting goods for the Marquis of Ningbo's residence. You all need to be on high alert for assassins. But then suddenly, from high up on the mountain, a massive boulder came crashing down right towards the group. Seeing disaster about to strike, one of the men went pale and screamed a warning to everyone, jump, but it all happened way too fast. The boulder slammed right into the rear carriage, sending people flying in every direction. At that sight, two others scrambled over to check on the situation. The guy who got thrown was in a total panic. Sangu, are you all right? The goods, they're completely destroyed. Out of nowhere, a gang of thugs armed with machetes emerged from the bushes behind them. They declared boldly to the terrified delivery men, Go back and tell your master if he dares to ship anything else through here, we'll slaughter you all. And that was all on the same day. Someone came scrambling to break the bad news to Chuba and Lin Huan. The entire shipment of porcelain was pretty much smashed to smithereens. The head of the security agency, who already had a government official breathing down his neck, was absolutely livid when he heard. He couldn't believe someone had the audacity to touch his cargo. Those blasted scoundrels dared to mess with my goods. Men follow me, we're going to annihilate them. Lin Huan, however, suspected there was more to this story. He turned to his father-in-law and cautioned, "Father-in-law, I'm afraid this is a setup. If they were just highway robbers, why would they only destroy the goods and not harm anyone? And they knew our exact time and location. I'm afraid we have a mole." Hearing this, Chuba managed to calm his jets, but a new worry surfaced. Who on earth could be behind this? Even so, if we don't crush them now, they'll surely tarnish the name of Ningzhou City in the future. Seeing that his son-in-law actually had a brain, he immediately decided to dump the entire problem on Lin Huan. Since you've sniffed out the problem, you can take the best troops and get going. And so that very afternoon, Lin Huan, along with Zilan and a host of soldiers, set out to investigate the situation. She had heard about the incident and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. From the escort master's description, these bandits sound like they're straight out of a martial arts manhwa. What's your plan? A true man never backs down. Whatever the case, I've still got a few ceramic landmines up my sleeve. After a short while, Zilan voiced her biggest worry, but Lin Huan just kept a cheerful smile. The key isn't that they're strong, but that they're cunning, which makes them hard to find. So where do you plan to start? A man of the mountains always has a clever plan. With that thought, he took a massive breath and bellowed loud enough for the entire region to hear, "Where are you, cowardly bandits? Your grandpa has arrived. Scramble out here right now. You have the nerve to raid the main road, but not the guts to show your faces. Quit hiding, you scoundrels. I know you're here." Seeing Lin Huan's unique strategy, the soldiers began to seriously question his competence. Is Master Ma really trying to lure them out just by yelling? That's a bit naive. I mean, look at him. He's got the dashing good looks of a manhwa protagonist. But I bet he'll just shout a few more times, then report back to Chuba that he failed. Seeing that being nice wasn't working, Lin Huan whipped out a megaphone to make his insults crystal clear. "You sons of mothers, aren't you going to come out and greet me if you don't? Just you wait, you won't even have your loincloths left." The soldiers couldn't believe their ears. How could a seemingly educated gentleman unleash such a string of profanities? The trash talk was on a whole other level. Suddenly, a foot stomped into view, crushing the poor innocent grass. But hey, it seems the foul-mouthed strategy worked. The bandits, thoroughly triggered, grabbed their swords and stormed out. Did Lin Huan just say all we have left is our underwear? I've never been so humiliated in my entire life. Lin Huan found their thin skin hilarious and couldn't help but chuckle. Finally decided to come out and play, have we? You guys forced me to use my not-so-PG vocabulary. He raised a hand ready to signal his troops to finish this little game once and for all. No more playing around. All units advance. In a flash, before the bandits could even react, they were completely swarmed and cornered by his soldiers. Then out of nowhere, one of them threw his sword to the ground in a dramatic gesture of surrender. The rest quickly followed suit, kneeling with their hands up and launching into a classic sob story. "We were wrong. We only turned to this life because we needed to put food on the table. We never wanted to hurt anyone. In fact, we want to surrender and join the army to protect the city." Lin Huan wasn't about to waste time with these bandits and was ready to end them. Wrong is wrong. Save your excuses. Zilan couldn't just stand by and watch, rushing forward to stop him. "Wait a minute, are you actually thinking of recruiting them?" She felt a pang of sympathy for the bandits and saw an opportunity to win them over to her side. After all, plenty of soldiers had once been on the wrong side of the law, and after being recruited, they proved to be fiercely loyal, never making any major blunders. If today's battle resulted in no casualties, then recruiting more troops wasn't a bad idea. Hearing her out, Lin Huan didn't give it much more thought. He casually handed the whole mess over to Zilan and his men. "All right, fine, you're in charge of them." He then turned back to Zilan, asking if she was absolutely sure about her decision, but she seemed lost in thought. "Don't you see the problem here? The moment they showed up, they shouted my name. How could outsiders possibly know who I am? It's all a bit strange, like a plot from a manhwa. Plus, they surrendered way too easily." Deep down, Lin Huan was actually a little intrigued. When things are this easy, there's definitely more to the story. I'm kinda looking forward to seeing what they're really up to. The next day, Ningzhou City was bustling with life, its streets packed with people coming and going. After settling in, the newly minted soldiers went out for a celebratory drink. This old man is finally a real soldier. The troops have arrived, our boss is a genius. Let's go swagger through the inner city. Feeling bold and boozy, a fella named Long Ju dramatically slammed his sword right into the table. He then bellowed at the waiter, "Yo, garçon, get the good stuff over here, only the most expensive bottle you've got." The poor waiter, practically shaking in his boots, pleaded for mercy. "Please, my lords, have pity. This humble shop is completely out of booze." That, of course, was the wrong answer. The soldier went ballistic, sending the waiter flying with a single kick. "You piece of crap, if Lord Ningbo hadn't mobilized us, I'd have smashed this joint to bits by now." His buddy warned, "Easy there, boss, don't do something you'll regret." After gorging themselves and getting thoroughly plastered, the squad finally staggered out, leaving a war zone for the waiter to deal with. As he cleaned up the mess, he grumbled under his breath, cursing those freeloading soldiers. Freaking cheapskates. They've been coming for days and haven't paid a single coin. Suddenly, he spotted something they left behind and called the owner over. "Boss man. You've got to see what these guys wrote." On the table was a note full of some heavy-duty criticism, stamped with a peculiar red seal. "The sovereign is a fool swayed by lies while the people suffer endlessly. Ningbo is no traitor. He should march on the imperial capital." The waiter, being illiterate, had no clue what it meant, but the look on the owner's face was dead serious. This was getting more dramatic than a manhwa plot twist. "Hey boss, is that like a treasure map or something?" the waiter asked, completely clueless. "Kid, this is way bigger than any treasure map." With that, the owner bolted out the door, yelling back, "I've got business to attend to. Keep the shop closed for a few days." Meanwhile, Chubo and his two kids were enjoying a perfectly normal family lunch, chatting away happily. Suddenly, their peaceful meal was interrupted when some fearless punk literally kicked the door off its hinges and stormed in. Instantly, both Chubo and Zilan were on their feet, swords drawn and ready for a brawl. Who dares? All they saw was a squad of soldiers who looked like they owned the place. The one in charge didn't waste any time with pleasantries. "Official business," he barked. All irrelevant bystanders scram. The tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. A full-blown fight was just a breath away in this manhwa. And then a familiar, unwelcome figure strode in. It was Kang Xian, and he got straight to the point, his voice dripping with accusation. "Marquis Ningbo, you have the audacity to commit treason." Chubo was genuinely shocked. He couldn't believe this guy had the nerve to show his face again. "Treason? Seriously? Didn't you embarrass yourself enough the other day?" Kang Xian just smirked and whipped out the very note the soldiers had left at the inn. He waved it in Chubo's face. "And what, pray tell, do you have to say about this? How dare you try to deny it? With a corrupt sovereign listening to slander, the people are suffering, and now Ningbo is being framed for treason. That's why they've marched right up to the capital's doorstep." Meanwhile, Lin Huan couldn't give two hoots about the drama, entirely focused on the noble art of shoveling food into his mouth. Sigh, the youth these days are so hot-headed. Is there no decorum left? Seeing our boy's unbothered expression really got under Kang Xian's skin. He couldn't care less anymore and just ordered his soldiers, "Arrest them all. Han guards, seize this traitor for execution. Kill anyone who dares to stand in the way." Suddenly, Long Jiu-hu, the troublemaker from earlier, swaggered in. The guy even had the audacity to act like he was the victim coerced by Lin Huan. "Marquis Ningbo, I was so wrong about you. As a loyal subject, my duty to the realm comes first. How could you command these scoundrels to assassinate the emperor? You may not value your own life, but think about your parents, your wife, and your children. They will all suffer because of you." Our boy couldn't help but mentally applaud Long Jo-hoo's over-the-top immersive acting. "Bravo, what a performance. You guys should seriously consider a career in acting." Seeing this whole charade, Ningbo finally understood everything. He even advised Zilan to lower her guard and sheath her sword. "I'll go with them. With a clear conscience, I have nothing to fear." Having achieved his goal, Kang Xian flashed a sinister smirk and forbade anyone from following them. "Oh, and by the way, until this whole matter is cleared up, I won't lay a single finger on any of your relatives." And just like that, these guards weren't even allowed to set foot inside the Marquis's manor. He then ordered his own soldiers to leave before following his captors. "All of you disperse. Await my news." Zilan couldn't help but turn to Lin Huan. "You, on the other hand, seem to already have your next move planned. Can your plan even work?" Of course, all you have to do is trust me. Still worried, she turned to him, desperate to know what he was plotting. So spill it, how are we supposed to find them now? Lin Huan's face was brimming with a confidence straight out of a manhua. He reached into his robe to pull something out. Simple. Lin Huan then whipped out a strange pair of sunglasses, something that had absolutely no business existing in this era. The latest design, ultra slim shades. He coolly put them on and began explaining their function to a bewildered Zilan. They can distinguish a special pigment that I custom made. To demonstrate its capabilities, Lin Huan beckoned her outside for a live demo. What you're about to see is the miracle of these glasses. This handy gadget helps Lin Huan. Lin Huan could spot the hoofprints and human footprints left on the ground. I had Xiao Zhou and Ah Qi whip up this special paint ages ago. When Kang Xian waltzed into the manor, we made sure he and his gang of goons stepped right in it. Without another word, he grabbed a horse ready to ride off and save his father-in-law Lu Ba from Kang Xian's clutches. Lin Huan then extended a hand toward Zilan, asking her to join him, a gesture that left Zilan utterly stunned. Let's go, he said, his face radiating pure confidence, as if victory was the only possible outcome. Hop on, we're about to go raise some hell. The next day, at the foot of a mountain strewn with bones, the trail of glowing footprints was unmistakable. Lin Huan and Zilan concealed themselves, silently observing the situation ahead. The terrain was a defender's dream and an attacker's nightmare. They have to be behind the mountain, he deduced. Soon enough, they spotted a camp in the distance. Zilan, ever the impatient one, was eager to move forward. I can't see clearly from here. I'm going in for a closer look. You wait here. Lin Huan quickly grabbed her hand. Whoa, hold your horses! He then pulled out a pair of binoculars. I came prepared, of course. Zilan stared at the contraption, completely baffled. What in the world is this? Why are both ends blocked by these weird transparent glass pieces? Lin Huan patiently explained, this is called a glass lens. You can get a ceramic workshop to craft it. He smiled and handed the spyglass to her. I had this made especially for you. We have a matching pair, you know. Think of it as a token of our engagement. Zilan's face turned beet red. Who's engaged to you? She stammered. She took the lens to try it out, then gasped in amazement. This is incredible. If we had this in a war, we wouldn't need to sacrifice any more scouts. Lin Huan just grinned. Stick with me, kid. The future holds even more amazing things, just like in a sci-fi manhwa. Together, they scanned the crowd below, confirming their suspicions. Yep, those were definitely Kang Xian's men. Bingo, Lin Huan said. Looks like they're in the middle of some shady deal. All we need now is an excuse to slip in. Seeing the large number of soldiers, Zilan started to worry. But there are hordes of them, and the Ning family has no troops here. Are you suggesting we fight to our last breath or something? Lin Howen remained as cool as a cucumber, still scoping out the target. Not necessary. We're just going to do a little fishing in troubled waters. What's that supposed to mean? He then leaned in and whispered the brilliant, probably insane plan into her ear. Trust me, it goes like this. So think it'll work. A short while later, Zilan was tucked behind a large boulder, setting up an ambush for two passing guards. The moment they let their guard down, she sprang into action. The two guards went down for the count before they even knew what hit them. And just like that, Lin Huan was on them like a hawk, stripping them bare. Zilan nervously piped up, "Are you sure I don't need a disguise?" He gave her a look, a flash of awkwardness in his eyes. Given your assets, a standard disguise just won't cut it. Then out of nowhere, Lin Huan handed Zilan a small box. What's this? He explained with a smirk. It's a makeup kit, packed with all my custom-invented lipsticks and powders. Don't worry, we'll just glam up and waltz right in. Zilan stared at the box for a hot second before awkwardly refusing. I usually spend my time practicing martial arts, not playing with this. Lin Huan, however, was already twirling the brushes like a pro. Relax, I'll be your personal makeup artist. After a few deft strokes, the masterpiece was complete. All right, you can open your eyes now. Zilan asked shyly, how do I look? Lin Huan's jaw nearly hit the floor. Staring at the literal fairy before him, he couldn't hold back his praise. My dear, you look absolutely stunning. Zilan had to pinch his cheek to snap him out of his daze. Stop staring and let's get to work. Right, on it, on it. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, Lin Huan appeared before the mountain bandits, a struggling Zilan in his arms. Talk about a lucky break. He immediately started showing off his prize. This trip was totally worth it, boys. I managed to snag a real beauty from the city, but one of the goons wasn't buying it. Hey, you look kinda new around here. Without missing a beat, Lin Huan was on him, a sword pressed against his throat. Where were you when I was coming and going, taking a whiz in some corner? You got the nerve to question me. The guy started trembling and backed off immediately. My bad, big bro. Total misunderstanding. Right, we're all on the same team here. Just give us the secret signal and you're golden. Zealand started to panic. Oh no, they have a secret signal, is our cover blown already? This is the kind of cliffhanger you'd see in a popular manhwa. Lin Huan just flipped them the bird and roared, here's your signal, but whoops, the fake finger snapped right off. He immediately launched into a furious tirade. Asking me for a signal is a huge sign of disrespect. I, Lin Taiyu, have nothing if not my honor, and I always back it up. You don't believe me? Fine, watch this. He then chopped off his finger. Now you've seen it, so don't you dare get fresh with me again, or you'll have nothing left. Seeing Lin Huan's absolutely unhinged performance, the bandits were utterly terrified. Dude's a psycho. With an attitude like that, he's gotta be one of the top dogs from the summit. He then popped the severed finger into his mouth and started chewing on it like a piece of jerky. You don't get to disrespect me, got it. This time it's my own I'm eating, next time it'll be one of yours. Staring at Lin Huan's perfectly fine finger, Zilan whispered in disbelief. Was that finger made of ceramic or something? He replied casually. It was a steamed bun with some paint on it. These guys are all hacks. A little trick like that is enough to send them running. A moment later, they arrived at a large tent. This is the one. I'm going in to dig up some evidence. Zilan urged worriedly. Be careful, and also, how are you going to signal me? Lin Huan waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I guarantee you'll see the signal. After about 2 incense sticks worth of time, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. Zilan was at a loss for words. Well, she could definitely see that signal, but wasn't it a bit overkill? Just as the blast subsided, a figure sauntered out from the camp. It was Lin Huan rocking a fresh new outfit and looking as cool as a cucumber. He dramatically plunged his sword into the ground, looking like a classic manhwa protagonist, then yelled with a challenging smirk, Hey, you bunch of bumbling bandits! The words had barely left his mouth when a red-eyed Long Ju rushed out screaming, Son of a biscuit, you live-in son-in-law of the Ning family, men, chop him to pieces for me. Completely unfazed, Lin Huan continued his taunts. You're the ones up to no good, and you have the nerve to run your mouths about it. After bellowing, Heavenly thunder, aid me, the area in front of him promptly exploded. The surrounding soldiers scattered in terror. Egg my ears. What was that? I'm deaf, I can't hear a thing. It's thunder magic, it's thunder magic. Enraged, Long Zhou gripped his saber and charged forward. Lin Huan, you've got some serious nerve. In a flash, he grabbed our hero by the collar, his eyes burning with killing intent. Die for me? Lin Huan just smirked coldly. Without a hint of fear, he threw open his shirt, revealing a vest of explosives strapped to his body. Whoa there, one wrong move and we'll all be blown to bits. Long Zhou froze, his expression shifting from pure rage to utter panic. He stumbled back a few steps before whirling around to order his men. Scatter, everyone scatter now. Lin Huan nodded in mock approval. My, what a great and caring leader you are, huh? With that, he immediately gave chase after Long Zhou. Don't run, I just want to talk. The guy's face was ashen with pure terror. I'm not crazy. But soon enough, Lin Huan caught him and swiftly strapped the bomb vest onto his body. What's the big rush? I just need a little cooperation. Lin Huan threatened through gritted teeth. You dare disobey and I'll blow you straight to kingdom come. Long Zhou felt incredibly wronged. Every injustice has a source, every debt has a debtor. Go settle your score with Kang Xian, casually draping an arm around the guy's shoulder and whispering, Of course I know, but you also know someone has to be the fall guy first. After all, a lot of people are watching you. It was only then that Long Zhou sensed something was off. Are you saying Kang Xian sent people to spy on me? In a flash, his gaze zeroed in on a spy who was already trying to bolt. Long Zhou immediately ordered his troops to seize the man. Beside him, Lin Huan calmly analyzed, "See, I don't even have to find the traitor myself. You and Kang Xian pulled off such a treasonous act. When it's all said and done, he'll naturally want to eliminate you to tie up loose ends." The man's face instantly darkened. "He can't possibly defeat my soldiers. I have that letter in my possession. Who gave him the audacity?" Lin Huan quickly presented a token. "If you don't believe me, take a look at this." Longju's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ji Shihan." Lin Huan nodded slightly. "That's right, Kang Xian's backer is none other than Ji Shihan. Your raid on the official residence wasn't Ji Shihan's order, but Kang Xian ordering Ji Shihan to do it." Then he patted the guy's shoulder with a placating tone. "Kiddo, the martial world is treacherous. You're still young, you can't just be so careless, can you?" Long Ju clenched his fists in fury. "Even if you're right, you and Kang Xian are cut from the same cloth. Why should I trust you?" A dangerous glint immediately flashed in Lin Huan's eyes. "Don't trust me, I've still got plenty of landmines. If I die, you're coming with me. Right now, your only option is to listen to me." Long Zhou was stunned into silence, unable to utter a single word. Just then, another soldier ran up to report, "Sir, government troops are here." Lin Huan turned back to Long Zhou with a smug look. "See, I told you so. I've already anticipated everything." With that, he snapped his fingers and a series of explosions rocked the base of the mountain. "So I figured I'd lend you a little hand." In a classic manhua power move, the entire battalion of soldiers sent after them was completely annihilated by Lin Huan in an instant. He clenched his fist, feigning distress. "That was a huge waste of my precious landmines." Long Ju eyed Lin Huan warily. "Why are you helping us?" He answered frankly, "Right now the Ningfu has no soldiers, so naturally I need your help. I want you to become my soldiers. It's as simple as that." Long Ju awkwardly turned his head away. "A debt must be repaid, that's the code of the martial world. I can only agree to this one request. As for Kang's letter," Kang Xian offered, "Give it to me, I'll go get it for you." Just then Zilan walked out of the tent holding a secret letter. "No need, I already got it." Long Ju had no idea how to deal with Lin Huan. "You said you want me as your private soldier, so why are you still trying to find the evidence yourself?" He replied calmly, "You just said it yourself a moment ago. A man's gotta be prepared, right?" With that, he excitedly marched forward. The Lin family army was on its way to stage a jailbreak. A crying Long Ju yelled after them, "Could you maybe untie me first?" As night descended, two soldiers were patrolling around the prison. They stopped in front of an iron door, exchanged a subtle glance, and slowly pushed it open. Inside, Marquis Ning was being held. "Someone wants to interrogate you, if you'd be so kind as to move." Chuba glanced outside with a sharp gaze. He didn't say a word as the two jailers escorted him out. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of nowhere and struck one of the jailers, stunning Chuba. He was still processing when the other guard also hit the deck. Two men in black immediately appeared before Chuba. "Marquis Ning, help has arrived. Come with us quickly." They leaped ahead, but when they noticed he wasn't following, they turned back to urge him on. "Hurry up before they find out." But Chuba stood his ground, his eyes cold as ice. "Are you done with your little performance?" The two men in black froze, realizing their cover was blown, and immediately bolted. "We've been exposed, let's get out of here." Suddenly, the dead jailer behind Chuba got back up. The man instantly ordered fire, and a volley of arrows shot towards the two fleeing figures. The jailer casually pulled the arrow from his own chest, remarking, "Lying on the ground this late at night is actually quite refreshing." Then Lin Huan let out a laugh and slowly removed his mask. "Greetings, father-in-law." Chuba was absolutely flabbergasted, his shock plain to see. "You little rascal, how did you know they were planning to fake a rescue to break me out?" Lin Huan answered coolly, "They have no actual evidence that you committed any crime. So their only move was to silence you for good. That's why they orchestrated this whole dramatic manhua scene, thinking you'd get scared and try to escape." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed through the area. Chuba and Lin Huan quickly leaped up onto the wall. Below them was an army led by Kang Xian. Now it's time to bring the man out for his execution. He furiously pointed at our protagonist, yelling, Lin Huan, you're in cahoots with rebels. Are you trying to assassinate an imperial censor? Lin Huan, completely unfazed, propped his chin on his hand and stared at Kang Xian. Well, what a coincidence. Isn't this the great Lord Kang Xian? What brings you here in the dead of night, planning a little jailbreak? Right after that, a thick stack of incriminating documents was hurled straight at him. Lin Huan leaped down, facing him head-on. It seems Lord Kang Xian is well aware those guys are common bandits. In that case, should I perhaps inform the imperial court that you're in cahoots with them? Hearing this, he just smirked contemptuously. Are you trying to frame me in front of the Jishi Han? Our boy looked Kang Xian dead in the eye. That's right, they are the Jishi Han. You, on the other hand, are not. Lin Huan clasped his hands respectfully towards the Jishi Han standing behind them. My esteemed Jishi Han brothers, as you can see, this situation is a tad complicated. Everyone's just trying to make a living, so there's no need for anyone to get hurt. This little disagreement between me and Kang Xian is something we'll handle ourselves. It has absolutely nothing to do with you fine gentlemen. Kang Xian brushed off his shoulder, his voice dripping with confidence. Don't be ridiculous. You think they'll listen to your nonsense. Lin Huan didn't reply, instead striding over to sweet-talk them, which made Kang Xian break out in a cold sweat. My brothers, on my way here, I discovered a courier station at Fa Jin Yuan Bao, just 3 miles west of the city. Now you tell me, how could a place named Distribute Gold Ingots just give away money for free? Besides, this kind of reward is only for the Jishi Han who have served the state with merit. Common folks aren't so lucky. The Jishi Han exchanged glances, their resolve clearly wavering. This is some top-tier manipulation you'd see in a historical manhwa. Kang Xian whirled around and furiously berated them. This is bribery. You work for the imperial court, not as some private army. The Jishi Han just chuckled and turned to leave. That's right, we're not a private army. Technically speaking, without an official military rank, he can't order us around anyway. Yeah, we do all this work for the city and get zilch for it. Exactly. We're not related to him in any way. Doing a little job for the boss was already giving him enough face. Lin Huan let out a soft, teasing laugh. Brother Kang Xian, it seems you're all alone now. He held up the confession in his hand, his voice turning ice cold. You've sinned, so you won't mind atoning for it, right? Enraged, Kang Xian spun around, reaching for his sword. Fine, you've got guts. But if anything happens to me, don't expect this city to know peace. But before he could even make a move, Lin Huan sent him flying with a single decisive blow. Peace. You think someone like you deserves to talk about peace? Kang Xian was quickly pinned against the wall. Peace. You're framing me. You helped collude with bandits, and you have the audacity to talk about peace. Lin Huan didn't even blink, slamming his sword down right in front of the guy's face. Peace, buddy, you messed with me. Peace was never an option. Feeling the sheer murderous intent rolling off Lin Huan, Kang Xian started shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. You... Lin Huan tossed the written confession at him and turned to walk away. Go ahead and run, but the juicy details in this letter, they're going straight to the public. Then Lin Huan shot a look back at Kang Xian, his eyes radiating pure death. Confess on your own, or I'll personally escort you to a very peaceful place, 6 feet under. The next day over at the Ming Manor, the vibe was immaculate. Zhang Bo raised his cup, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. I never thought you'd pull such a bold move right under my nose. Lin Huan just shrugged with a cool smile. Father-in-law, the heavens are on your side. I just gave them a little nudge. Just as they were enjoying their victory lap, a servant scurried in with some news. Sir, the daughter of the Su family, Su Qian, requests an audience. Lin Huan's face soured before the servant could even finish. Su Qian, what's she doing here trying to plead for that loser Kang Xian? Tell her to get lost, no audience, kick her out. The servant, practically vibrating with fear, tried to stutter out, No, it's her, when a hand gently landed on his shoulder from behind. Allow me. Su Qian dramatically dropped to her knees, her voice thick with emotion. This humble girl, Su Qian, has come with a request. Lin Huan, completely unbothered, just kept sipping his drink. You're connected to Kang Xian. There's nothing to talk about. Su Qian immediately slammed her forehead to the ground. It is indeed about him. He tilted his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Wait, you're not here to beg for his life? As for Su Qian, her gaze turned absolutely glacial. I'm asking you to kill him. Both Zhang Bo and his son stared at her, completely flabbergasted by this manhua plot twist. Now that got Lin Huan's attention. He immediately stood up and walked over to Su Qian, crouching down in front of her. Okay, Spill, what happened? And cue the flashback. Rewind to half a day earlier at the Su Manor. Kang Xian hands Old Master Su a letter with a smirk. Father-in-law, you're gonna want to see this. After reading it, the old man was so stunned his hands started to shake. This is... He slammed the table in rage. Kang Xian, how dare you? And just like that, Kang Xian dropped the act, revealing his true scumbag face. If you hadn't poked the bear named Lin Huan, I wouldn't be in this mess. So you'd better play along nicely. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your precious daughter won't end up working at the Luo Qing brothel. And with that parting shot, he turned and walked out, leaving Old Master Su to collapse on the floor in utter despair. If you must blame someone, blame Lin Huan. Lin Huan, if it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. A moment later, Su Qian cheerfully knocked on Old Master Su's door. Father, I've struck a fantastic deal with a porcelain merchant. From now on, we can sell our own handmade ceramics. After knocking repeatedly with no answer, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Father. The sight of Old Master Su made her blood run cold and tears streamed down her face. Father, is anyone there? Somebody help. Old Master Su had taken his own life. With trembling hands, Su Qian picked up the confession note left on the table. A confession. What could my father possibly have to confess? She demanded, whirling around to face a servant. Who was here just now? Spit it out. It was young Master Kang. Losing all composure, Su Qian lunged forward and grabbed the servant by the collar. What did he say to my father? The servant stammered, I didn't hear anything. But as he was leaving, he mentioned someone. Her hands clenched into tight fists, her eyes blazing with pure hatred. Kang Xian, did the Su family ever wrong you? A debt of blood must be paid in blood. I swear you will pay for this. Back in the present, Su Qian wiped away a tear, her eyes burning with a thirst for vengeance. Kill him for me. If you help me, I'll do anything you ask. Lin Huan rose slowly, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. I'll grant your wish, and I don't need anything from you in return. Kang Xian will die. With that, he turned to leave. First things first, he needed to gather some intel on his target. The next day at a lively brothel, the air was thick with flirtatious calls. Come here, my lord. Hey, handsome over here. Lin Huan, surrounded by a bevy of beauties, looked as happy as the protagonist of a harem manhua. Su Qian, standing to the side, couldn't help but frown suspiciously. I know it's not my place to question you, but you promised to help me get revenge and gather information. What in the world are we doing in a place like this? Lin Huan just smirked. Because the best information broker in the city is right here. Just then, a melodious female voice floated down from the second floor. Is that Lin Huan? Someone bring him up to me at once. Ling Ji was lounging gracefully in her chair, legs crossed. Well, what brings our dear young Master Lin to my humble abode? Those dolls you made for me have been selling like hotcakes. I owe you my thanks for the hefty profit. Lin Huan casually brushed off his robes and took a seat. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'm here on business today. Ling Ji glided over to him, her fingers gently tilting his chin up. You're looking for information on Kang Xian, I've got it right here. He reached for the scroll, but she snatched it back with lightning speed. A sly, coquettish smile played on her lips. If you want my intel, you'll have to show a little sincerity. Their eyes locked, a silent battle of wills igniting between them. Dude, was the bribe not enough? Lin Ji snapped back, clearly annoyed. You're using my likeness and I haven't even invoiced you yet. Seeing that she wouldn't budge, Lin Huan switched tactics. If cash wasn't an option, how about a sweet taste of fame now? That was a much more effective lure. It's unclear what sweet nothings Lin Huan whispered, but Lin Ji's gaze wavered for a moment. Wait, is that even possible? After mulling it over, she tossed a scroll of information toward Lin Huan. You better keep this on the down low. He unrolled it, and after a moment of reading, his brows furrowed in pure astonishment. Something like this actually happened. Lin Ji clapped him on the shoulder and arched an eyebrow, looking thoroughly unimpressed. What's the deal? You know my secret now, so why don't you trust me? Without any warning, Lin Huan gave Lin Ji a hard shove that nearly sent her sprawling. This matter can't be delayed. Lin Ji watched his departing figure and muttered under her breath, "What a complete weirdo." Seeing him return, Su Qian immediately inquired about the situation. How did it go? Did you get the information? He waved the paper in his hand. Naturally, it was better than expected. This was about his father, Kang Hui. The tale begins 20 years ago. Kang Xian's father, Kang Hui, was once a simple soldier guarding the city gate. His daily job was to check travel passes like a background character in a historical manhwa. The moment he saw the procession of horse-drawn carriages, Kang Hui conveniently abandoned his post. At that very time, a caravan was exiting the city. According to others, Kang Hui, who was supposed to be on gate duty, disappeared for a while, claiming it was an emergency. The very next day, the caravan carrying wealthy merchants was brutally attacked, suffering heavy casualties. They were completely annihilated. Later, a wealthy merchant who had escaped covered in wounds was conveniently rescued by Kang Hui. From then on, the indebted merchant did everything in his power to help him. It was also around this time that spies from the enemy nation of Yue Guo began their operations, even bribing officials with heaps of gold. The official pocketed the bribe without a second thought. Su Qian felt like she had heard this part of the story before. The king and the city lord soon met with a great disaster. The main culprit, a spy from Yue Guo, was promptly assassinated by Kang Hui. Afterwards, Kang Hui racked up numerous great achievements, eventually becoming the city lord with power comparable to Ning Bo. He comfortably secured one of the most important positions in the imperial court. Reading this far, Su Qian couldn't help but be utterly stunned. According to the information, Kang Hui might have been colluding with the neighboring country and was involved in that robbery. Lin Huan's face darkened, his hands clenching into furious fists. What's even more infuriating is that Yue Guo made off with a mountain of cash while Kang Hui got all the fame and fortune, only to turn around and orchestrate the city lord's assassination. The absolute nerve. He glanced at the nearby establishments. According to their intel, before Kang Hui clawed his way up to become the city lord, he was a regular at the Dongfang Mingye tea house. Su Qian chimed in, adding that Kang Hui often headed in that direction, his movements always shrouded in mystery. Lin Huan whipped out his disguise kit in a flash. Before we go snooping, let's give ourselves a little makeover. The entrance to the Mingyue tea house was bustling with a mix of distinguished guests and stern-looking guards. Now expertly disguised, Lin Huan and Su Qian strolled confidently toward the entrance. Two guards immediately blocked their path. State your business, show us your entry token. Suddenly, a figure zipped right past Lin Huan's eyes, and a man collapsed onto the ground with a pathetic thud. Refusing to give up, the man desperately grabbed the guard's leg. "I'm begging you just one more time." In an instant, Lin Huan pieced it all together. "Ah, I see. This isn't a tea house, it's a casino. If you don't believe me, just watch." Su Qian whispered inquisitively, "So does this mean all the money stolen 20 years ago was laundered right here?" A sly smirk played on Lin Huan's lips as he struck a powerful pose. "What do you think I'm here for? You want a token? My money is the only token I need. Imagine running a casino and still acting so petty." The flustered guard rushed over and whispered urgently in Lin Huan's ear, "You know this is a casino, so why are you shouting and trying to cause a scene?" He casually pulled out a silver ingot and slapped it against the guy's face. "Are you trying to lecture me? You've got guts." The two guards' eyes lit up as they greedily accepted the silver-waving Lin Huan and Su Qian through without another word. Watching Lin Huan's arrogant display, Su Qian's face turned beet red. Why have I never seen this side of him before, so domineering? Inside the Mingyue tea house, the air was thick with noise and excitement. Su Qian anxiously scanned the chaotic room. "Security is crazy tight in here." She worriedly asked, "How are we ever going to find the vault?" But Lin Huan remained as cool as a cucumber. "Simple. We'll make them come to us. You go scout the area, I'm going to play a few hands." Su Qian was instantly horrified. You know how to gamble. With that, Lin Huan turned to her with a look of unshakable confidence. Back in the day, Chen Xiaodao turned 20 yuan into a staggering 37 million, and Lin Shu turned 200,000 into 5 million. I can do it too. This is classic protagonist in a gambling manhua stuff. He then promptly rolled up his sleeves and swaggered over to a table. He placed his bet like a seasoned pro. The game master rapped one of the bowls on the table, calling out, 3 cups, 1 ball. Place your bets, folks, a 5-to-1 payout, an opportunity of a lifetime. Then with a flick of his wrists, he shuffled the cups around. His hands were a blur, a masterful display of sleight of hand that was almost impossible to follow. The crowd of onlookers eagerly yelled out their wagers. Jia, I'm putting 10 silver ingots on Jia. Yi, 15 silver ingots. 1 ingot. Hearing the pathetic 1 ingot bet, the game master sneered, is some broke beggar trying his luck? The minimum bet here is 10 silver pal. Suddenly, a gleaming gold ingot slammed onto the table, accompanied by a commanding voice. I'm betting on Yi, 1 gold ingot. Our hero shot the game master a look dripping with arrogance. Go on, open it. The dealer slowly dramatically lifted the cups. It was Yi or not. As all 3 cups were revealed, one patron shouted with glee, it's Jia, the first cup, while a wave of disappointment washed over everyone else. Sweet, I won, I actually won. The lucky gambler cheered, but Lin Huan grabbed the dealer's wrist. Hold on a second. I'm a little suspicious. The dealer, cool as a cucumber, swore a solemn oath. Honored guest, you can't just slander an honest man. If I cheated, may I lose an arm. Lin Huan watched him for a second, his brow furrowed in thought. Maybe it's just my rotten luck, he conceded. He let go of the man's arm, but his eyes burned with a desire for revenge. Fine, he thought. A few more rounds, and I'll win it all back. The dealer smirked internally. What a rich idiot. Time to bleed him dry. Once again, the cups became a blur as the game master shuffled them with lightning speed. Place your bets. Once your hands are off, the reveal begins. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Huan tossed a pile of gold onto the table. 10 gold ingots on this one. The dealer's eyes lit up with unbridled greed. Jackpot, I've hooked a whale, soon you'll be walking out of here with nothing but your underwear. Then Lin Huan coolly put on a pair of glasses and declared, I bet on Jia. The dealer flinched. Jia. But it was Jia last round. There's no way it would be Jia again, right? But Lin Huan's expression was solid as a rock. I said Jia, now open it. Seeing his unwavering confidence, a tremor of doubt ran through the dealer. Now what, did he actually guess right? Lin Huan coolly took off his glasses, a sly grin playing on his lips. Too easy, he thought. I coated the ball with a special invisible paint that I can see with these glasses. I can track its every move. This is classic manhua protagonist logic. Thinking fast, the dealer decided to change things up. All right, let's open them up. We'll start with the 3rd cup. He wasn't about to let this kid win so easily. He had no intention of letting Lin Huan win, so he'd prepared a 2nd ball for just this kind of emergency. You think beating me is that simple? In your dreams. But Lin Huan was watching his every move like a hawk. Being so close, he spotted the sleight of hand in an instant. He immediately snatched the man's wrist and bellowed for all to hear, "You're cheating." The game master pointed to the bowl and let out a cackle. Don't talk nonsense, my hands are clean. Look, the ball is under the 3rd bowl. When met with dead silence from the crowd, a flicker of panic crossed his face. What's wrong? Why is everyone so quiet? The game master glanced down only to see the ball in the cup was a glaring blue. Lin Huan immediately called him out for sneakily swapping the red ball for a blue one and then claiming innocence. In reality, our boy had moves faster than a lightning strike in this manhua. One hand grabbing the game master's wrist while the other deftly slipped the ball under the bowl. The scammer stumbled back in utter shock. You're trying to frame me. Lin Huan didn't miss a beat, pinning the man's arm with his foot as he coldly aimed the tip of his sword downward. Now who was it that said cheaters have to part with an arm? Allow me to do the honors. Just as he swung his sword, an interrupting voice cut in, Hold on. Hu Yuan appeared all smiles and reverence. Let's discuss this calmly. No need to spoil the mood over such a trivial sum of money. Lin Huan instantly hopped down and approached him. Oh, the money is definitely not important, but then again, I wasn't here for cash in the first place. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past the game master. In a flash, Su Qian appeared, pressing a dagger to Hu Yuan's back. Lin Huan's lips curled into a chilling smile. You wouldn't mind joining us for a private chat, would you? Su Qian tightened her grip on the dagger and let out a cold little laugh. Sure. Hu Yuan laughed too, but his was a twisted, mocking smirk. A for effort, Lin Huan immediately sensed something was off. This isn't good. An arrow whistled through the air, just grazing the back of Su Qian's head. Luckily, Lin Huan reacted in a split second, pulling her out of the way of the fatal attack. In the blink of an eye, they were completely surrounded by the tavern's guards. Lin Huan shielded Su Qian behind him. A place this heavily fortified, they must be hiding something they don't want outsiders to see. Her face was a mask of anxiety. Pleading is useless. Does this mean we have to kill our way to the evidence? Lin Huan raised his hands in mock surrender. Hold your horses. You're about to witness an Oscar-worthy performance. At that, Yu Bai leveled his sword and slowly advanced with menace. It seems you two are wealthy. It would be a real pity for you to die. Lin Huan stared back completely unfazed, his eyes a silent warning. Indeed, what a pity. I came here to offer you a golden opportunity to make some bank, but if you're not, if you want something, you can just as easily forget it. Yu Bai's brow furrowed for a second before he let out a derisive little laugh. What a show-off. I've seen your type a million times. You've got nothing. Lin Huan, cool as a cucumber, simply replied, I have connections down south. I was hoping to learn from your alliance's experience to open a few casinos. Hu Ye, standing behind him, burst out laughing, her voice dripping with sarcasm. An alliance? What's that supposed to mean? This isn't some martial arts club, buddy. We don't need a grandmaster. Lin Huan paid her no mind, continuing to paint a grand vision of the future like he was the author of the next big hit manhwa. Just picture it, he said. If we form a casino alliance that stretches from the outer city all the way to the core, how powerful would we be? We'd be raking in cash not just from the inner city rich kids, but from everyone on the outskirts too. The blueprint for a massive casino network was crystal clear in his mind. For casinos to truly grow their influence and squash the competition, they had to branch out and expand their reach. All right, smart guy, but what's the biggest problem you face when you try to open a casino in a new territory? Hu Ye asked, still skeptical. Let's see, you haven't paid this month's protection fee, have you? Got a death wish? It boils down to two things, reputation and power. Without street cred, no one shows up, which means you can't make any money. Seeing that his fish was about to take the bait, Lin Huan decided to go for the kill shot. Joining the alliance is the perfect solution to that problem. Casinos are a dime a dozen, but having a brand that screams good fortune is key. If all the casinos operate under one legendary name, doesn't that solve the reputation problem instantly? Lin Huan looked at him with an expression of pure confidence. Instead of struggling to open a casino by yourself, you franchise out. You hire others to help you expand. They get a cut of the profits and you build a legendary reputation. Isn't that a win-win? He painted a future so bright they'd need sunglasses to look at it. When that day comes, all the casinos in the world will treat you like family. With that kind of backing, you won't have to worry about the money ever stopping. Yu Bai still looked a little hesitant. Why should I trust you? Can you even keep them all under control? Lin Huan's gaze turned absolutely lethal. Are you questioning my ability to keep them in line? I am young Master Lin. I command the winds and the rains. What is there to fear? Yu Bai pressed the tip of his sword to Lin Huan's neck, drawing blood, but our protagonist didn't even flinch. He retracted his sword, unable to stop himself from sighing in admiration. You truly are a major player. Hu Ye stepped forward, her tone suddenly syrupy sweet. Young Master Lin, tell us more about joining this alliance of yours. And what happens if someone joins but doesn't follow the rules? The more Lin Huan spoke, the more Hu Yue became intrigued. Dazed and confused, she realized that management and operations were no walk in the park. What's management? What are operations? What in the world does it mean to manage operations? Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe Lin Huan could actually flip an enemy into an ally just like that. Hu Ye shot him a big thumbs up, practically glowing with admiration. Brilliant young Master Lin truly is in a class of his own. You've really opened my eyes today. It was just a lucky guess, Lin Huan said with a sly smirk. When it comes to this kind of game, I'm literally 1,000 years ahead of you guys. He furrowed his brow, pretending to be deep in thought. But there's one little problem now. Hu Yue, getting antsy, urged, spit it out. Lin Huan just feigned confusion and made a move to leave. To succeed, one must first peek at the account books. You have to grasp the big picture before making the next move. Seems your big boss isn't around. Guess I'll have to take my business to another casino. Hu Ye immediately grabbed his arm. Wait. Let's negotiate. We can negotiate. He hurriedly turned to his underling. Is anyone there? Go get the account books now. The servant trembled and mumbled, I can't, sir. It requires the big boss's approval. Hu Yue, utterly furious, landed a solid smack on the subordinate's rear end. What the hell are you scared of? Get it and get it now. Yes, sir. Having achieved his goal, Lin Huan turned and shot a slick wink at Su Qian. He flipped through the ledgers for a moment, then nodded slightly. Not bad at all. The entries are crystal clear and the revenue is quite decent. Suddenly, Lin Huan slammed the table and shot up. All right, I'm in A's. For the alliance fee, training fee, and management fee, I'll draw up an itemized list and send it to you later. Hu Ye beamed and nodded. Excellent. He personally escorted them to the door, bowing as they left. Please take care. Su Qian whispered, Did you find it? Lin Huan gave a subtle nod. Got it. Lin Huan began to recall and analyze the information. Every month, the casino was sending a cut of its profits to a place called the Linglong Workshop. He turned to Su Qian with a look of absolute certainty. That place is the key to toppling the Kang family. Little did Lin Huan know, however, that he was already being tailed. To think someone actually got their hands on the books, I must report this to the higher-ups. It's time to spring the trap. Night fell. At the Linglong Workshop, two shadowy figures lurked outside a room. Lin Huan leaned in cautiously. He peeked through a tiny crack in the door, then immediately recoiled, his face flushing crimson with shock. This is the Linglong Workshop. I thought it was a warehouse or something, but I never imagined it was actually a... Su Qian also snuck her head in for a look, and the scene inside left her absolutely speechless. This is one spicy manhwa plot twist. She was utterly gobsmacked. Inside, a scantily clad woman was playing a flute, surrounded by a whole bevy of other gorgeous ladies. They were also rocking the less is more look, dancing seductively to the rhythm. Suddenly, one girl stepped forward and knelt on the floor, assuming a rather submissive posture. The person behind her swung a massive rod and whacked her good. Pay attention if you can't master dancing, music, chess, and painting. Who in their right mind is going to pay to get you out of this pleasure house? Su Qian and Lin Huan were completely floored. So that's what this was, a top-tier training academy for future ladies of the night. Lin Huan's brow furrowed in deep thought. Something wasn't adding up. Before Ning Zilan's wedding, he'd hired courtesans from this very place to mess with the guy. Heck, even the intel on his family came straight from Ling Ji. It was only now that the alarm bells started ringing. Oh crap, it's a trap. Lin Huan reacted in a flash, shoving Su Qian out of the way, just as a hail of arrows rained down on them. His mind raced. No wonder Ling Ji was such a powerhouse. She didn't just have spies and resources at her beck and call. This was some next-level manhwa plotting. On top of that, she had to be a spy from the Yue Kingdom. Thinking fast, Lin Huan whipped off his outer coat and used it as a makeshift shield. With no time to waste, he grabbed Su Qian and made a break for it. The two of them scrambled until they reached a nearby room. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Huan punted the door clean off its hinges. The girls inside shrieked in terror. Pervert! Cradling Su Qian in one arm, he used his free hand to sweep everything off a table and roared, Everyone shut up! Lin Huan gave a slight shake. Su Qian was mumbling incoherently. Su Qian, wake up. The poison was spreading rapidly up her neck, and pure panic started to set in for our boy. It's a poisoned arrow, I have to save her, and fast. Without a second thought, Lin Huan started unfastening Su Qian's clothes. No time for second thoughts, saving her is the top priority. He mentally commanded, "System, cash out all my completed missions right now. Exchange everything for an antidote." The system whirred to life, processing the request, and a moment later, a vial of life-saving antidote materialized in Lin Huan's hand. He gently lifted Su Qian and administered the antidote. Watching the venom slowly recede, Lin Huan finally let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Thank heavens, the poison's finally clearing up. His mind drifted back to all his previous dealings with Ling Ji. He thought to himself, Ling Ji and I were partners. We traded info, we had a good thing going. Why on earth would she try to kill me now? Did I see something I wasn't supposed to, or find out a secret worth killing over? A furious glint appeared in his eyes. How dare she double-cross me? You're so dead. Just as he reached the door, he spun around for one last word. Hey, you folks from the Jiao Fang, take good care of her for me. If not, I'll come back and haunt you from beyond the grave. With that, he slammed a gadget on the floor and a thick cloud of white smoke instantly billowed out, completely blinding the girls inside. By the time the smoke cleared, there was no trace of anyone outside. As Lin Huan sprinted away, he shouted taunts over his shoulder, "Come and get me if you want to kill me." The security thugs appeared in a flash, but our boy wore a face of pure confidence. The game is on. Lin Huan dashed ahead of the assassins who were hot on his heels. After him, don't let him get away. But up ahead, a towering city wall blocked his path. Seeing their chance, the assassins lunged forward, eager to finish the job quickly. They swung their swords in a wild frenzy, only to slice through thin air as the figure before them vanished. They looked around, utterly baffled. Where did he go? Suddenly, one of them pointed up at the city wall and yelled, "Look up there, he's on top of the wall." A sly grin spread across Lin Huan's face as he casually strolled along the wall right above them. "Come on up, boys. Feel free to ride your horses up here." The assassins stared up slack-jawed, completely oblivious to the team of soldiers behind Lin Huan, straining to hold a tightrope steady. "What's the matter? Never seen a steel wire before." Seeing a few of them toss up grappling hooks, Lin Huan couldn't help but nod in mock admiration. My, you guys are well equipped." However, the assassin's stubborn refusal to give up was starting to feel a bit tiresome. "You guys are as persistent as hungry leeches." He quickly leaped down from the wall and gave an order to the soldiers behind him. "You two, these opponents are too tough for us, let's run for it." The assassins immediately jumped down in pursuit, only to realize upon landing that they had been completely played. Before taking off, Lin Huan shot them one last gloriously mocking glance. "Here's a little parting gift for you. No need for thanks." The assassins were so enraged they were practically shaking. "I have never seen anything like this. What an utterly shameless scoundrel." Lin Huan glared back at them. "You're a bunch of spies. You're the real shameless ones here." And with that, he and his two soldiers started banging gongs and beating drums, pulling out a megaphone to make an announcement. This whole scene feels like it's straight out of a comedy manhwa. Come one, come all, gather round and see spies from the Yue Kingdom, masters of martial arts. They can chase a man over a city wall but won't even run from the good citizens. Mortified, the assassins turned tail and fled. "Retreat, retreat now." The two soldiers following Lin Huan were ecstatic. "Lord Lin, you are absolutely brilliant." The Yue Guo spies heard that and practically wet their pants, scrambling to get the heck out of there. "Lord Lin, what's our next move? Should we head back to the Ningfu for backup?" Our boy shot that idea down instantly. "Go back to the Ningfu for what? To swallow this insult? Heck no. Obviously we're going straight to the city lord to demand some justice." The two guards just stared at each other, completely baffled. "But didn't you say those spies and the city lord are in cahoots?" A dangerously sly grin spread across Lin Huan's face. "That's exactly why we're going. Because they're on the same team, he'll have to eat this loss quietly. Trying to assassinate me, a true gentleman knows how to put petty villains in their place." A short while later, at the city lord's manor, Lin Huan casually crossed his legs and said, "The location of the Yue Guo spies is crystal clear, City Lord Kang. Time to send in the troops." Kang Hui took a slow, deliberate sip of his tea. "There's no need to be hasty. Perhaps your guess is mistaken. It's not too late to act after we've conducted a thorough investigation." That was the last straw. Lin Huan slammed the table and shot up, roaring, Are you tired of living, old man? Kang Hoi's eyebrow twitched in fury. His lackeys, completely spooked, started shouting at our boy. What's with that attitude? Are you threatening the city lord? I say you're the real spy. Apologize this instant. Kang Hoi's face was a thundercloud as he barked, silence. Lin Huan, do you really think it's appropriate to threaten a city lord in his own manner? The old geezer glared daggers at Lin Huan. I think you should go cool off in the dungeons for a bit before we continue this conversation. Completely unfazed, Lin Huan just waved a dismissive hand. Sure, I'll go to jail, but Kang Hui, you'll be heading straight to the grave. Kang Hui froze, his eyes glued to the object in Lin Huan's hand. Wait a minute. It was a projection clear as day of glittering gold and silver treasures. In this day and age, sucking up to the royal family with lavish gifts was the name of the game, and the absolute best time to do it was on the Empress Dowager's birthday. This was the one event that had every big shot official groveling at her feet. The collection of gifts presented on her birthday even had its own epic name, the Birthday Tribute. This sounds like the setup for an amazing manhwa art. Lin Huan bold as ever pointed right at old man Kang Hui. The spy attack caused damage to the birthday tribute and its accompanying invitation. If you don't investigate this immediately, you'll be the one held accountable. Kang Hui grit his teeth and gestured him closer. Young Master Lin, would you be so kind as to let me see this invitation? Lin Huan eyed the old fox with suspicion. How could the birthday tribute possibly... What, faking it? Are you just gonna let him walk off with it? Kang Hui frantically waved his hands. All right, fine. But just then, Kang Xian popped up out of nowhere. However, as we investigate this case, we need to find clues from the ceremonial gift list. Therefore, show us the invitation. Without a second thought, Lin Huan casually tossed the bag over to Kang Xian. Here, have a look. The man opened the bag and gasped in astonishment. This is... Lin Huan immediately started his showboating. That, my friend, is the five-colored glazed phoenix, a treasure jointly presented by the Merchant Guild to the Empress Dowager for her grand birthday celebration. Seeing this, one of the attendants couldn't help but chime in. Aren't ceremonial gifts supposed to be gold, silver, precious treasures, rare stones, and fine jade? Who on earth suggested sending this? Lin Huan shot back without a hint of hesitation, scolding the old man. You uncultured swine. He continued his dramatic performance, gesturing wildly. The five colors symbolize the dark mystery of the heavens, while the earth symbolizes the imperial yellow. The mystery originates from black, therefore the five-colored glazed phoenix symbolizes our king's dominion over the four seas and his rule over the eight directions. It's a plot point worthy of a legendary manhwa. The two attendants nodded along, pretending to get it. Oh, is that how it is? Right. I think I'm starting to understand. Lin Huan sidled up to them, giving them a very peculiar look. You guys seriously still don't get it? Looks like you're not exactly cut out to be scholars, are you? The attendant shook his head frantically. Not at all. We totally get it. Lin Huan immediately spun around and pointed an accusing finger at Kang Hui. And that's why the spies from Yue Guo attacked me. Their goal was to destroy the five-colored glazed phoenix. The father-son duo Kang Xian and Kang Hui were trembling in their boots, utterly terrified. We're so dead. How could we not have considered this angle? Suddenly, a soldier entered and whispered something in Lin Huan's ear. Lord Lin, why didn't you say so sooner? If we'd known, we would have defended the ceremonial gifts with our lives to stop those spies from ruining them. Lin Huan let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, what a load of crap. I literally just smashed this thing myself to frame the spies. Am I going to spill the beans now and get myself killed? Kang Ye, regaining a sliver of his composure, looked at the young man. Very well, we will investigate. The Merchant Guild can simply provide a different gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Huan slapped him square across the face. Are you a complete moron? We already made it clear we had to send a sample to the capital for the ceremonial officials' approval. Or were you planning on not sending it at all? He furiously shoved the remaining items into Kang Hui's hands. All right, I wash my hands of this. If someone has to explain this mess, you, the Kang family, can do it. After all, the spies are running rampant in this city because of your negligence. Whatever happens next is not on me, it's all on you for failing your duties. Just you wait until the executioner's axe falls. The old man immediately lunged forward to stop him. Wait a minute. Fine, who says we're not investigating, left with no other option, the old geezer ordered his son to do exactly as Lin Huan demanded. And so Kang Xian, ever the obedient son, led a squad of soldiers to investigate the city. Moments later, a full-blown military parade was ready to roll right in front of the city lord's manor. With all the majesty he could muster, Kang Xian bellowed, "We'll start the sweep from the East City." That was the official story anyway. But in his heart, he was cooking up a totally different scheme. There was no way in heck he'd let this guy sniff out his connection to the spies. I've got to lead him on a wild goose chase. Just then, Lin Huan suddenly slapped him on the shoulder, making Kang Xian jump out of his skin. "What are you doing over there? I know exactly where those rats are hiding." He shot a look back, and two soldiers immediately played along. "Yeah, that's right, we saw him plain as day. What's the point of going that way? You trying to bamboozle us or what?" Without another word, he swiftly grabbed Kang Xian by the scruff of his neck and started dragging him along. "If you don't pick up the pace by the time I file my report, I'll take this straight to the Empress Dowager, and not even your ancestors in the great beyond will be able to save your sorry hide." Seething, Kang Xian gritted his teeth. You're good, Lin Huan, just you wait, I'll get you one day." Suddenly, a soldier next to Lin Huan leaned in and whispered, "My lord, where are we actually headed? You don't really know where the spies are hiding, do you?" Lin Huan whispered back, "Of course I don't." A profound glint flashed in his eyes, straight out of a classic manhwa, but that's not going to stop me from dragging them into the light. Kang Xian's face darkened as he stared at Lin Huan. The spy's nest was so well hidden, how could he possibly have found it? He clenched his fists, vowing to eliminate this thorn in his side. Just then, Lin Huan pointed. "To the right." Kang Xian was taken aback. Is he deliberately giving the wrong directions? A smirk spread across his face as if he'd just had an epiphany. "Ah, I see. If he really knew where they were, he would have already embarrassed me publicly just like last time. It looks like he's just bluffing." Suddenly, Lin Huan bellowed to the bustling crowd, "My good people, the city lord's manor has just pinpointed the location of the Yue Kingdom spies. Come let us witness this glorious moment as we purge this evil for our nation." A random citizen chimed in, "Excellent. I've had it up to here with those Yue Kingdom scum." Another quickly followed suit, "Count me in, I'll do my part for the country. I wonder if there's a reward." Kang Xian looked on with a challenging expression, thinking this was just a cheap trick to gain popularity. "You don't even know the location, how are you going to corner me?" Unfazed, Lin Huan spread his arms wide with an air of absolute righteousness. "My fellow citizens, we have arrived. The spies from the Yue Kingdom are all gathered in one place." He then pointed towards, "Behold, a massive casino. This is the spot, the grandest casino in all of Ningcheng." A guard posted outside bellows, "Who dares cause a ruckus?" Kang Xian throws his arms out trying to placate the mob. "Everyone just wait. Let's investigate this properly. Don't be rash." Lin Huan immediately gets in his face. "What's the meaning of this? Just how much did the Yue Kingdom bribe you to turn traitor?" Someone in the crowd yells out in disgust, "Lord Kang Xian, a man of your noble position betraying the nation, you're nothing but the scum of the earth." A voice of doubt pipes up, "Could it be, did the city lord's son really sell us out?" Others surge forward, the pressure mounting. "Yeah, if he's innocent, why won't he let us inside to see for ourselves?" Kang Xian gestures frantically, "Lin Huan, you're doing this just to humiliate me. Guards, secure this location." Yubai shuffles forward hesitantly, "But master," only to catch the full force of Kang Xian's fury. "Damn you, get out of my sight." Kang Xian sneers, thinking, "My father who serves this country with his whole being is still 1,000 times better than you." Lin Huan tries to disperse the crowd. "All right, folks, the city lord's manor will take over from here. All unauthorized personnel, please clear out." But before he could even finish his sentence, the crowd surges forward like a tidal wave, desperate to reclaim their hard-earned money. Kang Xian gets knocked aside, sprawled on the ground, looking like his soul just checked out. As the townsfolk go on a rampage, our boy can't help but mutter with a smirk, not bad at all. Go on, smash it even harder. These gold bars belong to you. The people take them back. Lin Huan points towards the stash. The cash is over there, everyone grab what's yours and go home. Staggering back to his feet, Kang Xian bellows, "Have you all lost your minds? Is there no order left?" He points a trembling finger. Stop them this instant. Arrest them, he screams. But Lin Huan's expression is as cool as a cucumber. These people are the soldiers' families and neighbors, who'd be dumb enough to arrest their own folks. This isn't some predictable manhua plot. Lin Huan casually plucks the helmet off a nearby soldier. "Hey Kang Xian," he says with a wicked grin. "Ever had a taste of what true people power feels like?" He shoves the helmet onto Kang Xian's head and then yells, "There's a spy here trying to make a run for it with the money, get him." The townsfolk, busy scrambling for gold, snap their heads around in an instant, their eyes burning with pure fury. They swarm Kang Xian, delivering a beatdown of epic proportions. "Stop, I'm not a spy," he shrieks. The fists keep flying as someone yells back, "Not a spy, my foot. Stop your lying." Lin Huan watches from the sidelines with a mysterious glint in his eye. And now it's time to deal with the real spy. He lands silently at the base of a tree near the manor. Lin Huan draws his trusty crossbow, aiming up into the branches. "You hid here last time. You're up there, aren't you?" The lookout in the tree panicked. "Crap, I've been spotted." He nimbly leaped down and bolted. Ah Chi clasped his hands in admiration. "Lin Huan, you magnificent bastard, that was brilliant." "Should I go after him?" he asked. Lin Huan smirked. "Nah, let him run. He's going to lead us right back to his little hideout like a good little breadcrumb." The streets were bustling with people flanked by sprawling mansions. Lu Ning, our runner, glanced around nervously. "Something feels off. I've got a bad feeling about this. Better not report back directly." He peeked at a reflection, and what do you know, he had a tail. Yep, definitely being followed. Thinking fast, Lu Ning ducked into a crowded restaurant and casually swiped a cloak from some poor, unsuspecting soul. Classic manhua spy move. From a high vantage point, he watched his pursuer frantically searching for him down below, looking utterly lost. Lu Ning scoffed, "Amateurs. You think that's all it takes to catch me?" And just as his ego inflated, the cup in his hand dropped and shattered into a million pieces. Lu Ning clutched his head, his vision swimming. This tea is poisoned." The surrounding townsfolk were happy to clear things up for him. "Of course it's poison, genius. The entire street is a setup by the great Lord Lin Huan." And with that, a bucket of water was unceremoniously splashed right in his face. Lu Ning's eyes flew open. Where am I?" He froze, realizing he was stripped down to his trousers and tied up tighter than a drum. Ah Chi sighed in disappointment. "You let him get caught like that, so much for finding their hideout." Lin Huan, hands on his hips, was unfazed. "Don't worry, I have my ways of making him sing." Lu Ning just sneered back, "In your dreams. You're clever with your little schemes, Lin Huan, but it's not gonna work on me." He clamped his jaw shut, determined to stay silent no matter what. Suddenly, a look of pure panic washed over Lu Ning's face, his body tensing up. Lin Huan casually dangled a small glass orb. "Lose something? I helped myself to it while you were indisposed from the poison." Lu Ning's eyes widened in horror. "How did you possibly know?" Lin Huan smirked. "Let's just say I've read a lot of novels and this manhua trope is a classic." But Lu Ning was defiant. "Kill me if you want, I'm not telling you anything." Ah Chi cracked his knuckles ominously. "Is that so? I like a man with a strong will. Gives me a chance to make him wish he was never born." But Lin Hian stopped him. "No need for brute force, my friend. I've got methods that are far more persuasive." Lin Huan laid out a series of curious instruments on the table. "Even if our guest here refuses to speak, I can still extract every last bit of information I need." Though he inwardly sighed, remembering the steep price and influence points he'd paid for these goodies. "Time to get to work. Behold my creation. What we're about to use is the most advanced gadget around." A red box with a brush appeared. "It's a lie detector." Lin Huan placed the stethoscope over Lu Ning's heart and slid it around. The guy tensed up like a coiled spring as the interrogation began. "You're from the Yue Kingdom." Lu Ning's heartbeat was as steady as a rock. "No tells yet." Lin Huan laid out his crimes. You came here to hide out and team up with the Kang family to seize control of Ning City. His heart rate started to flutter, but just a little. Beside them, Aichi couldn't help but chime in. Lin Huan, dude, literally everyone knows that already. He just waved him off. Relax, I've got this. Lin Huan then softly probed, is your hideout to the east? Still nothing. Lu Ning's heart rate was as calm as a summer's day leaving the guards, and Aichi totally baffled. But our boy just kept on asking. Your base is to the south then? His pulse remained infuriatingly steady, showing no change, as if he already knew the answer. Lin Huan asked the final question. So the hideout is to the north? Bingo. Lu Ning's heart started pounding like a war drum, going absolutely wild. Seeing this, Lin Huan pointed the way. There we have it, head north and we'll find them. He gloated, told you so, even if you stay silent, I'll figure it out. How you like me now? Aichi meanwhile was just staring wide-eyed, completely lost. Lin Huan gave a sharp order, take him away. One of the guards scratched his chin. What kind of overpowered manhwa protagonist is young master Lin Huan to know this strange sorcery? The soldier next to him chimed in. I'd say it's 99% dark magic. Lin Huan smacked him on the head. Have a little faith in science, will you? It's just a simple lie detector combined with a heart rate monitor. When I hit a nerve, his heart goes crazy. That's all there is to it. The guard rubbed his head, still utterly confused. Lin Huan put on his best teacher voice. All right, class, listen up. First, you ask him some baseline questions and record any changes in the waveform. An image of Lu Ning's panicking face flashed in his mind. Then you wait for the moment he panics. His qi and blood flow get all out of whack, and the lie detector translates that into a spike on the waveform. The lie detector simply reports what it senses from the heartbeat. The soldier's eyes lit up. So that's how it works. That's so next level. Absolutely brilliant. But Aichi was still scratching his head. Wait a minute, that's not right. Why would you explain your trick so openly? Lin Huan just pointed at Lu Ning. Now that he knows he can just use his martial arts to control his blood flow, right? Wouldn't that make the whole thing useless? Effective. Lu Ning, still trying to act tough, sneered, so what if you know my base is in the north, Lin Huan? It's a massive place, you think you can actually find it. He looked up, his aura flaring as his internal energy surged. The lie detector went absolutely berserk, making everyone panic. Oh no, he's powering up. Someone suggested, I'll seal his acupuncture points. But Lin Huan shut that down immediately. No need, if I had the guts to call him out, you think I'm scared of his little tantrum. He strolled closer, casually tossed the lie detector aside, and then hopped onto the table like a true manhwa protagonist. The north has 3 main routes, west, central, and east. Lu Ning scoffed with contempt. Are you underestimating me? You think I'd actually tell you? Our boy snapped his fingers. I knew it. It's the eastern route. Lin Huan then dramatically unrolled a map. This very road, in fact. After a quick scan, he abruptly jabbed a finger at one specific location. This is definitely the spot. Seeing this, Lu Ning's jaw dropped. No, that's not. It can't be, he screamed. You bastard Lin, when you knew all along, you were just toying with me. Lin Huan wore a smug grin. All those questions I asked you, they weren't just for the lie detector, you see, they were for my chart. And at the same time, they were providing me with the data I needed to use my special technique. Red circles appeared on Lu Ning's face on a screen. You're lying. The machine had recorded every expression, every glance, every frown. Even the way Lu Ning pursed his lips didn't escape our hero's eagle eyes. Lin Huan smirked. The corners of your mouth, your eyes, your brows, and all those other little facial tics. No matter how well you try to hide it, you'll always unconsciously betray yourself. On the side, the soldiers were fanning out like crazy. Lin Huan is so freaking cool, just like a character from our favorite manhwa. Even Aichi was in awe. So all that massive data collection from before was for this micro-expression analysis. This gadget could probably rival the world's greatest masters. Our boy just sheepishly admitted he bought it from the system store. Easy peasy. Lin Huan clenched his fist, thinking about how before he had only focused on some light body enhancement. Only recently did he realize he was lacking in the sensory department, so he knew he had to beef it up right away. He briefly daydreamed about having a supermodel's physique, but then worried that if he overdid the body enhancement, he might turn into the next Bruce Lee. He quickly shook the silly thought out of his head. Lin Huan flashed a brilliant smile and raised his hand. We've found their den. Now we just wait for the perfect opportunity to wipe them off the map. As it happened, his raised hand was pointing directly at the two ladies on the upper floor. Su Qian was completely starstruck. He's that incredible. I guess I really misjudged it before. Zilan chimed in, yeah, I'm dying to take it out for a spin. She quickly turned away, her face flushing bright red. Even though they were technically a couple, blurting that out was still super embarrassing. An image of Zilan in a rather suggestive pose flashed through Su Qian's mind. She was getting all cozy with some random dude. Standing there, she wondered, aren't we supposed to be using the lie detector? What's she getting so flustered about? It took Su Qian a second to realize her mind had taken a dive into the gutter, and she quickly covered her mouth. Wait, you meant the lie detector, right? Zilan shot back. What else would I be talking about? Su Qian frantically denied it. Oh, nothing at all. Lin Huan waved to someone behind him. Akio, let's get a move on. There's a huge pain in the neck waiting for us. Just then, Ling Jie, who was rocking a vibrant red rose tattoo on her upper body, appeared. She intimately latched onto Lin Huan's arm. Young Master Lin, what brings you here today? He thought to himself. Why did you betray me? He really wanted to give her a piece of his mind. But instead, Lin Huan's face turned beet red, thinking about something else entirely. Her tracts of land were enormous. He turned to his buddy for backup. It's nothing, just came to ask a question. AQ, you do the talking. Say what now? His pal replied, but AQ quickly caught on and pointed his sword at Ling Jia's. Why did you betray Lin Huan? She lowered her gaze and stammered. How could you say such a thing? I am but a humble pawn of the Yue kingdom. I have no say in my own actions. Ling Jia's eyes welled up with tears. Perhaps. I'll need young Master Lin to purchase my freedom. Only after escaping their grasp can I truly serve you. He tossed a robe in her direction. Don't bother with the honey trap routine. Do I, Lin Huan, look like that kind of guy to you? This isn't some generic romance manhwa plot. He then quickly turned away to wipe a bit of drool from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Lin Huan grabbed Ling Jia's chin. Aren't you afraid I'll just capture you myself and claim the bounty? She challenged him. Would you dare, young Master Lin? He simply snapped his fingers, signaling a Qiwa to apprehend her. Following the order, his sidekick slammed a palm strike onto the table for intimidation. The table immediately split in two and collapsed right on top of Lin Huan's foot. Ling Jie remained defiant. Catching me won't be that easy. I have 1,001 ways to escape back to the Yue kingdom. You might as well kick back and enjoy your tea. What's the big rush? Just hear me out for a second. Lin Huan paused, deep in thought. That time I was framed. You definitely had a hand in it. He then questioned, but why would you do that? I've been thinking about it non-stop, and there's only one conclusion. Lin Huan pointed dramatically at her. You're a double agent. He started connecting all the pieces of this wild manhwa-style conspiracy. Thanks to Ling Ji's slick handling of the sale, your name blew up faster than a firecracker, even attracting nosy merchants and officials to investigate the matter. Lin Huan laid out the perks Ling Ji had gained. If you had stuck to your original plan, you'd just be a courtesan with some minor fame. But now in everyone's eyes, you're a bona fide patriot, a national hero. Your little chess pieces never even had a chance to follow your script. They got swept up into a much bigger, more dramatic game board. He pictured her manipulating the nobles and Kang Xian like puppets. This means by positioning yourself between two nations, all they need to do is protect you to get their hands on prime intel. Lin Huan was slowly but surely dismantling Ling Ji's entire scheme. You chose me as your pawn to make your opening move, a classic dirty trick straight out of a political manhwa. A web of information began to form in his mind. The brothel you're in is the very nexus of information between the two kingdoms, one intelligence network for the courtesan house and another for the Yue kingdom. With the confident smirk of a man who held all the cards, Lin Huan said, one tiny misstep and you'll have nowhere left to run. Ling Ji gritted her teeth. So what? That's just your wild speculation. He remained unfazed. True, it's just a guess, but that doesn't change what I'm about to do. He grinned. I'm here to blackmail you. Hearing this, her whole body went rigid. Blackmail me. A Chi standing on the side was utterly speechless. Wow, really? You're just gonna say the quiet part out loud like that. Lin Huan calmly took a sip of tea. Because you, my dear, don't have the guts to gamble. Suddenly, Ling Ji intentionally let the robe on her shoulders slip down. She gracefully lifted the hem of her long skirt. Blackmailing me, is it my body you're after? He saw this and did a spit take with his tea. Why must you always say the most ridiculously provocative things? Lin Huan slowly draped the robe back over her shoulders. I need you to provide me with all the information you have on Kang Hoi's treason, and regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I'll let you walk away. He then gently instructed her, here's what you need to do. Inside a sprawling mansion, Su Qian was anxiously pacing back and forth. So what are we supposed to do now? Just then, Lin Huan strolled in through the door. What's all the fuss about? Something got you riled up. She let out a long sigh. Even though we dealt with the spies from the Yue kingdom, we still can't lay a finger on the Kang family. Zilan, who was beside her, nodded in agreement. She's absolutely right. The city lord's mansion has a formidable military force. We just went head-to-head with them. There's simply no way for us to launch a direct assault. He waved his hand dismissively. I know. It's all been arranged. In just a few days. Oh, you'll all find out soon enough. She shot up and briskly walked away. Perfect, I'm off to the barracks to check on the arrangements. That spy's den is about to be locked down tighter than a drum. And, scene. We cut to Su Qian sitting solo by a window at some random restaurant, while the table next to her is absolutely buzzing with some piping hot tea. Psst, hey, have you heard the news? The other guy hesitated. You mean, about the Kang family? Her ears perked up at that. So did Lin Huan's brilliant strategy actually work? The man in green chimed in. Turns out the previous city lord was nothing more than a glorified gatekeeper. He used his guard post to get away with theft and collude with the Yue kingdom. The man in brown eagerly confirmed that's straight-up treason. Another guy threw in his 2 cents. On top of that, the old city lord's death was super suspicious. My old man secretly told me about it, and it matches the list perfectly. The man in green continued, the files are so ridiculously detailed, there's no way this is all made up. His buddy wondered aloud, so where did this juicy info leak from? Just then, someone slapped a paper on the table revealing a plot twist worthy of a manhwa. It had the official seal of Lord Lin Huan himself. He's from the Ning mansion. They whispered, there's no way he'd be lying. Su Qian, unable to resist her nosiness, leaned over. Pardon me, but where are they handing out these flyers? One of the men simply pointed out the window. Just go look for yourself, miss. She shuffled over to the window to see the street teeming with people as scandalous flyers danced in the air. Hot off the press, can someone who can read tell me what it says? Suddenly, some brutish soldiers started shoving people around. Make way, get the hell out of here. Keep gossiping and you'll be charged with a felony. A storm cloud formed over Kang Xian's face. Lin Huan, you've gone too damn far, he bellowed. An order from the city lord Lin Huan is spreading malicious rumors with vile intent. A citywide warrant is out for his arrest. I don't care if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Find him. The soldier's face was a picture of conflict like a character in a tense manhwa panel. That's going to be a little difficult. The mission Lin Huan had entrusted to him flashed in his mind. Give this to him. The soldier replied sheepishly, my lord, he, left the city about an hour ago and asked me to give this to you. He said I would know the right time to deliver it. Kang Xian snatched the paper and unfolded it, his eyes landing on the message Lin Huan had left. Yeah, I did it on purpose. You're totally screwed this time. Enraged, he tore the note into a million tiny pieces. That damn bastard Lin Huan. Up in the restaurant, Su Qian breathed a sigh of pure relief. Kang Xian, just roll over and accept your fate. There's literally nothing in this world Lin Huan can't pull off. At that very moment, Zilan was rallying her forces ready for a showdown. All right, everyone, listen up. Arrest them all. Time for the spies to head home. The leader of the pack presents a letter. Lord Lin Huan said he's providing you with some pro tips and tricks before the operation begins. She curiously unfolds it, thinking, tips and tricks. What kind of wacky game is this guy playing? The words on the paper were crystal clear. The more you use it, the better your odds of survival. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Lin Huan is just casually chilling and chatting with A Chi. The weather's about to turn. We should seize this chance and move fast. The sky, a gorgeous masterpiece of clouds and sunbeams, seemed to agree. Zilan, leading her horse, pulls up to a small, ancient-looking tavern where the owner was slumped over the counter looking bored out of his skull. She storms in, bellowing, "You dogs of Yue Guo, pay for what you've done with your lives." The owner snaps to attention, furious, "Cut the crap." He leaps high into the air, bringing his blade down on her. But Zilan Shi just stands there, staring him down with a smirk playing on her lips, like a true manhwa protagonist. Seeing that smirk, the tavern owner falters, pure fear flashing across his face. Out of nowhere, an arrow zips through the air and plants itself right in the center of his chest. The owner goes flying backward, his head slamming into the reception counter. His lackeys immediately charge forward. "Our cover's blown, it's just one woman, get her." Zilan lets out a helpless sigh, thinking about that ridiculous note Lin Huan sent. Some genius told me to use his brilliant trick. She dodges aside, making way for her soldiers. "Leave no one standing." The goons panic at the sight of reinforcements, shouting, "Yue Guo warriors would rather die than surrender." But then one of them realizes something is terribly wrong. So the lackeys turn to look, and a god-awful stench starts wafting from the arrow sticking out of their boss. Tip number 2. People hit with poison never act recklessly. Zilan dangles the paper, looking absolutely done with this scene as the goons pinch their noses in disgust. Seriously, Lin Huan, did he really expect me to read this out loud? Is toying with these spies his grand plan to get them all thrown in the slammer? At that very moment in a Dayan prison, a bruised and battered Yue Guo spy notices a stir in the cell next to him. Ling Ji asks softly, You were captured too." The Yue Guo spy recognizes her in shock. "It's you. How did you get exposed?" "Aren't you supposed to be our inside intelligence?" She replies, seething with anger. "It was the Kang family. They used the casino's asset seizure as a cover. But their real goal was to pocket the money meant for our Yue Guo nation and to get their hands on the spy list to round us all up in one fell swoop." Ling Ji tries to reason with him. "Otherwise, how could Ning Fu possibly have known all of your movements so precisely?" The guy just crosses his arms, clearly not buying it. "Right, that's probably it." Her eyes welled up, threatening to spill over at any second. "Besides, they tortured me to destroy the evidence." Speaking of the Kang family, Ling Ji sobbed. "They even wanted to violate my honor." The guy from Yue Guo, completely falling for her act, flew into a rage. "Damn it, that scum of the Kang family." She clutched her chest anxiously. "He's probably going to send someone to silence me for good." The other guy tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, Ning Fu is a crafty one. He pulled some dirty tricks so we could escape. That dude from the city lord's mansion has no way to kill us now." The night was dead silent under a bright full moon. Just outside the prison, a pair of familiar yet stealthy feet appeared. A guard scurried over and whispered, "Righteous heroes, I'm here to bust you out." Ling Ji's eyes glinted like a predator that had just cornered its prey. She lunged forward, grabbing his arm. "It's you, I know you. You're from the Kang family." The clueless guard simply put a finger to his lips. "Shh, keep it down. The city lord himself sent me to rescue you." Ling Ji, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, snatched the dagger from his belt. The guard yelped, "What are you doing? Why did you take my dagger?" He panicked, completely bewildered. "It wasn't me, I didn't do anything." "Stop spouting nonsense." She then ripped the key ring from him, screaming, "Damn the Kang family," and tossed the keys behind her for her brothers to catch. The Yue Guo guy was startled. "What in the world is going on?" Ling Ji then staged a dramatic self-sacrifice, collapsing tragically. "Today I serve my country with my life, in the next one I'll still be a citizen of Yue Guo." Tears streamed down her face as she cried, "Brothers, you must avenge me." The guard was still dazed, trying to process what just happened. What? The Yue Guo guy charged forward with a crazed look in his eyes. "You animals from the Kang family will pay for this." A single slash sent blood spraying everywhere. All the prisoners were set free. One of them turned back gratefully. Ling Ji, we will never forget your noble sacrifice for Yue Guo. As the prisoners disappeared, a shadowy figure snuck in and approached Ling Ji. Excellent acting, they were completely fooled. At that moment, she dropped the facade and sat up perfectly unharmed. Ling Ji scratched her head sheepishly. Well, it's all thanks to your directing. This is some top-tier manhwa plot twisting. The shadowy figure slowly removed his hood, revealing the face of none other than Lin Huan. He smirked slyly. The next part of the plan is going to be much more interesting than this. Ling Ji immediately switched back to her damsel in distress mode. My legs are numb. I can't get up. Lin Huan kindly offered his hand. Does it still hurt? Here, take my hand. She clutched her head and whined, or else? Is it you? Am I supposed to just die here like this? Whether it was an accident or a classic clumsy trope, her foot conveniently tripped over a rock. Ling Ji loses her balance and tumbles right into his arms. The ridiculously cliché and intimate pose makes Lin Huan blush to the tips of his ears. She teases, you know, following you is way more exciting than staying back there. Ling Ji leans in her voice, a sultry whisper. Should we perhaps try something even more exciting? Before he can even process that, she plants a swift kiss on his cheek. Lin Huan instinctively grabs his face, which is now the color of a ripe tomato. Ling Ji tilts her head with a mischievous grin. What's the matter? You've got a wife and you're still this shy, let's go. I want a front row seat to the Kang family's downfall. At that very moment, a blanket of silence falls over the Kang estate. Out of the darkness, two ropes descend from the rooftops like sinister snakes. The Kang family guards are swiftly dispatched by the ropes tightening around their necks. A squad of assassins from the Yue Kingdom, dressed in tactical black, storm the gates. They move with the silence of a shadow, completely unheard. A poor maid carrying a tray is immediately muffled and knocked out cold before she can even yelp. A servant inside finally spots them and screams, bloody murder, assassins, we have assassins. One of the Yue Kingdom invaders grumbles in frustration, I can't find Kang Hui or Kang Xian. They must have slipped away, what's the plan now? Another one replies, sounding defeated. Plan B, grab the deeds and banknotes from the ancestral hall. Our intel was trash. We'll come back for the Kang family's heads later. They ransack the place, and what do you know, they find a hidden box under some floor tiles. One of them pries it open and pulls out some papers. Got it. It's all here. Banknotes and even a log of all visiting officials. Just then the sound of galloping horses thunders through the courtyard like a stampede. Zilan and her troops charge in, taking position in the center of the courtyard. She brandishes her sword, her voice ringing out, the Ning family army on a mission to save the city lord's mansion. Yue Kingdom scum, drop your weapons and surrender. The Yue Kingdom crew freaks out. One of them snatches the box and they make a break for the nearby mountains. This is getting more exciting than your average manhwa plot. Suddenly, the guy holding the box gets a giant hole punched through his chest by one of his own teammates. He turns around, his face a mask of disbelief. You, why, me? The betrayer smirks, wiping his sword clean. Why? Because I'm not from the Yue Kingdom, genius. He casually snatches the box from the dying man's grasp. Aichi dramatically pulls down his face mask. The name's Aichi. I'm just a guy with too much free time, so I tend to make a lot of friends. The remaining assassins see the betrayal and rush him. Who the hell are you? Put the box down. But just then, Lin Huan's men spring up from the surrounding bushes, ready for action. And what do you know, on the other side of the rock, a whole squad of soldiers pops up, striking a battle pose. Lin Huan strolls in. The Lin family army has arrived. Who dares to act so recklessly? He throws an arm around Ah Qi, trying to kill my man. Did you ask for my permission first? Lin Huan barks an order. Listen up, take no prisoners. And just like that, his soldiers charge forward, making short work of the goons from the Yue Kingdom. Ah Qi stands on the sidelines, amazed. I never imagined becoming a double agent would be this easy. Lin Huan smirks. Of course, an intelligence network is a network for a reason. Most of these spies only know a handful of contacts. Otherwise, it'd be total chaos and their covers would be blown in a second. A complex web of plans starts forming in Lin Huan's mind. As long as you impersonate a dead subordinate or a compromised agent, you can slip right in. He gives Ah Chi a cheeky wink. Besides, you are the guy the Kang family sent to capture me, so of course they know your face. Ah Chi gets goosebumps. Dude, you're terrifying. I'm so glad I'm not your enemy. So what about the two big fish from the Kang family? Lin Huan scratches his chin with satisfaction. Oh, don't you worry. We've had a little something arranged for them for a while now. There's no way they can escape. At that very moment, the last two members of the Kang family were running for their lives toward a field on the outskirts. Kang Xian was panting but still managed to complain. Brother, who would have thought the Yue Kingdom people would just betray us like that? Kang Hui furiously kicks him in the butt. Quit your whining, this is all your fault. If you hadn't provoked Lin Huan, a prestigious city lord like myself, wouldn't be fleeing in disgrace like this. Kang Xian's sharp eyes spot some farmers up ahead. We'll just tell them we're officials. They'll have to help us. The old man grits his teeth. After this blows over, I swear I'll crush Lin Huan when I get back. He approaches them with a wide fake smile. Hello there, are you good farmers from Ning City? The farmer turns around, startled. It's you. Kang Xian beams, introducing himself like the star of a new manhua. It seems even the common folk are aware of our status. Indeed, I am Kang Xian, son of the Ning City Lord. And this is my father, Kang Hui, the city lord himself. Today some thieves caused a ruckus in the city, so the farmer holding a piece of paper looks up from it. Hey look, it's them. Another farmer joins in, awesome, we're gonna be rich. He snatches the paper away. What is this? Kang Xian's hands tremble when he sees the wanted poster in his hands. A nationwide manhunt is on. Anyone who spots these two fugitives must report and apprehend them immediately. The reward, a cool 60,000 taels of silver. Kang Hui's face went thunderous. Lin Huan, you've gone way too far insulting me and my son. And just like that, a pitchfork appeared out of nowhere, signaling that things were about to get messy. The pitchfork came crashing down on the old man's head, scaring the color right out of Kang Xian's face. He made a show of trying to bolt, realizing this was not the place to linger. But his escape route was completely cut off by a mob of angry farmers. They swarmed him, piling on top, as Kang Xian let out a series of pathetic, blood-curdling screams. Help me, for the love of God, help, I'm the son of the city lord, the city lord's son. One of the farmers just shook his head, muttering, poor guy, he's clearly lost his marbles. Meanwhile, in a sprawling mansion far from the chaos, hearty laughter echoed through the halls. Ningbo clapped Lin Huan on the shoulder, a wide grin on his face. You little rascal, he chuckled. With that citywide manhunt in full swing, it's time we see who wins our little wager, eh? Our boy played along enthusiastically. Absolutely, Elder Ningbo, you've hit the nail on the head. The old man turned a new proposal in his eyes. You know, I could teach you a few exquisite schemes. A man with your particular temperament would find them quite useful. Lin Huan cupped his fists respectfully. I'm all ears. A mysterious glint appeared in Ningbo's eyes as he slid the door shut. He leaned in, whispering a warning. Kid, you better be sure about this. Once you start down this path, there's no turning back. Then he presented Lin Huan with a scroll. This, he said, is 2 years of intel gathered by my network of spies. Have a look. Lin Huan hesitated, looking a bit overwhelmed. This is incredibly valuable. I'm not sure I have anything to offer in return. Ningbo just closed his eyes calmly. It's not as complex as fighting fate. Besides, what I'm about to suggest is quite simple. His grand plan. Simply for Lin Huan to head to the capital and take the imperial examination to secure an official position. Visions of ancient shrines and brutal battlefields flashed through his mind. The legendary ancestor of the Ning clan Ning Zixi was a peerless warrior who commanded a million-strong army, a veritable titan, guarding the nation's frontiers. What a classic manhua backstory. And Ningbo, he's merely a descendant of that great Northwest king stationed here in Ning City to keep an eye on foreign threats. The catch, he possesses no fiefdom of his own. It seems that behind every stable dynasty, there's a cunning emperor pulling the strings. The Northwest king, Ningbo. Lin Huan's head snapped up. Ningbo let out a heavy sigh. Exactly, it means giving up our ancestral lands. The emperor knows he can't just uproot the Northwest king without risking a massive backlash, so his only option is a strategic relocation. So, Lin Huan finished the thought. That means you a descendant of the Northwest King, but outside the direct command of his army are the first on the chopping block. Just then, Zilan rushed in, asking anxiously, "Will our relatives help us?" Lin Huan began to explain patiently, "In this day and age, everything comes down to cold hard logic, and it's the oldest trick in the book. Countless emperors have cooked up excuses to systematically clip the wings of the Northwest King. And the Northwest King, he just had to grin and bear it. She was so worried she was practically wearing a hole in the floor. They had to find a way to hold on to their military authority, or the Ning clan would be framed with some bogus charge and wiped out. He just raised an eyebrow coolly. That's precisely why I have to hide my identity and go to the capital for the imperial exams. Only by having a voice in the imperial court can we secure our position." But in his head he was whining, "I can't believe a glorious transmigrator like me has to study classical literature. This is not the power fantasy manhwa I signed up for." Uncle Bai set a teacup on the table, laying out a two-pronged plan. "Zilan, you'll need to speak with the other smaller clans that hold military power and form alliances. You two are newlyweds. I'm sure it's hard to be apart." Then he pointed to the door. "No more delays. Say your goodbyes quickly and get going." Hearing this, Lin Huan immediately switched to his ultimate weapon puppy dog eyes. He pouted, "Wifey, I need a hug for the road." Zilan stood there with a grimace. "So cringy." She reluctantly hugged Lin Huan. "Since father is here, I'll begrudgingly indulge you for a moment." Suddenly, Zilan's eyes widened as his scent enveloped her completely. She froze her mind, going blank as a poetic line surfaced. "If the heavens had feelings, they too would age. If the moon held no regrets, it would forever be full." After that passionate embrace, Lin Huan practically bounced out of the room. Zilan's face was beet red. "I'm not some naive young girl. You think you can move me with poetry? If the heavens had feelings, they too would age. I hate it." He stepped over the threshold, the hem of his white robes swaying. Like a true manhwa protagonist, Lin Huan immediately pulled up his system panel. "Looks like overthrowing that city lord gave me a decent influence boost." He stroked his chin. "Before I was focused on developing my business side, but for this imperial exam, it seems I'll have to invest in some study resources." A new idea suddenly struck Lin Huan, making his eyes sparkle. Curiously, he tapped the system. "Ooh, this looks good. Let's give it a try." The scene changes to a group of people carrying a sedan chair along a cliffside path. Lin Huan sat inside the sedan, his eyes sparkling. Wow, these green mountains and clear waters are a sight for sore eyes. Absolutely zero pollution. Aki worriedly said, "Traveling without guards is really unsafe out here." But our boy was as cool as a cucumber. "Aren't I supposed to be in disguise? Bringing just you is more than enough." The guard sighed helplessly. "Right, some disguise. When real bandits show up." Suddenly a violent jolt sent the sightseeing Lin Huan tumbling to the floor. He irritably yanked back the curtain. What the heck was that? Seemingly out of thin air, a razor-sharp blade was pressed right against their necks. A scar-faced bandit bellowed, "Get down from the horse now!" Lin Huang shot back a glare. "You and your jinxed mouth." A Chi could only raise his hands in surrender. "My bad." Just then one of the bandits laid eyes on Lin Huang, and his own eyes lit up like high beams. He hollered, "Look at that smooth skin, he's perfect. Take him back as a gift for the chief." Staring down the blade, our boy was utterly flabbergasted. "You can't be serious, right?" Two bandits grabbed Lin Huang by the arms. "Hey, big bros, can't we just talk this out calmly?" He looked at the gang of ruffians on the verge of tears. "It's over. My pristine jade-like body is doomed." The bandits then proceeded to tie Lin Huang securely onto a horse's saddle. "My good sirs, let's just talk. I'm not some kind of pervert." Meanwhile, he was screaming internally, "Achi, where are you? Are you just going to stand there and watch this dramatic manhwa scene unfold?" The two bandits exchanged a puzzled look. "Pervert." One of them gave him a friendly pat on the back. "Don't you worry, little bro, our Chief Luo is a total knockout." Ding Lo puffed out his chest with pride. "That's right, she's the spitting image of her father. You're one lucky dude, I tell ya." Hearing that, Lin Huang's face went pale. He imagined a scene. "Come here, hubby, let's wrestle." The thought accidentally slipped out of his mouth. The spitting image of her father. You mean she's built like a tank? The bandit in the brown tunic scoffed. If the boss didn't peg you for a pale-faced scholar, what makes you think you'd even be worthy of her? He then added a grim warning. And if you dare break our chief's heart, we'll turn you into mincemeat. Lin Huang screamed towards A Qi, "Help me, A Qi, I don't want to be married off into a tiger's den." But his so-called buddy was just standing there, lost in a vivid daydream about Lin Huang's predicament. "Now be a good boy and let me give you a little smooch." He then put on a deeply sympathetic expression and said aloud, "Brother Lin is a true man among men. He can definitely handle this. Rest assured I'll find the perfect moment to rescue you." As he spoke, a dilapidated village decorated with red ribbons came into view. The village sign, also adorned with red ribbons, was now covered in a thick layer of cobwebs. The commotion even drew the attention of a group of village kids huddled nearby. Ding Liu spread his arms wide, announcing proudly, "Our village has never had a scholar before, but today I went out and caught one." Tied up tight, Lin Huang thought, "Is this place even poorer than my wallet?" The bandits then led him to a surprisingly lavish-looking house. "Chief, we've brought the person." Lin Huang gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. "Why the blindfold? Is she so hideous that she's afraid the sight of her will make me drop dead? Is this some kind of horror manhwa plot?" Suddenly a hand shot out from the room and yanked him inside. Whoa, that was some serious power. The same hand gently removed his blindfold. A soft voice sighed, "Honestly, these brutes, always going off and doing as they please. When did I ever say I wanted to get married?" Lin Huan tried to shoot his shot. "If the honorable campmaster isn't looking to get hitched, then I'll gladly volunteer." But when he actually saw the person in charge, his jaw practically hit the floor. Lounging on the chair was Xiao Luo. "Well, that would be a great loss of face for me," she drawled. Lin Huan suddenly felt like a lowly peasant in the presence of a goddess. "Rest assured, I've decided to marry into your family," he declared. She turned her head away in pure disgust. "I wouldn't be caught dead marrying a scholar. All I want is to spend my days with him, discussing epic poetry and the philosophies of life. It's a real shame my old man said all that stuff doesn't put food on the table, so he banned me from it." Suddenly, Xiaolo began rummaging for something in her robes. "Oh right," she said. He shielded his face, though his eyes peeked through his fingers. "Is she getting undressed?" "No way. And I'm not that kind of pervert." To his surprise, she pulled out a book. "You're from the inner city, so tell me quick, who is the author of this incredible work? Who is he? Is it possible for me to meet him?" Seeing her excitement, Lin Huan gave a strained smile, completely baffled. Then realization dawned, and he began stroking his chin with glee. "Ah, I seem to have forgotten to mention, I'm basically a perfect manhwa protagonist blessed with both talent and beauty." He glanced at the adoring woman and snapped his fingers with a flourish. "That would be me, the one and only Lin Huan." His ridiculously dramatic pose was met with a cricket-chirping silence. Xiao Luo bolted upright. "Someone get in here. Drag this con artist out and cut him down." He flinched in terror. "No, you've got it all wrong. I swear I really am Lin Huan. It's not a lie." She let out a long sigh. "If you insist on impersonating my idol, then let's see if you've got even a fraction of Lin Huan's talent." He puffed out his chest. "Test me all you want. If I can't answer, I'm all yours to deal with as you see fit." He looked impossibly smug. "I've been seriously leveling up my knowledge lately. What could possibly trip me up?" he thought. Xiao Luo crossed her legs elegantly. "Question number 1. Why are we so dirt poor? Fail to answer and you die." Lin Huan's eyes were gleaming and even Long Nan looked on expectantly. But when the question finally registered, the guy turned to stone. Lin Huan's triumphant expression crumbled. "I'm an expert in astrology and geography, but this crazy girl is grilling me on macroeconomics." He clasped his hands in a show of respect. "Might I ask for the campmaster's name?" She replied, "It's Xiao Luo." Lin Huan immediately laid on some superficial flattery. "A name that suits you perfectly." Without warning, she clenched her fist around her cup, twisting the metal out of shape. Xiao Luo smiled menacingly. "Hurry up. Don't make me get angry, it's such a drag." He jumped. Damn, she's a monster, he thought. Hurry up and answer, she urged, or I will chop you to pieces. Lin Huan trembled. All right, take it easy. He slowly started listing off the points. Number 1, this area is excessively humid, meaning the land isn't fertile, making it nearly impossible to achieve high crop yields. Lin Huan had sized up the local topography with just a single glance. Secondly, in terms of strategic location, stuck between two mountain ranges. Naturally, anyone wanting to pass had to get their permission, but the only traffic they usually saw were reinforcements. Third, the Luo stockade is teeming with strapping young men, but not a single one of them knows the first thing about animal husbandry, which means no chickens, no ducks, and definitely no pigs. Their only career option, banditry, of course. Hearing his analysis, Zhao La shot up. Brilliant. You really are a bookworm, aren't you? She leaned in close, her eyes sparkling. So how do we fix this mess? He stammered that there are 3 ways before laying out his master plan. First, we need heavenly timing, which means we'll recondition the soil and plant crops that won't immediately give up on life here. Lin Huan pressed on. Next is geographical advantage. We'll build roads and actually connect with the outside world for trade. And he wasn't done yet. Finally, human harmony. We'll set up classes to teach everyone actual farming skills instead of just, looting. Her eyes shimmered like pools of water, her long lashes fluttering with excitement. Zhao La grabbed his hand, her enthusiasm boiling over. Hurry, let's get to it, and if you fail, I'll chop you to bits. Lin Huan could only manage a wry, helpless smile. With that, she dragged him off to put his village saving master plan into action. Ding Lo, ever the jokester, chimed in. Hey chief, what's the deal with this pretty boy? He came up with that plan so fast. Is he, all right. Big mouth meet big trouble. Zhao La immediately stormed over and gave him a thorough thrashing. Grabbing him by the ear, she growled, I'll chop you up for firewood. Ding Lo scrambled to apologize. I was wrong, it'll never happen again. Having dealt with the nuisance, Zhao La ran back and slapped Lin Huan on the back. All right, you charlatan, time to prove that fancy improvement method of yours. If you can't pull it off, you know the drill, I'll chop you. The sheer force of her pat made him yelp. Whoa, that's a strong arm. The villagers started murmuring sarcastically, improvement. We've been stuck here for decades and gotten nowhere. Another one added, yeah, what's this pretty boy gonna do that we couldn't? He's probably just another smooth talker, all bark and no bite. That was the last straw for Lin Huan. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to get his hands dirty. Fine, we're starting this second. First up, road construction. He then unveiled his key ingredient with a flourish. Behold my secret formula. Cement. Inside, he was crying tears of blood. Holy crap, this stuff cost me a fortune. In reputation points, I've seen cheaper plot armor in a manhua. The peanut gallery started up again. You've got to be kidding. This goop that turns to mud with a splash of water is going to be a road. Puffed. I could shatter it with one kick. They all snickered, just another pretty boy with a silver tongue. A smirk played on Lin Huan's lips as he grabbed a massive stick. Oh yeah, watch and learn. He began vigorously stirring the cement into a perfect slurry. Prepare to be amazed by the power of modern technology. Meanwhile, Ding Liu just looked on completely deflated. The complaints started rolling in. Isn't this just a pile of mud? Has the guy lost his mind? It's a shame he's so handsome but completely bonkers. How is he supposed to be a match for our chieftain? Xiao La roared in frustration. Shut your traps. Watch quietly or I'll personally separate your heads from your necks. With his masterpiece complete, Lin Huan started his sales pitch, bragging about how his cement was the strongest, most durable, and basically the most game-changing material of this era. He casually tossed the mixing board aside like it was nothing. Lin Huan puffed out his chest. All right, who is the genius who said this was soft and mushy? Step right up and test your strength. Ding Liu stomped forward. Don't try to bluff me. You think I'm gonna fall for your hot air? He charged with all the fury of a bull, yelling, watch me shatter this thing. And he immediately crumpled to the ground. Our boy couldn't resist a little taunt. Is that all you've got? She whipped out a blade literally twice her size. My turn. Cement. Xiao La stepped forward, swinging a mighty blow at the rock-hard wall in front of her. A single swing from her and the supposedly indestructible wall exploded into a million pieces. Lin Huan whipped his head around his jaw, practically on the floor. What in the world was that kind of power? The villagers erupted in cheers. Our chieftain is a total beast, chieftain. Xiaola just waved it off nonchalantly. Oh, that was nothing. My hand was just getting a little itchy. Meanwhile, Lin Huan was standing there, looking like he'd seen a ghost. His hand, still holding a chunk of cement, trembled slightly. He gulped, looking at her like she was the final boss from a manhwa. Lin Huan turned to stare at Xiao La, who was casually holding a sword that dwarfed him. She can actually break reinforced concrete. It seems this era has some of that mysterious internal energy stuff going on. She stroked her blade fondly. Heh, it actually made me use 80% of my power. This cement of yours is the real deal. Xiaola pointed dramatically at him and announced, the entire village will listen up. From this moment forward, you will all follow this little genius's instructions. Making cement, reforming the farmlands, and opening a school. Lin Huan was stunned. Wait, that quickly. She casually stabbed her massive blade into the ground, leaving a giant crater. Xiao La glared. Are you suggesting we shouldn't do it quickly? Our boy could only nod his head like a bobblehead doll. Right on it, doing it now. And just like that, the entire village sprang into action. Lin Huan, being a total gentleman, kindly wiped a smudge of dirt from Xiaola's face, making her so happy that the village's productivity magically shot up. He couldn't help but picture himself lecturing until his throat was sandpaper, while Xiaola would probably just be napping in the back. Lin Huan's gaze went vacant. Ah, what the heck, he thought. Might as well become a productive member of society before I make my grand escape. But to be stuck like this? The warm sun beamed down on the freshly tilled garden, plots a picture of peaceful productivity. Qiaolo crossed her arms. After several weeks of evaluation, I've decided we're having a fake wedding. He was baffled. Hold on, I thought you couldn't stand Lin Huan and were convinced I was a total fraud. She replied with a dead serious face. You've actually got some brains in that skull of yours. If I can keep you around, my village could totally dominate this mountain range. As for the real Lin Huan, I'll deal with him later. She grabbed his hand with surprising earnestness. I'm not kidding. It's time for our wedding night. Qiaolo's bold declaration was met with a stunned silence, immediately followed by her own face turning beet red, and the air between them suddenly got thick with possibilities. But just as things were getting steamy, a whirlwind of a person burst onto the scene shouting, Brother Lin, we're here to save the day. Achi dramatically shielded Lin Huan, you're loyal. Achi have gone through hell and high water to find this place. The guy fuming behind him, however, was less than thrilled. Couldn't you have arrived just a little bit later? Are you doing this on purpose? He grumbled, naively signaling to his troops. I brought the entire Lin family army. Does this mean we can just arrest Qiao Luo and get out of here? Outside, a full-blown ruckus had already broken out between the soldiers and the villagers. What's the matter, you want to throw down? Let's go. Achi whipped out an official-looking token and shoved it right in Qiao Luo's face. He announced with all the arrogance in the world, this man is Lin Huan, son-in-law of the prestigious Ning family from Ningzhou City. You audacious mountain bandit, surrender at once. Qiao Luo froze her face, going from shock to crimson in a heartbeat. You're the real Lin Huan, you weren't lying to me before. She then covered her face and bolted, leaving Achi with a gigantic question mark floating over his head. A classic manhwa moment, truly. He tucked his token away, completely bewildered. What in the world was that about? Did you go and mess with another girl's heart again? Lin Huan scratched his head, looking totally defeated. I'm the victim here. This place has been using me for manual labor. He then complained, and what took you so long anyway? And did you really have to bring the entire Lin family army? Achi began to explain, well, while I was searching for you, I caught wind that this mountain stronghold was planning some shady business, so I zipped back to Ning City for orders and brought out the big guns, the Lin family army. Lin Huan rushed to break up the brawl between the villagers and his soldiers. Hey everybody, chill, we're on the same team. The fake stronghold leader is about to show up, so everyone needs to cooperate, got it. Just then the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the gate. A rider roared, By order of the chief of the Black Bear Stronghold, Leader Chao Lo, get out here and receive your command. Lin Huan strolled forward coolly. The leader is feeling a bit under the weather. My wife and I will receive the order on his behalf. Lin Huan looked up the picture of calm composure. And what might the chief's order be? The messenger sneered and tossed down a scroll. Read it yourself. In 1 week, all leaders assemble at Black Bear Mountain to discuss important matters. Don't show up and you die. And with that mic drop, he wheeled his horse around and galloped off, leaving no room for questions. Allow me to elaborate. Lin Huan dramatically unfurled a piece of paper. Big trouble. Chi leaned in, all curious. What's that? He pointed to a spot on the map. This is our itinerary. Lin Huan froze for a second. I get it now. He then looked up at the anxious crowd of villagers. A bunch of other village chiefs were gathered here, all to celebrate the birthday of some big shot named Sheng Chengang. One of the villagers whispered nervously, Sheng Chengang is definitely planning to wipe us out. At these words, the villagers immediately turned their pleading gazes and the points of their spears towards Jiao Luo. The Heixiong main camp is already a mess. If we provoke them, it's game over for all of us. Chief, please, let's not go. If the top brass gets angry, our entire lineage will be wiped out, and we won't be able to put up a fight. That's right, we'll follow whatever you decide, Chief. Ding Liu pressed on. Chief, it's time to make the call. She casually scratched her chin, looking completely unbothered. I think this is pretty simple. Then, cupping her cheeks in a blissful daze, Jiao Luo declared, I'll do whatever my darling husband says. The villagers' faces collectively dropped, turning as dark as the bottom of a cooking pot. They just stood there completely stunned. Jiao Luo looked around, confused. Why'd everyone go quiet? Did I say something wrong? Lin Huan just fondly placed a hand on her head, giving it a gentle pat. He then clarified for the masses. What our chief means is, if we can't afford to be reactive, we should switch to being proactive. With a flourish, Lin Huan drew his sword, his aura flaring up like a main character in a fighting manhwa. He pointed his blade towards the mountain ahead. So what if it's the Heixiong Mountain main camp? I'll just have to cut them all down. Meanwhile, over at Heixiong Mountain, the village was blissfully unaware, basking in the warm, peaceful sunlight. A bonfire crackled merrily amidst boisterous laughter and chatter. A man in green robes whined, Man, business has been getting tougher and tougher these days. Even the noble ladies are too scared to pass through here, and I sure as heck ain't brave enough to make a move on the chieftain's wife. Another guy chimed in wistfully, I gotta say, those women at the Luojia Jai are real lookers. The guy next to him scoffed, yeah, right. And who doesn't know how devastatingly powerful her swordsmanship is? I'm pretty sure I'd get chopped to bits the day after the wedding. The other guy joked back, hey, if that's what it takes, I'd gladly follow her around as a ghost. Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed from the village gates. The Luojia Jai had arrived. A procession leading a horse-drawn carriage made its grand entrance. Someone announced the arrival of Chief Jiao Luo. With her delicate hands adorned with a golden bracelet, Jiao Luo swept aside the curtain. As she stepped down, the anklets on her feet jingled with every graceful movement. Jiao Luo made her appearance in a stunning bright red qipao that perfectly hugged her balanced figure. The men of the village stared completely captivated, as if they'd all been struck by Cupid's arrow at once. She promptly put her hands on her hips and roared, What are you gawking at? You want me to chop you all to bits right now? Instead of being scared, they just covered their mouths and snickered. Now this woman is interesting. I think I'm in love. One of them even took the opportunity to shoot his shot. Hey Missy, how about becoming my wife? So what do you say? Isn't it about time you accepted my proposal? Jiao La took Lin Huan's arm to steady him. Careful hubby, the ground here is uneven. You don't want to hurt your foot. He gave her a tender, loving smile, but the lovey-dovey act didn't last long before Lin Huan's face suddenly went rigid. He started puking his guts out all over the place, making Jiao La frantic with worry. Lin Huan, meanwhile, was feeling utterly helpless about his situation. To think that I, the magnificent Lin Huan, would get motion sickness. For crying out loud, the villagers absolutely howled with laughter. Who is this joke of a strategist? Did he walk straight out of a comedy manhwa? He gets sick in a carriage, he'd probably drop dead on a horse. Another one smugly added, maybe he's just overwhelmed by how handsome we are. The guy who had just proposed was seeing red. What is the deal between you two? Why in the world did she call you hubby? A murderous glint flashed in Zhao La's eyes. You dare touch my husband! The villagers closed in surrounding the two. How dare they challenge the authority of the main camp? Lin Howen remained cool as a cucumber, patting her head. It's all right, wifey. The arrogant suitor sneered. I advise you to get lost and let me be head Zhao's husband, he challenged. The guy shot back with a scowl. And what if I refuse? He lunged forward with a devastating palm strike, yelling, Have a taste of this! The wind whipped around them like something out of an action manhwa, but Lin Huan didn't even bother to dodge. He smirked disdainfully. Fine by me, just don't go crying to your mommy when you lose. Lin Huan looked down on the clown, flailing his arms and legs in front of him. The villagers taunted, Damn, he thinks he's hot stuff. Just fight already, or are you too scared to move? Zhao La's suitor cracked his knuckles. Don't be in such a hurry, I'll make your death quick and painless. Not only was Lin Huan unafraid, but he actually clasped his hands in sincere thanks, which left his opponent frozen for a few seconds. Huh. Lin Huan grumbled while casually launching a kick straight at him. If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop dawdling. And with that one swift motion, the suitor's family jewels were utterly shattered. The jeering villagers fell dead silent, all of them instinctively covering their own crotches. Lin Huan glanced down smugly. Turns out fighting isn't so hard after all. As for the suitor, he was trembling in agony, his future generations officially cancelled. Zhao La, on the other hand, was cheering like a fangirl. What a domineering man. I love it so much. The villagers finally snapped out of their shock and someone screamed, That bastard, he fights dirty. This guy doesn't know the first thing about martial arts. Another chimed in, annoyed. Who would even dare to fight you if you pull moves like that? They were absolutely furious. You scum, that was a cheap shot. Another guy charged forward, Let me fight him. He couldn't contain his rage at Lin Huan's calm, almost arrogant demeanor. He raised his leg, trying to send a knee flying into his gut. Let me patch you up, buddy. Lin Huan just raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? I find that incredibly hard to believe. He snatched the bald dude's airborne ankle and gave it a mighty yank, sending a wave of pure terror through the man. Let's have another go, shall we? And just like that, the family jewels were split in two. The guy shrieked his lungs out, his eyes rolling into the back of his head, while the villagers backed away even further. Witnessing this signature move, a few guys instinctively cupped their own crown jewels. It's over. Those two can no longer continue their bloodline. One guy's face went ghost white. Is the imperial court still hiring eunuchs? This is an emergency. One by one, each challenger got a swift palm strike to their precious pearls. Some poor souls even had theirs personally crushed to smithereens by Lin Huan's bare hands. Anyone who stepped up received a critical nut-shattering blow to their royal gems. Everyone was writhing on the ground in agony, but Lin Huan was all smiles. Any other takers? I'm feeling frisky today and just want to have a little fun. The remaining villagers shook their heads so hard they nearly came off. Uncle Bing, however, started clapping. Magnificent. I've been training for 30 years and I've never seen anyone quite like you. He then introduced himself, one look and you know who I am. The fifth seat of the Qiangxiang stronghold, Scarface Lao Wu. Lin Huan politely returned the favor, I am the master of the Luo family stronghold Mufa Jai. Oh wait, no, he corrected himself, it's Lin Huan. Uncle Bing then made what seemed like a reasonable offer, no matter how tricky you are, you're still just one man. If you don't want a direct confrontation, let's form teams and have a go. For every participant, I'll offer 12 taels of silver. A few of the villagers immediately perked up. A team battle? I'm a pro at that, let's go. Another, blinded by greed, chimed in. For that kind of money, I'm definitely in. Lin Huan raised his fan high. All right, Luo Stronghold, assemble. Under the scorching sun, the two leaders stood in a tense face-off, neither willing to yield an inch. Lin Huan bellowed, Luo family stronghold, fall in. His villagers roared in agreement. Uncle Bing's crew looked at them with utter contempt. You really think you can win with this motley crew of misfits? Lin Huan let out a sigh, the kind you see in a dramatic manhwa panel. You really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Lin Huan spread his arms wide. What do I always teach you? Stand tall for me. The villagers of Luo family stronghold snapped into perfect formation. They were all perfectly synchronized from left to right, reporting their numbers one by one. The man at the front gave a crisp salute to his leader. Luo family stronghold security team reporting all 21 members are present and accounted for. We await your orders, sir. The opposing team just kept on laughing. What in the world are they doing? That's the weirdest roll call I've ever seen. Someone jeered, but one by one, Lin Huan's men stood even taller, their heads held high with pride. Look at that perfect posture, someone's been training like a real soldier. Chao Lo stomped over, slamming her massive blade into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Furious, she pointed at the trash-talking mob. You dare run your mouth, I'll slice you in half. And Yu Chu Bing. If it wasn't for your daddy's influence keeping enemies off the Luo family camp's back, you'd have been turned into mincemeat ages ago. Lin Huan casually slung an arm around her, retorting, All right then, bring it on. Let's see how you plan to defeat the forces of the Luo family camp. The enemy soldiers drew their weapons, snarling, It won't be long now. We'll send you to the afterlife, one by one. With a gentle flick of his fan, our boy commanded, My little squad advance. The Luo family camp warriors let out a battle cry, snapping into a defensive formation and bracing for the clash. He lunged at the villagers, yelling, I don't care what you got, I'll cleave you all in two. A quick-thinking Luo family member shot up a massive cement shield to block him. Chu Bing's sword snapped clean in half on impact, but the shield didn't even have a scratch on it. His jaw dropped. No way! A shield like this shouldn't exist in this world. The Luo family soldier calmly explained, We upgraded it using cement. Even our camp chief has to pour in his internal energy just to crack it. Seeing this, Chao Lo piped up, Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. Last time I shattered one with a single strike. Did you guys reinforce them or something? Lin Huan fanned himself nonchalantly. Because I noticed a flaw in the original cement. It was hard, but it lacked flexibility, so I had a little brainstorming session about its structure. Looking like a walking encyclopedia, Lin Huan explained, I deliberately used a layering method with the cement and cotton fabric over and over to boost the shield's toughness without sacrificing hardness. This little trick also cuts down on the amount of cement needed. It's lighter, more stable, and even fire-resistant. But the enemy goons, apparently with a death wish, just kept charging forward. No matter how good that shield is, if we all strike at once, it's gotta break. But a Luo family soldier yelled out, and his comrades instantly started coordinating. Two-man cells, 10 teams locking into a 4-4-2 formation, a pure defensive wall. The enemy squad just stood there, gobsmacked by the impenetrable formation. They were running around like headless chickens, totally confused. The enemy leader glared, Son of a, if you've got any guts, fight us head on. What's with all this hiding behind shields? Chao Lo was cheering her head off. Whoa, that's insane. I've never seen a formation this solid in any other manhua. Lin Huan just smiled, watching the chaos unfold. I might not know a thing about military tactics, he thought, but I do understand. Speaking of soccer, its tactics are surprisingly useful. A guy from the Luo family charges forward, what a golden opportunity. At that very moment, it's everybody clear out. A mysterious black sack goes whizzing past the enemy lines, making even his own team flinch. The villagers on the other side are completely baffled. Holy crap, sheathe your weapons now. But it's too late, someone's unsheathed sword accidentally slices right into the airborne package. A torrent of green goo erupts, reeking of something unholy. The slime splashes all over the villagers, drenching them in a foul, sour stench. Pinching their noses, they scream, Damn it, what kind of monster does this? The air itself seems to freeze for a few seconds, stunned by the absolutely rancid scene unfolding. This is a classic dirty trick you'd find in a manhua. They're all puking their guts out, while Lin Huan just offers a weak, awkward smile and turns away. This has nothing to do with me, but wow, high damage output, what a powerful weapon. Back in the courtyard of the Xiang family village, Lin Huan is giving his team a debriefing. You see, when the time is right, everyone parts like the Red Sea and you fire the arrow straight through. This move is called a defensive counterattack, got it. The archer speaks up, got it, but I have a question. He points out that bows wear out and arrows are single use. It's too wasteful. He says, what about using poison? Lin Huan immediately shoots down the idea, way too expensive. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. It's true that someone managed to hit their fortress with an arrow before, so this time they need to use something else. He whispers, "Why don't we use vegetable fertilizer?" The archer hesitates. "You mean, isn't that—" But then the realization dawns on them. Both their faces turn unusually dark with inspiration. On second thought, that's a brilliant idea. The Luo family members can't handle the biological warfare and start to retreat. The smell is horrific. Yuxiang village people are insane. Nope, I have an urgent matter to attend to, I'm out. Xiaolo grimaces, looking utterly disgusted. Why didn't you guys warn me beforehand? This is seriously ruining my cool guy image. Lin Huan is struggling too. Just try to bear with it. It's so nauseating. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoes, "Enough! All of you, shut up." Zhu Bing violently grabs Lin Huan's shirt. "If you're a real man, stop with the defense. Let's have a one-on-one duel, winner takes all." He declares brazenly, "The rules are very simple." Lin Huan replies flatly, "No." Zhu Bing is stunned. "Huh, what did you just say?" Lin Huan remains completely calm. "I said I'm not a man, so I don't need to duel." He then cups his cheeks, putting on an adorable face straight out of a shoujo manhwa. He thinks to himself, "I'm still just an innocent little boy, I haven't become a real man yet." Zhu Bing's hands tremble with rage. "You have no Han, dignity, honor." "You serious?" Lin Huan scoffed. "Dude, I'm a live-in son-in-law. My dignity checked out a long time ago, okay?" Uncle Bing, bless his heart, still tried to stammer out a protest. But, Lin Huan cut him off with a frown. "Just drop it. I said no fighting and I meant it. Don't you guys ever get tired of yapping about honor all day? Can you eat it? Does it print money? Will it help you get a wife? No, then I don't care." And with that, Lin Huan turned on his heel to leave. "This is beyond boring." Luocha dashed to block his path, determined to have a showdown. Uncle Bing spread his arms to stop the whole entourage, declaring, "You can't go, the head chief has ordered everyone to assemble." Lin Huan pointed at the guy and then turned to the villagers. "I've been waiting around forever and I haven't seen a single hair of this so-called chief. Instead, you guys are pulling this stunt. Is this your way of kicking out your guests? Folks, does that seem right to you?" Hearing this, the villagers started murmuring in agreement. "He's right, we've been here for ages and we haven't even seen the man in charge." Someone else chimed in. "Maybe the chief isn't even showing up and just wants to herd us all together for some reason." Uncle Bing gritted his teeth in frustration. "Lin Huan, don't you dare spout such nonsense. If you want to leave, it'll be over my dead body." Lin Huan casually raised a hand. "You don't say." Then faster than you can blink, he smashed a brick right into the dude's face. The brick shattered on impact, followed by a gush of warm blood from Uncle Bing's nose and a look of pure shock in his bulging eyes. Lin Huan dusted off his hands. "All this back and forth was giving me a headache," he said before casually strolling away. "Peace out, folks." The villagers were in awe. "Whoa, he went straight for Scarface." They marveled. What a savage, he just straight up clocked him like a true manhwa protagonist. Xiaolo clung to his arm, tightly gushing. "Master Lin, Han, you were so cool just now." Lin Huan's eyes lit up. "Oh right, I almost forgot the main reason I'm here." He whipped out a shiny, super durable brick from his pocket and began his sales pitch. "Behold the new and improved brick exclusively developed by the Luo clan. It's the must-have accessory for all your murdering and plundering needs." Lin Huan went into full-on salesman mode, proving he could make a buck anywhere. You can also use it for more mundane things like building houses or kitchens when paired with cement. For a limited time, both bricks and cement are available for purchase at the Luo Clan village. Get yours now before they're all gone, folks. Don't miss out. As he left the village, he called out, "Let's go, people. We've got a headquarters to watch crumble." The villagers cheered. "From this day on, we're leaving the main camp to live as a free and independent people." The warm sun bathed the village gates as endless pride-filled cheers echoed from within. It was a scene straight out of an epic historical manhwa. Way too much. The villagers were so hyped they started tossing Lin Huan in the air, finally getting to vent their frustrations from the main camp. They were ecstatic to have captured this guy. At that point, our boy had to struggle just to crawl out of the mosh pit. His mouth had taken a real beating from those party animals. but he was stopped halfway by Jiao Luo. "And where do you think you're going?" she slurred, holding an empty wine bottle, her eyes glazed over. "Tonight you're on duty for me." Lin Huan swept her into his arms. "You've had way too much to drink, time for a little rest." Jiao Luo thrashed about. Put me down, put me down. You're usually too scared to even touch me, what's with the sudden burst of courage today?" The villagers, deep in their own heated discussion, overheard this and immediately turned into eager eavesdroppers. Someone whispered, "He doesn't dare touch her. Could it be his little friend down there is broken?" Another person chuckled, "Look, a guy as smart as Lin Huan must have gotten nerfed in the physical department. And the chief is getting the short end of the stick. We're all profiting from this trade, but she's the only one taking a loss. It's hilarious." A shadow loomed behind them, followed by a haymaker. Lin Huan grabbed the two by their collars and dragged them off. "How dare you talk to your teacher like that? Have you finished your homework yet?" Someone called after him, "Brother Huan, what were you saying about improving the soil? We can't wait any longer." He scratched his chin deep in thought. This was a real conundrum. The soil quality seemed fine, but it was incredibly hard to cultivate. Suddenly, a villager screamed, "It's an emergency! The old master is having an attack." Ding Liu said worriedly, "This just keeps happening over and over again." Lin Huan asked blankly, "What kind of illness does the old master have?" The old man lay on the bed, his face gaunt and covered in splotchy purple rashes. He approached the bed. "How is he?" The doctor shook his head. "It's a truly malevolent disease. Before coming to this village, I'd never seen this old man sick a day in his life. Although he can survive for a while after an episode, the patient is in excruciating pain." The villagers were also getting antsy. "This is one of the curses of our Luo family. At this age, it's pretty much guaranteed you'll get this sickness." They looked devastated. "That's right, this place must be cursed. It seems the Luo family can't escape." A glint appeared in Lin Huan's eye. This was getting as dramatic as a mystery manhwa. "Wait a minute, you're saying everyone gets this? They all fall ill at this specific age." The doctor explained, "It seems the two major families, the Liu family and the Zhang family, are exceptions, but for them it's just a matter of sooner or later." He probed further, "Were they already middle-aged when they joined the mountain stronghold? Am I right?" The medic shot back, "Spot on." Lin Huan stroked his chin deep in thought. "I've got a theory brewing, just needs a little real-world verification." He immediately pulled up his system panel. The fame points he'd farmed back at the main camp were just enough to test out a full-blown chemistry analysis. Lin Huan's brain was suddenly flooded with a tidal wave of chemical formulas, ionic bonds, covalent bonds, and a bunch of other symbols that looked like they were straight out of a science-themed manhwa. How in the world does this even work? Lin Huan decided to just wing it. Whatever, let's just push some buttons and see what happens. The old-timer's erratic heartbeat flashed in his mind. Lin Huan gently took the man's pulse, firing up his enhanced five senses. After a quick look, see, listen in, ask around, and feel up, he nodded sagely. "All right, I've got the general picture." He cracked his knuckles as the curious medic piped up. "So can you actually cure him?" The villagers' faces lit up with hope. "He must have a solution." Lin Huan stood before the patch of land the entire village had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into. He bent down, scooped up a handful of dirt, and gave a knowing smirk. "Just as I suspected." He then turned to the villagers to explain this wasn't some evil curse, but a classic case of heavy metal contamination. Lin Huan began his lecture. "When heavy metal elements build up in your body over a long period of time without being processed, it leads to organ failure and a whole host of illnesses. This is precisely why it's the middle-aged folks who are showing symptoms first. It wrecks the kidneys and the nervous system. Aluminum causes miscarriages and neurological disorders. Copper causes bone deformities and blood poisoning. Mercury destroys the liver and nervous system, and iron overload that triggers anemia and inflammation of the kidneys and nerves." He pointed dramatically at the ground. "This very soil, the earth you use to grow food, is the real culprit. The heavy metal content is clearly way over the safe limit. That's why you can barely grow anything, and the crops that do sprout look so pathetic." The villagers just stared back with blank expressions, completely lost. Like a patient teacher, Lin Huan broke it down for them. In other words, there's a special kind of iron in the dirt. You've all been eating this iron, and when you eat too much, you get poisoned. A wave of understanding finally washed over the crowd. Oh, so that's it. Chaola grumbled, I hate this place. It's making me sick from the inside out. Her steps were wobbly, and right on cue, she tripped over a rock and fell straight into his arms. Falling into anyone else's arms might be a problem, but falling into mine, that's your lucky day. Lin Huan, however, remained laser-focused on the main prize. In this era, off-the-charts heavy metal readings meant only one thing: there was a mine nearby. A wide grin spread across his face as he thought, looks like I'm about to become the owner of a top-tier mine. The villagers just stared, utterly baffled. A what now? Waving a flag like he was leading a school trip, Lin Huan guided his crew towards the mountain. With a grin, he announced, all right, gang, today's main quest is to locate that sweet, sweet mineral vein. And I already gave you the How to Spot Cloud Minerals for Dummies class. With that, the villagers fanned out, scouring the forest like they'd lost their car keys. Perched on Lin Huan's neck, Xiaolong grumbled non-stop. This was a total snooze fest. She'd signed up for tiger wrestling and splash fights, not rock hunting. He sighed, trying to placate his tiny terror. Once we own this mine, you'll be the queen of everything. What more could you want? Meanwhile, lurking behind some bushes, Yao Zhao was itching for a real fight with a tiger. Fine, you want a tiger? You got it. He then lit some mysterious white pouch, sending a fragrant smoke signal that basically screamed, free lunch for tigers here. Xiao Zhao smirked. Sorry, kitty, but there's no escaping this time. Suddenly, Xiaolong, catching a whiff of the strange scent, snapped her eyes open. Something was definitely off. She shot straight up from his shoulder, nearly giving him a heart attack. Xiaolong's ears twitched as she scanned the area. That is the sound of a tiger. Lin Huan looked up and was immediately blessed with a nosebleed from the view. Whoa, that wasn't on purpose. She leaned down, completely unimpressed. What wasn't on purpose? The giant man-eating tiger is approaching. Right on cue, a massive tiger sauntered out of the bushes, making the villagers collectively wet their pants. It eyed the human buffet before it and let out a roar that could curdle milk. Xiao Lang was ready to throw down. I'll handle this overgrown house cat. But Lin Huan held her back. Easy there, Tiger Queen. I've got this all planned out. He clapped his hands gently, signaling the start of his master plan like some protagonist in a battle manhwa. Lin Huan yelled, Black Tortoise Formation assemble, area e action se status de sheds hira say. The villagers snapped into action, forming a wall with what looked like cement shields. The tiger didn't care, charging forward with the intent to turn them all into shredded wheat. The beast slammed into one of the shields, planning to rip it to shreds, but the bone-jarring impact made it pause and reconsider its life choices. Realizing this was a losing battle, the tiger decided to retreat with its dignity intact. But just then, a villager yeeted a large bag right at its face. Acting on pure instinct, the tiger swiped at the bag with its razor-sharp claws. Big mistake. The bag burst, releasing a cloud of suspicious powder everywhere. It's blinded, a thick choking dust cloud enveloped the tiger and everyone nearby, turning the scene into a chaotic mess. Xiao Zhao, still lurking, panicked. Holy crap, I can't see a thing. They brought lime powder. Just how prepared are these guys? I hope the poor kitty's okay. A menacing voice echoed from behind him, belonging to none other than Lin Huan and Xiao Lang. Forget the tiger. You should be worried about yourself. Let's see you run now. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Zhao launched a dart at our hero, who casually plucked it out of the air like it was a pesky fly. When it comes to sneak attacks, you should call me Grandmaster. Lin Huan smirked. Xiao Lang, however, grabbed the guy's arm with pure fury. I'm about to turn you into mincemeat. Han stood by, playing innocent. Hey, don't look at me. Xiao Zhao was the one getting his butt kicked. You forced him to do this. He nervously shielded Zhao Luo on high alert. Pushed into a corner, Xiao Zhao decided to whip out his ultimate toxic move. There's no running from this, you fools. Behold the southern border heart snakes. They feast on blood to grow. Xiao Zhao then flicked the blood from his sword straight at Lin Huan and Zhao Luo. Our duo got splattered, completely clueless about what was going on. In a flash, two slithery menaces lunged at them. The speed was just insane. Way too fast. She panicked. Their movements were bizarrely swift. The white snake seized its chance and sank its fangs into Lin Huan's leg, while the black one also wasn't about to be outdone, chomping down hard on Zhao Luo's thigh. The poison hit her instantly, and she collapsed into his arms. "We're done for," Lin Huan yelled towards the fleeing Xiao Zhao. "Son of a... Guards, where are you? Get him!" He cradled her, whispering, completely ignoring the fact that he was poisoned too. Jiao Lo hang on, bathed in the warm sunlight. Lin Huan clutched her tightly before his own strength gave out, and he collapsed right beside her. The two of them lay side by side, looking so serene, you'd think they were just napping, not dying from snake venom. The villagers searched frantically. Any sign of them, but it was no use, not a trace. They examined the footprints, noting signs of a scuffle. "The chief should be here by now," they muttered. The leader barked his orders. "Scour this entire area, I don't care how long it takes. Search until nightfall, and if you find nothing, we regroup at the Gu family fort." "Sir, yes, sir," they roared in unison. The dense forest was filled with the deafening buzz of cicadas. Meanwhile, tucked away on a secluded cliff, Lin Huan and Zhao Lo lay unconscious. His eyelids fluttered, his face turning a deathly shade of black, a clear sign he'd taken a massive dose of poison. Lin Huan's eyes snapped open, pupils shrinking in sheer horror. He lifted a hand only to see it was translucent and ghostly. "Wait, I remember getting bitten by a snake along with Zhao Luo." Then his gaze suddenly shifted downwards, and what he saw was his own body lying there next to Zhao Luo's. In a panic, his astral form, the very essence of his soul, shot downwards, realizing he was out of his body. "I'm not dead, right?" Just then, the system notifications started pinging like crazy. The body enhancement feature was kicking into gear. Emergency protocol initiating, auto activation commencing. He scratched his chin, looking up at the floating text. "Ah, this is that body-boosting reward I got a while back. No wonder the passive physical enhancement seemed useless before. Turns out the emergency mode in this crazy manhwa world had to be triggered manually." Suddenly, a detailed blueprint of his body appeared in his mind's eye, every organ, nerve, blood vessel, and meridian laid bare. And just like that, the system displayed the trajectory and infiltration route of the venom. Lin Huan's spiritual form finally located the snakebite on his calf. Found it, the system panel popped up detailing every last component. Now the venom's location and the wound's status were crystal clear. He quickly tapped the icon for the snake-bitten calf, eager to get the healing started immediately. Lin Huan's spiritual form furiously mashed buttons on the system panel. "Next up, I need to take control of the acupuncture points and blood vessels to kick this poison to the curb." Just as instructed, the system began repairing his body. Manual body enhancement mode activated. Treatment at 60%, treatment at 85%, treatment at 99%, treatment 100%. Complete. Lin Huan's soul slid back into his body, smooth as silk. He then turned to look at the girl lying beside him. "All right, time to save Xiao Luo." Lin Huan pricked his finger for a drop of blood. "First, a taste of my blood, which now contains a certain amount of anti-venom." He carefully searched for the snakebite on her body, trying to figure out where he needed to suck the venom out from. "Gotta find that wound. As I recall, it was somewhere around her thigh." Lin Huan gently slipped the stockings off her delicate feet, his movements slow and almost caressing. But the bite mark was nowhere to be found. "Not here." Lin Huan's hand cautiously slid further up her dress hem. "Still gotta go higher." He sighed in resignation, telling himself, "The dress fabric is too thick, I'll have to tear it. My apologies for the transgression." With a rip, the dress tore open, revealing a deep, nasty bite mark right on her inner thigh. The wound was still bleeding, the skin around it turning a dark shade of purple. "There it is." Lin Huan helplessly clasped his hands in a silent prayer. "Oh heavens, please look away. I'm just saving a life here. Let's get to it." He leaned down, held her leg steady, and began sucking the poisoned blood from the wound. Xiaoluo's body trembled, her lips pursed tightly, yet her face inexplicably flushed a rosy pink. He spat out a large mouthful of dark, toxic blood, a color so grim it would make anyone's skin crawl. Wiping his mouth, he muttered, "Huh, why does it smell so fragrant?" there's no smell of poison. At that very moment, lurking behind some dense bushes, a group of assassins was preparing to raid the village. They whispered amongst themselves, Xiao Lo and Lin Huan, the main powerhouses, aren't here. The one next to him stated with grim determination, let's move in. Tonight we wipe them all out. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air as panicked villagers screamed, enemies were under attack. At the same time, Xiao Lo's fair, slender legs slowly touched the ground. She gently fluttered her eyes open, her expression dazed as if waking from a very long dream. Xiao Lo tilted her head, her hazy gaze not focusing on anything in particular. The very first thing that came into her blurry vision was Lin Huan, holding her leg and sucking on it. This is a scene straight out of a spicy manhwa. Poison, her face flushed bright red. This was when Qiao La suddenly remembered that black snake. Right, I was bitten by a snake back then. She squeezed her eyes shut and started chanting a little prayer. This is just the antidote. This is just the antidote. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. But then Lin Huan's face just had to pop into her mind. Wait a minute, could this be? He wondered, completely baffled. The poison should have been completely sucked out by now. Lin Huan suddenly jolted, remembering she'd been bitten multiple times. Or maybe there's more than just one wound. Should I keep searching for more injuries? The plot thickens. He had no choice but to rip her skirt even higher. My apologies, but I have to tear this a bit more. Qiao La's dress was progressively being shredded further and further up her thigh. She hesitated. What should I do? Should I wake up now? Or should I just keep playing possum like this? Sure, it's not that embarrassing, but he'll totally look down on me for this. Qiao La turned to her side, leaving Lin Huan utterly confused. What's going on? Why is she moving on her own? He gently shook her. Qiao La, are you awake? Weird. Maybe it's just muscle spasms from the toxin. Lin Huan decided to be a bit more forceful. No, I have to find that wound and fast. Suddenly, the sky lit up with the sound of an exploding firework. It was like a distress signal from the villagers. He jerked his head around in shock. That was the signal he had left at Luojia village. Luojia village is in danger. Qiao La, filled with worry, shot straight up. We need to execute the plan immediately. He agreed, right, we'll dispatch a rescue team at once. But the moment Lin Huan realized her little acting gig was up, the entire cave seemed to freeze over. Qiao La's face turned the color of a ripe tomato as she quickly turned to face the cave wall in shame. As for our hero, all he could do was stand up and scratch his head, suddenly very concerned about the villagers. Lin Huan leaped onto a cliffside, ready to rush to the rescue. He urged her, Luojia village is in danger, we have to move now. But she called him back, wait, just wait a second. Qiao La was clutching the few remaining scraps of fabric to cover herself. Could you find me some clothes first? Meanwhile, Ah Qi was leading a group of villagers facing off against a team of assassins. The enemy leader sneered, I'm surprised you're so composed, but it doesn't matter, your combat strength is laughably inferior to ours. Ah Yi pulled down his face mask. No need to pretend anymore. The Grand Master has his eyes on Luojia village. But the guy behind him added, be smart and surrender now and you might just keep your lives. Otherwise, he crossed his arms. Your fighting style is hopelessly outdated. Lin Huan taught us some moves that are way cooler, like something straight out of a battle manhwa. Whoosh! A single flare shot up into the sky. A prearranged firework display then exploded with a deafening bang as Ah Qi urged the villagers to fall back, which they did with suspicious swiftness. Quick, quick! That firework bursting in the deep blue sky was basically the most high-tech signal flare of its time. The enemy leader and his cronies shielded their eyes. Sending a signal, are we? How cute, by the time they get back, you'll all be fertilizer. The taunts continued, trying to run. How before your buddies get here, you'll be toast. And just then the ground beneath them collapsed. In an instant, a massive pit filled with sharp stakes was revealed, a classic trap straight out of a historical manhwa about the Battle of Bakdang River. The villagers standing behind Ah Qi grinned, smirking at the trapped goons. The leader's underlings were completely dumbstruck, their brains lagging as they tried to process what to do next. One of the villagers on the other side taunted them, well, come on over. The enemy lackeys were grinding their teeth in fury, veins popping on their foreheads. Meanwhile, the villagers just casually started cooking hot pot. I'm suddenly starving, let's have some hot pot. The enemies were fuming. Son of a... Watching them eat is just infuriating. One of them couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Damn you! For your information, I eat the finest delicacies at headquarters. You think you can tempt me with that peasant food?" But his stomach immediately betrayed him with a loud growl, and his mouth began watering like one of Pavlov's dogs at the sound of a bell. A villager sneered, "All talk and no bite, huh?" The cornered enemy shot back with a threat. "Let's see how long you can keep this up. We've already contacted reinforcements from HQ. They're on their way now. If you surrender, there's still time. We might even leave you some leftovers." The enemy leader, Ah Yi, gloated. "And that's not all. Our men have already circled around the back of the mountain. In a few moments, this place will be completely surrounded." Ah Chi feigned surprise. "Wow, they got here that fast." The goon pointed toward the green flags that were now visible on the mountainside. "Of course, those are our troops." At that, Ah Chi calmly picked up a stick from the cooking fire. "Ah, that puts my mind at ease." Ah Chi shouted a slogan and lit a signal torch. "Everyone fall back." As if perfectly rehearsed, the villagers packed up their things and dashed back into the village. All across the mountainside, what looked like lone yellow flags popped up, forming a deadly triangle formation. The group on the southern flank roared, "We're ready!" while the northern team's morale soared as they yelled, "We're ready." Ayi scoffed contemptuously. "What is this supposed to be? You think a handful of stragglers can change anything?" But he didn't need an answer. The ground where his men stood began to shake violently. From the mountainside, the peak, and everywhere in between, massive boulders began to rain down upon them. Boulders rained down right on the goon squad, knocking them out flat. Some of these rocks were so massive they turned more than half of Ayi's crew into human pancakes. The guy's face went white as a sheet, sweating buckets as he watched his men get redecorated into modern art installations. Ayi, trying to save face, blustered, "If you think a little dynamite scares us, you're dead wrong. We ain't scared of nothing." Achi shot back with a smirk. "Who said anything about you being scared of the dynamite?" He explained with a shrug, "That was just a little warning shot. Keep this up and this place becomes your permanent address 6 feet under." The stubborn fool shot back, "So what, we can just turn around and go back the way we came?" Achi arched an eyebrow. "Oh really? Let's see you try that when I block your escape route. You'll have no choice but to come through here." A Yi faltered for a second, but then defiantly raised his torch. "Shengru gang doesn't need to pass through here. What's your big plan now?" The guy's jaw dropped, only managing to sputter, "You." Chi pointed his own torch right at A Yi. "Back off right now, you still have a chance to run home to mommy. If not, I'll bring this whole mountain down again. Think about it, messing with us is basically signing your own death warrant." The guy trembled with rage, but his feet were suddenly glued to the spot. All bark, no bite. Even his own people were getting annoyed with his hesitation. A Yi was completely and utterly stuck. He finally cursed, "You cheaters. Our trip to Shengri Gang is more important. Let's just leave these lunatics." As he stormed off, the villagers burst out laughing. What a brilliantly devious plan. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "I have no idea who cooked up this genius scheme, but it's gotta be Master Lin. That man's brain is on another level, like a true manhwa protagonist." Meanwhile, Aichi was anxiously fidgeting off to the side, thinking, "Lin Huan, everything's going just as you planned, but what about you? How's your part of the mission going?" Scene change. We're now under a vast, clear blue sky surrounded by the cool shade of lush green trees. The villagers assigned to mountain duty were waiting by a huge rock for Lin Huan. When he finally sauntered over, their faces lit up. "Master Lin, you're back." Someone asked, "Hey, where's the chief?" Just then, a little head popped out from inside Lin Huan's ridiculously oversized coat. It was Xiao Lo. "I'm right here." She blushed furiously and demanded, "Somebody get me a change of clothes stat." The villagers couldn't resist a little teasing, "Oh, and what happened to your old ones?" Lin Huan's face turned beet red as he coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, let's drop it. A Chi is about to set off the Big Bang any minute now. We need to get moving." Desperate to change the subject, he shouted, "What's our motto, people?" The whole crew roared in unison, "The fortress is ours, and peace is our prize." With that, Lin Huan raised a fist to the sky, his resolve as solid as the very mountains they were fighting for. This feels like the epic climax of a great manhwa. Let's move out. We're launching a surprise raid on this dinky little camp to serve them some major pain. Over at the mountain village, the guards were patrolling in a perfect, impenetrable rhythm. Jiao Lo, doing her best impression of a decorative shrub, whispered, "Lin Huan," while the sudden urge for a sneak attack, his eyes remained glued to the guards as he replied, "Today's main quest is finding ore, but we might as well smash a few of these minor camps along the way. These small fry camps are surely connected to the Luo family camp, so isn't this the perfect chance for us to stir up some trouble?" She was still doubtful. "How do you know they're gathering troops to attack our Luo family camp, and if they know we're out, won't they be wise to our plan?" Lin Han teased, "Oh my sweet adorable chieftain, are you forgetting they planted a mole inside the Luo family camp?" Hearing that, Jiao Lo fumed. "That's right, if there's a spy, they'll definitely signal them to attack our home base." Just then a couple of guards wandered a little too close for comfort, forcing his hand. Lin Huan casually picked up a small rock, and with a flick of the wrist he pegged an unlucky guard right on the dome. The man saw stars and roared in anger. Who the hell threw that at me?" The guard rushed over to the bushes to investigate. Where'd they go? Our boy had already ambushed him from behind. "Sorry about this, pal." Lin Huan quickly swapped clothes with the unconscious guard. "All right, I'm all dressed up. Drag him away." He seamlessly blended in with the gate guards and sauntered right into the village. Lin Huan made his way toward a house that still had 2 more sentries posted outside. He eyed the heavy security with caution. "This has to be the Chen family's main office. They're not messing around. Now I just wait for Chi's signal." Inside the room, a dancer in a ridiculously seductive dress was putting on a performance. Guang Lai sat there drooling. Yes, fantastic dancing. His portly figure then lumbered forward to grab the poor girl. "Come now, let's get down to the real business." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the camp, the very signal Chi was supposed to send. The fatso Guang Lai jumped a foot in the air reflexively, shoving the dancer away. He furiously kicked the door open, bellowing, "What in the world is going on?" Lin Huan sprinted out from his hiding spot, shouting dramatically, "It's a disaster, chieftain, a disaster. An urgent message from headquarters." The man's face turned grim as he warned, "Shut your mouth, are you an idiot?" Shouting about a secret message for everyone to hear? Completely fooled. Guang Lai dragged him into the room and slammed the door. He ordered, "Speak." "What's the message?" Lin Huan, putting on a performance worthy of a manhwa protagonist, began, reporting Sir Headquarters says, "Is to rally the troops to raid the Luo family stronghold and more importantly, send a crack team to snatch their imperial-grade medicinal pills." He whispered, all cloak and dagger, "I've heard this little pill can boost vitality and get your qi flowing. For men especially, it has some miraculous effects. Let's just say it gives you a major power-up." Guang Lai practically started drooling. "Is it really that good? I absolutely have to try this?" He lovingly brought the pill to his lips, his mustache practically vibrating with anticipation. But then, wait a minute. Guang Lai's brain finally kicked in. "Something about what you said smells fishy." He then pointed at Lin Huang and roared with laughter, "You think you can pull a fast one on me? Spill it, who sent you here?" Without batting an eye, our hero gave his hand a swift smack, launching the pill straight down Guang Lai's gullet. The guy's face went from smug to stormy in a split second. What was that pill?" He doubled over, clutching his gut. "Egg, my stomach. It's poison, you poisoned me." Guang Lai frantically grabbed the nearest cup of water and started chugging it like his life depended on it. Lin Huang casually chimed in, "I'd advise against that. With this particular concoction, water just makes the party in your intestines a whole lot worse." His eyes bulged, pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he gasped for air. Guang Lai started rolling on the floor like a dramatic actor. "The pain, somebody help me, for the love of God, help it." Feeling generous, our MC decided to spare him. "Here's a temporary antidote, it's good for one day." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he desperately gulped down the antidote. Sprawled on the floor, Guang Lai gasped, Who are you?" "Oh, I'm just a humble nobody." "Then why did you poison me?" Lin Huang slowly pushed his chair back, resting his chin on his hand with the most superior look imaginable. Because I am the poison god, Gao Jin, Lin Huang declared, patting his shoulder. If you want the full antidote hand over all the Chen family's assets, then we'll have a little chat about betrayal. Guang Lai stammered, betrayal. Our boy just casually fanned himself, enjoying the show. That's right. As for the betrayal part, we can negotiate. After all, I'm not a bad guy. The silent night fell over the small village, a perfect setting for this kind of manhua plot twist. The nearby guards were busy gossiping. Guang Lai, with tears in his eyes, whimpered, You're going to take all my money. Lin Huang's eyes darted around shiftily. Take it all? Please, this is just the fee for the antidote. Let me ask you a simple question. Your life or your cash? Faced with such a compelling argument, he had no choice but to order his goons to haul out several heavy chests of gold. Once the deal was done, our protagonist casually tossed him a vial of the antidote. Here's the antidote you need. Remember to take 1 pill a day. The full course of treatment is for 2 days. Guang Lai clutched the medicine vial like his life depended on it, terrified that if it shattered, so would his future. He pathetically tugged on Lin Huang's sleeve. Huan, what am I supposed to do when the medicine runs out? I don't have the money to buy more. He threatened, finish this and you'll basically be cured. But if you dare disobey my orders, I can snuff out your life whenever I please. The man trembled like a leaf in a storm. But wait, are you asking me to betray the main stronghold? Lin Huan covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Don't you worry, all I need you to do is withdraw and find some lame excuse to stop supporting the main stronghold. Guang Lai cupped his hands in submission. All right. Lin Huan then left the room to deal with the mountain of gold. You find a safe place to stash this treasure and use it as the next operational fund for the Luo family stronghold. Xiaolo, her eyes sparkling, piped up, Lin Huan, that miraculous poison of yours, I think I should borrow some. A crafty look spread across Lin Huan's face. What poison? It was just noodles with ginseng and bean powder. Drink some water after and you get a tummy ache. He turned to leave. Let's go. We still have to deal with the Ba Shan stronghold tonight. She felt utterly helpless. Was this guy just a top-tier, smooth-talking scam artist? Even a villager couldn't help but mutter, thank goodness he's not our enemy. Suddenly, Lin Huan froze in his tracks, his eyes wide. He raised a spyglass to his eye, peering into the distance. I hear something. From the foot of the hill, the faint, desperate sobs of a woman could be heard. The kidnappers were having a good laugh. Haha, the leader of the Lai family stronghold sure knows how to have fun telling us to escort a maiden for him. The goon behind him chimed in. With a woman like that who even needs to eat, suddenly the horse's hoof struck something hard, causing it to neigh and rear up. The violent jerk sent the kidnapper and his unfortunate captive flying. She let out a blood-curdling scream, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably as she plummeted towards a headfirst landing. But the painful impact never came. Instead, she landed squarely in Lin Huan's arms. The poor woman opened her eyes, her face blushing, a delicate pink, a truly heart-wrenching sight. She trembled as she thanked her savior. The kidnappers roared, "Who's there?" He replied nonchalantly, "It's your grandpa, got a problem." The goons burst into laughter. Look at this guy playing the hero, saving the damsel. The words barely left his mouth before Lin Huan had given them all matching lumps on their heads and sent them scurrying away. The damsel in distress hastily took her leave. I'll be on my way now. At that moment, a brilliant idea sparked in Lin Huan's mind. If they're offering up a bride, we'll just beat them at their own game and swap the bride. He imagined the slender figure of Xiao Luo in a magnificent red wedding dress. And Lin Huan's eyes lit up like a protagonist starting a new manhua arc. How about this? As he started to propose his plan, she warily sidestepped away from him, sighed. I don't want to do it, he replied, cool as a cucumber. If you don't do it, who will? Nobody else has skin as smooth as yours. Hearing this, Chao flashed a mischievous grin. Take a wild guess. All eyes were now fixated on Lin Huang's famously soft and smooth skin. The poor guy started trembling like a leaf. What are you people planning to do? Please not this kind of scheme, listen to me, listen to me. But it was too late. The bride's sedan chair procession had arrived. At the camp of the old man Ning Bao, master of the Li family camp, who greeted them with open arms. So you've arrived. The old geezer's face lit up like a Christmas tree upon seeing the bride in her deep red wedding attire. Oh my, just your presence is enough. Why bother with gifts? Ning Bao couldn't contain himself and immediately dragged his new bride into the room. Everyone, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to have a private chat with my new wife first. The rickety old wooden door slammed shut, setting the stage for some classic manhwa-level disaster. The lecherous old man immediately lunged for his bride. My dear wife, let's... right, we have to drink the celebratory wine first. Completely off his guard, Ning Bao chugged the entire cup of wine his bride handed him. He was already getting tipsy. Old Ning finally feel like a real man today. Ning Bao eagerly lifted the veil, only to freeze solid for a good 5 seconds, the veil slipping from his trembling hand. You Lin Huang, looking surprisingly good in the wedding dress, sneered. Want to be a real man, you should probably deal with that poison I just gave you first. Later that night at the Li family camp, a ruckus echoed from Ning Bao's room, making the guards antsy. Camp masters, everything all right in there? The old man stammered from inside. Nothing's wrong, don't come in. Meanwhile, Lin Huang casually swirled a bowl in his hand. You know what they say, if a man wears women's clothes too many times, he's basically done for. Ning Bao was writhing on the floor in agony. My lord, please have mercy, the pain is going to kill me. Our boy was using a poison control technique to get the old coot under his thumb. All right, I'll give you the antidote, but you better remember this. Ning Bao nodded his head so fast it looked like it would fall off. Yes, I agree, yes. Lin Huang thoughtfully stroked his chin. Hold on, you know that outfit actually looks pretty good on you. He then slowly strolled out, causing the guards standing outside to whip their heads around their senses on high alert. Who are you? When did you even get in here? One of them demanded, pointing his weapon at our hero. He must be an assassin. Lin Huang looked completely unfazed by their threats. Just then Xiao Luo appeared out of nowhere to stand in front of him. Who dares to touch him? The guards roared, "Get him!" Suddenly a pair of legs stepped out from the room. Stop this instant! It was Ning Bao, still in his women's attire, screaming at his own men. Don't you dare stop him! Get the man a horse pronto! The goons just stood there frozen until the old-timer stomped his foot impatiently. But sir, say what now? Once Lin Huan secured the horse, he casually tossed the antidote to the old geezer. All right, here's the rest of your happy pills. The soldiers behind him started gossiping. Wow, I never knew he had such peculiar tastes. Unbothered, Lin Huan and Xiao Luo galloped across mountain after mountain. They finally arrived at the mountain leading back to her village. Sunlight was bathing the landscape, and Lin Huan's eyes were drooping, a clear sign of an all-nighter. Man working all night is just brutal. Xiao Luo griped from behind him. Don't you get too cocky. You spent the entire night dealing with the Nanshan stronghold and you still don't know when to quit. Meanwhile, Chi's reinforcement squad was marching forward. Excellent. My territory is now 3 times larger than before. One of the stragglers at the back of the group spotted our 2 heroes. He squinted. You guys look kind of familiar. Are you also here as reinforcements? Our boy replied coolly, but of course, you here for the same reason. Then smooth as butter, Lin Huan just tagged along with the group and waltzed right into the village. The leader's brain cells finally started firing. Hey, wait a sec, look at the guy on the horse. Quick as a flash, Lin Huan popped a little poison pill into the mouth of the last goon in line. Oh right, if we're on the same team, let me give you this. The guy swallowed it out of sheer reflex, and his entire body instantly began to tremble violently. The last goon crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. It hurts, he gasped. Lin Huan quipped, My what, a dramatic reaction. The leader leveled his sword at our boy. It was Lin Huan, he's the one who did him in. Lin Huan, unhurried, slowly pulled 4 jade pendants from inside his robe and presented them to the enemy crowd. The Chen family stronghold, the Li family stronghold, the Little Li family stronghold, the Hong stronghold, the Da stronghold. I had a lovely little get-together with all your masters last night. We had a full and frank exchange about unifying the land in peace, and well, we reached a mutual agreement. As of right now, the Wujia mountain strongholds will no longer interfere in the business of the main stronghold and the Luo family stronghold to avoid sticking their noses into the internal affairs of other villages. Lin Huan pointed to the pre-signed commitment paper. This is some top-tier manhua plot twist. As it stands, the Luo family stronghold treaty has been signed by all the Wujia mountain strongholds, complete with an official notice tag. The reinforcement squad looked on with the blankest of expressions, utterly clueless. Over on Aichi's side, he and the villagers looked just as confused, with giant question marks practically floating above their heads. What does that even mean? Lin Huan waved his hand dismissively. That's enough for today. You lot should head out, go back home, have a nice bath, and get some rest. Those are your master's words, not mine. The enemy soldiers started to hesitate. That really is our master's jade pendant. They moved in for a closer inspection. This one's legit too. Only the master of our little Lai family stronghold has a thumbprint like that. Could be that hideous. They all looked at each other, shrugged, and decided to call it a day. Well, that's enough for me, fellas. Let's hit the tavern, my treat. Our hero scoffs. Well, look at that. Your fan club seems to have bailed. What's your next move, genius? The ringleader fumed, utterly powerless. Damn you, just you wait. Our great king will be back for you. Lin Huan just casually yeeted the last two stubborn goons into the stratosphere. Scram! Cut to the throne room, which is booming with the furious roar of the god king Shen Wang. Yi Jia, he bellowed, his face as dark as a burnt pot. Drag that failure outside and make him a sacrifice for me. The poor henchman grovels desperately. My king, have mercy, please spare my life. He tried to explain that it wasn't his fault, that the kid Lin Huan was just too damn crafty. Shen Wang wasn't having any of it and stylishly skewered the guy's head with his sword. Blood sprayed everywhere as his eyes blazed with fury. The Luo camp won't escape my wrath. The next morning, Lin Huan and his crew headed deep into the forest. He grabs a shovel, looking absolutely stoked, ready to dig this entire mountain to smithereens. According to his initial survey, this mountain is pretty barren with soil just like the kind back at their camp. The odds of finding an ore deposit sky high. Lin Huan gently prods the ground and locates a spot he'd marked earlier, gathering everyone around. See, I found a chunk of metal in this very cave before. Then with a grin, Lin Huan grabs his trusty shovel. This whole scene feels straight out of a mining manhua, and dives into a cave, digging away with pure excitement. The rest of the crew follows his lead, digging with all their might, while our boy just chills on the side, whistling a happy tune. Why aren't you working, you lazy good-for-nothing? Xiao Luo spots him slacking off and immediately chews him out for his laziness. He just smirks. Work smart, not hard, you know. But then his expression suddenly turns dead serious, as if he's sensed something. Hold on a second. Something's wrong. Lin Huan stares into the forest ahead, a sudden memory clicking into place. I remember there was a broken tree here last time. He walks over to the spot he'd found and waves Xiao Luo over for a look. Xiao Luo, take a look. Was this mark here before? She examines the spot he's pointing to and gives her expert opinion. This looks different. My cut was definitely cleaner than this. Suddenly, all the color drains from Lin Huan's face. The horrifying realization hits him and he screams out a warning to everyone. Oh crap, it's a trap! And right on cue, the ground begins to tremble violently. Suddenly, a whole bunch of massive boulders decided to play bowling from the mountaintop with our heroes as the pins. Seeing the danger, Lin Huan yeeted himself forward, grabbing Jiao La and yelling to everyone in the cave, "Look out!" A massive barrage of rocks rained down, hammering the entrance and shaking the whole place like a cheap motel bed. The rock slide completely sealed the cave entrance, and surprise, surprise, it was totally a setup. Meanwhile, a couple of goons perched on a cliff above were cackling like hyenas. Ha ha ha, the boss's plan was sheer genius. I have no idea what they were looking for, but being trapped in there is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Ha ha ha, who's gonna come to their rescue now? After that horrifying rock slide, Lin Huan and the gang were stuck inside the cave, basically sitting ducks. Jiao La, you alright? Jiao La, who was currently pinned to the ground, looked extremely flustered. I'm fine, but could you maybe move your hand? The situation was textbook awkward. His hand was planted right on her chest, which was probably making it a tad difficult to breathe. You see this kind of trope in every other manhwa. Realizing his accidental placement, Lin Huan snatched his hand back, his face turning 50 shades of red. My bad, so sorry. The servants witnessing this whole disaster unfold were starting to panic big time. Young master, what are we going to do now? You have to get us out of here. My wife and kids are waiting for me. But our boy Lin Huan cool as a cucumber. He calmly lit a torch and soothed the panicking crowd. Chill out everyone, there's gotta be another exit. Lin Huan held the torch high using the flame as a makeshift windsock. See that the wind is blowing the flame that way. The entire group followed the flickering flame of his torch, desperate for an escape route. After a bit of searching, Lin Huan stopped and pointed at a crevice in the rock that looked promising. That might be our ticket out. Jiao La, ever the impatient one, immediately charged ahead. She was ready to use her brute strength to smash a new doorway for everyone. Let me handle this. But our boy didn't hesitate to intervene by grabbing her leg to stop her from doing something stupid. Hold on. This of course caused her to lose balance and tumble right into Lin Huan's arms. Classic manhwa moment. He, completely unfazed by the close contact, calmly explained, yes, there's a draft here connecting to the outside, but look at the rock formation around it. If we damage it, we could trigger another landslide and get buried alive. Jiao La's face immediately contorted into an angry pout. So what's the plan, genius? He took a stroll around the cave, surveying the area like a pro, before explaining his findings to the group. The structure of this fissure looks like it was carved by water flow, which means it follows a predictable path of water dripped into a crevice. Lin Huan strolled over to a specific spot and slammed the shovel in his hands into the ground with gusto. Hundreds of years ago, a stream must have flowed right through here. The spot Lin Huan struck immediately gushed with fresh water. Looks like our boy hit the underground spring jackpot. That's it. There's an underground water system that connects to the outside. We can swim our way to freedom. Wasting no time, Lin Huan ordered the crew to get digging. Get over here and dig down, let's see what we've got. While everyone was busy playing human backhoe, Xiao La tugged on his shirt from behind, wanting to say something. Lin Huan. She looked a bit sheepish as she explained her dilemma. So here's the thing, I can't swim or dive at all. Suddenly, Lin Huan's face morphed into a mischievous grin, the kind you'd see on a classic manhwa rogue plotting something devious. I've got a way to get you underwater, but it's up to you if you want to try it. Xiao La was completely terrified by this look. She froze on the spot, trembling and unable to move a muscle. A short while later, the hole they were all digging had widened and the water was flowing out even more ferociously. Lin Huan had already dived down to scout the situation and had been gone for a while without returning. This made Xiao La waiting on the bank a tad nervous. It's been more than half an incense stick's time. You don't think Lin Huan is in danger, do you? Relax, a guy that's skilled, no way he's in trouble. Suddenly, the water's surface rippled and Lin Huan emerged, his impossibly handsome face perfectly intact. There's an exit just a few minutes' dive from here. Seeing him, Xiao La feigned annoyance to hide her relief. A few minutes? It felt like you made us wait for an eternity. He sat down at the edge of the pit, his clothes sopping wet, but he just chuckled and explained, haha, my bad. Nature was calling, so I had to visit a bush for a moment. Hearing that everyone just froze, realizing they'd wasted all that worry on his bathroom break. Lin Huan then ordered everyone to line up and go down in turns, one by one, let's move. All right. But when it was Xiao La's turn, she wore an expression of pure dread, clearly not wanting to go in. Lin Huan immediately held his hand out to Xiao La, leaving her a bit stunned. His face was filled with a surprising gentleness, showing he was there to help her. Don't worry, my plan is foolproof. Xiao La's feeling was no longer anxiety, but a shy blush that crept up her cheeks. But then in a flash, Lin Huan closed the distance, cupped her face in his hands, and planted a kiss right on her lips. Xiao La was completely lost in the sweetness of his kiss, so mesmerized she couldn't possibly pull away. With that, the two lovebirds leaped into the water, letting the current guide them. And hey, it was all thanks to Lin Huan's life-saving kiss that she managed to escape. And just like that, they kept on smooching their lips, practically super glued together. Seizing the golden opportunity, Lin Huan wrapped an arm around Xiaolu's waist, hoping to speed things along. Suddenly, a huge commotion broke out on the river's surface. After a bit of a swim, they finally reached a riverbank bordering a forest. Lin Huan popped his head out of the water, gasping for some sweet fresh air. He helped Xiaolu onto a nearby patch of dry land. She was drenched from head to toe while he started rummaging around in the bushes for some reason. A few moments later, Lin Huan emerged with a custom-made leaf blouse. He did it, of course, because he was afraid she'd catch a cold. "It's not like I was bored," he explained, "and decided to make you a leaf outfit. I was just worried you'd get a chill." Xiaolu's heart was completely fluttering from his gesture. A blush crept onto her cheeks. "Thank you, Lin Huan, you're truly kind to me." But then out of nowhere, one of his expedition buddies showed up. The guy was gleefully holding Lin Huan's breathing tube and shouted, "Young master, this snorkel you invented is an absolute game changer. I can't swim, but with this I'm not scared at all." Realizing his cover was blown in this classic manhua misunderstanding, Lin Huan frantically tried to shush him, completely oblivious that Xiaoluo had overheard everything from behind. "Shh, zip it, too late." Her face was radiating pure murderous intent as she stomped over to confront Lin Huan. "Lin Huan, you dared to lie to me, prepare to die." Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, a carriage convoy was making its way through a small valley. The man leading the procession looked at the peaceful landscape and couldn't help but smile. "This road is surprisingly quiet and the view isn't half bad." Suddenly, a gang of bandits sprang from the bushes, clearly intent on looting their cargo. "Kill them!" The leader's face went pale as he saw their figures closing in. He roared an order to his men, "Get into battle formation now. Protect Shengang at all costs, I'll handle them." But before he could even finish his sentence, a single sword stroke flashed out, slicing the poor guy clean in two. His men watched in utter horror, frozen in fear. The culprit, the bandit chief himself, Shen Wang, made his grand entrance. This manhua is not shying away from the action. He glared down at them, head held high with pure contempt. "Don't bother running, you're all going to die here anyway." Seeing how easily they folded, Shen Wang pointed lazily at his minions and commanded, "Haul the goods back to camp. As for these guys, kill every last one of them, yes boss." Hearing their fate sealed, the remaining soldiers dropped to their knees in terror. They tremblingly offered up their weapons, hoping he would show them a shred of mercy. "My lord, please spare my life, I'll be your man." Shen Wang shot him a look of utter disgust. He strode over to the man, planting his sword in the ground beside him. "And how can I be sure you won't betray me the first chance you get? Losing the divine life territory was punishment enough. I can't afford another screw-up." Hearing this, the soldier couldn't help but let out a relieved laugh just before Shen Wang hoisted him into the air with one hand. The divine king then announced he'd take the guy on. "Ha ha, very good. You'll work for me now." The other soldiers witnessing this immediately bowed their heads in terror. Desperate to survive, they all started begging the great king to be their new master. A murderous glint appeared in Shen Wang's eyes as he looked over the trembling new recruits. "Excellent, I'll need you to make a pledge of loyalty." The soldiers were terrified but knew they had no choice if they wanted to live. "Your wish is our command." With that, he pointed off into the distance, issuing his first order. Shen Wang aimed his finger towards the far side of a mountain, ordering his new lackeys to go on a little raid. His face was a mask of cruelty, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he decided to test his new pawns: slaughter everyone at the Luojia fortress. A short while later, Shen Wang led his new cannon fodder and his old crew to the fortress gates. The gates were sturdy, the sign above them large and clear. With an icy expression, he gave the order to his men. His lieutenant added his own encouragement. "This is the place, smash it for me. Are you deaf? Break it down." The soldiers were all smiles, thinking that if they did well, their lives would be spared. "Just leave it to us. This manhua is about to get an action scene. We've trained our cultivation methods for years. This wall is a piece of cake." Without another word, they charged, intending to use their bodies as battering rams. But a moment later, they were all on the ground, numb and aching from the impact. "Holy hell, why is it so hard? They must have reinforced it with iron." Seeing the difficulty, one of them scurried back to report to the boss. "Great king! I've never seen a wall this tough. We should have someone sneak inside to open the gate. Seeing how incompetent they were, Shen Wang slapped him across the face. Useless bunch. He was done talking and raised his massive spiked mace to deal with the gate himself. Watch me. With a single mighty swing, Shen Wang splintered the massive wooden gate, causing it to collapse instantly. Then Shen Wang barked at the soldiers, "Pick up this giant beam, get over here and let's use this log to smash the rest of it open." Armed with a makeshift battering ram, the soldiers' morale skyrocketed. They charged forward like a pack of rabid bulls, slamming the log into the gate. Bam! The first hit alone sent a spiderweb of cracks across the wall. "Let's go, put your backs into it." Seeing a glimmer of hope, their spirits soared and they hammered the gate again with even more gusto. After a few more solid thwacks, the wall crumbled, leaving a gaping hole. Payday. The goons readied their weapons, drooling at the thought of all the villagers they were about to, liberate from their valuables. "Ha ha ha! You vermin of Luojia Fort, time to meet your maker, don't even think about running." But what greeted them wasn't riches and screaming peasants, but crickets. The entire place was a ghost town. A wave of confusion and a hint of fear washed over the goons. What gives one of them scurried back to report to Shen Wang. Boss, what the heck is going on?" "Reporting, my lord. The cowards of Luojia Fort must have heard of your terrifying reputation and tucked tail and ran." Shen Wang was not amused. He grabbed the lackey by the head, absolutely furious. "Damn it, get out of my way." Shoving past him, Shen Wang's sharp eyes caught something on the ground wheel tracks. The penny dropped. He instantly realized the villagers had packed up all their valuables and made a run for it. The nerve. He was beyond ticked off. If they ran, they must have packed their loot onto carts. It's basic manhua logic. You idiots follow those tracks and find them for me. With the trail going cold and no loot in sight, a grumpy Shen Wang and his crew trudged back to their hideout. Deep in the forest, he was completely oblivious to Qiao Luo perched in a tree like a deadly sparrow blade at the ready. She dove down for the kill, only for Shen Wang to casually block her with his mace using just one hand. His face was an icy mask of contempt as he stared down his ambusher. A sneak attack? How utterly pathetic. Her attack thwarted, Qiao Luo wisely leapt back to create some distance. But it was too late, she was now completely surrounded by Shen Wang's goon squad. Damn it all, this running around is a huge waste of energy. Seizing the moment, he decided to give Qiao Luo a little taste of his mace. She barely had time to raise her sword to parry. "Eat this." As Shen Wang charged, she desperately tried to hold her ground. But Shen Wang's attack was overwhelmingly powerful. It shattered her great sword into a million pieces and sent Qiao Luo flying like a rag doll. Luckily, our boy Lin Huan was there for the classic hero catches heroine moment, scooping Qiao Luo into his arms. Holding her bridal style, he remarked, My great king. Not only are you a beast in combat, but you're a regular Sherlock Holmes for tracking us down. Brains, brawn, and resolve. You've got it all. Truly impressive." Hearing this blatant backhanded compliment, Shen Wang's face darkened. "Are you making fun of me, you little punk?" Lin Huan simply held his gaze, a calm, knowing smirk playing on his lips. Gracefully descended from the sky. Seeing this, a stunned Qiao Luo could only ask, "Lin Huan, how in the world are you floating? This is an advanced qi technique far beyond your comprehension." Yeah, he said that, but deep down, our boy knew the hilarious truth. It's too high, I'm too chicken to jump. In reality, a whole crew was just off-panel, holding him up with ropes and branches like a puppet. Shen Wang, ever the party pooper, cut in to lay down the law. "Go on, keep flirting. I'll make sure you regret it in a minute. Looks like you're not all talk. I'll give you two options. One, become my slave, or two, die. Choose." Unfazed, Lin Huan landed gently and strolled right up to him. Taking his sweet time, he ignored the ultimatum entirely. "I choose option 3, I challenge you." The entire crowd's jaws hit the floor, their collective brains short-circuiting. A challenge. Even Zhao Lo was gobsmacked. Seeing their confusion, Lin Huan helpfully spelled out the rules. According to ancient tradition, whoever defeats the chief gets to take over. Shen Wang's face turned thunderous as he stomped towards Lin Huan. "You little punk, you actually dare to challenge me?" Lin Huan, cool as a cucumber, simply asked back, "Are you scared?" The tension between the two men was palpable. their killing intent practically sizzled under the scorching sun. While Jiao Luo was a nervous wreck, Lin Huan's crew had absolute faith in their young master. Is he going to be okay? I've never actually seen Lin Huan fight before. Relax, the young master is a peerless genius straight out of a manhwa. There's no way he can lose. Lin Huan meanwhile just casually crooked his finger, giving Shen Wang the classic "come at me bro" gesture. Done with the chit-chat, Shen Wang threw a punch that shot forward so fast even Lin Huan had to admit, damn, that's quick. But it seems our hero had anticipated this move, pivoting on his heel to smoothly dodge the attack. However, I'm faster. In a blink, Lin Huan appeared right behind a completely astonished Shen Wang. Shen Wang whipped around his face a mask of disbelief. Where did you learn that footwork? Realizing he'd seriously underestimated his opponent, he began analyzing Lin Huan's style. I really misjudged you, kid. Your movements are bizarre. The coordination is strange, yet shockingly effective. It's as if your upper and lower body belong to two different people. Lin Huan was actually surprised someone could read his moves so clearly. Not a bad analysis. It turns out he was using a physically enhanced body supplemented by an auxiliary control ability, making the upper half dodge while the lower half moves, forcing them to operate separately. But the thought of the wedding night still bugged Lin Huan a bit. Its biggest drawback: when it's time to get frisky, his upper body can't stop his lower half from doing the Macarena. He immediately squared up, ready to get serious. All right, my turn to attack. Seeing his stance, everyone was utterly baffled. What in the world is that supposed to be? Lin Huan then pulled his leg back and launched a sweeping kick, but Shen Wang easily blocked it. A little whip kick to start things off. He fired off a swift kick aimed right at Shen Wang's head. The man barely felt Lin Huan's attack and shot him a look of pure contempt, completely unfazed. Then Shen Wang lunged forward, grabbing Lin Huan in a bear hug to lock him down. Let's see you run now. But Lin Huan just smirked. This was all going according to plan. Just as I'd hoped. And with a sudden leap, Lin Huan broke free from Shen Wang's grasp, instantly escaping the lock. Taking full advantage of the position, he drove his knee straight into the old man's face. Eat this knee. After that hit, Shen Wang's face was a bloody mess, but it looked like he wasn't ready to give up. Damn it, this ain't over. Without wasting words, Lin Huan followed up with a brutal elbow drop right on his head, sending blood flying. Have another. After that devastating blow, Shen Wang collapsed, completely blood gushing from his nose like a busted faucet. But as a seasoned warrior who'd seen countless battles, Shen Wang struggled back to his feet. As he stood, he wiped the blood from his face and asked, "Why didn't you give this old man the finishing blow?" Lin Huan kept his cool smile, but in reality he was hurt too. Crap, I'm not a Muay Thai pro, you know? My arm almost snapped in half. Seeing this, Shen Wang's expression softened and he actually praised Lin Huan. You won, yet you didn't finish me off. You're a true man. A triumphant look spread across our boy's face as he prepared to make a grand declaration. In that case, from this day forward, I'm the new big boss around here. But it turns out Shen Wang was a real scumbag. He suddenly threw a hidden dart right at Lin Huan. Haha, in your dreams, kid. Lin Huan was hit. He staggered backward, causing Xiao Lo and the others to scream in panic. Lin Huan! The old geezer seized the opportunity, charging with his mace to end it all. Forget about honor, I'm a bandit. Killing is the only way this ends. But the dart Shen Wang threw had been caught by Lin Huan between his teeth. You think this little thing can kill me? He spat out the dart, a look of pure disdain on his face. What a classic manhwa protagonist move. You're the one who said it, remember? And just like that, he whips out a treasure from thin air. Suddenly, Lin Huan is lugging a massive cannon on his shoulder. Men light the fuse. The cannon's muzzle aimed squarely at the Shen Wang, making the big boss flinch involuntarily. The Shen Wang had no clue what that thing was, but a moment later a brilliant beam of light erupted, sending him on a one-way trip to the great beyond. Everyone who witnessed that shocking spectacle was frozen in stunned silence. Lin Huan, however, just casually propped the cannon back on his shoulder, a look of pure triumph on his face. We said it was a fist fight, but my hands were just itching to use something else. After taking care of the so-called Shen Wang, Lin Huan ordered his men to clean up the mess. What goes around comes around. He then gazed at the cannon in his hands and sighed with a hint of regret. Too bad it can only be used 2 or 3 more times. The materials to craft this baby are a real pain to find. He then hefted the cannon, eyeing the former king's lackeys. But for the likes of you, this is more than enough. So from this moment on, the position of great king shall be... Suddenly, some random dude steps up to claim the title. I shall take that position. Zhu Bing brandishes a token, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Long time no see, Lin Huan. With the Ling Bai Jai command token in my hand, you will all obey me, kill him. Lin Han just gently patted his cannon, issuing a calm warning. Aren't you afraid of ending up like the great king? You know, a pile of dust. But the villain had an ace up his sleeve, something that stopped our hero cold. Of course I'm scared, but having the villagers of Luojiajai as my funeral companions, I can live with that. The innocent hostages struggled helplessly. Xiaolo couldn't hold back her rage, but thankfully, Lin Huan held her back. You wouldn't dare... Calm down. Seeing their reaction, the baddie cackled, absolutely sure of his victory. Haha, I knew you wouldn't dare to fire. What a joke. Lin Huan didn't waste any more breath and decided to let his cannon do the talking. Men lighted up. But to everyone's absolute astonishment, the fuse was lit anyway. Xiaolo was horrified as her own relatives were among the hostages. Lin Huan, that's my family. Don't worry, just trust me. Zhu Bing, however, was unfazed. He shoved the villagers forward to form a human shield, eager to see what our hero would do next. He sneered, ready to watch Lin Huan's little plan go up in smoke. With such a densely packed crowd, I'm afraid all that'll be left after your blast is a big pile of ash. The cannon's muzzle began to glow. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Huan fired, unleashing a massive beam of light. What a classic manhua showdown. The energy blast zipped right past Zhu Bing's face, throwing him into a mild panic. He missed. What? Figuring out Lin Huan's intentions, the guy let out a scornful laugh. Haha, you almost had me scared there. But you chickened out in the end. You don't have the guts to kill us. Our boy Lin Huan, ever so calm, just chuckled at Zhu Bing's adorable naivete. But I already did kill you. His face was a mask of pure confusion, with no idea what Lin Huan was talking about. What the heck do you mean? Trying to pull a fast one on me, I'm not an idiot. Suddenly, Zhu Bing noticed something below. Holy crap, the ground was practically gushing water. What is this? Lin Huan, in true action hero fashion, zipped up a rope into the air and began to explain things to the clueless Zhu Bing. This is the result of my earlier survey. The groundwater is connected to a small river and the current just rushed in out of nowhere. And in a flash, that underground stream became a full-blown flood, washing everything away. Damn you, Lin Huan, I'll get you for this. Seeing his master plan unfolding perfectly, Lin Huan, chilling on a tree branch, gave the order, all units on my mark, deploy the nets. Immediately, a massive net looking like something you'd use to catch a whale was unfurled. This net would ensure everyone was caught and not swept away. Lin Huan watched this masterpiece of a plan, with glee fanning himself and laughing out loud. A clean sweep all in one net. Haha, he mused. It's been a while since I've really shown off. Jiao Lo and her attendant, however, were watching with some serious side-eye. Is our young master completely off his rocker? Her head swimming with questions, she walked up to him. We may have won this fight, but you still haven't made good on your promise to me. Oh, you mean the part about improving the soil quality for the Zhao family village? Lin Huan pointed down at the raging torrent of water and elaborated. I didn't redirect this river just for a little scuffle, you know. He then revealed his true genius. Later, I'll have canals manually dug to channel this water to the fields. Problem solved. This kind of 5D chess is exactly why I love this manhua. Lin Huan's face was the very definition of a cunning schemer as he snapped open his fan. On top of that, I've located a mine-secured miners and even have a layout to expand production. Everyone was floored. They had no idea his true motives were this elaborate. Was this guy even human? When did you plan all this? After a while, the water finally receded. Lin Huan separated the villagers from the bandits. This land here belongs to our Zhao family village. This is our turf, you bastards. How dare you rebel? But Jiao Lo's expression was dead serious. She just kept staring at him. Lin Huan felt a bit helpless under her intense gaze, but she was just deeply worried. Do you have a fever? Did that poison dart turn your brain to mush? Everything I just said was 100% true. He then masterfully dodged the topic, pointing toward the cave entrance they'd just come from. Hey, remember when we went for that little dive earlier? Recalling that incredibly awkward scene made Xiaoluo bury her face in her hands in sheer embarrassment. Who told you to bring that up? But as it turns out, Lin Huan had discovered something entirely different while diving with her. That's when I found the mineral deposit, but trying to excavate it underwater would be a massive headache. Hearing this, Xiao Lo was visibly ticked off, but our dense protagonist was completely oblivious. Wait at that moment, that's what was on your mind. What's up? After a brief pause, Lin Huan, in true manhua protagonist fashion, completely ignored the fuming Xiao Luo and continued explaining his master plan. Once we set off some explosives here, the waterways will be rerouted and then we can start digging for treasure. She finally gave up a look of pure exasperation on her face. Fine, whatever. So where is this mine of yours, and when are the reinforcements getting here? Lin Huan simply pointed a thumb at the pile of exhausted bandits lying nearby. Behold our reinforcements. The one named Zhu Bing, having swallowed half the river, was out cold and foaming at the mouth. At this brilliant suggestion, Xiao Luo immediately panicked and shot it down. Absolutely not. They aren't villagers. You can't trust them, that's right, young master. If they escape and report us to the authorities for illegal mining, we'll be in deep trouble. But he just stood there, cool as a cucumber, casually holding a whistle. To prevent that little scenario, we simply have to... Lin Huan then unveiled a bright and promising new career path for the bandits' hard labor re-education. Lin Huan whipped out a booklet, eager to show Xiao Lo his plan. Starting today, we're establishing a brand new mining division. The prisoners on work release will be the labor force, and the villagers from Luojiajai will act as team leaders and supervisors. As for the organizational structure, HR policies, and wage standards, you can just read this manual I just finished writing. She listened, but a healthy dose of skepticism remained. But what if this bunch of thugs doesn't listen to us? He casually brushed off her concerns, his gaze shifting to the pile of bandits. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Lin Huan then looked over at Zhu Bing's crew with the most delightfully villainous smirk. Tomorrow I'll be training them personally. The bandit, clueless about what was in store, shot him a look of pure defiance. What's the matter? Too scared to get your hands dirty? As long as we're breathing, we'll run you through. Go on. Kill us if you have the guts. Let's roll. Seeing this, he immediately ordered his men forward, completely ignoring the guy's provocations. Come on, let's dance. Bring it on, you blockhead. Watching Lin Huan's crew setting up a campfire, Zhu Bing was utterly perplexed. What in the world was this guy planning? Was he too scared to fight? Quit pacing like a caged animal. Lin Huan then dramatically whipped out a massive hot pot and bellowed for all the bandits to hear, "Let the torture begin." Lin Huan and his crew promptly sat down to a grand feast, laughing and joking around. Hey Lin Huan, keep your grubby chopsticks off my meat. Boss, even a big shot like you has to let his men eat. The tied-up bandits were drooling absolute waterfalls, unable to get a single bite. It smells so good. After a while, the whole crew was stuffed to the gills, lounging on the ground in pure bliss. Lin Huan looked over at the captive audience and laid out his terms. Listen up, fellas. All you have to do is surrender. Sign up for the mining team and you can have hot pot like this every few days. I mean, think about it, working 10 hours a day with 1 day off every 6. You're not going to find a sweeter deal than that out there. He then shot to his feet, a heroic aura radiating from him as he continued to persuade the bandits. My friends, aren't you tired of living hand-to-mouth, constantly worrying about your next meal? Are you not sick and tired of this endless bloodshed? Aren't you fed up with some blowhard screaming in your face all day? Lin Huan put on his best savior of mankind face, ready to completely rock their worldview like a true manhua protagonist. Come and join the Luojia mining team. No more hunger, no more exhaustion, and no one bossing you around. Starving as they were, the bandits felt their resolve waver. Only hard work leads to wealth. Labor is glorious. Seeing his men about to be brainwashed, Zhu Bing shot them a death glare that sent shivers down their spines. Who dares to defect you there? Daojie, wipe that drool off your chin. This was, of course, despite the fact that he himself was drooling his face beet red because the sales pitch had hit a little too close to home. Lin Huan then led everyone away except for Zhu Bing, explaining, "This session of our labor reformation program is fully booked, I'm afraid. You'll have to wait for the next enrollment period." He then herded them into a classroom, leaving the bandits utterly baffled. "Hold on, didn't you say labor reform? What are we doing in a schoolhouse?" Up on the podium stood Lin Huan and Xiao Luo, posing like a pair of esteemed university lecturers. Labor is, of course, essential. But have you ever stopped to ponder these fundamental questions? 1. What is labor? 2. Why must we labor? And 3. What can labor truly give us in return? He then produced a book ready to enlighten the bandits by expounding upon the sacred principles of the gospel of the working man. At first they were totally clueless, but then it was like a divine revelation hit them and they saw the light. Their eyes started sparkling like puppies who'd just been adopted. They were completely captivated by Lin Huan's gospel of gains, cheering their hearts out. Seeing the hype train was at full steam. He shouted even louder, cranking their emotions up to 11. "Therefore we must recognize the value of hard work to get rich. The working class are the true masters." By now Lin Huan had fully converted them, while Xiao Luo at his side was looking a little worried. "See, turning them into our people was a piece of cake. Now everyone is a comrade in labor. But isn't this kind of preaching basically inciting a rebellion?" He just offered a gentle smile to calm her down. "Not at all." Inside the cave, everyone was digging for their lives. 1, 2, 3, dig, 1, 2, 3, dig. Lin Huan stood outside with a megaphone, announcing, "Attention all units, day 1 of work is officially over, clock out time." The crew happily enjoyed their meal, chatting up a storm. Getting to eat after an honest day's work. This was 1,000 times better than their old gig of thieving and robbing. "That's right, your prayers have been answered," Chu Bing said, holding a chicken leg with a scornful look. "You're all so easily bought with just one meal." He turned his head and opened his mouth wide for a big bite, but when he chomped down, the chicken leg had magically vanished. He shot a death glare at Lin Huan, who was waggling his eyebrows cheekily. "If you didn't want it, you should have said so." He then turned away happily, munching on the stolen goods. This tastes incredible. It reminds me of when I was a kid." Chu Bing was grinding his teeth in fury, but couldn't do a thing about it. Lin Huan turned to address the crowd, casually placing another chicken leg on the fuming guy's tray. "When the mining is done and this labor rehabilitation is over, I'll be heading to Shangjing, and all of you can finally go home." Hearing that, one man sighed, "Wow, it's been so long since I've been home." Another added, "Once my rehab is done, I'm definitely going back for a visit." Chu Bing, chewing his chicken leg, scowled with disgust. "What's so great about going home anyway?" Someone watching Lin Huan's cheerful exchange from afar clenched his fists with excitement. "Lord Lin, when the time comes, you have to visit my home." "Ha ha ha, I've got to travel the world, so I might just stop by your place." At his words, Xiao Luo clutched her wrist, her face filled with sorrow. Is this the start of a romance manhwa subplot? Is Lin Huan really leaving soon? Later, an exhausted Lin Huan lifted his blanket and slowly leaned back. Man, being a supervisor is draining. He plopped onto the bed, ready to pull up the covers, feeling dead tired. But suddenly something felt off. His face went blank. Lin Huan shot bolt upright, flinging the blanket open to look inside. He was shocked to find the alluring Xiao Luo lying on top of him like a scene straight out of a spicy manhwa. "You..." She casually brushed the blanket aside, her voice a soft whisper as she called his name, Lin Huan. Staring at the woman right in front of him, Lin Huan's face turned beet red as he stammered, I'm a respectable man." Xiao Luo leaned in closer, her voice barely audible. "My dear husband, let's get to it." He gently touched her cheek. Lin Huan forced a smile, trying to talk some sense into her. "We just won a battle, so it's normal to be excited, but maybe we should calm down a bit." Suddenly, Lin Huan was surprised by a few drops of water landing on his face. Xiao Luo was sobbing, looking completely heartbroken. "Lin Huan, I really can't take it anymore. Is there nothing about me that you like?" He quickly reached out to wipe her tears away, comforting her in a gentle voice. "How could you say that? You're so adorable and cute, of course I like you." Before he could finish, Xiao Luo cut him off. her voice filled with hurt. That's not it. If I'm so great, then why do you want to leave? Lin Huan gently pulled her into a comforting hug. I'm sorry, but there are some things that just have to be done. I used to be someone who only cared about my own happiness, but now seeing how hard you work just to survive, I feel like I should be doing something different. He let out a helpless sigh. Besides, I'll be staying for a while to explain the Hardstone situation to the authorities and help everyone out. Chowlo angrily grabbed his shoulder and bit it. Lin Huan just closed his eyes and let out a soft chuckle. Also, I have a gift I want to give you. The next morning, a confused crowd was murmuring, "Why did he gather us all here? Lord Lin gave the order, so just listen." Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise, grabbing everyone's attention. To all the reformed prisoners and all the townsfolk from afar today marks the first ever heart-to-heart sharing session. Lin Huan adjusted his glasses and gestured towards them. Everyone was divided into teams of 10 to get acquainted. Talk about life, talk about your dreams, talk about your mistakes, and talk about your hopes for the future. Everyone quickly sat in a circle, and one person asked skeptically, "A sharing session? Are we really just supposed to sit here and talk? What are we even supposed to talk about?" The person next to him added. "Yeah, it's a little awkward just staring at each other." Uncle Bing grumbled under his breath. "Such a silly little game." Lin Huan grinned, holding up a single finger. "All right, allow me to kick things off by sharing a little something about myself." And with that, he launched into his tragic backstory. You see, I was never a book-smart kid, so I got smacked around a lot. I'll never forget this one time during a festival. I broke the neighbor's fancy lantern. Panicked, I did what any rational kid would do. I jumped into a river and drifted away. And then guess what happened next? Everyone leaned in, absolutely hooked. Yeah, what happened? He clutched his chest, putting on a heart-wrenching performance. Turns out, instead of giving me the beating of a lifetime, my mom just held me and cried her eyes out. I didn't get it back then, but oh boy, I get it now. He peeked through his fingers sneakily, checking the cheat sheet he had prepared in his palm. Lin Huan squeezed his eyes shut, trying to channel his inner actor and force out a few crocodile tears. Parents only want what's best for their kids. Home is the only safe harbor we'll ever have. Mom, Dad, I miss you guys so much. And just like that, the entire crowd was a blubbering, emotional mess. I miss my home too. I never should have joined the 10 Deaths Mountain stronghold. Chu Bing wailed, grabbing the guy next to him in a dramatic hug. Wah, mommy, I miss you. The dude being suffocated in the hug looked absolutely terrified. Get your hands off me, you creep. Lin Huan just chuckled and patted the big guy's shoulder reassuringly. It's all good, man. Just work hard here, atone for your past deeds, and after this little labor reform stint, you'll be a brand new self-sufficient man. That was all it took. The bandit wiped his tears, his face now a mask of pure determination. Our boy then slowly sauntered over to someone else. Lin Huan slung an arm around Xiao Luo and gestured grandly. Behold, these fine, emotionally rehabilitated men are my gift to you. At this point, the whole place was one giant sniveling group hug. A single flower of hope was blooming on this dinky little mountain. It was a whole touching manhua moment. Meanwhile, on a nearby road, a heavily guarded carriage was making its way through the pass. A guard leaned in, whispering to the occupant of the carriage, "My lord, we're almost there." A slender hand elegantly pushed aside the curtain. Yan Shu didn't even look up from his book. No doubt about it, this is the den of thieves that stole the Empress Dowager's birthday tribute. With a flick of his wrist, he issued his command to a subordinate. Scouts forward, recon the area. The rest of you get ready. We're fighting to the death today. His man bowed deeply, accepting the grim order. A moment later, a resounding war cry echoed from the entire entourage. Elsewhere, a big sign read, "New Family Village." Right now in front of the stronghold, an old lady was just chilling, rocking peacefully in her chair. But in the distance, the glint of a sharp blade appeared. The grandma, who'd been enjoying a nice little nap, suddenly sensed a presence. Her eyes flew open in alarm just in time to see a shadowy figure looming over her, a massive blade raised high for the strike. Just as the sword came down, Jiao La materialized out of thin air to parry the blow. Why the hostility? Her strike was so potent it snapped the goon's blade clean in two. The old woman was still shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. The furious thug roared, "Who the hell dares to interfere?" Lin Huan popped up beside Zhao La with a cool smile. "My good sir, no need to be so aggressive. What's your superior's name and his official title?" The man just scoffed a contemptuous smirk on his face and waved his goons forward to attack. "Our master is the great Wu Yanshu, a fourth-rank infantry officer of the imperial court. We're here to eliminate you criminals. Men, seize him." "Yes, Captain." As they readied themselves, Lin Huan gave a casual wave, his voice utterly calm. "Why the rush? Can't we all just sit down and have a pleasant little chat?" The thug lunged, roaring with unearned confidence. "You can have a chat with my sword." Lin Huan leaned back effortlessly, dodging the wild swing. "Well, if you're going to be like that, I guess the gloves have to come off." He immediately bellowed, "All security personnel commence multi-pronged attack, go, go, go." And just like that, his crew appeared right behind the enemy. Before the thugs could even process what was happening, they turned around in utter shock. Lin Huan screamed, "Behold the ultimate technique from this Manhua Lin clan's 1,000 years of pain," while dramatically shielding his own eyes. "Oof!" He winced. "It hurts just to watch." Indeed, the thugs were all clutching their hindquarters, writhing on the ground with faces darkened by pure agony. He turned around positively, beaming as he watched the men collapse after getting thoroughly poked where the sun doesn't shine. A taste of poetry for you, plucking chrysanthemums neath the eastern fence, I spy the southern hills at my leisure. Such beautiful verse truly, he mused. Meanwhile, the thugs were tied up in a neat little bundle, still twitching from the soul-crushing pain. Even through the agony, their leader managed to threaten, You let me go. There are more soldiers here. You won't get away with this." Lin Huan waved a dismissive hand, looking utterly bored. "You guys are strange. You gift-wrapped yourselves and served yourselves up on a platter, and now you want me to let you go." Lin Huan silently watched the men scurry away for their dear lives, each one clutching his bruised backside. Zhao La looked at him confused. "Why did you let them go? Wouldn't it have been better to keep them as hostages?" He explained patiently, "That might work against a regular official, but not against a military commander. He's clearly a corrupt officer." Lin Huan continued. "He couldn't care less whether these grunts live or die." She still didn't quite get it. But why? Lin Huan continued his breakdown of the situation. Under normal circumstances, even bandits would spare the innocent. But these guys were slaughtering people left and right. That clearly means it must be an order from an official. No regular person would dare to just start slicing people up. Xiao Lang looked up at Lin Huan, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "How on earth did you come up with such a gloriously shameless plan?" Our boy jumped quickly, retorting "Hey, I was backed into a corner. This is called being resourceful, not shameless." His eyes went wide with anticipation. "So what's our next big move?" Lin Huan glanced toward the direction the goons had fled. "It's time for a gamble. I'm betting my entire reputation on this one." Meanwhile, on the other side, a grunt scrambled to report to his lord. Yan Shu was literally using a subordinate as a chair while sipping tea and reading a book. Hearing the news, he erupted in anger. "Damn it, you can't even scout a path properly without getting hurt." He then reached out and snatched the subordinate's sword. He raised the blade high, ready to dish out some punishment. Absolutely useless trash. The terrified goon quickly blurted out an excuse to save his skin. "My lord, it was a trick. This was all a setup." The guy trembled, prostrating himself on the ground. "Chief, it was Lin Huan. He wanted me to deliver a message to you, my lord." Hearing that name, Yan Shu paused his execution. "Lin Huan, who's that?" The subordinate respectfully presented the item in his hand to his master. "This is his personal token." Yan Shu stroked his chin as he observed it. "Lin Huan, this jade talisman looks awfully familiar. It might belong to Ningbo Ho." Yan Shu took the letter and quickly opened it, his eyes scanning every word inside Mei Bai Feng. How can such a flower bloom in a place of wickedness? The situation with Ningbo Ho's army. A look of sheer delight spread across his face. Oh, brilliant, a true genius, this Lin Huan of Ningbo Ho. He waved a hand, ordering his subordinate, "I remember now, quick fetch me my poetry collection from the other day." The guy scurried back in record time, respectfully presenting a book titled Ba Wei Ji. Yan Shu took the book, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Ning Bo Ho, a talent on par with the little poetry immortal Gu. This Lin Huan fellow is certainly interesting. I don't care why he's here, but sending me poetry means he must want something from me. He turned around, waving his hand with a flourish of excitement. Well then let's go meet him and see what a plot twist for a man Huab. Outside, a few soldiers stood guard, completely unaware of the hearty laughter echoing from inside the mansion. Lin Huan and Yan Shu were sitting side by side in the room, casually clinking their cups. Yan Shu let out a booming laugh. A true master never reveals his hand, my young friend. To think I'd get to meet the poetry immortal Lin Huan in person. Our boy waved his hand with a modest smile. You flatter me, you flatter me. I am still leagues behind the great Lord Wu. He pointed towards a heap of rare jewels and demanded, right, but what's the deal with this birth divine steel? You know the drill, I can't just defy a direct order. If you can't cook up a reasonable explanation, I promise you I won't be merciful. Lin Huan shot back with a confident smirk. Oh, I'll tell you all right. He glanced at his system panel and smashed that confirm button. Effects, a sweet 830, store points the 7-orifice exquisite dragon heart, and a major buff to his powers of expression, persuasion, and inspiration. Duration 2 hours, cost 100 points. Confirm purchase. Lin Huan was practically giddy. Oh baby, I've been craving this bad boy for ages. And just as he'd hoped, the 7-orifice exquisite dragon heart was the ultimate acting skill. Instantly, his entire body was bathed in a dramatic, sparkling light straight out of a shoujo manhwa. 7-orifice exquisite heart activated. Lin Huan leaned in close, his voice a seductive whisper. Great Lord Wu, aren't you just a little bit curious about little old me, the one and only little poetry immortal? What on earth was he doing here? Yan Shu immediately leaned in, all ears. Ooh, is there some juicy gossip? He clutched his head, putting on a show of bashful coyness. To the outside world, I am indeed a dashing young master overflowing with talent. Then in a flash, he turned back, with eyes shimmering with the most heart-wrenching, pitiful sadness. But at home, I'm just the lowly son-in-law of the Ning family. No money, no power, left out in the cold, having to walk on eggshells around my wife every single day. Yan Shu was so taken aback, he actually recoiled a bit. Okay, I get the sob story, but what does that have to do with this mountain fortress? Lin Huan lunged forward, grabbing the man's hand with an expression of pure sincerity. I came here for you. He gestured dramatically toward the pile of goods in the distance. What you might not know is that my family has always dealt in fine porcelain, and a portion of that birthday tribute belongs to us. So I hatched a brilliant plan. Lin Huan laid it all out with a straight face. Bribe the escort team, personally join the convoy, use this connection to get to the capital and become your most powerful ally. And he didn't forget to sprinkle in a little extra spice. Then out of nowhere, some random thugs attacked. I had no choice but to unleash my true power and fight them for 300 epic rounds. Yan Shu's gaze sharpened, cutting right through him. Bribery, and you want to be my ally. Do you have any idea how many of your crimes are punishable by beheading? Lin Huan smoothly slid a small box across the table. Perhaps your lordship wouldn't mind taking a tiny peek at this. Before he could even finish, the official held up a hand to stop him. That's enough. I am not that kind of man. His other hand, however, was already gently prying the box open. His eyes widened at the glittering contents nestled inside. What is this? It's quite exquisite. Lin Haiyan beamed his smile as bright as the jewels. Oh, that's not a bribe for you, great lord. It's merely just a little something something. Lin Huan gestured with a grin, knowing that the current emperor was a total sucker for exquisite, pricey toys. He also loved handing out little trinkets to his underlings. This tiny badge was custom-made just for his majesty. Yan Shu casually closed the box, stroking his beard thoughtfully. What exactly are you getting at? Lin Huan smirked, laying out his proposal. We craft these badges for the emperor, tell him what they do, and then grant him the exclusive manufacturing rights for the future. If someone else beats us to it, we'll lose out big time, right? Yan Shu covered his mouth, letting out a delighted chuckle. Oh ho ho, this sounds interesting. I'll just consider this you being a proactive little troublemaker at work. Lin Huan already had this all planned out. It was a piece of cake. The heroic official Wu bravely fought the bandits, led the charge, and single-handedly cleared out all the shacks. He's clearly the only one who deserves any credit for past deeds. And I saw it all with my own two eyes. Yan Shu let out a satisfied sigh. I see you know how to play the game, but remember we're both on Duke Tong's team. Don't you dare pick the wrong side. Lin Huan tilted his head and clapped his hands. You can rest assured, sir, I've come prepared. I heard His Majesty has a thing for precious stones and sent Duke Tong to find some, so I prepared this peculiar little rock. From outside, a group of men struggled to haul in a massive boulder. Seeing the size of it, Yan Shu's face lit up as he eagerly approached. Excellent. This color, this quality, it's a top-grade stone. Lin Huan thought to himself, duh, of course it is. I practically just dug it out of the mine myself. Yan Shu caressed the giant rock before turning to praise our boy. You've got a sharp eye and you're not an awkward speaker. I can tell you know the ropes, so what do you want? Spit it out. You tired of being a live-in son-in-law, or should I hook you up with a few beauties? The moment he finished speaking, Lin Huan's face turned beet red as three stunning women suddenly surrounded him. He quickly pushed them away and cleared his throat in embarrassment. No, 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 I must preserve Marquise Ningbo's honor. What I want is... Lin Huan stepped closer and bowed low. I hope official Wu can help me get to the capital urgently for the examination. Yan Shu placed a hand on his shoulder, assuring him, that's simple, from now on you stick with me. Just like that, Lin Huan left and the door was shut behind him. Jiao Lo, walking beside Lin Huan, frowned in disbelief. He actually bought an excuse like that, isn't he a complete moron? Lin Huan just smiled and pointed. Either way, you've got to build connections. The Emperor Duke Tong, the corrupt officials, it's all part of the game in this manhua world. Lin Huan, he slowly laid out his master plan. Gang's birthday is the perfect cover. If we can use Wu Yanshu and maybe steal some of the credit, plus with that old eunuch Tong causing a scene picking up a little bro like me, is a total win-win for him. At this point, you could tell him aliens were responsible, and he'd probably believe you. Xiao Lo clenched his fists tightly. Totally baffled, but why sink to their level? We could totally ace the official exams and rise through the ranks fair and square. He grabbed his own collar, turning away with a look of pure anguish. I used to think that way too, but then I saw how many people in the camp don't have enough to eat, or proper clothes getting pushed around and oppressed. I just can't turn a blind eye anymore. Lin Huan's fist tightened, his eyes burning with a fiery resolve. I want to use the fastest method possible to help everyone so that when I leave, I'll have zero regrets. Lin Huan and Yan Shu stood off to the side watching a group of people tilling the land. Yan Shu, fanning himself dramatically, let out a theatrical sigh. What's the point of planting anything on this garbage patch of land? Wouldn't it be better to just raise some cows and pigs? Lin Huan stood behind him, silent as a stone, but you could practically see the corner of his mouth twitching. Dude, you're a corrupt official. Did it ever occur to you that livestock also need food? What are they gonna eat? Air. This guy must have a single brain cell and it's on vacation. The official scowled and waved his hand, ordering his men to kill the farmers so he could report back. The subordinate acknowledged the order, immediately drawing his sword and charging toward the crowd. Stop! Lin Huan yelped, startled. Why? Seeing his reaction, a confused Yan Shu glanced over. Lin Huan scratched his head and forced a laugh. I mean, it's just not worth the effort. Lin Huan scrambled to cook up an excuse. Sir, if you would please reconsider for just a moment. Who knows, maybe keeping them alive could bring you endless fortune in the future. Yan Shu's interest was piqued. Oh, I'm listening. Lin Huan closed his eyes, beginning his sales pitch. This place is the only shortcut connecting the north and south. The only other option is a massive, costly detour through the mountains. This is precisely why there's a small fortress here, a plot point straight out of a classic manhua. Lin Huan painted a vivid picture for him, prompting him to imagine a scene of sitting on a mountain of treasure while these very people bowed in eternal gratitude. Today we took control of this bandit group and nobody else knows. So where a bunch of thugs used to run the show, we can now collect tolls, turning this pass into a gold-paved superhighway of trade. Lin Huan cheerfully listed off the perks. This means this entire business model is ours for the taking. Yanshu grinned full of praise. Brilliant. This is basically like roping all the major businesses around here into Lord Tong's sphere of influence. He stepped forward and casually pushed away the subordinate's sword from the guy's throat. With a clever bunch of bandits like these, push them and they'll push back, but they'll retaliate twice as hard. The moment he heard that the guy started picturing the beauties he'd get his hands on, by then, they'd be collecting cash, snagging gorgeous ladies, and presenting them to him as tribute. What's not to love, just imagining himself surrounded by fawning beauties. He snapped his fan shut, his face alight with excitement. Excellent, excellent. You lot go fetch some provisions and hand them out around here. The two henchmen stared at each other, utterly baffled. Huh. Their boss just stroked his chin, treating it as a generous gift. Yanshu turned around cheerfully. Lin Huan, you're with me. We're heading to Wanghu Zhou Street. Lord Tong is there, so you better be on your best behavior. Our boy quickly agreed and followed along. Got it. The other guy didn't forget to hurry them. Get a move on, chop chop. Meanwhile, in another location, Xiaoluo sat on a chair and spoke up. I know your ambitions are on a whole different level than ours. She kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with Lin Huan. This little mountain camp is too small to contain you. He gently reached out and patted her head. Who said I don't want to stay? Lin Huan reassured her softly. You're the woman I've spoken to the most. I used to dream of escaping, but now I want to use everything I have to give a kind person like you the good life you deserve. Hearing his words, Xiaoluo looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This is some peak manhua drama right here. She slowly moved closer to him, and the thin robe she was wearing slid gracefully off her shoulder, pooling at her feet. Just before he left, a blushing Lin Huan stared at Xiaoluo, who whispered softly, "Shall we?" His eyes reflected the, very enticing scene before him. The next morning, Xiaoluo watched Lin Huan's retreating figure and yelled, "My husband, we will meet again." She stood beside a tiny sprout, carefully turning the pages of a book. You left a seed behind, and I'll make sure it grows up strong and healthy. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning as rain bucketed down horse hooves, splashing through the rapidly forming puddles. Yanshu cursed in frustration. Damn it all, raining at a time like this, find us an inn now. Lin Huan simply pointed towards a tavern in the distance. Master Yan, there's a tea house up ahead. The entire group was soaked to the bone from the rain. Yanshu grumbled in annoyance. Damn it all, looks like we're crashing at this dump for the night. A quick glance was enough to tell the inn was ancient and so deserted that cobwebs were its main decoration. The innkeeper was even dozing off on the counter. They quickly shuffled in and found a table. Lin Huan, ever the drama queen, nervously scanned the area. This whole creepy atmosphere felt like it was lifted straight from a horror novel. Outside, a brilliant flash of lightning tore across the sky. Then a group of men in black, all carrying swords, strode in from the storm. Lin Huan whipped his head around his face, a mask of terror, and stammered, "We're so dead." Later that night, as the storm raged on, Lin Huan sat at a tea table, lost in thought, staring into the distance. Just then, a heavily cloaked figure was helped inside by two men. One of them barked at the staff, 4 large cups of tea. The waiter scurried out, forcing a smile. "Right away, esteemed guests, please come on in." After observing them for a hot second, Lin Huan decided this crew was definitely bad news. Yan Shu heard him muttering and asked, "And why are you telling me this?" He leaned in to analyze. It's pouring rain, right, but look at their footprints. They only left impressions with the balls of their feet. Yan Shu instantly understood they were masters of internal arts. Lin Huan glanced at the shady bunch and added, "But hey, that's none of our business." Suddenly, he spotted something and exclaimed, "Oh, wait a minute." Lin Huan's eyes darted to a notice board tacked onto the wooden wall. He ran a hand through his hair with a frustrated sigh. Good grief, why do I always get thrown into these violent/happy situations? The plot of this manhwa is getting too intense. The faint drip of blood hitting the floor suddenly caught Lin Huan's attention. The suspicious group was whispering frantically, "What do we do now? She's losing too much blood. The poisoned weapon is still in her shoulder blade. We have to find a way to counteract the toxin. Damn that wretched imperial court. Sooner or later, I'll slaughter every last one of them." One of them seethed. Lin Huan just sighed internally and took a sip of his tea. This enhanced hearing thing isn't all it's cracked up to be. He thought I keep overhearing death plots. Suddenly a hand clamped down on his shoulder from behind. "Excuse me, friend," Meng Jian asked with a friendly smile. "Might I borrow some of your drink? I need to warm up a little." Before Lin Huan could even answer, Yan Shu waved him off dismissively. "Get lost. Do you have any idea who I am?" The man's friendly act evaporated in an instant. "Oh, I'm sure you know exactly who I am," he threatened. "So don't force my hand, it's just a few sips of wine." "That's enough." He prayed silently from the sidelines. "Oh, please don't. This corrupt official has no idea what he's getting into." But the official, without a moment's hesitation, pointed and commanded, "Men, teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Go." Meng Jian looked at the charging mob and let out a cold, disdainful snort. "You don't know what's good for you." He swiftly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Meng Jian then swung his blade in a sweeping arc, striking in all directions. In the next instant, a deep gash appeared on the neck of every single guard. He watched as each one of them collapsed before his eyes, a smug grin spreading across his face as he sheathed his sword. Meng Jian then casually tossed a wine jug to one of his followers to catch. Yan Shu, absolutely furious, jabbed a finger at him. You, who are you? How dare you attack an official of the imperial court?" Hearing this, Meng Jian let out a cold laugh and closed the distance, making Yan Shu tremble in fear. "An imperial court official, perfect. You're just my type." His eyes glinted with a sinister light. "All you dogs of the court must die." Lin Huan, witnessing all this from a corner, face-palmed in utter exasperation. "Oh, for heaven's sake, a madman meets an idiot. What am I supposed to do now?" Yan Shu's face turned deathly pale as he questioned, "Was it you who attacked the Ying Lu?" Meng Jian scoffed. "Glad you finally caught on. You still want to go one-on-one with me?" He lowered his head, squeezed his eyes shut, and let out a long sigh. A second later, Yan Shu dropped to the ground and began kowtowing frantically. "Granddaddy, spare my life." Lin Huan's face turned green watching this pathetic display. Oh my God, people from this era are all certified psychos. On a small street 20 years ago, the martial arts scene was booming, unlike the peaceful times of today. It was a classic setup straight out of a manhwa. Everyone on the street would gather in an instant, gaping at the commotion. The government's authority was a complete joke compared to the power of the martial arts sects. A thug flaunting his connections was brutally beating and cursing someone. "You messed with my Jinwu sect, you're dead meat, kid." Even the official was terrified, begging for mercy. "Stop hitting me, please stop." Others had to bow their heads and offer up tribute money. Even the influence of the old established families of the martial world was being chipped away by various up-and-coming sects. But it was during this very time that a massive change was quietly taking place. In the martial arts arenas, one brutal competition followed another. Arrows rained down like a torrential storm. The imperial court used various benefits and temptations to win over some of the largest clans in the world, only to launch a surprise attack at the great martial arts tournament. One by one, they all fell. On this fateful day, every last dissident in the martial world was ruthlessly purged. From then on, the entire Jianghu was brought under the imperial court's iron fist. These so-called noble families became the royal family's personal attack dogs, dubbing themselves the Painted Moon Society. A handful of escapees, nursing a bitter grudge, were forced to huddle together and hide out in squalid conditions. After this great battle, the remaining forces of the Jianghu who survived the catastrophe went underground, uniting to specialize in taking out the court's lapdogs and engaging in all sorts of rebellious activities. Each one of them bears the same tattoo on their arm. They are the infamous Tuoying Pavilion, a group you definitely read about in a dark manhwa. Back in the present, Meng Jian is holding a sword high engraved with the 3 words Tuoying Pavilion. "Don't you worry, we have all night," he sneered, plunging the sword straight down, causing Yan Shu to let out a pained scream. To die at the hands of a Tuoying Pavilion master is no injustice. Lin Huan, who had been watching silently from the side, let out a heavy sigh. He suddenly spoke up, stopping the execution. "Hold on, I've got a few things to say." Hearing this, Yan Shu hastily clutched his wound and sat up. Little Lin, if you'd spoken up a second sooner, maybe I wouldn't have had to take a sword for it. Lin Huan stared intently into Meng Jian's eyes. In a flash, he was right up in his personal space, forcing Meng Jian to stumble backward. So fast, he's a martial artist. Taking advantage of Meng Jian's momentary distraction, Lin Huan snatched the sword right out of his hand. Meng Jian was stunned by his unbelievable speed, something straight out of a wuxia manhua. Crap, he just took my sword. Lin Huan's eyes lit up a smirk playing on his lips. What I wanted to say was, Lin Huan zipped past him, plunging the sword into Yan Shu's already injured arm. The poor guy's face went white as a sheet, unable to get a word out. You. He turned his head back to Meng Jian and declared, "That's right, I'm a deep cover agent for the Tuoying Pavilion." Lin Huan whispered, "You're not gonna die, trust me, it's all an act." Yan Shu jolted, retorting, "Then you didn't have to actually stab me." He nonchalantly replied, "Got to commit to the role, you know." Lin Huan then pulled the sword out and sprang to his feet. "I have one question. You claim to be from the Tuoying Pavilion. So what's the secret password?" Meng Jian heard this and was utterly baffled. "Password? What the hell kind of password?" Lin Huan casually tossed the sword back to Meng Jian. "Exactly. There is no password. You've passed the test." Meng Jian's face darkened, a fierce glint in his eyes. "You little punk, are you trying to fool me? That lame trick won't work on me." Despite the suspicion, Lin Huan remained calm and simply shot back a question of his own. Me trick you? I was perfectly happy hiding under the guise of this bumbling corrupt official, and then you show up to ruin my day. So the story is I grabbed your sword, stabbed him just to vent, and then handed the weapon right back to you. You actually suspect me of that. I'm not a complete moron." Meng Jian angrily aimed his sword at the young man. "It's absurd to even suggest such a thing. I've never once heard of the Da Ying Lu having an inside man." Lin Huan remained completely unfazed. "Your little speech is pointless. Right now, what's the top priority, have you forgotten?" He casually pushed the blade aside with just 2 fingers, a classic move in any action manhua. "Saving a life is what's important. We absolutely cannot afford to lose a master from the Da Ying Lu. If we do, who will we have left to stand against the imperial court?" He pointed at the person slumped in the corner. "I don't trust you, but I'll give you one chance. Heal her and I'll spare you your life. Fail and you die." Lin Huan walked over to the injured person. "I'm quite familiar with the body's meridians, so for this person it shouldn't be much different." The moment he removed the cloak, the body of a woman was revealed. This left Lin Huan absolutely stunned. His face immediately turned beet red as his nose spontaneously began to bleed. How can this be? Seeing this, the 2 men standing behind him radiated pure killing intent. "We've temporarily blocked her meridians, but the wound is from a special reverse hook from the Yue Ming Hui, and we can't get it out. The wound is perilously close to her heart, and she can't be moved recklessly." 2 blades were simultaneously pressed against his neck as they urged him on. "Well, get on with it, save her now." Lin Huan still managed a strained smile. "Let's all just calm down," but internally he was in full-blown panic mode. How the heck am I supposed to save her? The weapon was a reverse hook dart. The Fango Biao, a specialized hidden weapon that was an upgrade from the Suo Hun Zhen. This nasty little toy was crafted for the Yue Ming Hui by an old master and given to their assassins. The inventor was none other than the Grand Master of Hidden Weapons Jinbu Hua, the second master of the Shadow Gold Coffin School. Lin Huan assessed the woman's dire condition. This particular hidden weapon was designed to activate the second it entered a person's body. It would dig into the flesh and blood like a fishhook, making it impossible to pull out. Meng Jian leaned against the window, leisurely sipping tea. She was hit by that very weapon. Go on and save her. If you make one mistake... As he spoke, he flung the cup from his hand. The teacup smashed into the wall right behind Yan Shu, making him scream in terror. "Hey, just do your thing. Why are you dragging me into this?" Frowning, our boy casually shoves the sword away. "Is this how you treat a divine doctor with this pointy thing at my throat? How am I supposed to work my magic like this?" Lin Huan points a thumb at the grumpy-looking posse behind him, really driving the point home. "Right now I'm the divine doctor, which means you all answer to me," he orders with a dead serious face. Now get me some warm water and a towel. Chop, chop. What are you all spacing out for? Hearing this, Meng Jian crosses his arms, looking impressed. Ah, a warm compress to ease the blockage. This guy seems like a pro. But the moment Lin Huan gets the stuff, he uses one hand to wipe his own face and the other to start chugging the water. Man, it's chilly out here, gotta warm up a bit. Meng Jian is so flabbergasted he can't even speak. Yan Shu just sighs. Has this Lin Huan fellow completely lost his mind? Meng Jian grinds his teeth, his hand flying to his sword. You son of a, are you messing with me? But in the next second his eyes bulge in shock. Lin Huan's fingers are now a blur, expertly hitting pressure points all over Qinzhang's body. Her face goes pale as she lets out a soft whimper of pain. An enraged Wang Jian lunges forward, but Meng Jian throws out an arm to stop him. Hold on. Wang Jian looks utterly indignant. That technique is a complete mess. He's going to hurt her. Meng Jian, however, just strokes his chin, a look of anticipation on his face. Relax, I have a feeling he can pull this off. Lin Huan then steadies Qinzhang with one hand and holds the other out. Knife, please. Wang Jian just about loses it. You knocked her out, and now you're asking for a freaking knife. Meng Jian says coolly, give it to him. Wang Jian immediately snaps back, are you nuts? If we give him a knife, what's stopping him from turning on us? Losing his patience, Meng Jian repeats, give it to him. But Wang Jian digs his heels in, no way, I don't trust him. The words are barely out of his mouth when both Meng Jian and Lin Huan's faces darken. They roar in perfect unison, give him the damn knife. Startled by the stereo yelling, he meekly pulls out a dagger. All right, cool it. Lin Huan takes the dagger and aims the tip downwards. In a flash, the hidden weapon embedded in Qinzhang's body is skillfully extracted. Meng Jian is completely in awe of his ability, never expecting someone could come up with a method to reverse the flow of her meridians. This is some top-tier manhwa protagonist stuff. This move caused the flesh around her organs to contract from ischemia, cleverly rendering the weapon's hook completely useless. Lin Huan picks up the wicked-looking weapon from the ground, instructs them to bandage her up, and says she'll be fine after a little rest. He looks at the object in his hand with an excited grin. Mission accomplished. And Shan Yi clasps his hands in respect. You have indeed proven yourself. I'm an amazing divine doctor, and I'll let you go. Lin Huan flashed a dazzling smile. See, I told you I wasn't tricking you. Meng Jian pointed a finger at Yan Shu, who was cowering in a corner. All right then, prove you're one of us from the Tuo Ying Lo. Pick up that knife and end that corrupt official. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. If you don't, I'll kill you instead. Lin Huan tensed up immediately. Whoa, is this really necessary? Meng Jian's face darkened as he gestured towards the figure at the door. Absolutely. Plus we've got a lookout posted. You're not running anywhere. Wang Jian stared blankly at the entrance. What the heck? Where did this guy even come from? Suddenly, Lin Huan erupted into laughter. You guys are a special kind of stupid. Meng Jian was baffled. What are you just putting on an act? Wang Jian's fists clenched in fury. How dare you insult me, you despicable brat. Lin Huan stormed over to Yan Shu and grabbed him violently by the collar. You know it's a rare blessing from the heavens to have a high-ranking official served up on a silver platter like this. And you're just going to kill him, lame? I know a way to make him wish he was dead. Lin Huan whispered, trying to sound reassuring. Relax, just play along. Yan Shu's face went ghost white. Why do I get the distinct feeling that you are completely untrustworthy? Outside, a storm was brewing with thunder crashing dramatically, casting a menacing shadow on Lin Huan's face, making him look like a classic manhwa villain. You've done a lot of terrible things. This time, I have a solution. Meng Jian let out a forced laugh. I'm curious to see what kind of smooth talking you've got planned. He circled behind Yan Shu, slipped a hand into his robes, and started patting him down. It was almost too easy. Lin Huan's eyes sparkled as he pulled out a thick stack of banknotes. Behold! Wang Jian waved his hand in disgust. How crude. We roam the martial world for the sake of one thing, righteousness. What good is money? As long as we have food and clothes, that's enough. Hearing this, Lin Huan's entire demeanor shifted. He shoved Yan Shu aside and proudly thumped his chest. Righteousness, whose righteousness, which one of you clowns gets to define it? Lin Huan smirked slyly as he cornered Wang Jian. Or is it just the convenient excuse you tell yourselves to exist? Or is it the righteousness of the poor folks who get trampled on because they don't know martial arts? Wang Jian, having lost the argument, stumbled backward. He jabbed his elbow into Meng Jian behind him. You gotta help me, man. I can't out-talk this guy. Lin Huan pressed his advantage, continuing his lecture. Why does the Tuo Yinglu exist? Is it because of hatred, cruelty, or just to satisfy your own self-deceiving, pitifully small egos? Meng Jian quickly jumped in to clarify, hey, don't get us wrong, we're not nearly that noble. We just act chivalrously. When we see injustice, we have to help. Lin Huan leaned in and whispered something into his ear. He nodded in agreement. Let me repeat, you got it right, a hero. But he was cut off mid-sentence by our guy. Even if 10,000 people become heroes by hurting themselves to prove a point, if it results in some benefit, they're still heroes. Sizing up your opponent today, that's heroic. Sacrificing your life for the nation, heroic. Staring death in the face and spitting in its eye, also heroic. The greatest heroes are those who serve the country and its people. Lin Huan declared, striking a ridiculously righteous pose. Ah, forget it, you guys wouldn't get it anyway. To put it simply, fighting for the happiness and prosperity of the people rising up against the corrupt court, that's what the Da Yinglu should be doing. He then posed a question that completely baffled the group, but where does the people's happiness come from? What do you guys really need for your rebellion? Just then Qin Zhang, who had been unconscious, suddenly shot to her feet. Hey, you're absolutely right, it's money. Her followers were overjoyed to see she was all right. My lady, you're finally awake. Are you still in pain? Do you need something to eat, some water? We're so glad you're up. But she paid them no mind, walking straight past them toward Lin Huan. I am in your debt and words aren't enough to thank you. Now continue. We desperately need money. What's next? Without a hint of fear, he leaned in close to Qin Zhang. What's the most important thing to a corrupt official? A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face as she admitted, that would also be money. Lin Huan pointed towards Yan Shu. Am I right? Doesn't this guy look like a walking, talking personal bank? Qin Zhang simply nodded in agreement. At that, Lin Huan clapped him on the shoulder like an old friend. Don't worry, if you don't trust him, you can always hunt down his entire family and, his name is Wu Yanshu. You can find him in the capital anytime to see if he's willing to cooperate. Yanshu stammered out, well, willing. The next day, she asked curiously, you're not actually a member of the Da Yinglu, are you? Lin Huan replied, nope, but I don't mind helping you out. Qin Zhang proposed, you could always join the Da Yinglu right now. He bluntly refused, no thanks, I want to be a sycophantic official. She was stunned by his reply. Who in this manhua says something like that so directly? Lin Huan waved his hand casually. A gentleman is true to his word, and I'm a very ambitious man. Qin Zhang blushed at his straightforwardness. Obviously, you are very ambitious indeed. Lin Huan offered a handshake, reintroducing himself with a quick flair. I'm Lin Huan. She smiled back. I'm Ye Qin Zhang. Her eyes turned firm. Our paths are different. Anyone who gets in the way of the Da Yinglu must die. So if we meet again, I won't show any mercy. He waved them goodbye. Don't worry, a good person will, and you'll live a life of peace. As Yan Shu was being dragged away, he quickly piped up, peace, peace, ouch, that hurts. Qin Zhang watched Lin Huan's retreating figure with a cheerful grin. Such grand chivalry, all for the country and its people. He's truly a fascinating man. With that, she waved her hand and issued a command. It's time to complete this mission. Everyone roared their affirmation in unison. A short while later, Lin Huan and Yan Shu arrived at the Yueyu Lo. He gave him a stern warning. I've told you already, when you meet Tang Daren for the first time, don't let his powerful aura intimidate you. Lin Huan just chuckled, relax, relax. But while he played it cool on the outside, inside, he was thinking smugly. A little eunuch like you trying to scare me, as if... The two pushed the door open and stepped inside, and Lin Huan couldn't help but exclaim, huh. A man was leisurely frolicking with 3 beautiful women. He spoke in a relaxed tone. Well, look what the cat dragged in. I was wondering who it was, but it's just Wu Yanshu. One of the ladies leaning against his chest asked coyly, General Tong, you didn't mention we were having guests today. The woman in red also chimed in with a pout. That's right, didn't you say it would be just you? Tong Yi suddenly lifted his hand and gave the lady a hearty smack on the rear. She immediately blushed and whined coquettishly, Aya General, why did you hit me? I thought you said you loved little ol' me. He let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha. While I do love you all dearly, this is an important matter of the court. Now buzz off and let the adults talk. The courtesans obediently shuffled out of the room, all under Lin Huan's incredibly awkward gaze. Tong Yi got to his feet and inquired, Haha. Wu Yanshu, what strange new face have you brought to my door this time? Yanshu lowered his head to report. Tong Daren, this cheeky fellow here is named Lin Huan, the son-in-law from the Ningbo residence. He added in a fawning whisper that the man himself was interested in joining their ranks. Hearing this, the man slapped him on the back with satisfaction. Ha ha, excellent. A man with both brains and brawn. If only I had met you sooner. Lin Huan suddenly began to question his entire existence. Am I dreaming? This is the great Duke Tong? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was just another paying customer. Seeing Lin Huan's dazed expression, Yan Shu hissed irritably, Lin Huan, what in the world are you thinking? But the man just waved it off generously. It's quite all right. Everyone is like that the first time they meet me. Flustered, our boy raised his cup. Truly, this humble one has never witnessed such a powerful aura. The moment I approached General, I was simply stunned by your magnificent presence like a main character from a manhwa. This display from Lin Huan earned a compliment from Tong Yi. Haha, you've got some class, kid. The man then gazed out the window frame. He got all misty-eyed, reminiscing about the time he had to take care of Wu Yuan. Apparently, this Wu Yuan fellow was just a small-time Legion leader who'd fallen on hard times and turned to crime to survive. From that, he somehow pivoted to court life and became a eunuch. Talk about a career change. Definitely not your typical eunuch who got the ol' snip-snip as a kid. Our boy put on his best, I'm your biggest fan face and gushed, with that kind of grit and determination, you, sir, are the definition of a true general. A guy that looks so intact is a eunuch. Lin Huan's brain suddenly clicked. Aha, no wonder he's so much better than me. He must be one of those premium, half-castrated models. Dong Yi raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wu mentioned you wanted to join our crew. Got some kind of problem, kid. Lin Huan gave a super polite bow. Oh heavens no, I simply heard General Dong was recruiting, and since I have a very important personal mission, I figured tagging along with you would be the perfect way to get it done. Hearing this, the old man shot a knowing glance at Yan Shu. An important mission. He mouthed a sly grin spreading across his face. Oh, he knew exactly what kind of mission that was. Yep, and Lin Huan, standing off to the side watching this little exchange, just smirked like a cat who got the cream. Seizing the perfect dramatic moment, he whipped out a little yellow book and slapped it on the table. Look, I'm just a small fry here, he said, trying to sound humble. I was hoping we could negotiate a little. Dong Yi didn't even blink, shutting him down instantly. I don't deal with this kind of stuff. Let someone else handle it. Guards, get this kid out of my sight. But the second the words left his mouth, Dong Yi snatched the book and started reading completely captivated. Lin Huan could only stare in disbelief as the old geezer got totally sucked into the literature inside. What does this little eunuch of yours think I didn't bring enough heck? I don't even know what that darn treasure is supposed to look like. And just like that, he dramatically bellowed, I can't take it anymore. Yan Shu was instantly concerned. Dude, what? What are you doing? Lin Huan dramatically dipped 2 fingers into his water cup. After all, today he finally met his idol, so losing his cool was practically a given. He then theatrically swiped his wet fingers down his face, creating 2 perfect streams of fake tears. The drama level is straight out of a manhwa. I just can't hold it in. I'm overcome with the urge to recite a poem. Lin Huan launched into it. The east wind blows a chill into my bones, scattering the stars like salt upon the stones. The clatter of wheels disturbs the midnight graves. This place of peace has seen its final days. The verdant leaves too many now to count. And a false laugh shatters a man's brave heart. He pictured Dong Yi, his idol, turning his head with delicate grace, A single glimmer of hope in the endless night. End scene. The old man clutched his face, absolutely losing it. Bravo, such poetry, it touches the very soul. What a manhwa-worthy performance. Dong Yi pointed to himself, eyes wide with emotion. Was that poem about me? Lin Huan nodded solemnly. It was. My admiration for you, General, is like a torrential river, an overflowing yellow river that simply cannot be contained. He began to shower the old general with praise. I hope I can bring you even greater renown. A general who has toiled so hard for the nation deserves to have his legendary name echo throughout all of Huaxi, just like a hero from a popular manhwa. And to make that happen, I've already cooked up a little plan. Dong Yi perked up, asking excitedly, "Oh, do tell." Lin Huan glanced at the old man. "General, I know you're currently building momentum for future battles." Dong Yi was puzzled. "Indeed. Do you have some brilliant method for me to build that momentum?" He gestured grandly towards the door. Behold, Lin Huan enthusiastically pitched his brilliant Activate Intercontinental Cheat Codes plan. Lin Huan carefully shut the door, then leaned in conspiratorially to tell Dong Yi, "This plan, my dear general, was tailor-made just for you." Lin Huan thought to himself, "This eunuch just wants to play general to feel more like a man. He's definitely got some deep-seated psychological issues." He beamed and asked, "General, what do you think is the most crucial quality for a great commander?" The old man was already picturing himself looking epic on a warhorse. Naturally, it's a combination of talent and virtue with a healthy dose of sheer class. Lin Han immediately shot down Dong Yi's fantasy. Wrong. The old man glared at him contemptuously. Wrong. What would a greenhorn like you know? You're still wet behind the ears, kid. Lin Huan just smiled, looking dead serious. The most important thing is the enemy. Upon hearing this, Dong Yi immediately ventured a guess. The enemy. You mean the enemy must be powerful to prove the general's own strength. Lin Huan patiently corrected him. To be a general is simply to fight. And what's the most essential ingredient for a fight? You gotta have an enemy first. If there's no enemy who is the general even going to fight. Having said that, Lin Huan turned to the silent Yan Shu. Case in point, this dude right here. He pointed at his own face, utterly baffled. Me? The old man stroked his chin, mulling it over. You're absolutely right. First, we must find two groups of bandits. Then I'll lead the army to crush them and build my reputation. Yes, what a spectacular plan. Dong Yi's expression soured. But what if the bandits are too strong and I lose? Wouldn't that be an even bigger humiliation? Lin Huan held up one finger. That's the core of my plan. We must control the bandits. The old man stammered, his eyes wide. You don't mean... Lin Huan just calmly folded his arms. The general is as sharp as ever. At that moment, Yan Shu suddenly jumped into the conversation. The what now? He stammered, utterly bewildered. What in the world are you guys talking about? I'm completely lost. Tong Yi shot him a look of pure disgust. Lin Huan decided to break it down for the resident simpleton. He laid out the devilishly simple plan to control the bandits you have to become the bandits and then play both sides of the fence. Half the soldiers are loyal and the other half are rebels. If we end up fighting our own guys, going all out means no repercussions. It's all just a big stage play after all. Lin Huan painted a vivid picture. Just imagine it, we put on this grand show of loyalty. Just enough to send the officials on a wild goose chase. Then as the bandits create chaos and everyone runs screaming, our heroic general charges in and fights them for 3 dramatic rounds. He enthusiastically described the scene where the old man would be worshipped by the common folk. In the end, General Tong, the valiant hero, will have led the people against the cruel bandits, restoring peace and sunshine to Yunzhou. You'll be praised in songs, showered with gratitude, and become the most legendary figure in the land. Lin Huan turned to the general with a sly grin. General Tong, am I wrong? This is some next-level manhwa protagonist schemings. The old man cackled with delight. Ha ha ha, Xiaolin, you've got a wicked mind, Xiao Wu. You better take some notes. As he spoke, Lin Huan casually pulled out a stack of banknotes. Furthermore, he continued, beyond just fame, we can petition the court to establish an official anti-bandit brigade funded entirely by the national treasury. We get to raise our own soldiers, make bank, and just keep growing our power. Yan Shu timidly piped up. So, we're staging a fake rebellion to get a promotion and become a general after the fight. Isn't that a tad greedy? Both Tong Yi and Lin Huan instantly shot him a death glare that could freeze fire. Yan Shu threw his hands up in panic, immediately backtracking. Hey, relax, I was just kidding. Just a little joke. The general's face, however, showed nothing but admiration. And here I thought you were just some ambitious young man, Xiao Lin. I never expected you to have so many delightfully devious tricks up your sleeve. Lin Huan didn't even attempt false modesty, replying coolly, "It's simply the result of reading a lot of books." Tong Yi clapped him heartily on the shoulder. "Excellent. You've got a great future ahead of you. Stick with me from now on." Lin Huan replied with a firm, "Of course." As the general was leaving the brothel, he gave Yan Shu his orders. "You hear me arrange everything according to the plan. I want them in the palm of my hand where I can crush them or let them live on a whim. Understand?" He bowed low in response. This humble one understands. The second the two of them were out of sight, Lin Huan's friendly expression turned to ice. "That's right, follow my plan," he muttered under his breath, "so that when everything blows up, I can throw every last one of you in jail." Just then a hand reached out for him from behind. "Lord Lin, we're here for you." Three ladies dressed in alluring outfits suddenly surrounded Lin Huan. The plot of this manhua just keeps getting thicker. "The general just gave his orders, you know. We're to give you the special treatment. My Lord Lin, you look so strong and sturdy. Fancy a little roughhousing with us?" In a flash, his clothes were a hot mess, ripped and pulled every which way. Lin Huan, nursing a bloody nose, shot a glare at the three goons. "So this is the price of being the bad guy, huh?" he thought, blushing furiously, but kinda digging it. Screw it. If I don't play the villain, who else has the guts? Meanwhile, outside the city of Yunzhou Wu, a lone carriage rumbled towards the gates. Wang Jian, trotting alongside the carriage, called out, "Miss Ye, we've arrived at our destination." Qin Sang, dressed down in commoner's clothes, peeked through the curtain. "Well, what do you know?" she mused. Lin Huan was right on the money. "We're righteous heroes to help the common folk survive this mess." He readily agreed, "Exactly. That dog of an emperor is nothing but arrogant and reckless. This time we won't let him get his way." She declared, her brow furrowed with determination. "Day one, we take out that wretched eunuch and his corrupt official lapdog." A few days later, down at the docks, the crowd was split into two distinct lines, one for the civil officials, the other for the plebs. An old bureaucrat, clipboard in hand, bellowed. Next in line, an elderly man and a young boy struggled forward, dragging a crate overflowing with minerals. A shoe impatiently waved them on. "Chop, chop, you're running out of time. You think you can afford to make the official wait?" The old man stammered an apology, flustered. "Forgive me, my lord. My deepest apologies, the delivery is here." The official snapped irritably, "Is this some kind of joke? You're using a busted wooden sled to drag this massive rock on a road that's all potholes." Tong Yi, standing off to the side, suddenly piped up, "Hey Shaolin, check out that rock." Lin Huan followed his gaze to a stone that was a distinctly different color. "What about it?" Tong Yi explained, "That little beauty is an heirloom from an old estate. You could say it's a treasure, the kind you'd see in a historical manhua." Tong Yi then turned to the old man. "My good sir, this rock isn't exactly top quality." The old man bowed his head respectfully. "Please, my lord, I beg you to accept it. My grandson and I, we haven't eaten in days. We're desperate." But before he could even finish his plea, Tong Yi pressed 2 silver coins into his hand. "Not another word," Tong Yi said magnanimously. 2 pure silver coins. Take them. Consider it a charitable donation from me to my fellow countrymen." "Thank you, my lord." "Oh, thank you." Once the pair was out of earshot, Tong Yi turned to A Shu with a smirk. "You know what to write down, don't you?" A Shu flashed a greasy, boot-licking smile. "Of course, my lord. The official market price will be logged as 200 pure silver." Tong Yi nodded. "Excellent. Make it so." Lin Huan, listening from a hidden corner, felt his face darken with rage. He muttered under his breath, "Well, I'll be damned. Buying for 2 silvers and flipping it for 200. What a textbook corrupt official. Just you wait one day, I'll make you scumbags pay. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. He clapped Han Lin Huan on the shoulder, asking with mock concern, "You've barely joined my team and you're already plotting my downfall. Why are you getting so into character? It's not like I'm actually setting you up for a real-life assassination attempt." Han Lin Huan hastily deflected. "Into character, if please. If we get caught, I'll just blend in with the commoners." Dong Yi ordered, "All right, let's kick off the plan." Lin Huan smirked and gave a subtle nod to one of his men planted in the crowd. The man caught the signal and nodded back. "You got it." He immediately stepped forward and roared, "Brothers, those scumbags are bullying innocent people. Let's go teach them a lesson they won't forget." In a flash, the crowd ripped off their civilian clothes and chanted in unison, "Purge the wicked, purge the wicked, purge the wicked." They pointed their blades at the officials, who immediately started crying and begging for mercy. "I'm a high-ranking official. Let me go first. I'm an only child. I have to survive. Let me go." One of the actors screamed, rushing an official who cowered in fear. "It's over, I'm so done for." Just as a sword swung down, it was stopped dead in midair, followed by a reassuring voice. "Fear not, for I am here." Dong Yi showed off his ripped physique, catching the blade with his bare hands like some overpowered manhwa protagonist. "Lord Zhou, run. I've got this. I won't let a single hair on your head be harmed." The official actually blushed at Dong Yi's dashing heroics. "Let's bounce, old Zhou." Dong Yi pushed the man to safety with one hand while effortlessly disarming an attacker with the other, looking incredibly slick. One by one, the rebels fell without him even laying a hand on them. He roared confidently, "Witness my special move." The actor in front of him immediately flew backward dramatically. "He's too strong." He squeezed a fake blood pack hidden in his shirt and screamed, "I'm bleeding out, I'm a goner." From the crowd, Lin Huan started the cheer, "General Dong is incredible." Dong Yi smugly waved his hand, soaking in the applause. "All too easy." Suddenly, something whizzed past the actors playing rebels, causing them to freeze. The court officials in the audience gasped in amazement. Is eunuch Dong really that strong? For a eunuch, he's an absolute beast. With skills like that, he could lead the Northern Expedition himself. Following the script, the remaining actors dropped to their knees. "We surrender." Dong Yi let out a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha. Even if you surrender, my army is on its way. You're all dead meat." A second later, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Dong Yi's face as a figure appeared. A slender silhouette who gracefully slit the corrupt official's throat for real. Both Dong Yi and Lin Huan were shell-shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Qin Sang turned her head to face them, then shot them an ice-cold glare. "All of you are going to die." Dong Yi watched in horror as his men were cut down one by one. What in the world was going on? As Qin Zhang sliced through another goon, she delivered a chilling warning. "Once Tong Yiren finishes with them, he's coming for you." Lin Huan saw this and his stomach dropped. This was bad. In all his calculations, he never factored in the Daying Tower showing up. He hastily snatched a sword from the ground. Things would get ugly if Tong Gong reacted. Lin Huan then dashed in front of the old man, declaring in a classic manhwa hero moment, "General Tong, I'm here to protect you." He roared just as their two swords clashed with a deafening clang. "Spare him!" Lin Huan closed in on Qin Zhang and reintroduced himself. "I am Taiji's #1 blade." She shot back, utterly confused. "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you wouldn't show any mercy the next time we met?" He whispered into Qin Zhang's ear, "Zip it. If you keep this up, things will go south for both of us." She didn't seem to buy a single word of it. "Are you talking about the Tong family's private army?" "Don't you worry. Besides me, the rest of the Daying Tower has already been dispatched to stop them." Qin Zhang then questioned him. "Today's riot was the perfect opportunity. Why are you trying to stop me?" He suddenly snaked an arm around her waist, pulling her close. "Careful." Lin Huan explained, "All those civilians on the ground are just playing possum." Qin Zhang was absolutely stunned. "You picked a terrible time for jokes. A bad joke around here could get you killed for real." She quickly shoved him away and jabbed his pressure points. "You're obviously trying to lure me into a trap. I was a complete fool to trust you." Lin Huan was flabbergasted. "What the heck?" He rubbed his forehead, utterly exasperated. Why is this little beauty so darn stubborn? Besides, sealing my bloodline is completely useless on me. You're just wasting your energy. Lin Huan closed his eyes in frustration. It seemed there was only one way to get her to chill out. His eyes snapped open as he unsealed his bloodline like a true manhwa protagonist about to get serious. Lin Huan lunged towards Qin Zhang, grabbing her tightly from behind. Ye Qin Zhang, you need to calm down. Her face instantly turned beet red, her words catching in her throat out of pure embarrassment. You, he replied, sealing my bloodline is useless. And besides, I'm not trying to pull a fast one on you, so could you please just listen to me for a second? Qin Zhang squirmed out of his grip. What? What do you want to say? He warned her, once you finish slaughtering all these civil officials, those soldiers playing dead over there will get up and block your path. At that point, escaping will be nearly impossible. And it won't just be you, the entire Daying Tower will be annihilated right along with the Tong family's private army. And it wasn't just a handful of them either. But his words didn't faze her one bit. Her gaze remained as sharp as steel. So what if it's dangerous? The main purpose of the Da Yinglu is to execute corrupt officials. Lin Huan suddenly clapped a hand over Qin Zhang's mouth. Nope, you're wrong. A wicked grin spread across his face, his expression practically swimming in murderous intent. The Da Yinglu's true target is the Emperor. She questioned him in disbelief. The Emperor. Lin Huan calmly replied, that's right, this kingdom is rotten to the bone and I'm going to help you kill its king. Their epic manhwa-style conversation was abruptly cut short by a string of curses. You son of a bitch! Dong Yi roared, all men in white charge, kill anyone who stands with Lin Huan. The rest of his lackeys immediately charged forward. At the same time, our two protagonists locked eyes. Not good. Another group of people rushed toward them. Young Master Lin, we're here to help. Qin Zhang spun around and deftly scooped him up. Let's bounce. The lead pursuer screamed, brothers, get them. What in the world is going on? One of his men asked, bewildered. Is young Master Lin really that skilled? A short time later, inside a deserted cave, the two successful escapees were bent over, gasping for air. Qin Zhang complained, you are such an enigma. Your raw strength and physical constitution are obviously top-notch, and your meridians are first-rate, but time and again your martial arts are absolute garbage. Lin Huan avoided her gaze, muttering, I just never felt like practicing. Miss Qin, you should probably find a change of clothes. At his words, she looked down in embarrassment at her own filthy outfit. A little later, Qin Zhang had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Meanwhile, Lin Huan was peering at the scenery outside, keeping watch. I think I'm finally ready to learn some proper martial arts. Does the Da Yinglu have any techniques that would suit me? A brilliant smile bloomed on her face. We do. In fact, we have one that could turn you into the #1 master in the world. There's just a small price to pay. In the forest, a group of figures zipped through the treetops using qinggong. 3 of them landed and knelt before Qin Zhang. Milady, milady. She immediately got down to business. What's the situation with the pursuers? Was anyone captured? Wang Jian reported, we all got away clean. The others have already found a place to settle down, Meng Jian added. We delivered that eunuch's head to his brother. He was displeased. Hearing that Qin Zhang hesitated and glanced over at Lin Huan, just then, he stepped up beside her. Villains live for 1,000 years, as they say. I bet eunuch Dong isn't dead yet. The moment he saw Lin Huan, the subordinate's face twisted in anger. Meng Jian roared in fury, leveling his sword at the kid, instantly on high alert for a potential ambush. Wang Jian's hand went to his own hilt, quick to cast blame on Lin Huan. Are you trying to block our path, and were you planning to deceive our master? Playing the innocent card, the boy waved his hands dismissively. You've got it all wrong. I totally saved you guys. If you don't believe me, just ask Xiao Yezi. Hearing that only fueled Meng Jian's rage. Xiao Yezi, you dare jest with me? Qin Zhang calmly pushed his sword aside. Lin Huan isn't wrong. The assassination may have failed, but he did save us from a direct confrontation with the Da Yinglu. But Meng Jian was still stubbornly suspicious. Even so, I don't trust him. What if he leaked the intel himself, and this is all just a pre-planned show? Lin Huan let out a sarcastic laugh. Take on the Da Ying Lu with just a hothead like you. You don't even grasp why your little assassination plot went down in flames. That nearly sent him charging forward again. Huh, what are you trying to say? Wang Jian grabbed his arm, trying to placate him. Brother, cool your jets. Calm down. The boy then posed a question. When you're dealing with the Da Ying Lu out here in the big bad world, what's the single most important thing? Meng Jian answered belligerently, brute force obviously, with enough power we don't have to fear any ghosts or goblins. Lin Huan wagged a finger, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Oh, you muscle-brained simpleton, it's intelligence. He elaborated, intelligence allows you to analyze the battlefield, set up effective traps, and anticipate your enemy's every move. It even tells you how to make a quick, clean getaway. Qin Sang nodded in agreement. He has a point. However, for us in the Da Ying Lo, we're all about chivalry, not cash. We can barely protect ourselves, let alone gather intel. He added with the others murmuring in agreement. Exactly. Talk is cheap, we're the ones out here dancing with death on the edge of a blade. As they complained, Lin Huan reached into his robes, rummaging for something. Simple, I was waiting here specifically for this. He pulled out a gleaming gold token. This certifies me as an official storyteller for the Mu Zilu. Meng Jian looked puzzled. A storyteller? What kind of gig is that? Handing the token over for them to inspect, Lin Huan explained, it's a position I set up a while back. The Mu Zilu has branches everywhere and within its walls. The storytellers are actually moonlighting as information and intelligence gatherers. Join this network and your intel problems are solved. It's a classic setup you'd read in a manhwa. Naturally, it's not a charity case. My only condition is that your group has to be able to distinguish friend from foe among the other storytellers. To develop more professional intelligence operatives. Qin Sang looked at the object in her hand, completely baffled. Comrades, he replied, they're people who share our ideals, and for those ideals they will be absolutely unquestioningly loyal. Meng Jian frowned. Our ideal is assassinating the court's lackeys. What kind of ideals could a bunch of ordinary folks possibly have? Lin Huan's lips curled into a smirk. That's simple. In a flash, his expression turned dark and profound, like a classic manhwa antagonist. Assassinate the emperor, dismantle the imperial power, and spark a revolution so the people can rule the country. Hearing this, the others were so shocked their jaws hit the floor. Lin Huan turned to leave. It's almost time, I'll see you all in the capital. Qin Sang suddenly spoke up, wait a minute. He looked at her and asked, what's the matter? She sauntered over to Lin Huan with a mischievous grin. Going back like this, it's just not convincing enough. And so a short while later, he stumbled back with a face that looked like it had been tenderized, crying his eyes out, General Dong, you must demand justice for me. With that, Lin Huan dramatically collapsed backward. Your humble servant, I couldn't fight off those Eagle Tower thugs. It was Yu Yue who beat me. Dong Yi hastily barked an order. Quick, someone save him! The old man urged frantically, get him back to the manor immediately and summon a physician. A few minutes later, our boy was resting comfortably in a sickbed. Dong Yi grumbled in frustration, just great. Lin Huan's brilliant idea not only failed, but also made me lose face. The old man instructed the physician, you must examine his injuries with extreme care. What if he just pretended to chase them and is faking this whole thing to slack off? The doctor bowed respectfully. As you command, I will certainly conduct a most thorough examination. Lin Huan cracked open one eye to observe the scene, thinking, even though it wasn't a huge success, this old geezer definitely hates my guts now. Dong Yi said with a venomous tone, if he's faking his injuries to get a reward, he'll be castrated and thrown into the cold palace. Lin Huan panicked internally. This damn eunuch is so ruthless, he thought, thankfully I have a reinforced body, but I'll use a passive mode to control my pulse, close this pressure point, temporarily disable this meridian, and seal it. And this one, and this one too. After checking Lin Huan's pulse, the physician stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, this is peculiar. The old man's face was a mask of murderous intent as he stood behind the doctor holding a pair of shears. Well, is he faking it? The doctor stammered, General Dong, this pulse reading. Dong Yi was getting impatient. What spit it out? The physician stared at the boy in utter disbelief. With a pulse like this, the man in question was Lin Huan. His words left the old general utterly dumbfounded. I mean, this guy was supposed to be 6 feet under, but he just sat up like it was another Tuesday morning. General Tong Lin Huan said, clasping his hands. This whole thing happened so suddenly, so congratulations, General Tong. Seeing him act so casually left the two men with massive question marks floating over their heads. The next day, the court officials were all gathered buzzing with gossip. Every person who arrived, big or small, was getting the third degree. That's right, old Lee and I were classmates. Bye-bye was cut down by their blades, one lamented. If those assassins come knocking again, won't we all be totally screwed? Right on cue, Lin Huan and Tong Yi strolled into the room. My esteemed lords, why aren't you getting some rest? The moment they saw the general, the officials swarmed him, practically spitting with rage. General Tong, you owe us an explanation. You're a military commander, so why couldn't you protect us? In a masterful move, Tong Yi simply pushed Lin Huan to the front. My subordinate Lin Huan will explain the entire situation from beginning to end. Lin Huan cleared his throat dramatically. Gentlemen, please, let's not be hasty. This humble one will explain everything in detail on the general's behalf. He began his grand tale. A few days ago, General Tong's most trusted confidant, Lord Wu Yanshu, with his eagle-eyed perception, discovered a group from the Yinglu in a neighboring province. We knew instantly they were coming here to assassinate you, the pillars of the court. Lin Huan then recounted the totally not made-up scene of him being hunted down on the road as Lord Wu Yanshu and I raced to Wu City to deliver the warning. We engaged them in a fierce battle that felt like something out of a wuxia manhua, and we completely shattered their morale. Lord Wu was unfortunately injured in the process. He continued spinning the yarn. After that, General Tong's soldiers were split into two forces. Lord Wu Yanshu led his troops to guard the city's outskirts, fending off the Yinglu scoundrels and protecting the citizens. General Tong, meanwhile, held the fort at the docks to ensure your safety. As for myself, being unskilled in the art of war, I could only serve as a communications officer and an undercover agent. Lin Huan put on a pained expression worthy of an award. General Tong had laid an inescapable trap at the docks, not just to capture the ambitious mastermind, but also to exterminate all of their accomplices. The plan was flawless, but we never anticipated the culprit would be a woman who feigned innocence while seducing the less informed members of the public. Tragic, it's truly tragic. He then clapped his hands, signaling his men. Quick, bring in Lord Wu. Lin Huan pointed dramatically at the bandaged-up Wu Yanshu, who was being carried in on a stretcher. Behold, everyone, Lord Wu was also wounded yesterday in this very incident. The fiend's scheme and getting himself seriously wounded. The other officials looked on, whispering amongst themselves, damn, these guys play for keeps. Absolutely ruthless. Looks like he really gave it his all. Lord Tong's concern was all for naught, what a shame. After pulling off his award-winning performance, he sneakily gave a thumbs up to Tong Yi. Mission accomplished. The old man shot him a satisfied smirk. Good job, kid. Meanwhile, Yan Shu was having an existential crisis. Who am I? Where am I? Seriously, why am I even here? Lin Huan, completely oblivious, cheerfully announced, this battle may have had some minor setbacks, but we've successfully crushed the nefarious plot of the Ying Lu. This marks the imperial court's most significant victory against them in years, and the credit for this monumental achievement goes overwhelmingly to our very own Lord Tong. The old geezer cackled, absolutely delighted with himself. His Majesty is going to be ecstatic. When I get back to the capital, I'll be sure to put in a good word for you, gentlemen. The other officials, finally getting the picture, quickly bowed. We are in your debt, General. Tong, in the future, if you ever need anything, we will risk life and limb to assist you. Tong Yi stroked his chin, putting on a thoughtful expression. You know, there is one more little thing, though I'm hesitant to bring it up. One of the lackeys immediately piped up, Please, General. Tong, speak your mind. The old man put on a deeply troubled expression. This whole fiasco, the root cause, well, to be perfectly frank, I simply didn't have enough men under my command. If my forces were stronger, those scoundrels would never have had an opening to strike. The officials instantly caught his drift and rushed to reassure him. General Tong, you mustn't worry. As soon as we're back, we'll petition His Majesty requesting that you be granted more troops and horses. Yes, exactly, just leave it all to us. Lin Huan watched Tong Yi, the center of attention, deftly using this opportunity to seize military authority. Gaining command and expanding the army, what a brilliant move. Just then the old fox shot a glance right at him. This whole scene is straight out of a political manhwa. This Lin Huan kid, what a perfect stepping stone. He could be very useful in the future. Our boy's face, however, turned thunderous. This goddamn eunuch is using me as a ladder to climb the ranks. Oh, I'll treat you to something special, all right. Tong Yi, blissfully unaware, boomed enthusiastically, tonight. I'm treating everyone to drinks at the Moon Pavilion to celebrate my glorious victory. The crowd of bootlickers readily agreed. As you wish, General Lin Huan, absolutely disgusted, took out his frustration by smacking poor Yan Shu, much to his own amusement. The ancient traditions of this feudal empire, this country is rotten to the core. It's beyond saving. All Yan Shu could do was weep internally. What did I ever do to deserve this? Sometime later on, a boat gliding swiftly across the water, our hero stood at the prow, staring into the distance and pacing like a caged tiger. Well, what a coincidence, we're all headed to the capital. A cunning glint appeared in Lin Huan's eyes. This was the perfect time to get some business done. He reached into his robe and pulled out a piece of red silk, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Nani Lin Huan, red-faced, frantically shook his head. Whoops, wrong item. This isn't it. This is Qiao Luo's, undergarment. He then fished out the correct item, a book titled The Shortcut to Mastering Internal Energy Cultivation. Ah, this is the one. Lin Huan sat down, and his entire body began to glow with a golden aura. It was training time, baby. Meanwhile, over at the Ning estate, Uncle Ning was asking for the latest gossip on that Lin Huan fellow. Zilan scoffed. Apparently he got real cozy with the female bandit chief up in her mountain fortress. He smirked. Someone sounds a little jealous, don't they? I mean, who wouldn't fall for an outstanding man like Lin Huan? Too bad you had your chance and fumbled it, and now you're just sitting here pining away. She puffed out her cheeks in denial. Who's pining? I'm not pining. But the longing in her eyes told a different story. You're just talking nonsense, father, she said sadly, then added, but maybe I should sneak off to the capital to, check on him. The morning sun rose over the capital's docks, a chaotic symphony of merchants haggling, laughing, and generally making a racket. Stepping onto dry land, Lin Huan stretched his stiff limbs. Finally, the capital, he groaned. Manboat rides are exhausting. He gazed around with the wide-eyed innocence of a country bumpkin, completely oblivious to the fact that a pack of local thugs had just spotted their next meal ticket. Look over there, they whispered, a fat sheep ripe for the fleecing. Their scam began, as all good scams do, with a friendly approach. One of them held up a coin purse. Excuse me, young master, I believe you dropped this. This little pouch of silver, it must have fallen from your pocket. Lin Huan took the purse completely stunned. Wow, the people in the capital are so nice. The goon in purple laid it on thick. You seem to be from out of town, good sir. Is there anywhere in particular you're trying to go? His green-shirted sidekick chimed in smooth as snake oil. Why not grab a bite to eat and rest up first? We two brothers know this area like the back of our hands. We'd be happy to show you around. Right this way. They exchanged a greasy smirk. The hick totally fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Time to lead him somewhere quiet and see what other goodies he's carrying. The thug thought smugly, eyeing Lin Huan's seemingly frail frame. Looks like our trip to the pleasure house tonight is covered. Meanwhile, Lin Huan walked ahead, a smirk playing on his lips as if he'd seen it all. The script these two buffoons were following was straight out of a low-budget manhwa, totally predictable. Still, he thought, this is a perfect chance to test just how powerful my new entry-level internal energy really is. Back at the docks, He was looking around in a daze. Lin Huan said he'd meet me here. Where on earth did he go? People. He glanced towards the street corner and froze. Oh, this is bad. Lin Huan's been set up. He's definitely in for a world of hurt. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the quiet street. Aichi's head whipped around toward the sound, his heart pounding. It's over, it's all over. That horrifying scream. Did they really get him that fast? But to his utter shock, he saw Lin Huan single-handedly taking down two thugs, leaving them completely flattened on the ground. He shot Ah Chi a smug look, raising an eyebrow. Huh, Ah Chi, you made it. Ah Chi was so flabbergasted he could only stammer, you. Since when did you learn to fight like a martial arts manhwa protagonist? Lin Huan just tossed him a bag of silver and said, that's not important. The exam is in 3 days, stick to the plan, you'll be my study attendant. First we're hitting the library to do some prep. Achi caught the bag of silver, still trying to process everything. Huh, a study attendant. The scene then cuts to the tranquil Yunlu library with sunlight streaming through the windows. Yun Lin stroked his beard, speaking slowly. It seems, young Master Lin, that your title as the Little Poetry Immortal is no empty boast. Lin Howen replied gratefully, indeed, indeed, thank you for your guidance. I shall surely repay you for this in the future. Just then a clumsy girl came rushing by and slammed right into him. Lin Huan turned, his cheeks flushing in surprise. The girl was Juju. With a sorrowful expression, she sat right down on the floor. He leaned over anxiously. Miss, are you injured? Juju recoiled in a panic. Don't you touch me! Then she shot up, getting right in Lin Huan's face and fuming. Men and women should not have such close contact. What kind of student are you? Are you with that gang outside? How dare you act so boldly? Completely confused, he sidled over to Yun Lin and whispered, hey, what's her deal? She's the one who bumped into me and got all up in my personal space, and now she's yelling at me. The old man calmly explained, young Master Lin, this is Miss Juju, a teacher at the Yunlu Library. She's severely nearsighted, you see. She has to get that close to see anything, so she often runs into people. Hearing this, Lin Huan immediately pictured her in a modern office uniform. Hey, so that's it, a nearsighted female teacher. I'm familiar with this trope. He immediately became serious again, clasping his hands in a formal greeting. I am Lin Huan here for the capital examination. I have long heard of the Yunlu Library's fame and came today to pay a special visit. Juju's expression filled with relief. Well, as long as you're not one of those people, it's fine. Lin Huan was intrigued. Those people, who might they be? Her tone turned indignant. A bunch of crude brutes, they block the entrance every day to confess their love, as if I would ever accept any of them. He just shrugged with a sigh. Turns out the swarm of suitors had completely blocked the entrance, so there was no getting through. Juju gazed into the distance, her voice laced with worry. These brawlers have been ruining my mood for days. I just hope the proctor in 3 days' time doesn't run into any trouble. That's when it clicked for Lin Huan. A proctor, you say? He flashed a devilishly charming smile. I think I have a way to handle this little mob. Lin Huan's confident smirk never faded. Allow me to solve this pesky problem for the lovely Miss Juju. She hastily warned him, no, don't. We're scholars, we shouldn't try to reason with those brutes, you'll just get yourself beaten up. A helpless look crossed Yun Lin's face. Xiao Shixian, don't do anything reckless, he advised, but it was too late as our boy stood before the soldiers with an air of pure arrogance. Chi, my loyal page boy, hand me my brush. I'm about to teach these crude ruffians a lesson. Hearing this, the soldiers all burst into scornful laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear him right? This pencil pusher thinks he can teach us a lesson with a brush. And with that, Lin Huan picked up his brush and drew a single character, right on the palm of his hand. As a scholar, my favorite method is to persuade people with virtue. He held out his hand, smiling gently. Do you gentlemen happen to see my virtue? The moment they saw the character for virtue on Lin Huan's hand, the 3 soldiers' faces went pale with shock, like they'd seen a ghost from a horror manhwa. He and Chi got right up in their faces. What followed was a blur of fists and feet, sending the soldiers into a panic. My lord, stop hitting us, we were wrong. After a moment, Lin Huan paused his beatdown and asked innocently, beat you, this is called persuasion through virtue. The 3 bruised men clasped their hands in defeat. Yes, yes, of course, boss, your grace and virtue are boundless. We will never in our entire lives Forget this. He closed his eyes, turned dramatically, and waved them off. Now scram. They glared at Lin Huan's retreating back in fury. He even dares to mess with the Capitol Guards. Let's go, we're reporting this to our boss. His face was a mask of indignation. We have to show these people just how foolish it is to anger us right here in the Imperial City. Night fell and the pale moonlight shone down on the Deadliest. Inside the grand hall, dancers moved gracefully, their sleeves fluttering to the sound of music as two young ladies sat down. On Dong Yi's lap, cooing, "General, have a drink." They offered him a sweet smile. "General, don't you think I'm beautiful?" Lin Huan watched the scene with a pained expression. Utterly debauched and depraved. Worse than animals. I really shouldn't have come to this place. It's truly a den of hell. This, of course, was coming from the guy who was currently hugging another girl's waist with a blissful look, thinking, and I, Lin Huan, am the bodhisattva sent to save them. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just then, a man walked in, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. A smug-looking Liu Xing sauntered in. Am I late? Is everyone still having a good time? Tong Yi roared with laughter and made the introductions. You're right on time, let me introduce you. This here is Lin Huan, the poetry immortal, my brand new ace assistant. And this fine gentleman is Liu Xing, the current empress's younger brother, the young imperial brother-in-law. Our boy stood up and greeted him politely. I've admired you from afar. Imperial brother-in-law Liu, as dapper as a jade tree in the wind, a truly rare talent. A sight for sore eyes indeed. He plopped down at the table, grinning excitedly. You've got a silver tongue, kid. We're all brothers here, just call me Little Liu. Lin Huan watched the two of them, yucking it up, secretly sizing them up. This eunuch Tong doesn't just kiss the emperor's boots. He's even cozying up to the empress and her brother. Now that's what I call a multi-talented individual. This young imperial brother-in-law wasn't bad either. Despite his noble status, he wasn't arrogant, quite unlike the usual snobby airs. Suddenly, Liu Shang looked at our protagonist with a curious glint in his eye. I hear this Lin Huan is a poetry immortal. I don't get poetry, but I do love a good story. Do you happen to know any old war stories you could tell me? Lin Huan's eyes widened in surprise. Well, well, well. Seems we have a fellow war enthusiast on our hands. No wonder he's palling around with eunuch Tong. At that moment, Lin Huan's gaze fell upon the sword hanging at Liu Xing's side. Then Lin Huan stood up, cleared his throat, and started his pitch. Imperial brother-in-law Liu, have you ever heard of tunnel warfare? Liu Shang's face lit up with curiosity. Tunnel warfare? Come on, spill the beans and also just call me Little Liu. Those other titles are a total drag. With a charming smile, our boy began his tale. During a great war against foreign invaders, there was a small village filled with only the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled with no way to escape. They had to save themselves, and thus they invented tunnel warfare. Liu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he repeatedly slammed the table in praise. Brilliant, brilliant. Tunnel warfare is absolutely genius. It's a strategy straight out of a military manhwa. Tong Yi stood up, analyzing with his hand on his chin. This tunnel warfare idea, it might actually be worth a shot. Lin Huan, with his arm wrapped around a song girl, boasted with a proud look. Oh, there's more where that came from. I've got guerrilla warfare, sparrow warfare, ambush warfare, and mobile warfare. Liu Shang couldn't care less about the beauty behind him and shoved her away. All right, that's enough. Hurry up, brother Lin. Give me the details. Lin Huan raised his wine cup, a massive grin spreading across his face. It seems Little Liu is quite the aficionado of war and martial arts. Xing got all hyped up and jumped on the bandwagon. Heck yeah, can we let the Imperial City Guards in on this? I'm their boss after all. They're all my boys. Meanwhile, outside Deadliest Tower, Xiao Liu was peeking in, looking skeptical. You guys absolutely positive the punk Lin Huan who threw down the other day is really in here? His goons were dead sure. Boss, we're 100% positive. I saw him head up to the top floor with my own two eyes and hightailed it back to tell you. Xiao Liu's face lit up with a sinister grin. Excellent. Let's roll. Time to teach this kid the consequences of crossing us. His crew of sycophants started chanting, "The boss is amazing. The boss is invincible." With that, Xiao Liu led his posse and kicked the door right off its hinges. All right, which one of you losers is Lin Huan? Get your sorry butt out here now. Hearing the commotion, Liu Shang turned his head, a frosty glare on his face. Xiao Liu and his boys froze their jaws, hitting the floor. What in the world was the emperor's brother-in-law doing here? Lin Huan pointed to himself, putting on his best Hu-Mi face. Imperial Guard Xiao Liu looking for little old me. Terrified Xiao Liu slammed his knees onto the floor and clasped his hands desperately, trying to explain himself. Of course I came looking for Lord Lin to offer my sincerest apologies. I was a complete fool yesterday and offended you greatly. This lowly one deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Liu Xing slung an arm around Lin Huan's shoulders, laughing it off. These knuckleheads are still learning the ropes, please be the bigger man and forgive them. Then turning to the kneeling man, he said, Xiao Liu, this is my big bro Lin Huan. From now on, you look out for him, got it? Xiao Liu and his crew, utterly bewildered, nodded so fast their heads were about to fall off. Yes sir, absolutely, of course, big bro Lin. Your problems are my problems from now on. Liu Xiang waved a dismissive hand with a sigh. If that's all, then scram. Don't interrupt my story time. With that, Xiao Liu shuffled outside his minions, looking at him with a million questions. Boss, what was that all about? Did that Lin Huan punk beg for mercy, or what? Another one snickered, haha. When our boss shows up, it doesn't matter who you are, you'll be on your knees begging for forgiveness. Xiao Liu snapped and smacked each of them on the head. Shut your traps. Still running your mouths. The one kneeling and begging in there was me, you idiots. You clowns almost got me fired and sent packing. I might have even gotten a royal beatdown because of you. Fuming Xiao Liu stormed off, leaving his crew blubbering in his wake. They stared up at the heavens in despair. This Lin Huan guy, wait, no? Lord Lin is definitely not someone we can afford to mess with. Back inside Deyo Tower, Liu Xing was grinning like a Cheshire cat, showering Lin Huan with praise. Bro Lin, you're a walking encyclopedia. I've never heard stories like these, not even in a manhwa. I'm seriously impressed, man. He then scooted closer, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. You're a mischievous one. That's why you're joining my shuttlecock kicking practice tomorrow. Lin Huan blinked, completely baffled. Shuttlecock? What now? More shuttlecock kicking? Liu Xing's face tightened. This is a huge deal, all tied to the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Hearing that, our boy started sweating bullets. Cut to a lively morning in a courtyard where a massive crowd was gathered. What a kick. Get it. Amidst the roaring cheers, Wang Long was ecstatically juggling the ball. His Majesty is truly enlightened. The shouts grew even louder as he expertly kicked it into the net. All hail His Majesty's genius. Long live the king. A maiden in a pink dress approached with a towel, cooing, Your Majesty, allow this humble servant to wipe away your sweat. Wang Long, however, couldn't have cared less and just snatched the towel right out of her hand without a second glance. He scratched his head and strolled off, leaving the poor girl completely stunned. Our royal shuttlecock skills are #1 under the heavens. No one can even touch me. Her face fell in sheer disappointment. The emperor just sings dances and plays with his weird rocks all day. He doesn't even spare a glance for us harem beauties. It's absolutely hopeless. Suddenly, the palace's tranquility was shattered by loud shouting. Imperial City Guard business. All unauthorized personnel, get out of the way, move it, move it. Inside the carriage, Liu Xing was casually laying out the plan. Look, the emperor is absolutely obsessed with shuttlecock kicking. So if we put on a spectacular match for the Empress Dowager's birthday, wouldn't that just tickle his royal fancy? This is a golden opportunity, my friend. Lin Huan listened intently. Ah, so that's the play. He glanced away, thinking to himself that if this emperor were transported to the modern world, he'd totally be a high-tier idol who raps about his soccer skills. A true manhwa protagonist. I also wonder just how beautiful little Liu's older sister must be to have captured the emperor's favor like that. She must be a goddess walking among mortals. As they arrived, he hopped out of the carriage and stretched with a satisfying yawn. All right, we're here. Our Imperial City Guard shuttlecock team trains right in this spot. Just then, a group of soldiers scrambled over looking like they were about to snitch. Lord Liu, you're finally here. Lord Liu, you have to get justice for us. Hearing this, Liu Xing clutched his head in exasperation. Don't tell me you blockheads got your training ground stolen again because you couldn't outsmart them. The soldiers' faces were a mixture of fear and shame. Well, you can't exactly put it like that. One of them stammered, sweat dotting his forehead. It's not that our skills are inferior, it's just that those guys aren't even human. Lin Huan chuckled, a light bulb going off in his head. Hey, I get it now. Lord Liu, you brought me all the way here because you want me to be the hero of this manhua plot, don't you? So you want me to train this shuttlecock squad of yours? Liu Xing turned back, forcing a laugh. Look, I know this is a bit embarrassing to ask, but you saw them. It's probably way too late for actual training. So I was just hoping Brother Lin could cook up some brilliant scheme. You know, using those wacky strategies like your lightning warfare to help my team level the playing field, or at least not get completely humiliated. He stroked his chin deep in thought. The competition was brutal. If they wanted a quick power-up, Lin Huan leaned in conspiratorially, a crafty grin spreading across his face. In that case, there's only one way, just a sec. He swaggered over to the noisy crowd. All right, everyone, hold your horses. The yellow-shirted soldiers scoffed. What's this can't accept defeat already? You guys have zero chance of winning against us. Just wait for the Empress Dowager's birthday. We're going to absolutely crush you. On the other side of the court, the orange-shirted soldiers shot back smugly. Oh, please, we were just going easy on you. You seriously think we can't wipe the floor with you? It's simple. Let's make a bet. 100 taels of silver per person. Oh, Zhuge glanced over, a derisive smirk on his face. So you're just handing out free cash now? Deal. An old man stepped forward, stroking his beard. In that case, allow me to serve as the referee. Let the games begin. Lin Huan smirked mentally, breaking down the shuttlecock game. The scoring and positions were like volleyball, but the footwork was pure soccer. In a non-contact sport like this, if you want to boost your score in a pinch, there's really only one way to do it. The match began. The shuttlecock was tossed high into the air, capturing everyone's gaze. A player from the orange team immediately smacked it hard with his hand. The yellow team instantly went ballistic. What the? You can't be serious, that's a foul. He used his hands. The old referee peered through a magnifying glass. Well then, this point is voided. Let's have a do-over. An infuriated Zhuge then wound up for a massive kick. Let me show you losers a real serve. Behold the ferocious tiger strike. But suddenly his face twisted in agony, tears streaming down as he collapsed, clutching his leg. His teammate immediately pointed an accusing finger. Foul, it's a foul, they're playing dirty again. The orange team, hands on their hips, started screaming furiously. Foul. This whole situation is getting more dramatic than a system manhua. Can't you just play the game? Referee, penalize them? They're trying to slander us. The poor old man stood between the two screaming teams, face-palming in utter confusion. What do we do now? Liu Xing shot a worried glance at Lin Huan. It was becoming crystal clear that the only way to improve their score was by being a nuisance. That's a foul. I've got a really bad feeling about this, he explained calmly. Nah, you're reading it wrong. Fan Lei is just messing with their heads. Afterwards, Lin Huan broke it down. This wasn't just a game, it was a meta-game of bending the rules and changing the format itself. His face twisted in panic. It dawned on him that to win against the Yue Minghui's team, they had to secretly alter the shuttlecock competition format to give themselves an edge. His expression went blank. Wait, run that by me again. Who's the opponent? The Yue Minghui. Suddenly the air was so thick with tension, you could cut it with a knife. Both sides looked ready to pounce. Lin Huan pointed a shaky finger at the group. The Yue Minghui, aren't they supposed to be the undisputed masters of the martial world? Why the heck are they here to play shuttlecock? Liu Shang replied sheepishly, well, there are certain classified reasons for that. He recalled that after pacifying the entire martial arts world, the Yue Minghui was the only powerhouse not under the royal family's control. To prevent these brawlers from causing a ruckus, the imperial court just gave them a bunch of cushy, unimportant official positions to keep them busy. A sly grin spread across his face as he imagined the legendary Sun Wukong sitting on a horse's back. Oh, I get it. You're making Sun Wukong the protector of the horses' oldest trick in the book. Liu Xiang clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. They're playing shuttlecock just to cause a scene in front of His Majesty. They want to humiliate the Imperial Guard, use this as a chance to weaken our position, and even try to replace us with their Yue Minghui forces to grab more power and benefits for themselves. His face etched with desperation, he pleaded, Brother Lin, you're a genius with more talent than anyone I know. You have to help me. Lin Huan propped his chin on his hand, looking dead serious. Count me out. I can't beat those guys in a straight fight. However, a master plan was already brewing in his mind. First, use the sports team to infiltrate the Yue Minghui and use that opening to deal with the Yinglu problem. Then get on Little Lu's good side for future convenience and finally seize control of the imperial city's entire economic lifeline. This manhua plot just keeps getting better. With his plan set, Lin Huan let out a deliberate cough. Ahem, I have something to say, so listen up quietly. Everyone's here to kick a shuttlecock to make the Empress Dowager smile and the Emperor happy. So, I have a plan. He declared, holding a ball with an air of pure confidence. Have you gentlemen ever heard of soccer? Both teams just stared back, their eyes wide with bewilderment. Soccer, they were puzzled. The name sounds pretty simple, so it must be like shuttlecock kicking, right? Then Lin Huan stripped off his jacket, strutting like he owned the place. Allow me to give you all a little demonstration. In a flash, he put on a show that made the soldiers jump out of their skins. Lin Huan's body moved with the ball with jaw-dropping agility. As the soldiers stared with their mouths agape, he flicked the ball and launched himself into the air. The players from both teams were collectively gobsmacked. Liu Xing broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. You can play like that. If you have skills, you use them. No skills, use your body. No body. Then you play with tactics. The man standing beside him was gaping in pure, unadulterated shock. The logic was simple. This football thing was way more complex than shuttlecock kicking, but a heck of a lot more entertaining. Lin Huan coolly flipped his hair. With more people in on the action, different positions carry out their own missions, and every single player gets a chance to shine. That's the real spirit of football. Besides, it can rake in some serious benefits. The guy's face was a perfect mask of confusion. Brother Lin, what kind of benefits? He covered his mouth and whispered. After hearing the explanation, Liu Xing was completely shook. What sponsorships and betting tournaments? He then placed a confident hand on Lin Huan's shoulder. Bro, I get it now. Well, not entirely, but I trust you, so let's do this. He grinned, pointing forward. Would you look at that? They already can't resist the urge to start playing football. And right on cue, the players from both teams, brimming with fighting spirit, charged at the ball, unleashing their golden kicks like something out of a manhua. The guy in the orange jersey dived headfirst for the ball, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Iron head technique. Lin Huan excitedly held up a book. Gentlemen, what I have here is my exclusive top-secret football manual. In no time, a crowd had gathered around him. One move for 5 silver coins, a tactic for 20, and a curving free kick technique for 30. Don't be shy, as long as you've got the cash, I've got the skills. Liu Xing eagerly ran over, pointing at himself. I want to try too. Do you have any super unique, one-of-a-kind moves for me? Lin Huan chuckled. But of course, right here I have my ultimate trump card move. He then dramatically fell to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. It's called taking a dive. The man's face was a picture of horror as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Huan. That is utterly and completely shameless. Suddenly they locked eyes and burst into gleeful laughter. But I love it! Just then a hand tapped Lin Huan on the shoulder. Hello? He spun around, completely baffled. What's going on? Standing there was Zhu Ge, looking as serious as a heart attack. I am Zhu Ge of the Mingyue Society. I just so happened to overhear your brilliant proposition. Could you perhaps explain the sponsorship details of this soccer tournament to me? Hearing this, our guy flashed a megawatt smile. Oh, the Mingyue Society really lives up to its martial world reputation, skilled fighters with super hearing. You guys can even pick up on whispers, so you want a piece of the pie too. In a flash, the three of them were huddled together, whispering like they were plotting in the latest thriller manhua. Zhuge and Liu Shang exchanged a look of pure anxiety. He clasped his hands together, his gaze intense. Please enlighten us. Teach us your ways. If this plan succeeds, it'll go down in the history of the martial world for the next 100 years. Lin Huan crossed his arms smugly. Getting the Mingyue Society on the hook was a piece of cake. Liu Shang poured every ounce of his energy into his leg, launching the ball with incredible force. It went soaring into the distance. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, "Watch out!" At that moment, someone shot a hand up, stopping the ball in its tracks. The ball landed perfectly in Lin Huan's hand as a smug grin spread across his face. Easy peasy, with goalie gloves on what's a little kick like that. Liu Xing's eyes lit up and he charged forward, brimming with energy. Lin Huan, you finally showed up. What have you been doing these past few days? He pointed to where someone had just set down a box. Working for the good of the people, of course. Don't believe me? Take a look. Everyone swarmed around their eyes, practically sparkling with joy. Inside the box were matching sets of jerseys and cleats. Lin Huan announced, custom-made goatskin soccer cleats. They have superior grip, much better for running on grass. The jerseys are made with sweat-wicking cotton and have extra ventilation holes to help sweat evaporate, keeping you cool and looking handsome. The guys were ecstatic over the new gear. One of them yelled, "I'll take a pair of those cleats." Another chimed in, "I want the shin guards. Not only are they good for soccer, but they'd be great for a street fight too." Liu Xing came over. He slung an arm around Lin Huan's shoulder, grinning. "You clever devil, Lin Huan. You even managed to rope me into your business dealings." Lin Huan looked overjoyed. Not at all, not at all. I was just worried Brother Liu's men might get injured, so I spent some time doing a little R&D. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed from the gate. "Who dares to stop me? Eat my Peng Shan Dao Hai technique." Turns out the two of them were just messing around. But they suddenly clammed up and shot him a look. Just then, Ru exploded, shoving the guards away from her. With fire in her eyes and fists tighter than a pickle jar lid, "Liuing, get your sorry butt out here." Hearing his name called, our boy couldn't help but be a little confused. "Isn't Liu Xing your enemy?" Turns out the guy had already booked it and vanished into thin air without him even noticing. Lin Huan sighed, realizing that was probably the case. A grin spread across his face as he thought, perfect a chance to see just how much my internal cultivation has leveled up. This is better than any training arc in a manhua. Then with a look of pure provocation, Lin Huan beckoned her with his index finger. "Come at me." That was all it took for Ru to completely lose it and charge like a raging bull. He was already in his combat stance, ready for action. Behold, immovable as a mountain Bajiquan. The moment she closed in, Lin Huan spun around and used his back to send her flying. Shoulder strike. But a second later, he just stood there, scratching his head in utter confusion. That didn't feel right at all. It was way too easy. Am I just that overpowered now? Meanwhile, Ru, having been yeeted across the yard, landed with a thud. Her cheeks flushed red as tears streamed down her face. She covered her face and started sobbing her heart out. Wah! Our hero could only stare, completely dumbfounded at the crying girl. What in the world is happening? I only used one move. Suddenly, Liu Xing popped up out of nowhere, covering his mouth as he whispered, "My bad, dude. I kind of forgot to mention, her name is Ru and she's the personal handmaiden of my older sister, you know, the current empress." Upon hearing this, Lin Huan froze on the spot, completely petrified. Liu Xing just face-palmed. Also, the reason I ran away from home, my sister is an absolute terror. After rebooting his brain, Lin Huan finally looked back at the guards. It all clicked into place. The reason the guards couldn't subdue her wasn't because they were weak, but because they didn't dare to actually cause a scene. By now, she had stopped crying. She pointed an accusatory finger, her voice filled with rage. "Liu Xing, your sister is looking for you, and you..." She glared at Lin Huan. "I don't care who you are, you're coming with me to see the Empress." Liu Shang grinned from ear to ear, grabbing Lin Huan's sleeve. "My sister's a real handful. Thank goodness I have you to share the pain with." Lin Huan's face went pale with dread. "Why do I have to go? I didn't do anything wrong." But before he knew it, the three of them were already standing under a pavilion roof. Ru stood with a hand on her hip, snapping irritably. So you're the famous Lin Huan, some little poetry saint you are going around hitting women. He pictured an enraged empress brandishing a weapon and felt his soul leave his body. If the handmaiden is this much of a handful, the empress must be a full-blown tigress, a demon-level, terrifying old crone. Just then someone with footsteps as light as a feather gracefully approached the trio. And who should it be but the esteemed empress herself? Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also radiated a gentle, benevolent aura. Lin Huan's jaw practically hit the floor as he stared up at her. Her skin was as flawless as jade with a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Lu Xing, on the other hand, looked thoroughly annoyed. Sis, what's the big emergency this time? I've got guard duties to handle, you know. You must be so busy. But Ru Yu simply lifted her teacup with unhurried grace. So I can't summon my dear brother over unless there's an emergency. She gently lowered her gaze, revealing a set of perfectly curved eyelashes that looked like they were drawn for a romance manhwa, then parted her perfect lips to take a dainty sip of tea. Lin Huan wore a bashful expression, but inside his head he was sobbing his heart out. That dog of an emperor is truly wasting a heavenly treasure. She placed her cup down, turning to him with a questioning frown. Speaking of which, what's this about you hitting my handmaiden? At that moment, Lin Huan was still in a daze, practically drooling. Seeing this, Lu Xing jabbed him in the shoulder, snapping him out of it. Hey, answer the lady. Lin Huan jolted back to reality, sputtering, Huh, what? Oh, Ru Yu's eyes narrowed, shooting daggers at him. Lin Huan, are you aware of your wrongdoing? Lin Huan sighed dramatically and calmly crossed his arms. I am not in the wrong. He then raised a hand for emphasis and declared grandly, a moment ago, Ru's stance was so heroic and imposing, one glance was enough to know she was no ordinary person. I mistook her for some wandering martial arts heroine, one who had come to assassinate our beautiful empress. The only reason I took action was because her skills were so formidable that I had to risk my life to stop her no matter the cost. Hearing this, a shy smile blossomed on her face. This little rascal, what a clever silver-tongued devil. Ru just scoffed in disdain, heroine don't make me laugh. Heh heh. He frowned, thinking to himself, calling me a little rascal, lady, you're only 2 years older than me, tops. Suddenly, Liu Xing leaned in with a curious look. Sis, what was so urgent today, really? She replied with that same unhurried grace. What else could it be? Ru Yu calmly began peeling a grape. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet is approaching. I'm afraid an ordinary gift simply won't make the cut this year. And you're hardly a man of great learning, so let's not even ask you. Liu Xing just grinned and pointed a thumb at Lin Huan. Hey, isn't that why I brought the little poetry immortal Lin Huan right over? If you want to make an impression, you obviously need a man of culture to take the stage. Lin Huan froze, a single thought echoing in his mind. Did this guy just sell me out? She placed a delicate finger to her lips and made her request, Lin Huan, how about you compose a poem for us right now? At her words, his face went completely blank. His internal monologue was a frantic scream. The poems I know are all plagiarized. I don't actually know how to write one. If I'd known this was coming, I would have prepped a few in advance. How am I supposed to whip up a poem for the old Empress Dowager when I can't even write a poem? Lin Huan's face was a sweaty mess. He frantically racked his brain. Looks like I'll have to plagiarize some classic verses to get out of this. A second later, he regained his composure, placing a hand on his chest with dramatic flair. Her heavenly beauty, impossible to hide, was one day chosen for the sovereign's side. A single glance, a smile of hers outshone all the powdered ladies of the court, making them dull as stone. The beautiful lady's eyes lit up in anticipation. But contrary to everyone's hopes, Lin Huan just stood there, killing the vibe instantly. And then there is no and then. A stroke of genius is a complete masterpiece, but this was just an unfinished fragment. Ru's face soured. That poem might fly if you're trying to woo a young maiden, but don't you think it's a bit basic for the Empress Dowager? She propped her chin on her hand, looking deceptively sweet. Oh, never mind, I won't make things difficult for you. How about you compose one for me instead? Her devastating beauty nearly gave our boy a spontaneous nosebleed. She's gorgeous. Bingo. I remember another one. Lin Huan suddenly perked up, full of renewed vigor. Her robe a cloud, her face a flower's grace, revived by spring wind at the dew-kissed place. He smiled, gesturing grandly. If not at the Jade Mountain's peak we meet, then let's rendezvous on the Moon Terrace suite. With that, he beat a hasty retreat, a strained smile plastered on his face. The poetry god is out of here, crap. I'm completely out of stock. Seeing his cue, Lu Xing scrambled to follow. Hey, wait up. Let's bounce, big sis. Catch you on the flip side. She was left sitting alone at the table, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Her robe a cloud, her face a flower's grace. She murmured, her heart aflutter. That cheeky brat, how dare he write such a flirtatious poem straight out of a romance manhwa? Just then, as Ah Chi was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, a familiar figure approached. He called out, "Brother Lin, you're here." Lin Huan let out a weary sigh, glad to have finally escaped that dynamic duo. Lin Huan cracked a warm smile. Right on time, here's your bonus. I always remember your hard work. The more you do, the more you earn. Ah Chi's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. A bonus. Well, in that case, don't mind if I do. Lin Huan got down to business. So how are things? Ah Chi's expression turned eager. Everything's going according to plan. We've secretly greased all the wheels for the route from Ningcheng to the capital. What's more, we're poised to completely dominate the porcelain market here. Lin Huan moved in closer, slinging an arm around Ah Chi. Go meet up with Ying Lu. They're all working as storytellers in the local taverns now, which means they can start spreading our version of events, just like a serialized manhwa. The intelligence system whirred to life. With a tense look, he confirmed, no problem, it's already done. After that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, keep a close eye on the market trends everywhere. It's time for us to start making some real big moves. All right then, tonight we drink till we drop. Ah Chi said, scratching his head cheerfully, before remembering, Brother Lin, you have that exam tomorrow. You didn't forget, did you? Hearing this, Lin Huan's jaw dropped in a panic. He quickly turned his head and cleared his throat. Ahem, how could I possibly forget such an important matter? Also, what time is the exam tomorrow? The next day, the atmosphere in the examination hall was buzzing with energy. Lin Huan sauntered in slowly. Inside, the candidates were still greeting each other. Hello, Gongsheng Li, I wish you success. Greetings, Gongsheng Ju. I hope you'll look out for me when we become court officials together. Lin Huan furrowed his brow, thinking. The metropolitan examination was the third-level imperial exam, and candidates who passed the previous two stages were called Gongsheng. The one who ranked first would be named the Huyuan. A fierce determination suddenly ignited within him. Once I become the Huyuan, all that's left is the palace examination. Lin Huan pictured himself in the grand robes of an official and couldn't help but chuckle. The next step was to enter the court and climb to the pinnacle of his life like a classic manhwa protagonist. A confident smirk played on his lips. I refuse to believe there's anyone here who can outperform me. I survived the absolute grind of the third-year high school exams back in Pingyang. No one here can even compare. Suddenly, Lin Huan's gaze locked onto the writing brush of a candidate next to him. What's inside that brush? The scholar slowly unscrewed the brush's body, revealing a rolled-up piece of paper inside which he promptly pulled out. Turns out it was a cheat sheet with all the answers. Lin Huan was completely stunned. Cheating so openly and shamelessly, he discreetly scanned the room only to discover someone pulling a cheat sheet from their shoe and another one who seemed to be dressed as a woman just to write notes on their legs. Lin Huan fumed internally. I can't believe over 80% of the candidates are cheating, and from the looks of it, they must have gotten the exam questions in advance. Who would have thought? It turns out I'm the most innocent, pure-hearted soul in this entire godforsaken room. This manhwa plot twist is wild. He recalled the power structures among the court officials. Although Eunuch Tong was favored, his influence was really only effective within the imperial court itself. Outside the court, Eunuch Tong's resources and connections were far inferior to those of the officials who held real power. After some careful consideration, Lin Huan quietly slipped out of the examination hall. It seems just passing this looks like relying on Eunuch Tong's connections to ace this exam is a total bust. Guess it's time for Plan B, save my own butt. He crept up to the city wall, eyes darting around like a paranoid squirrel. Once the coast was clear, Lin Huan vaulted over the wall with the grace of a cat burglar. He hissed into the shadows, "Psst, ah chi, over here, my dude." The guy looked genuinely shocked to see Lin Huan pop up out of nowhere. Our boy scurried over and whispered a plan so audacious it made Ah Shi practically jump out of his skin. "You what?" he squawked, staring at Lin Huan like he'd grown a second head. "So let me get this straight. Eunuch Tong didn't slip you the answer key, he's not helping at all." Our guy just gave a helpless wave, zilch, nada, nothing. Turns out old Eunuch Tong's influence doesn't quite extend to the Guanwen-controlled examination institute. Achi's mind started racing, picturing all sorts of bizarre scenarios. "So how am I supposed to help you? You want me to build a kite and airdrop the cheat sheet to you from above or something?" Lin Huan immediately jumped in. "Totally doable if you've got a death wish." Aichi shuddered instantly, scrapping that idea and suggesting another. "Okay, what if you just, swipe someone else's exam and slap your name on it?" Lin Huan was not on board with that plan. Anyone bold enough to try a stunt like that has some serious backing. Besides, messing with another candidate's secret markings is a surefire way to get caught. Lin Huan heaved a dramatic sigh. The politics in this imperial city were more complicated than the plot of a long-running manhwa. To survive, you couldn't just go around making enemies. Just then they spotted Ning Bo strolling by, clutching a stack of exam papers. Ah Chi, ever the sharp one, just went, "Huh, that guy looks like an examiner." A light bulb went off over Lin Huan's head and he took off. "I've got a plan, just stay put and wait for my cue." Ah Chi was still standing there looking completely baffled. "Huh, what's he doing?" Meanwhile, Lin Huan sidled up to Ning Bo, his voice dripping with syrupy sweetness. "Oh, revered teacher, there's a cheater in our midst." Ah Chi watched from the sidelines, utterly confused. Is he really trying to snitch on someone? Isn't that just asking for even more trouble? Inside the examination hall, most of the candidates were already done with their tests. One dude was sprawled out whining, "Ugh, where's the proctor already? I've got a date at the land bridge later. Also, for real, why does this room smell like a troll's armpit?" Right on cue, footsteps echoed, growing louder. A figure appeared carrying a fresh stack of papers. All the candidates snapped back to their seats, pretending to be the most diligent scholars in the land. "He's here. Watch me snatch the top spot like a pro." It was Lin Huan, now flawlessly disguised as Ning Bo. His voice dropped an octave as he announced, "As long as you all focus on your exams, rules this old man naturally won't make things difficult for you all." He gently stroked his beard, putting on a natural air. "After all, I'm not a bad guy or anything." The examination hall returned to its nail-biting, tense atmosphere. Lin Huan pretended to stroll around, his eyes constantly scanning the room like a hawk. He drifted over to a scholar's desk to peek at his paper, nodding to himself. "Oh, so that's how it is." Noticing the examiner staring daggers at him, the poor candidate started to panic. "Why does he keep zeroing in on my exam paper?" Suddenly, Lin Huan leaned in and lifted the scholar's hand right off the page. "Move your hand, let me see." Seeing the examiner's dead serious expression, the scholar was suddenly touched. What in the world was happening? Was he signaling that I shouldn't worry, that I can just relax? Dr. Wang is really looking out for me, even sending an examiner to help me out. He shot Lin Huan a look overflowing with gratitude. "It's truly moving. Thank you so much." Meanwhile, our boy was having the time of his life, secretly cackling on the inside. He never knew copying an exam could feel this exhilarating. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman gracefully entered the room. Lin Huan was so startled his jaw hit the floor. What was Juju doing here inspecting the exams? He shot up from his seat, ready to make a run for it, his heart pounding in terror. This is scary enough to give me a heart attack, just like my old dean who'd pop up at the window like a ghost. Suddenly her voice rang out, making Lin Huan jump out of his skin. "Mr. Ning, if I recall correctly, you are the one supervising this examination hall, are you not?" He awkwardly and tremulously turned around. "That's right, I am indeed the examiner. I am Mr. Ning." Juju slowly approached him, her eyes filled with scrutiny. "Mr. Ning, why are you trembling? So your voice also sounds completely different. Are you perhaps feeling unwell?" Seeing her lean in and squint, Lin Huan suddenly remembered. Ah, I forgot Juju is as blind as a bat. He let out a cough. Ahem, just a slight cold, nothing to worry about. Juju glanced at an empty seat down below and gently pointed it out. Huh, there's still one candidate who hasn't shown up. Skipping an exam this important. Just then a voice echoed from outside the door. This should be the right room. Hearing that voice, Lin Huan immediately ducked behind a chair. You've got to be kidding me, another person who can't blow my cover. This manhua plot is getting complicated. Time to hide. She furrowed her brows, confused. And you are... The man cupped his fists in a salute. I am Liu Xing, captain of the Imperial Guard. Juju asked suspiciously. The Imperial Guard is only responsible for security around the Examination Institute. What brings you here? Liu Xing answered honestly. I have a friend Lin Huan who is taking the exam today, so I came to pay him a special visit. At that moment, the two of them looked at each other in sheer horror. Lin Huan, best friend, didn't show up, skipped the exam. Her eyes lit up with a fiery rage. Don't tell me it was your Imperial Guards pulling a cheap stunt to stop Lin Huan from competing. He frowned, just as confused. This is absolute insubordination. My own men disobeying orders and harming my brother. I'm gonna go have a little chat with them right now. Joju declared, spinning on his heel to leave. I'll contact the headmaster. You cover for the sick Mr. Ning and proctor the exam. Liu Xing gestured, adding, when I get back, I'm hanging those fools up for a good old-fashioned flogging. Suddenly a figure appeared right behind him. Liu Xing jumped, whipping his head around. You, what about them? Ah, about that. Lin Huan gave him a calm, cool look. Yeah, that's me. Mr. Ning was born to be a proctor, he declared. Liu Xing instantly caught the drift, realizing he was in the presence of a true manhua protagonist, and bowed respectfully. Mr. Lin Ning, this humble servant is in awe. You are truly the most phenomenal talent in history. He gushed, a sly, scheming look spreading across his face. Heh, I'll just stand guard by the door for you, sir. A short while later, the final bell chimed. Lin Huan shot to his feet, his voice ringing out with authority. All right, people, pencils down, time is up, he announced, clutching a stack of exam papers. Liu Xing watched the whole busybody act from the side. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Collect the tests and then frantically copy the answers. Brother Lin, you're a special kind of genius. Once he was done, Lin Huan casually slipped his own test into the middle of the stack. It's nothing. Just make sure you deliver these to the main academy for me later. Liu Shang, picking up what he was putting down, cheerfully replied, and after that, I'll take you to the most famous pleasure house in the city. Music, ladies, and a victory toast. Lin Huan was practically vibrating with excitement, just picturing all the beauties who would be fawning over him. A brand new beautiful life, here I come. Down the road, a horse-drawn carriage was waiting. Inside, Liu Shang was hyping up their destination, holding up a finger for emphasis. I hear every man in the city is practically killing each other to get into this new place. At this, Lin Huan's face flushed with giddy anticipation. A pleasure house people are fighting over. Does it have some kind of legendary peerless beauty inside? Liu Shang scratched his cheek, looking embarrassed. Well, I'm not sure. To be honest, I've never actually been. Our hero face-palmed in sheer exasperation. Suddenly, the carriage screeched to a halt, nearly giving both Lin Huan and Liu Xing a heart attack. He yanked back the curtain to ask the driver, "What's the holdup?" The man's face was pale with worry. "Boss, you should probably see for yourself. Let's go." Outside was an absolute madhouse swarming with people. There were so many wannabe patrons that our carriage was stuck in traffic with absolutely nowhere to park. Seeing the chaos, Liu Xing hopped down and shot his companion a look. Well, guess we're hoofing it. Let's see what's so darn special about this place anyway. Lin Huan stroked his chin, a strange feeling of déjà vu creeping in. I feel like I've seen this scene before. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mosh pit, a young dude was trying to shove his way to the front. Let me in. What kind of business turns away customers? His buddy in blue tagged along, whining, Yeah, on what grounds are you keeping us out? I have money, lots and lots of money. At the entrance, a lady named Lu awkwardly held up her hand, trying to fend them off. My apologies, gentlemen. I'm terribly sorry. Our Mu Yue Lo operates on a membership basis. You either need a referral from an acquaintance or be the champion of the poetry and arts competition to enter. Si Dingfeng swaggered forward with an air of importance. Well, I happen to be a winner from last year's Poetry Society competition. Si Dingfeng, don't tell me I have to prove my genius to you lot again. Just then, Anju rushed up, grabbed his arm, and started pulling him. Brother Issei, let's just barge in. I refuse to believe they can actually stop us. My uncle is a high-ranking minister in the current court. As he made a dash for it, he suddenly ran smack into a solid wall of 8-pack abs. The two stooges looked up, their jaws hitting the floor when they saw two towering young men scowling down at them. Luer, standing between the two behemoths, pointed and said, "Our guards are all from the Mingji Escort Agency, the strongest in the martial world. So we hope you gentlemen won't try to force your way in. Getting hurt would be such a shame." One of the guards then casually made his pecs dance to an invisible beat. Anju's eyes went as wide as saucers. "Whoa," he gasped. "Those are some seriously massive man-titties." Standing behind him, Zi Dingfeng was equally flabbergasted. "Those chest muscles are insane. They're as big as my head, and they can jiggle." Lu Shang, having just arrived at the scene, was confused. "What's the situation here? Is Mu Yuelo really this hard to get into?" He turned and saw his companion behind him calmly adjusting his clothes. "Lin Huan, how about you bust out a poem for them? Might give us a better shot at getting in." With a calm expression, Lin Huan strolled forward. "No need, we're going straight in." And Ju heard this and smirked. It looked like this guy was about to get rearranged by Mr. Muscle. Si Dingfeng snickered discreetly. "Haha, wants to barge in, not a chance in hell." Suddenly, Lu Er's face lit up and she gestured for the two to enter. "Welcome, young masters. Please allow me to personally lead you inside." What a plot twist, this is better than any manhwa. She promptly led the two men into the Mu Yuelo. The door slammed shut behind them, making the two lads furrow their brows in irritation. Outside, you could hear the frustrated shouts from the blokes who were denied entry. "On what grounds? Don't tell me those guys are some VIP members or something. They don't look the part. Yeah, they just waltzed right in without doing a thing while we're stuck out here waiting. It's totally unfair." A moment later, Lu Er had ushered the two of them into a grand, opulent room that screamed luxury. Lu Shang stroked his chin, all curious. "Brother Lin, did you secretly become a member?" The girl covered her mouth, giggling as she answered for him. "Of course not." Hearing that, Lin Huan crossed his arms, smugly puffing out his chest. "I'm the big boss here." Suddenly his eyes went wide with astonishment at the sight before him. He sat there like a king, one leg crossed over the other, and commanded, "This is my first inspection. Bring out the good stuff from the bottom of the chest." Before long, a bevy of gorgeous ladies appeared, swaying to the music. Lu Xing stared so hard his face turned beet red. Lin Huan shot him a smug look. "Let's open our dear Xiao Lu's eyes a bit. Time to show him what real entertainment looks like." Inside the main hall of the Mu Yuelo, a crowd of guests was already seated, whispering amongst themselves. Liu Xing looked around in a panic. "Real entertainment? What do you mean this is way too extravagant?" Lin Huan just glanced over with a cool smile. "Let the show begin." Lu Er curtsied, offering a gentle smile. "As you wish." On stage, the golden curtains began to rise slowly. One of the guests was confused. What's happening? Why are they drawing the curtains?" Another guy sitting nearby chortled, "Maybe things get easier to do when it's dark. Heh. The lights suddenly cut out. A single spotlight hit the stage, accompanied by a soft melodic tune. Someone was manning the spotlight from the side, bathing the stage in light. A second later, a young woman appeared center stage, instantly capturing everyone's attention like a true manhwa protagonist. "My dearest guests, I am your very own Xiao Tian Tian. And now get ready to witness our spectacular show." An excited guest gawked at Tian Tian. "Whoa, what kind of outfit is that? They're just simple trousers, but they look anything but ordinary." Lu Shang shot up from his seat, his eyes gleaming with interest. "So this is the main event tonight? Is this your famous troupe of performers?" Lin Haoan gave a sly wink. "Oh, this is just the appetizer. Stick around for the main course." And right on cue, a parade of beauties graced the stage, sending the audience into a frenzy of cheers and applause. A girl with cute bangs beamed, spreading her hands wide. "Your beloved, I love you." The Mu Yue female troupe was simply stunning. Down below, a few young men blushed, unable to hide their excitement. Another girl gave a gentle wink. You love me, and I love you. Our esteemed patrons, we love you all. Hearing such sweet nothings from these beauties, even the toughest young men nearly fainted, their hearts completely snatched away. The girls beamed joyfully, introducing themselves. We are the Mu Yue female troupe. The girl in the green dress looked shy. Senior brother, don't you remember me? It's me, your childhood junior sister from that romance manhwa Ayu. A platinum-haired goddess showed off her gentle charms, whispering, Little brother, how about today your big sister Rong Rong comes and teaches you a thing or two about being a grown-up. Another girl playfully made a heart shape with her hands. Oh my goodness. If your wife finds out about us like this, she won't give you a thrashing, will she? Unlike her, I would only feel heartache for my dearest big brother. Nearby, the other ladies smiled affectionately, flaunting their own charms. Esteemed patrons, don't forget about us over here. Below, the young men couldn't tear their eyes away from the dazzling beauties. One lad clenched his fist in excitement. I'm the senior brother, I want the junior sister. The guy next to him was blushing furiously. Boo-hoo for big sister, I'd do anything at all. A man at another table slammed down a fat stack of cash, declaring, I don't care about the price, I want to buy AU's freedom. Another guy cackled and joined in. Sister Rong Rong, come whip me, all my money is yours? Suddenly a hidden figure appeared from above. Gentlemen, please hold your horses. Our Mu Yue troupe doesn't engage in that sort of business. She then proceeded to lay down the house rules. The Mu Yue troupe is not for sale to anyone, nor will we act as drinking companions for entertainment. Liao Xiang's eyes lit up as he stared at her, marveling, absolutely gorgeous. When did the capital city get a stunner like this? Lin Huan, you've been hiding this treasure quite well. The guy who had just brandished his stack of cash was now fuming that they weren't for sale. Then what in the world do you do here? I've got my heart set on AU. That's fine, I'll take my money. He turned and thrust his hand out. Yeah, if you don't sell, how do you make bank? This place is members only, for crying out loud. How are you supposed to stay afloat without catering to your customers? Opposite him, the beauty in red smiled gently. Ling Ji slowly pulled back a curtain, revealing, actually supporting Ayu and our Mu Yue troupe is quite simple and not as dramatic as a manhua plot. She then turned her head, smiled softly, and said, please take a look. On display was an impressive collection of fine liquors. Were stacked high. To everyone's surprise, it was all wine. Lin Huan couldn't help but grin. In this manhua world, only booze is the ultimate truth. Inside the tavern, glittering lights danced across the faces of the gorgeous ladies welcoming the patrons. Ling Ji, holding a wine jar, announced, after purchasing your wine, each jar gets you one vote for your favorite member of our lovely girl group. One guy immediately blew a gasket, roaring, what do I need this for? Who cares about voting? All I need is my darling AU. She just smiled sweetly. Well, that's not entirely up to you. Spotlights from above rained down, highlighting each and every stunning face below. In total, there were 48 girls on stage, all trainees for the Mu Yue girl group, about to make their grand debut performance. Ling Ji continued her explanation. Every week in a plot twist straight out of a survival manhua, the Mu Yue girl group will hold a selection performance with rankings based on vote counts. The lowest ranked will be eliminated, while the top 9 with the most votes will make their grand appearance, becoming the first official generation of the Mu Yue girl group. At this, AU lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears. Senior brother AU has no votes. It seems we won't be able to meet again. I guess this is goodbye. Her number one fan was stunned, speechless. For my AU, he declared dramatically, whipping out a banknote without hesitation. Here, give me 5 jars to start. You get a vote, I get a vote, now let AU perform on the spot. The crowd below erupted into a bidding war. My sister Rong Rong cannot be eliminated. Give me 10 jars. Does the host count as part of the group 5 jars for her? Someone else went all out, generously dropping a bid of 100 jars for Qian Qian. Lin Huan's eyes lit up. A man truly smitten wouldn't be so cheap. Only 5 jars. The guy flinched and stammered, Who's being cheap? I was just warming up the crowd. I'll buy 10, no 20 jars later. Wrong seized the moment, putting on a pitiful act. It seems this sister has no hope of performing again. I'm so far behind Qian and Ah Yu. Her fans below immediately panicked. No sister, wrong, don't say that, it's just, there's no way we can drink all this wine if we buy too much. Our boy calmly crossed his arms. The Muyue Pavilion isn't going anywhere. Just buy the wine now and leave it here for later. Problem solved. Lu Xing immediately jumped on the bandwagon. And hey, this wine isn't half bad. And so as a crowd of people stared in utter disbelief, Lin Huan sauntered over to her. Big sis, wrong. How about I buy you 100 jars of this? You could make me your fan club president. Go on, support your girl. The crowd below stared in utter disbelief. The fan club president? He simply nodded and began to explain slowly. Every single lady in the idol group has her own fan club. The president gets to organize support events, and you might even get some up-close and personal time with the beauty herself. Well, that certainly lit a fire under one of the customers. Hey buddy, wipe that greedy grin off your face. The presidency of Sister Wrong's fan club is mine. Put me down for another 150 jars. Lin Huan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These guys who frequented luxurious pleasure houses were seriously loaded. His friend looked at him with sheer admiration. Brother Lin, your methods are deviously brilliant. You're a true genius. Lin Huan just waved it off nonchalantly. Hey, this is just the beginning. It's only an idol audition theater after all. He recalled the insane level of dedication fans had for their idols in the modern era and couldn't help but sigh. If you saw what real fan culture is like, a concept straight out of a modern manhwa, you'd probably run for the hills. Lu Xing's eyes widened in shock. I wonder if Brother Lin could teach me so I can get a piece of the action. Lin Huan didn't refuse. Of course I won't treat you poorly, my dear Xiao Liu. I've decided to make you my general agent in charge of schmoozing with all the big shot merchants. In the future, we're not just selling wine, we're talking fabrics, porcelain, the whole 9 yards. And of course, there's a fat commission for every deal you close. He puffed out his chest with confidence. Just networking, is that all, buddy? I know every single major merchant in this capital city. Lin Huan mentally praised him. Xiao Liu's network was a goldmine. This was a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Lu Xing, he was secretly giddy with joy. Once I start raking in the cash, my sister won't be able to nag me anymore. Remembering the adorable face of Ru Yu Lin, Huan silently disagreed. Empress Liu is so cute, how could she possibly scold anyone? A short while later, at a small tea house. Boss, we've figured out why business at the Yichun Yuan has completely dried up. The subordinate's voice was low and chilling. Oh, spit it out. He Wu grunted, his arms wrapped around 2 beautiful women. He glared fiercely at his subordinate, making the man tremble as he explained that a new tavern, the Mu Yuelo, had just opened. The subordinate stammered for a bit before finally blurting out, all of our regular customers have flocked over there. He Wu's eyes darkened and his voice dripped with ice. The Mu Yuelo dares to steal my business. They need to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, in another lavish residence, the sound of cheerful chatter was bubbling up. Ha ha, bottoms up. The 2 men smoothly clinked their glasses. Ba Lan scratched his head, looking a tad sheepish. General Liu, about what you just said, I'm still a bit skeptical. Selling wine vouchers, sure, that makes sense. But I'm in the brush business. My products don't cost nearly as much as a voucher, so how in the world could I sell them in a fancy lounge? Lu Xing quickly waved his hand dismissively. First things first, Mu Yuelo is no mere pleasure house. It's a social platform. The old man's eyes widened. A social platform. Lu Xing instantly recalled Lin Huan's masterclass instructions. Rule number 1, understand the concept of socializing. Our main focus is the added value of the platform. Lu Xing inwardly gave a chef's kiss. Here we go, he's asking the follow-up questions just as planned. Brother Lin is an absolute psychic, a true strategist from a top-tier manhwa. This legendary sales training is mind-blowingly effective. He pictured the scene, beautiful ladies playing music, poets, scholars, burly martial artists, basically anyone with deep pockets. So what are we supposed to do there? We're going to mingle, drink, and enjoy the music, of course. That's the epitome of high-class entertainment. The vision of a packed house filled his mind. Mu Yelo would be the ultimate wholesome fun social hub. It's a place where everyone can network and exchange ideas. Baolan stroked his beard deep in thought. That sounds lovely and all, but what does socializing have to do with selling my brushes? Aren't people just there to see the girl group perform? Lu Xing immediately countered, what makes a good friend? It's sharing the same interests and hobbies that turns acquaintances into best buds. The old man's eyes lit up instantly. I see the girl group is the shared interest, but what about the brushes? Lu Shang dramatically pulled a brush from his sleeve. Behold, this very brush is the symbol of an elevated friendship. Seeing the distinct lipstick mark on it, Ba Lan was floored. Wait, is that? Liu Xing beamed. You bet it is. This is a limited edition AU original. Everyone adores AU. Imagine buying this as proof of your friendship, a token of your shared fandom. It's a genius move. The man nodded slowly, but his eyes still held a flicker of doubt. However, the entrance fee for Mu Yue Lo, or this alliance fee you're talking about, is a little on the steep side. Once again, Lin Huan's voice echoed in his head. Remember, if the merchant is finally hooked but hesitates at the price tag, that's when you whip this out. Liu Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement. He called it again. This is uncanny. If Brother Lin ever decided to go full-time into business, he'd undoubtedly become the Emperor's personal merchant. He then swiftly pulled out a chart and spread it neatly on the table. Boss, come take a look at the data. It was a statistical breakdown from other cities, meticulously comparing consumption and business scope along with the before and after reputation of merchants who joined the Mu Yuelu alliance, which even included the calligraphy brush seller. Balan's brow furrowed for a moment before a faint smile graced his lips. Well, well, with a transformation this dramatic, the alliance fee suddenly looks like a bargain. Liu Shang let out a smug little smirk another one handled. But just then the peace outside Mu Yue Lo was shattered by a rowdy mob. Out of the way, move it! Their leader stood with his arms crossed, shooting daggers at the wooden doors before him. I'd like to see what this Mu Yue Lo is all about, daring to steal business right from under my nose. Inside, two figures watched with grim expressions. Oh, fantastic. Han Wu's lackey scurried over and whispered, Boss, those two look like they're from the Mingji escort agency. When it comes to street cred, we're totally outmatched. He hissed back, You moron! Who said anything about fighting? We use our brains, got it. With that, Han Wu gave his brilliant order. All right, boys, bring out the dung buckets, let's get stinky. Just then, Lin Huan and Liu Xiang strolled out onto the scene like the main characters of a manhua. Is there a problem here? The thug puffed out his chest, trying to look intimidating. You the boss here, cut the crap. This street is my turf. Pay up the protection fee or I'm tearing this place down. Lin Huan shrugged with utter disdain. What a shame, another one who left his brain at home. Liu Xiang didn't look pleased either, chiming in, I was just getting ready to claim some glory and you lot had to interrupt. Han Wu sneered, What's with the act, boys, let the dung fly? But after a long, awkward pause, nothing happened. He glanced back confused, only to find his entire crew had been silently neutralized by Lin Huan's men. Lin Huan simply turned around, leaving the cleanup to Liu Xiang. Handle it. What followed was a symphony of agonizing screams. Han Wu's goons were beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen like overripe melons. Unable to accept defeat, he ran off crying his eyes out to his big boss. Big bro, you have to get justice for me. Juba pinched his nose, his gaze dripping with disdain. What is it now? My life as a tax official is hard enough. You collect your little protection fees, so why in the world do you keep bothering me? And for heaven's sake, what is that smell? Thinking back to Lin Huan's actions, Han Wu gritted his teeth in pure frustration. It's all that blasted Mu Yuelo's fault. They're raking in cash every day and won't give me a single cent. If the Imperial Guards hadn't shown up, I swear I would have wrecked the whole place. The official waved a dismissive hand. All right, I get it. I'll go collect taxes. There's no way I can't squeeze some cash out of them. This entire plot feels like it's straight out of a classic business manhwa. His little piggy bank. A dangerous glint flashed in Juba's eyes. Mu Yue Lo isn't it. If the criminal underworld can't handle you, then I, representing the righteous path, will swallow you whole. The outfit she was trying on was, let's just say, daringly designed. Every single curve was on full display under the dim lighting, causing even Ling Ji to blush furiously. She shyly tried to cover the more strategic areas with her hands. No way, absolutely, not, I can't wear this. It leaves nothing to the imagination. It's utterly mortifying. Lin Huan, meanwhile, casually crossed his legs, enjoying his tea as he teased her, well, it seems even the great Lady Jin Ji, a woman of immense power and fame, can get flustered. From behind the changing screen, Ling Ji shot back. I only asked for your opinion on a suitable outfit. Who knew you'd design something so scandalously revealing? A moment later, she reappeared in a different but equally stunning outfit, looking like a goddess who had just stepped out of a high-fashion manhwa. But if you think you can play games with your big sister like this, then you've made a serious miscalculation. Ling Ji slowly closed in, lifting his chin with her finger. Right now, my entire family's fate rests on your shoulders. You'd better ace that official exam and don't you dare embarrass me. Lin Huan replied with a nonchalant air, relax, becoming an official. How hard can it be? Suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Everyone get lost and make it snappy. Ling Ji and Lin Huan immediately rushed out to see what was happening. It's Juba, he's brought his cronies and surrounded the whole building. This doesn't concern you, get out now. The servants and patrons all scattered like frightened mice. Seeing the old man's arrogant posture, she frowned. That's a tax officer's uniform, we just paid them a fortune. And we even greased all the right palms. What a complete waste of money. Down below, Juba bellowed without a shred of decency. By order of this investigation, Mu Yuelo is guilty of tax evasion. I hereby command that Mu Yuelo be sealed. With that, the old goat drew his sword and pointed it straight at Lin Huan and Ling Ji. Proprietor, are you not coming down? Furious, she was about to charge down herself. Oh, I'd love to see what tricks this old fossil has up his sleeve. He quickly stopped her. Hold on, let me handle this. Lin Huan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Juba. I am the owner. How may I help you, sir? The old man circled him like a vulture, sizing him up before saying, this official suspects that your reported revenue doesn't quite line up with the facts. The national treasury is practically empty and you dare to evade taxes. This crime is punishable by death. Lin Huan simply offered a calm smile. Then may I ask the esteemed official, what must we do to protect Mu Yuelo? Juba clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. Of course, if you promise to sweeten the deal, I might just be persuaded to look the other way and let you off easy. Lin Huan beamed and nodded. Say no more, it's a deal. He chuckled, but his eyes were practically glued to the fancy sword hanging at Juba's waist. Well, that was a short-lived negotiation. A merchant should know when to grovel. In a flash, Lin Huan snatched the sword, its cold blade suddenly finding a new home, right at Gujuba's throat. Now who's letting who off the hook? The old man's face turned a lovely shade of ghost white as he stammered, You, don't do anything stupid. I'm a court official, I've got connections. Hurting me is a major offense. Completely unfazed, Lin Huan dangled a pouch he was holding. You've got connections. How cute. You think I don't open your eyes, old man? I'm the right-hand man of the current General Dong. Even the renowned Mu Yuelo was part of his portfolio. Juba's eyes widened in disbelief. He trembled, realizing it was the genuine scented pouch of eunuch Dong, something no one would ever dare to counterfeit. What in the world was this plot twist? Lin Huan coolly tossed the sword to the ground. Are you absolutely certain you want to mess with us? You want me and my General Dong to bribe you? Is this some kind of reverse isekai manhwa plot? The old official was seething with rage but couldn't utter a single word. He just spun around and stormed off, leaving a couple of very confused soldiers in his dust. All right, let's bounce. Ling Ji sidled up, whispering teasingly, You all right? Lin Huan just calmly brushed off his sleeves as if dusting off a minor inconvenience. Please, he's just a side character. Meanwhile, outside Juba was having a full-blown meltdown. With connections that strong, why is Lin Huan running a brothel? Has the man lost his mind? Just then, as if summoned by the plot, Chu Liu casually strolled by. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Brother, what took you so long? Did you really need all that time to teach a mere merchant a lesson? Lord Wu sent a message. We thought you ditched us for a drink. Juba immediately grabbed the man's shoulders, shaking him frantically. Lord Wu, quick, tell me, what are his orders? Lord Wu is the Prime Minister's most trusted aide. This is it, buddy. We're finally getting that promotion. His friend clutched the letter in his hand, voice buzzing with excitement. He's ordered the two of us to go recruit the newly announced top scholar. Our department is loaded, so reeling in one of those poor scholars will be a walk in the park. Juba excitedly tore open the letter. This is perfect. Once we're standing there together, everyone will have to look up to us. But upon seeing the portrait of said scholar, Lin Huan, the old man was rendered utterly speechless. His mood instantly nosedived into the deepest, darkest abyss. My life is a tragedy. Why is it him? As his world crumbled, a carriage slowly pulled to a stop before the gate where Chu Liu stood with his hands clasped, looking smug. Staring intently at the door, Juba figured, based on the boss's intel, Lin Huan has to be in here. He quickly waved his hand. On second thought, maybe I should throw on a disguise before heading in. The other guy shot him a look and said, "What kind of trouble did you get into now? It's not like we're short on cash. Why must we go through all this hassle to find that top scholar?" Juba, looking guilty, averted his gaze. I was just, standing up for my useless little brother, that's all. Seeing Dong Yang behind them, a sinister glint appeared in Chu Liu's eyes. Look, we've got orders from the big man upstairs. It's not like we have a choice. The old man nodded in agreement. Exactly. Besides what Master Wu wants, the Prime Minister wants. Who in their right mind would dare to disrespect him? With that, they approached and knocked lightly on the door. Lin Huan, holding a dumbbell in one hand, opened the door with the other. Who is it? The moment he appeared, Juba scrambled to hide behind Chu Liu. We come under the orders of the Minister of Revenue, Master Wu, to pay our respects to the newly crowned top scholar, Lin Huan. Our boy recognized the old geezer in a flash. Huh, you again? Are you here for revenge? That would explain why you'd visit me without even bringing a gift. But the second Lin Huan's eyes landed on the chests of gifts behind them, his entire demeanor changed. He rushed forward, grabbed Juba's hand with a beaming smile. Heavens, a guest is a guest. Don't just stand there like statues, let's head to the living room. The way his attitude flipped faster than a page in a manhua left Chu Liu and his companion utterly stunned. The guy put down his teacup and shot the old man a meaningful glance. Yesterday was truly a misunderstanding, all my brother's fault for being clueless. Haha. Lin Huan waved his hand dismissively. It's all small stuff. Chu Liu eagerly chimed in. Exactly. The only thing that matters is the path of an official. We came today to relay a message from Master Wu. Stick with Master Wu from now on and your future is guaranteed. A cunning look flashed across both their faces. Especially working in our Ministry of Revenue, that's a real cash cow. Our hero's eyes lit up. You're right, being able to control the tax revenue, that is one juicy slice of the pie. So you see, siding with the big boss is the smart play. Suddenly, Lin Huan's expression turned unusually serious. Forgive me, but I'm afraid I must decline. The two goons were shocked and confused. Chu Liu immediately threw Juba under the bus. Is it because of his stunt that's easily negotiable? The old man gritted his teeth and bowed his head. I can apologize, but don't you dare push your luck and ask for the moon. Lin Huan acted as if he heard nothing, his gaze coldly turning away. This has nothing to do with any of that. You people, you know full well I'm one of General Tong's guys, yet you're asking me to follow your master. Aren't you just trying to put me in an impossible spot, caught between a rock and a hard place? Juba, furious, slammed his cup on the table. Lin Huan, are you for real or just playing dumb? Lord Yu has the freaking Prime Minister backing him up. Every scholar in the kingdom is desperate to get into his circle, and you're throwing it all away to side with a bunch of eunuchs and make an enemy out of us. Ticking off our Lord the Prime Minister and basically every single civil official in the entire court, the old geezer continued, his voice dripping with menace. But one word from me to the Prime Minister and your career in this court is toast, Lin Huan. You'll be cancelled. Our boy nodded as if he totally agreed, an attitude that nearly made the two of them cough up blood from rage. You're not wrong, everything you said is spot on, but my answer is still no. In reality, Lin Huan was playing 4D chess in his head. If you're going to be a suck-up, you obviously pick the side that's the Emperor's favorite. The Prime Minister's faction is a tangled mess of complicated power dynamics and conflicting interests. There's simply no room for a guy like me to make moves. On the other hand, Eunuch Tong is the Emperor's pet. Plus, all his underlings are useless. Siding with him might ruin my reputation, but it's a first-class ticket to the top. A faint smirk played on Lin Huan's lips. I guess I'll take on the role of the eunuch faction's adopted son. After a brief thought, he turned his back and started to walk away. If there's no room for me among the civil officials, I couldn't care less. Juba burst out laughing, his face a mask of contempt. Ha ha, so short-sighted, what an absolute moron. Chulu quickly stepped in, trying to reason with him. Brother Lin Huan, you should really give this some more thought. If you're not a civil official, what's your plan B? Become a merchant, they have zero social standing. A cold smirk crossed his face. If I can't be a civil official, I'll just become a military official. He and Juba just stared blankly for a second before erupting in laughter. Ha ha, a scrawny little scholar like you wants to be a military officer? That's the funniest thing I've heard all year. Without another word, Lin Huan slammed his hand down on the table. The solid wood table instantly shattered into a million pieces. He shot the old man a dangerous glare. You fellas want to test me? Juba and Chulu's faces went ghost white with fear, and they scrambled out of there like their lives depended on it. Only then did our boy look down at his own throbbing, swollen hand and winced. Man, that hurt like a son of a gun. But Lin Huan quickly shook it off, his eyes now gleaming with newfound hope. The upcoming military exam was a big question mark, but he couldn't help but feel a little excited. By daybreak, the martial arts training ground was already packed with hopeful candidates. Yisang stepped forward to announce the details. The military exam was divided into 3 parts, starting with a test of individual martial arts skills, a classic manhua tournament arc starter. First, raw combat skills, second, pure brute strength, the stronger man wins, and third, mounted archery, slaying enemies on the charge after laying down the law. He bellowed, "Get hyped, you maggots, got it." The warriors below erupted in a unified roar, their fighting spirit through the roof. Roger that. Each contestant was given a ballot as Yixing's voice boomed again, based on odd and even numbers, find your dance partner. Once you're done, report the results to me. Suddenly, a timid-looking guy shuffled over and tapped him on the shoulder. Are you, Brother Lin Huan? Our boy raised an eyebrow. And you are? Yan Yan nervously wrung his hands. It's me, General Tong sent me. Lin Huan's mind flashed back to what Tong Yi had told him. I've arranged your opponent for the first round. You just have to put on a show, he'll take a dive for you. A smirk crept onto his lips. Oh, so you're the stuntman. With that, he snapped into a fighting pose. All right then, make your move. Let's get this over with. Everyone present was on the edge of their seats, ready for the show. Everyone except Juju, that is. She was a blushing, conflicted mess, her eyes betraying her inner turmoil as she recalled Lin Huan's gentle side. He specially made glasses for my eyes. I should be rooting for him to win. The image of him training so diligently kept replaying in her head. But if he actually wins, wouldn't that be a total waste of a once-in-a-century scholarly talent for our Guanwen Chao administration to lose a potential titan? No, Lin Huan is much better off sticking to his books as a civil official. After a moment of internal debate, Juju clasped her hands and started praying, please don't win, please don't win. Don't become a military man, don't become a military man. Elsewhere, someone was scoping out the scene with a spyglass, like they were reading a live-action manhua. You're telling me that scrawny bookworm Lin Huan can actually win? Ning Yu was still utterly baffled. A guy who can invent something as incredible as a telescope wants to get into a brawl. Isn't he just playing to his weaknesses? Lu Xing just shrugged reassuringly. Scrawny scholar sis, don't let Brother Lin's mild-mannered act fool you. Getting into the Mingyue society with his martial arts would be an absolute cakewalk for him. She looked surprised and a little flustered. Oh, is he really that strong? Her companion replied nonchalantly, just watch. Down below, Yan Yan struck a pose. Brother Lin, I'm coming at you. Our boy just chuckled. Come on, let's have a little stroll. The guy charged forward but didn't forget to whisper a friendly reminder. Watch out, I'm attacking now, dodge to the right. This caught Lin Huan by surprise. Now that's what you call five-star service. Whoa, hold up. Out of nowhere, a dagger materializes from his sleeve, and before our hero can even blink, Yan Yan lunges in for a nasty stab. Lin Huan dramatically crumples to the ground, while the other guy casually twirls the blade, musing, "Now what's the proper way to finish this?" The trio Liu Xing, Ru Yu, and Juju are all completely floored by this sudden turn of events. Yan Yan subtly turns, gives a sly wink to Chu Liu and Ju Ba, and mouths, "Mission accomplished, nicely done." But wait. In a classic manhwa twist, our boy suddenly teleports right behind him, his face radiating pure, unadulterated menace. Lin Huan calmly straightens his collar, giving his opponent a look dripping with sarcasm. Getting bribed for a second time, I guess for a businessman, profits really do come first. He then rips the lower flap of his tunic with his own hands, revealing a hidden guard underneath. Good thing I value my handsome waistline enough to give it an extra layer of protection. With that, Lin Huan dramatically tosses the torn shirt aside, revealing a chiseled, battle-ready physique. "All right, let's get serious," he declares. A blushing Juju quickly snatches his discarded shirt, thinking to herself, "You know, this whole martial arts general thing doesn't seem half bad." Lin Huan instantly snaps into a fighting stance, his eyes blazing with pure killer intent. Yan Yan, realizing he's in deep trouble, immediately flashes a bootlicking smile. "Brother Lin, my sincerest apologies, I'm just a humble errand boy collecting a fee," but Lin Huan isn't having any of it and launches forward with a furious kick before the guy can even finish his spiel. Yan Yan is utterly stunned by Lin Huan's lightning-fast move. That single kick sends him staggering back a good few meters. Furious, Yan Yan whips out his dagger again, glaring daggers at our MC. Lin Huan's sneak attacks are for cowards. You're barehanded, you're bound to lose. Completely unfazed, Lin Huan charges in fist ready. You sure do run your mouth a lot. The hitman is a mix of shocked and livid. You paid me to throw the fight, and now you're actually trying to beat me. Lin Huan, cool as a cucumber, blocks the blade with just 2 fingers. A total manhwa protagonist move. Don't get it twisted, cheating is just a dirty tactic. Besides, he adds with a smirk, I'm just getting warmed up. Then, bam, a solid punch right to the gut. Oof, anyone else would have folded from a blow like that. After landing the punch, he effortlessly snatches the dagger from Yan Yan's grip. "Gimme that." Then Lin Huan gives him a few love taps with the blade. She is absolutely speechless watching this unfold. Liu Xing and Ru Yu are right there with her jaws on the floor. Those little cuts scared the living daylights out of him, sending his soul practically leaving his body. All the other contestants are shaking in their boots. A trembling Yan Yan manages to stammer out, "You're ruthless, if you kill me you'll be arrested too." Lin Huan just scoffs, "Arrested?" And with that, the guy dramatically collapses, uttering his final Oscar-worthy line, "I'm a goner." That's the cue for Yixing to roar in anger, "Stop," as he rushes onto the scene, to grab Lin Huan's hand. But our boy holding the guy's personal weapon didn't even flinch. He just shot him a look. "This was his, I took it, everyone here can vouch for me." Yicheng confiscated the weapon, then had his men restrain Lin Huan. "So you have no martial honor, huh? You don't know when to quit, and you even tried to end his life. Seeing his chance?" Juba immediately fanned the flames. "Exactly. This is a catastrophic incident. No law would permit this, it must be a life for a life." The contestants below began to panic. "Should we try to save him?" "We're kinda depending on him," another one replied. "Let's just watch how this crazy manhwa plot unfolds, keep a low profile, and make our move later." Hearing this, Lin Huan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Heh heh, end his life you say? Oh, I wouldn't dare. I swear on the names of General Tong and Imperial Guard Lord Liu." This guy had absolutely zero fear for his own life. "Sir, how about we let the medic who's treating him give us a little status update?" Yicheng turned to the physician. What's his condition?" The physician replied, utterly bewildered, "Something's very strange. He clearly has so many cuts, but not a single one has damaged any major arteries or meridians. They're all minor wounds." Every single contestant below was completely gobsmacked. He subtly hid a triumphant smirk. "I have an auxiliary system, you see. It lets me view all the arteries and meridians so naturally I can avoid them. Knowledge is power. Right on cue, Yi Yan woke up looking dazed, which made Yi Cheng's eyes pop in surprise. Am I dead? This is, holy smokes, he's a god. Lin Huan, standing behind him, casually gestured, "Sir, if you still don't believe me, I can give you another live demonstration." Then he pointed a finger straight at Juba. "How about we use this guy as a volunteer? You get over here." The terrified old man started crying and waving his hands frantically. "No, please don't." Lin Huan just casually cracked his knuckles, each pop sounding like a battle cry. "I'm going to prove it again, and it's your turn." The closer he got, the more Juba trembled and backed away. No, I'll find someone." But Lin Huan's gaze wasn't even on the old man. His true target was Ye Yan all along. "Listen up, your injuries are minor, which means our match isn't officially over." He shot him a positively wicked grin. "So how about we continue our little competition?" Terrified Ye Yan scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. "No more competing, I forfeit, I forfeit." Lin Huan yelled after him mockingly, "Hey, why are you running away?" The other contestants exchanged glances, whispering, "Man, if that was me, I'd have run for the hills." Another guy chimed in, "Seriously, a clean blade goes in. A bloody one comes out and he acts like it's a paper cut. He's just letting them use him for a bloodletting party." Meanwhile, Yi Cheng frowned, lost in thought. This Lin Huan was definitely one to watch. The bloody spectacle made Zhou Ju shudder in disgust. "So horrifying," he muttered. "These martial brutes are just unbearably crude. All this fighting and killing is just awful. Lin Huan would be much better suited as a refined scholar official." Just then, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. "Lin Huan is victorious, advancing to the next round. Now for the test of strength, everyone clear the stage." A short while later, a massive boulder was rolled onto the field. "We martial artists don't do idle chit-chat. The test of strength is simple. You push this rock," Yi Xing announced, placing a hand on the giant stone. "A true man can definitely overcome this." He then eyed the contestants. "It's all up to your own skills now." "Who's first?" A hulking, muscle-bound dude swaggered forward, puffing out his chest. "I'll go. Let me show you weaklings the power of a real man." He channeled all his might into his arms veins bulging on his forehead. With a mighty roar, he slammed his palms against the boulder and pushed with everything he had. But after a whole lot of grunting and straining, the result was utterly pathetic. 2 centimeters. Yi Xing, ever the diplomat, didn't mock him. He just offered a gentle word of encouragement. "Not bad, you'll make a fine foot soldier." Next up to the plate was none other than Ningbo. Lin Huan watched him silently, sizing him up. "This kid looks even scrawnier than I do," he mused. Seeing his slender frame, the musclehead who went first let out a sarcastic snort. "If those little twig arms can even budge that rock, I'll count it as a win for him. After all, it's the participation that counts." But Ningbo didn't perform any dramatic power-up. He just calmly placed one hand on the boulder and began to push. And in the blink of an eye, the massive rock went flying across the stage as if it were a mere pebble. Every single jaw in the vicinity dropped. Yi Xing's eyes lit up with astonishment and praise. A genius. His meridians are naturally open, his qi and blood are overflowing. Such explosive power. This is without a doubt a once-in-a-century talent, a prime candidate for the title of martial arts champion. Hearing this, Lin Huan got all fired up, eagerly rolling up his sleeves for his turn, completely oblivious to Yi Xing, bending down to do something suspicious near the rock. "Well, damn," Lin Huan thought. "He's the biggest roadblock on my path to becoming the martial arts champion. Looks like it's time to stop holding back." He secretly pinged his system, "One performance-enhancing potion stat, what's sportsmanship anyway?" Even without knowing the side effects, Lin Huan was ready to use it with all the confidence of a true manhua protagonist. "I don't know how, just get it done," he roared, channeling all his strength, his eyes blazing with sheer determination. But after a moment, the boulder hadn't even wobbled, leaving the entire crowd looking like they'd been turned to stone instead. Lin Huan's lip twitched in annoyance. What's the deal? It didn't even budge an inch. Yi Cheng watched him with keen interest. This Lin Huan kid had guts, brains, and skills. He was definitely a top contender for martial arts champion, which was precisely why he wanted to put him through a little pop quiz. Yicheng glanced at the tiny pebble he'd wedged under the massive boulder. He then thought about his little act of sabotage. If the kid manages to pass this test, he'd personally pour all his resources into training him. He watched with a smirk. All right, Lin Huan, let's see the true extent of your potential. Lin Huan huffed and puffed, but the stone remained stubbornly in place. This is bad. If I can't even clear this hurdle, doesn't that make everything I did back in Jia Prefecture sound like a total lie? He stared at his own hands in confusion. Was that potion a fake? But I swear I felt my blood and qi surge through my veins. It was definitely working. Yicheng offered a helpful reminder. Lin Huan, you've got one final chance, better make it snappy. But deep down, he was already thinking. Whether he can move it or not, the sheer force he just displayed is more than enough to qualify. Lin Huan frowned, an idea brewing. If one bottle isn't enough, then 10 it is. Whether I can defy fate and become a martial official all boils down to this moment. He took a deep breath, deciding to go all out and use everything he had. Ningba and Yicheng were utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is that technique? How can he instantly amplify his own blood and qi like that? Seeing him move the rock from a distance was enough to earn Yicheng's complete and utter respect. This was some next-level manhua protagonist power. Lin Huan, that kid has given me way too many surprises. Just what is his power level by now? Lin Huan was completely zoned in on moving that boulder. He had to focus every last drop of his blood and qi into his hands, even if it meant getting seriously injured. The title of martial arts champion, I will definitely claim it. He suddenly unleashed a ferocious push, severely injuring his hands in the process. But Lin Huan stood back up and calmly collected himself, much to the astonishment of the gaping crowd. The first guy who went up nudged Ningba and asked, "Brother, why is everyone dead silent? Did this Lin Huan guy do something so absurd that he left everyone speechless?" He answered the man's question simply, "It's because, look over there. The boulder is cracking apart." With all eyes on him, Ningba calmly narrated, everyone was terrified of him. And just like that, the stone block exploded into bits, leaving Yi Xing completely floored. He glanced at Lin Huan's hands and whispered in disbelief, "So this is the true power of a peak-level martial artist." Yi Xing then spun around, shouting, "Guards! Medic! Where's the royal physician? Get him treatment stat." A short while later, Lin Huan was already chilling with Liu Xing, sipping on some fine wine. "Brother Lin, you nearly gave me a heart attack back there." Liu Xing said, his lips twitching as he eyed Lin Huan's two completely bandaged hands. "Little Liu, I'm genuinely injured. The force was just too much. Even my arms couldn't handle it." Liu Xing then gave Lin Huan a hearty, clueless smack on the shoulder. "Brother Lin, about tomorrow's mounted archery competition, don't sweat it. I can pull a few strings, guarantee you'll pass the test safely." Right on cue, Ru Yu appeared, radiating a murderous aura. "Plotting to cheat right in front of me, are we?" He quickly raised his glass, trying to sweet-talk her. "The Empress is right. Little Liu is just being an overprotective friend. I won't cheat. Besides, the judges will be watching my every move." Just then, Yicheng approached with a look of admiration. "Lin Huan, I've got high hopes for you. I'll be keeping a very close eye on you." Lin Huan broke into a cold sweat. Great, another pair of eyes on me, just peachy. But then a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. "No problem," he thought, "I've already prepared a genius method. I guarantee I'll ace tomorrow's mounted archery test." This whole scenario is getting as dramatic as a manhua. Ruyu gave him a skeptical look, her lips slightly parted. Later, back in the Empress's chambers, she was completely lost in thought when Ru asked, "Sister Yaya, what's on your mind?" Ruyu was still deep in her own world, wondering, so, is this what a real man is like? Ru puffed her cheeks indignantly. "What are you thinking about? How could you just ignore me like that?" Ruyu quickly turned away, her face blushing furiously. No, it's nothing," she stammered, then suddenly ordered, "Ru, go to the royal physician and bring me several bottles of the highest grade healing medicine." Ru was baffled. It's so late. What do you need medicine for? Sister Yaya, are you hurt?" Ruyu shot her an irritated glare. "What's this? Are you starting to disobey my orders now? When I tell you to get it, you just go get it." Though disgruntled, Ru complied. Fine, I'm going. No need to be so bossy, she muttered as her figure disappeared down the hall. A curious thought popped into Ru Yu's head. I'd really like to see how he plans to pass the mounted archery test without the use of his hands. The next day at the equestrian competition, grounds even the horses in the stables seemed ready for the show to begin. Perched majestically on his horse, Yi Cheng's voice boomed across the arena. Today was the grand finale of the military examination, the mounted archery competition. Are you ready? He bellowed. A thunderous ready roared back from the crowd. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Ru Yu and Liu Xing were watching intently. Wow, they really went all out with the pomp and circumstance today. Ru Yu mused, but can Lin Huan actually pull this off? Liu Xing narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Relax, brother Lin's got this in the bag, no problem. Yi Cheng's voice echoed again. Each contestant gets 3 arrows. Bring your own bow and arrows. Number 1, get on your horse. The first contestant, Wang Xiqiang, stepped forward answering, here. Xikong proudly brandished his bow. Forged from the wood of a 100-year-old deep mountain tree with a string made from the sinews of a mighty western lion. This bow is my secret weapon. He drew the string back with a dramatic flair. With this bad boy, I'll definitely clinch the top spot. Each arrow flew true, thudding into the target. Xikong was ecstatic. That's how it's done. The scores came in 7, 8, and a perfect 10 for a grand total of 27 points. Next up, Ning Bo. The man calmly trotted out on his horse. Ning Bo wasn't one for words. He simply let loose 3 arrows in a single fluid motion. The judges' jaws collectively hit the floor. Pulling off a rapid-fire shot like that required an insane amount of strength and dexterity. Even Yi Cheng let out a soft gasp of admiration. All 3 of Ningbo's arrows had struck the bullseye. A perfect triple star shot for a maximum of 30 points. Next, Lin Huan. Wu Nan clapped enthusiastically, not bad. This Ningbo is a talent worth nurturing. He's definitely our new military champion. But Yi Cheng quickly interjected, not so fast, I'm putting my money on Lin Huan. Wu Nan gave him a skeptical look. His arm is injured. How in the world is he supposed to do mounted archery? Isn't this just a colossal waste of everyone's time? Yet Yi Cheng's faith in Lin Huan was unshakable. I have a feeling he's got an ace up his sleeve. Up in the stands, Ru Yu couldn't hide her bewilderment. Why didn't Lin Huan bring a bow? Did he realize it was hopeless and just decide to give up? But then Lin Huan pulled out a strange cube which began to transform in his hands like something straight out of a sci-fi manhwa. A moment later, a sleek modern crossbow materialized. What in the world is that? Lin Huan squinted, taking aim, as if she'd just heard the dumbest question ever. Ru Yu whirled on Liu Xing. It's a crossbow. Even a commoner like me knows that using a crossbow on horseback is a terrible idea. It doesn't have enough power. And its stability is garbage, making it super easy to miss the target. Little brother, you better start explaining what's going on here. Panicked, he guiltily averted his gaze. Elsewhere. What in the world was that? Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. The entire place fell into a dead, awkward silence. The other candidates could only gawk, their knees knocking in fear at the sight of Lin Huan's results. He coolly put away his crossbow and casually announced, all done, you can tally the scores now. Everyone was floored to see just a single arrow sticking out of the target. Yup, just one arrow right in the 10-point bullseye. Ru Yu face-palmed in sheer disappointment. The stability and power are completely off. Look, 2 of the shots missed the target entirely. Liu Xing also sighed, dejected. You really messed up. I'm disappointed. Yi Xing, however, lost his cool, completely slamming the table as he shot to his feet. No way, that's impossible. How could this happen? He roared. Wu Nan shot him a subtle glance, a silent plea to calm down. Old Z, the kid Lin Huan, wouldn't fail that spectacularly. But Yi Xing refused to back down, launching into an analysis. Think about it carefully. How long is a crossbow bolt, and how long is a longbow arrow? What's the difference in length? Wu Nan quickly did the mental math. A crossbow bolt is roughly 1/3 the length of a proper arrow. The other contestants quickly caught on to the anomaly, which made Yi Xing burst into laughter. Could it really be? They all squinted at the arrow on the target. One arrow was in the board and the other two were perfectly embedded in the tail of the first one. Lin Huan strolled back to Liu Xing and Ru Yu with a casual air. "See, I told you it would be absolutely no problem." The guy gave him a thumbs up, his eyes gleaming with pride while the girl simply blushed, a strange, nameless feeling fluttering in her heart. Yishang laughed ecstatic. "Haha, 3 arrows on target, that's a perfect score." And because he pulled off that split the arrow trick, I'm giving Lin Huan a bonus point. Grand total 31 points. Si Kong, however, retorted through gritted teeth, "This is absurd. On what grounds I can accept Ningbo being a martial arts genius, but this Lin Huan clearly won because of his gear." He immediately pointed an accusatory finger at our protagonist. "I was suspicious of those 3 loud bangs and the purple smoke. That's obviously some kind of Nanjiang sorcery." Yixing had no choice but to call him over. "Lin Huan, some people here don't believe in your skills, but I'll admit I'm also super curious. How did you make a hand crossbow so stable and pack such a punch?" Lin Huan smiled, ready for his TED Talk. "Actually, the principle is quite simple. It's divided into 2 parts. 1 is the launch and 2 is the flight." He began his analysis. "The power of this crossbow's bolt is immense, just like in an action manhwa. It can pierce through a body, so let's just call it a handgun for now. Specifically, it has 2 key features, a percussion-style firing mechanism and a proper barrel. A spiral. No wait, a rifled barrel." The image of a gun instantly clicked in his mind. "I've packed gunpowder right behind the arrowhead to create an explosion. When the flintlock mechanism strikes the gunpowder, the explosive force launches the bolt with massively increased speed and piercing power." Lin Huan gave his glasses a classic anime-style push. "Then, unlike a regular crossbow bolt that just flies straight, it travels through the rifled chamber, which forces it to spin. The projectile exits the barrel in a tight spiral. You see, a rapidly spinning projectile is far more stable and isn't as affected by external forces like wind resistance. This is some next-level manhwa protagonist engineering." At that moment, Lin Huan looked exactly like a professor giving a lecture. "And that's the gist of it, class. Any questions? Did you all get that?" The other contestants just stared back with blank, confused faces. Yixing, however, found it fascinating and clapped him on the shoulder. "I'll just ask one thing, is this little handgun any good?" His eyes were gleaming with determination. "If all our soldiers were equipped with these handguns, what would we have to fear from foreign invaders? Lin Huan, you have to give me the blueprints for this thing." But Lin Huan deftly passed the buck over to Liu Xing. "Whoa there, it's not my call to make. This pistol was a joint R&D project between me and Imperial Guard Liu, so what happens with the blueprints is entirely up to him." Liu Shang was caught off guard. "Huh?" Lin Huan shot him a subtle wink, mouthing, "Quick little Liu, help me jack up the price." Yixing immediately clasped his hands and bowed. "Imperial Guard Liu, I Yixing have always held you in high regard. I wonder if you would be willing to part with this precious design." Inside, Liu Xing was practically exploding with glee. "Ahem, ahem. He thought this praise is music to my ears. Brother Lin actually gave me such a golden opportunity to shine. He's seriously my lucky charm." Then a light bulb went off in his head. "Wait a minute, he thought if this thing is that revolutionary, then couldn't I?" He gave a slight nod. "I agree to your proposal. To tell you the truth," he began, "I plan on giving this handgun design to my dear older sister, the current Empress. She in turn will present it as a birthday gift to the Empress Dowager." At this, both Lin Huan and Ru Yu were completely gobsmacked. Lin Huan slapped his own forehead in exasperation, thinking, "Wow, talk about regifting. Is he really that terrified of his sister? All I wanted was for him to help me haggle a better price." But Ru Yu completely misunderstood Lu Xing's intentions. She turned to Lin Huan, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Little Liu isn't that clever," she thought. "This must be Lin Huan's doing. It's because I asked him for help with gift ideas last time." "A gift, you say?" Her mind instantly flooded with some rather spicy scenarios. For Lin Huan to be this considerate, surely he doesn't have any improper thoughts, right? Hearing this, Yi Chung just waved his hand dismissively, a hint of regret in his voice. "All right, if you can't reveal your methods, then let's just drop it." If this kind of invention is as good as it seems, it could at least help our soldiers live a little longer on the battlefield. Seizing the moment, our boy started showing off even more. Actually, I have a ton of inventions like this one. At that, Yi Cheng and Liu Xing whipped their heads around their eyes wide with utter shock. Yi Cheng threw an arm around Lin Huan's shoulder, his excitement palpable. Let's go, lunch is on me, you have to teach me your ways. Lin Huan's face went blank. What but, my hand? He stammered before suddenly bringing up Yi Cheng's own responsibilities. Hey, but the horseback archery competition isn't over yet. Are we just going to leave like this? Yi Cheng roared back in frustration. The competition. Screw the competition. Yi Cheng hereby declare you the martial arts champion, everyone else can just whatever. The remaining contestants could only stare dumbfounded as the two figures walked off into the sunset. And just like that, the dual champion of literature and martial arts was born. Inside a bustling restaurant, the local folks were buzzing with the latest gossip. Did you hear? Did you hear? They just announced the new martial arts champion. The person next to him replied nonchalantly, "You're making a mountain out of a molehill. This martial arts champion thing happens every 2 years. Is it really something to get so worked up about?" They whispered conspiratorially, "Brother, that's where you're wrong. This martial arts champion is also Lin Huan." His companion was stunned. Wait, what? A dual champion of literature and martial arts. This is a legendary feat, the kind you only read about in a crazy manhua. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, Ning Ba was grinding his teeth. His abilities are average and his foundations are nothing special. I refuse to accept that I lost to him, he seethed. Ning Wei patted his shoulder comfortingly. Even so, time and time again, he manages to use 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds using technique to overcome brute force. It just proves his mind is brilliant and his skills are top tier. He's the real genius here. The old man stroked his chin hesitantly. This is the first time our Yue Ming society has ever failed in the martial trials. We didn't secure the champion title. Plus, there were old rumors that Lin Huan had a long-standing cooperation with us. It said he'll bring great returns to us. Hearing this, Ning Ba didn't hesitate for a second and drew his sword. He raised the blade. I have brought shame upon the Yue Ming society that raised me. I no longer have the face to serve. Ning Wei quickly stopped him. Don't be so rash, you need to use your brain a little more. Suddenly, a cunning glint appeared in the old man's eyes. I foresee that in the future he'll definitely be a huge asset. Our Yue Ming society absolutely must get on his good side. Let's go, we'll pay him another visit. Ning Wei led the young man to a quaint old-fashioned village. The old man instructed, "Remember your manners, don't be disrespectful." Ning Bai lowered his head. Understood. After a short walk, they arrived at Lin Huan's doorstep. Ning Wei raised a hand to knock. Our boy opened the door. "Who are you looking for?" The old man offered a respectful congratulations. "I am Ning Wei of the Yue Ming Society. Congratulations, Lord Lin, on becoming the champion of the grand tournament." The young man followed suit, clasping his hands respectfully. "I am Ning Bai. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Lin." Lin Huan's face lit up. "Huh. I think I've seen you before. During the martial arts competition, your performance was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it?" Ning Wei followed Lin Huan inside. Ning Bai is hardly talented, but he is, indeed, one of the key prospects our Yue Ming society is nurturing. The old man thoughtfully began to recount a story from the past. "Back in the day, I was a messenger for the Yue Ming society roaming the world. I randomly stumbled upon a grim crime scene where several middle-aged beggars had been killed. And the one who had killed them was none other than this little beggar, Ning Bai." Ning Wei then quickly added, later on, "And I learned that those beggars had not only stolen his food, but had also viciously insulted his deceased family." The old man gushed about his natural-born talent. "I gave him the name Ning, as in, kill one to warn 100. He also displayed an incredible gift for martial arts, a true manhua protagonist in the making." Ning Wei wanted Lin Huan to take his prodigy under his wing. "At this point, I have nothing left that I can possibly teach him. So besides offering my congratulations, I came here today to ask a favor. Lord Lin, you are destined for great things and resounding success. I beg you to let Ningbai follow you as an aide to give him a proper stage to showcase his skills. Ningbai played along perfectly, bowing to Lord Lin and causing our hero's face to go pale. This isn't a good idea. Lin Huan was completely torn and couldn't make up his mind. What a masterful move. On the surface, he's pledging loyalty, but in reality, he's planting a spy to keep tabs on me. Plus, it allows them to foster a good relationship with me. What a brilliant play. From every angle, both publicly and privately, you can't find a single thing wrong with it. So devious, I'm taking notes in my little black book for you. Ning Wei swiftly pushed the young man toward Lin Huan. Besides, with Ning Bai by your side, it'll be much more convenient for our Yue Ming society and you, Lord Lin, to communicate in the future. Lin Huan was basically forced to accept this new student. Very well, if the Yue Ming society thinks so highly of me, then it would be disrespectful to refuse. But then he clapped his hands, signaling for Xiao Zhou. Get in here. A figure immediately entered from the doorway. Yes, sir. Lin Huan then gave a quick rundown on who Xiao Zhou was. Since you've offered up one person, I'll offer one too. Just so you don't feel shortchanged, and I certainly don't want to owe you any favors. Lin Huan, I have plenty of men, so I'll gift you my right-hand man Xiao Zhou. His skills aren't half bad. From now on, let him deal with Ning Hai and handle some of the collaborative business with the Yue Ming society. Hearing this, the old man's blood boiled. What, Lin Huan wants to drag me into this? Using my own tricks against me? What a high-level move, straight out of a political manhua. Ning Wei waved his hand dismissively, but this doesn't require an expert to handle. What a shame you're still so stubborn. Lord Ning, handling matters isn't like kicking a ball around. This is merchant's business. Lin Huan whispered, I happen to have some spare pistol blueprints right here, and I want to trade with you. Doesn't that require an expert? The old geezer's eyes lit up. Got him. Lin Huan then turned away. Of course, if the Yue Ming society looks down on this sort of combat power-boosting item, then I guess I won't be sending Xiao Zhou over after all. Ning Wei immediately switched to bootlicking mode. Lord Lin, what are you saying? How could anything from you possibly be looked down upon? A deal I accept on behalf of Yue Ming. Lin Huan shoved his shoulder. Xiao Zhou, go say hello to your new master. Xiao Zhou looked utterly helpless. Yes, sir. He stammered for a moment before managing to get a sentence out. Greetings, Lord. And Ning. The old man grinned from ear to ear. No need to be nervous, your attitude is quite good, young man. From now on, just handle the collaborative matters as Lord Lin instructed. Ning Wei beamed. Thank you, Lord Lin. I shall take my leave first. I'll take Ning Bai back to get him sorted, and then have him report for duty. I'll also inform the Yue Ming Society about our little collaboration. He replied politely, no problem at all. I just need to give Xiao Zhou a few instructions, then I'll head over to your place to talk. Behind him, Xiao Zhou whispered, Lin Huan, so you didn't forget our agreement with the Da Ying Lu after all. Lin Huan's face was a mask of pure cunning. Ha ha, I told you to wait here for a reason. There was always going to be an outcome. He clapped him chummily on the shoulder. From now on, your Ying Lu has officially infiltrated the Yue Ming society. Remember, you must lie low and be patient. Xiao Zhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Haha, that goes without saying. On behalf of the Da Ying Lu, I thank you. Then he put his subservient mask back on. Thank you, Lin Huan. This thank you is on behalf of my murdered parents. Lin Huan spread his arms wide, soaking in the gratitude. Even the Yue Ming Hui has been eyeing this for a while, and it's all thanks to me. Buddy, tell me I'm not a genius, right? Suddenly, someone started hammering on the door with enough force to send it flying off its hinges. Lin Huan groaned. Who on earth is this desperate to thank me now? My popularity is truly getting out of hand. It was Juju panting as she burst in. Lin Huan, she crossed her arms. Do you realize your mistake? Juju shoved him angrily. Lin Huan, do you know what you did wrong? He snapped out of his daze. What in the world are you talking about? A cold sweat poured down his forehead. Oh crap, did she find out I cheated on the literature exam? Is this a dramatic manhua confrontation scene? Lin Huan tried to weasel his way out of it. Look, you know my literature exam was just me messing around, so it doesn't count. I'm aiming to be a military official. She shrieked, You, that's precisely your mistake. He scratched his head completely. Lost. Huh. What do you mean? How is that a mistake? Juju's eyes welled up with tears. Your mistake is that you're clearly brilliant enough to be a scholar official, so why are you so hell-bent on becoming a military man? A meathead is still a meathead. How can they possibly compare to an elegant, refined scholar? Lin Huan slapped a hand to his forehead, feeling his soul leave his body. Big sister Juju, so after all this drama, you just came to convince me to trade my sword for a writing brush. She sobbed, and what's wrong with that? Being a civil official is the one true path. He had no choice but to placate her. Right, you're absolutely right. Scholar officials are the real deal. With a look of righteous fury, Juju declared, I am here to persuade you to take the upcoming palace examination seriously. For a man of your talents, a future as a high-ranking official is practically guaranteed. The nosy villagers started gossiping. Look, that guy must be a two-timing scoundrel. And they don't even bother to verify the truth. Tisk, 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 the youth of today have no shame at all. Hearing this, Lin Huan tried to gently talk her down. Let's go inside first. People are going to think I broke your heart and now you're here to cause a scene. But she wouldn't listen. A clear conscience fears no accusation. Let's just air it all out right here. He finally caved to her unreasonable demand. All right, fine, I promise. I'll give it my all in the palace examination and put the military test on the back burner for now. Juju's eyes lit up. You're a fast learner, I'll be waiting for your good news. She waved cheerfully. Goodbye and good luck. Lin Huan was left to shoo away the gossipy villagers. Scram, stop spreading ridiculous rumors. The Lin residence isn't some lawless back alley, you know. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Examination Hall, the ancient style and breathtakingly beautiful patterns were a sight to behold. The next day, Lin Huan was soaking it all in. Man, talk about lavish. This place is seriously bougie. Suddenly, the royal announcer bellowed, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. All the subjects immediately hit the deck. Long live your Majesty, 10,000 years to you. All while Wang Long was just casually knitting on the throne. All right, get up, he said, barely looking up. So what's the big emergency that required me to drag myself all the way to this square today? A couple of ministers scurried forward. Your Majesty, it's the final palace examination. Of course we need you here to preside over it. Wang Long let out a massive yawn. Yeah, I get it. Guo Qiqian, couldn't you have just handled this for me? Seriously, what do I even pay you for? The minister just bowed calmly. As you command. The announcer then cleared his throat. Today's palace examination will be presided over by the esteemed Prime Minister Guo Qiqian. Candidates step forward. Two officials stepped up to the eager crowd to announce the all-important exam question for this manhua chapter. The topic will be the military conflict between our kingdom and the Southwest Qing Kingdom. If you've got a brilliant idea, step right up and present your solution. Sai Kong was the first to speak up. I believe we should declare war. The lands of the Southwest are fertile and perfect for agriculture. We absolutely must conquer them. But then another candidate immediately shot that down. I strongly object. Peace negotiations should be our main focus. While the soil of the Southwest Kingdom may be rich, the land is mostly mountainous with treacherous terrain. A reckless invasion will only lead to a disastrous defeat. And while everyone down below was getting into a heated debate up on the throne, His Majesty was enjoying a nice, peaceful nap. Lin Huan listened to all the arguments, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This is the perfect chance to stir the pot a little. I'll just go up there, say something completely non-committal, and then bounce. He clasped his hands respectfully. I believe that going to war has its advantages, but not going to war also has its advantages. We simply need more time to study the details before making a sound decision. A voice from the throne snarked, Fantastic, you've said a whole lot of nothing. Others in the crowd didn't hold back their scorn. Can you believe that guy? He's definitely going to fail the exam. Suddenly, Guo Qiqian materialized right behind him. Hold it right there. His eyes were as sharp as daggers. You're Lin Huan, correct before you go anywhere. Why don't you explain to me what in the world was going through your head? Lin Huan was flabbergasted, pointing at his own face in utter disbelief. Our boy froze on the spot, his face a mask of pure panic. with absolutely no clue what was happening. Guo Chiqian just stared him down. You're the one who broke tradition by becoming the top scholar in both civil and martial exams. Don't you want to show off that supposed talent of yours? Lin Huan clutched his head, thinking, what kind of messed up manhua plot is this? What's the big deal? Is there a reason you're targeting me like this? Suddenly it clicked. No, that's not it. He remembered the utterly punchable face of Juba when he was snitching. Wait a minute, all I have to do is report you to the Prime Minister, and from this day forward there'll be no place in the court for a civil official like you, Lin Huan. The thought alone sent a cold sweat pouring down Lin Huan's forehead. It couldn't be right. The Grand General of a whole nation, could Long Yi really be that petty? He wouldn't hold a grudge over a mere tax official, would he? These villagers are all talk and full of snarky comments. They wouldn't dare say it to his face. He's probably just a parrot repeating things. Ha ha. The guy next to him sneered. A master of both pen and sword, all I see is a muscle-bound oaf who only knows how to memorize texts. Lin Huan was practically drowning in a sea of insults. Looks like it's time to finally show off a little of what he can do. Otherwise, this mob is going to eat me alive. He raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. It's not that I'm trying to hide my skills. It's just that my concepts are far too profound. I'm afraid you all would misunderstand and laugh at me. Guozi challenged him. Oh really, what brilliant insight is this? Go on, let's hear it. Lin Huan responded with a classic manhua-style riddle. Since the dawn of time, only one thing has determined the success or failure of a war. With it, the weak can defeat the strong. With it, you can hold back a raging storm. With it, one can fight 100. Tell me, what is it? Si Kong stroked his chin, looking smug. Haha, that's simple. It's military strategy. A master of strategy can pacify the 6 realms and conquer the 8 wastelands, awing the entire world. Hearing this, Guozi shook his head. If that's your answer, then you are 100% wrong. Military strategy is just a guide for troop movements. It doesn't determine the morale or combat strength of the soldiers. Controlling the terrain can certainly decide victory or defeat, but its importance is often overestimated. A smart aleck then stepped forward to answer, I know it's the Emperor's wise leadership. With His Majesty we are destined for 100 victories. All hail the wise Emperor. Hearing this, the entire crowd of subjects immediately dropped into a deep bow. All hail the wise Emperor. Wang Long was startled awake. Huh! He yawned widely. All right, keep it down. What's with all the racket, huh? And with that, Wang Long rolled over and fell back into a deep sleep. Just hurry up and finish this. Pick the top scholar already. Guozi could only feel helpless. Yes, Your Majesty. He turned back with a stern face. Stop beating around the bush and give us the answer. Lin Huan's reply was sharp and concise. It's information. The one and only thing that determines the outcome of a war is information. Hearing that, Guozi's face lit up with joy. All right, excellent. That is a highly insightful concept. All right, enough theory. It's time for a live practical. The Prime Minister signaled his officials to bring in the props. Let's simulate a war between our nation and a foreign enemy. Guozi then pointed at 2 villagers who had just volunteered. You 2 step forward. You'll be the foreign army. One of them cracked his knuckles, grinning. Haha, Lin Huan, let's see what you're really made of. The other guy sneered. All that talk, he's probably a total fraud. Lin Huan's eyebrow twitched. Your Excellency, that's not quite how information warfare works. He gestured to another villager. You come here. Lin Huan smiled as he explained, a while back I ran into a group of spies from the Yue Kingdom. They were too slippery to catch, so we'll just have this guy play the part. Let's have this brave warrior represent a compromised spy. I'll feed information to the enemy through him and show you all the magic of controlling the narrative. Guozi waved his hand invitingly. Excellent, you may begin. The crowd of scholars buzzed with excitement. The real show was starting. They were dying to see what kind of scheme he would cook up. Lin Huan whispered his plan to the villager, who just stood there with a completely dazed look, muttering, okay. Si Kong mused, Lin Huan will obviously feed us fake intel. All we have to do is the exact opposite of what he says. His companion argued, but that's not a given. What if he knows we'll think that and deliberately leaks the real information as a double bluff? Lin Huan gave his villager a pointed look. Go. As planned, the man scurried over to Si Kong and his friend and whispered something in their ears. After listening, their expressions changed drastically as their minds raced with conflicting theories. They immediately broke into a fierce argument. One of them declared with absolute certainty, Lin Huan is definitely attacking from the east. The other instantly shot back, no, he's moving west. You idiot, don't fall for his trick. Si Kong retorted, you're the real idiot. Guozi watched this little play unfold calmly. So how will you advance your troops? The man could only stammer, well, we... The Prime Minister glanced at them before turning to Lin Huan for a proper answer. And what about you? What is your army's decided course of action? Our hero presented a sealed paper he'd prepared earlier. It's all been written here from the start and it has not changed. When Guozi opened the paper, he couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Ha ha ha, it seems a top scholar who's a master of both pen and sword, also knowing the art of war, isn't so strange after all. This is turning out to be a great manhua plot. Weird. The official didn't hesitate for a second, declaring Lin Huan the undisputed winner. The guy had masterfully spread intel that was a cocktail of truth and utter bulls, tricking the enemy into focusing all their attention on a single attack route. Zhuang Yuan and his crew were left slack-jawed, realizing Lin Huan's real target was a sneak attack on their provisions all along. Si Song groaned, unable to believe the war reports were getting this bizarre, like something straight out of a crazy manhua plot. You couldn't trust it, but you couldn't ignore it either. It was a maddening loop. The guys sighed in defeat. All right, this round goes to Lin Huan. We bow to his superior trolling. But then Guozi dropped a major reality check. The combat simulation was impressive, I'll give you that. And the theory is deceptively simple, but we're facing a massive efficiency problem. He then went on a rant about how outdated and slow the Central Plains horses were. Relaying intel, maneuvering troops, and especially launching surprise attacks, all of it demands insane speed and efficiency. Our Central Plains horses are basically snails compared to the steeds from Yue country. There's just no fixing that. Without a solution, this is all just empty talk. But Lin Huan just smirked and whipped out a whistle. Oh, I've had a fix for that up my sleeve for ages. So how about a little demonstration? If you'll excuse me, I just need to call my guy. Guozi gave him the go-ahead. Be my guest. A piercing whistle shrieked through the air, jolting the snoozing emperor wide awake. He roared, what in the world was that racket? Didn't I specifically tell you guys to keep it down? Lin Huan bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, if I may, I'd like to present a groundbreaking invention. Think of it as a grand gift for you. The Emperor Wang Long perked up. Ooh, is it a rare gem or some exotic treasure? Just then, from outside the palace gates, a strange object zoomed past in a blur. It was A Qi riding a bicycle, leaving the crowd completely bewildered. What in tarnation is that? What a bizarre steed! The Emperor's eyes, however, lit up like a Christmas tree. Whoa, that's sick. A Qi brought the contraption to a halt with a slick drift that nearly gave everyone a heart attack. What even is that thing? It's crazy fast, the guards muttered in absolute awe. With this little baby, Lin Huan said, crossing his arms smugly like some overpowered manhua protagonist, we can guarantee lightning-fast troop movements and intel delivery. I call it the bicycle. He pointed out the meticulously crafted parts. We've got the wheel hub, a rudimentary suspension system, and even saddlebags for marching. Its design is compact, lightweight, and ingenious. It's fast, safe, and easy to conceal. But the Emperor wasn't listening to the sales pitch. He bolted forward, shouting, "Don't move, I call first dibs." Guozi scrambled to intercept him. Your Majesty, that's military equipment, it's dangerous, is a bit unorthodox, not something you can just enjoy willy-nilly. The Emperor's sacred body must be protected. He cheerfully reassured them, Prime Minister, don't you worry, I've prepared a special upgraded version, custom-made for His Majesty. His words brought the entire room to a screeching halt, silencing the chatter instantly. Lin Huan and Ah Qi gestured dramatically to the box on the vehicle. The moment Wang Long saw it, his face lit up like a festival lantern. He eagerly hopped onto the bicycle, ready to experience this newfangled amusement. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Our protagonist felt a wave of helplessness. With a simple-minded emperor like this, the country was doomed. His Majesty sat on the modern bicycle, grinning like an absolute fool. Ha ha ha, how amusing, this is a blast. He then zipped away, leaving his court officials frozen in place. You all carry on, I'm just going for a quick spin and we'll be right back. Guizi cleared his throat. So what are your thoughts on this bicycle? Let's hear it. A civil official clasped his hands and offered his 2 cents. This bicycle appears easy to operate at a glance, and its construction isn't overly complex. I can't say it seems to save much energy, but I must admit you pedal once and it actually moves. Steering is quite convenient. I, for one, see no issue with it. Lin Huan then commanded, you have to try it to know I have a few more bikes, so feel free to give them a spin. Chi go and get them. Chi replied respectfully, yes sir. He stroked his brown beard. Indeed, one must try it to know. All right, he reminded the officials, everyone get ready and give your bicycles a quick inspection. A fleet of modern bicycles appeared before them, each with a design that was both exquisitely crafted and elegantly simple. It was like a scene straight out of a time travel manhwa. The officials' jaws dropped in utter astonishment. Lin Huan blew a whistle to signal the start. Gentlemen, treat them like wild stallions, mount up. Since none of the officials had ever ridden a bike before, some were hopelessly clumsy, while others surprisingly adapted with ease. The Imperial Edict announcer was the most pumped up of them all, shouting, watch this old master go. He then proceeded to wobble for less than 2 seconds before taking a spectacular, ungraceful nosedive into the dirt. The other clueless officials immediately started a chain reaction crash. Careful, careful! They yelled in a panic, don't run into me. A chorus of chaotic screams filled the air. Oh gods, the pain, and ow my brittle old bones! Lin Huan was completely helpless. How could their coordination be this abysmal? He couldn't bear to watch the cringe-worthy spectacle. They started yelling, there's definitely something wrong with my bicycle. Lin Huan, did you tamper with our equipment? His foolish officials, always masters of the blame game, was also unsuitable, proving the bicycle was a total failure. Meanwhile, the guards and the high official were zipping around like they'd just been crowned champions of the Tour de France. Man, what a cool gadget. He couldn't help but marvel at how insanely good these military officers were. The guy hadn't even warmed up the seat before he started showboating like a pro. The minister, panting but exhilarated, finally brought the bike to a graceful stop. My barracks wants this bicycle, he declared, and of course they couldn't resist a little trash talk. No way, don't tell me there's actually someone here who can't even ride a bike. The taunts were relentless. Seriously, can't even master something this simple? You must be a special kind of clumsy. The court announcer's face turned beet red. Hey, you crude brute, who are you insulting? They just played dumb, whoever the shoe fits, I guess. Guozi's face darkened as he roared, all of you shut it, what is all this noise about? He offered his praise but didn't forget the practicalities. I admit the bicycle's capabilities are indeed quite impressive. But can it truly replace a horse? What kind of physical toll does it take on the rider? Can it perform equally well on different terrains and in various environments? Lin Huan stepped forward with a scroll. If you still have doubts, Your Excellency, please take a look at this. Guozi unrolled it, his expression focused as he meticulously examined the bicycle's performance data. The test report covered safety, performance, and stealth, but he wasn't letting up, adding another condition. It seems you came well prepared, but what happens when it rains? But our guy was not one to be easily defeated. I have one more thing for you to see. Guozi read every single word on the second scroll, an upgraded bicycle design. The improvements included shock absorbers, rain tires, mud tires, a sunshield, and even a taillight. This was some next-level manhua tech. In the meantime, Lin Huan seized the moment to pitch his creation to the soldiers and senior officers. While the bicycle's acceleration might not match a horse's, its agility on turns and in mountainous terrain makes it perfect for operations in places like our border regions. On an actual march, the bicycle can be outfitted with all the components I've mentioned, making it both quiet and swift. Furthermore, since it doesn't consume fodder like a horse, it's ideal for quick, low-cost expeditions. With a ridiculously joyful expression, he concluded, "Therefore the bicycle is a choice you won't regret." While one or two of the old guards were still hesitating, Wang Long zoomed back in shouting, "What's there to hesitate about? Does this even require a second thought? I want one. I want one." His face was beaming as if he'd just discovered the greatest joy in the world. A machine this good, every single person in our nation deserves one, and with that, Wang Long rode off to play again. Oh, and by the way, the top scholar himself invented it. What other endorsement do you need? And just like that, with nothing but a bicycle, Lin Huan rode his way to becoming the legendary Wen Zhuangyuan. A new Wen Zhuangyuan has been crowned, the warm sun shines down on the ancient palace, painting a scene so beautiful it could be straight out of a historical manhwa. Meanwhile, Wang Long was cackling his royal butt off on the throne. "Anything else? Spit it out," he wheezed. Guozi, ever the professional, cupped his hands and began his report. "Your Majesty, yesterday, Lin Huan was officially crowned the Wen Zhuangyuan. We humbly request that you grant him an official post." At that, Wang Long's eyes practically lit up. "Oh yeah, that guy Lin Huan, right, I heard he's got a whole bunch of other amazing inventions. Sounds like a blast." A nearby minister immediately jumped on the bandwagon. "Reporting to your Majesty, Lin Huan does indeed have a plethora of inventions. And whether they're for combat or just for kicks, they're all outrageously unique and entertaining." The emperor's mood soured instantly. "And why the heck didn't you bring this up sooner? What kind of shoddy work is this?" The poor guy trembled like a leaf. "This servant knows his fault." Wang Long then commanded, "Go find a junior eunuch and tell him to bring Lin Huan to me in a few days." The minister bowed low. "Yes, your Majesty," already daydreaming about all the cool new toys Lin Huan would bring. "A talent like this, I must personally have a word with him." And with that, Wang Long bounced off to play. "Court dismissed, I haven't had my daily bike ride yet," he declared, completely ignoring Guozi's desperate cries. "Your Majesty, you still haven't assigned Lin Huan a position." The court officials immediately descended into chaos. "His Majesty favors Lin Huan so much a minor post would be an insult. He should come to our Ministry of Works." A military official shot him a nasty glare. "In your dreams, why shouldn't he join our Ministry of Justice? With an inventor like Lin Huan, we could finally upgrade our interrogation tools." A top-ranking official frowned. "You ask on what grounds? That's what I'd like to know." "Lin Huan is a prodigy. He's practically a Wu Zhuangyuan in the making. He absolutely must join the military." The officials behind him roared in agreement. "Exactly. He still hasn't been assigned a post, this is beyond a joke." The old man stroked his beard. "Silence. If that's how it is, then let's have Lin Huan come to my manor for a chat. We'll just ask him what he wants to do." And scene change. A massive sign reading Guo Manor appears. A servant from the manor greets him with a wide smile. "Scholar Lin, please wait in the reception hall. Lord Guo will be with you as soon as he finishes his official duties." Lin Huan crossed his legs, his eyes darting around nervously. He thought, "Inviting me here now? Could this be Guozi's version of the banquet at Hongmen, a classic manhua setup for a trap? Oh, is that you, Qian? Don't tell me you're getting jealous just because I'm famous and basking in glory. Wow, the Prime Minister is way more small-minded than I imagined." He arched a brow deep in thought. "Know thyself, know thy enemy, 100 battles, 100 victories. Right time to do a little recon and see if there are any goons lying in wait." So Lin Huan started hopping around the courtyard like a rabbit on a mission, searching for clues, all in the name of reconnaissance. Out of nowhere, a black blur shot towards him, making him jump. "Well, well, looks like there's an ambush party in the flower garden." Lin Huan freaked out, realizing the shadow was moving at lightning speed. "What? That's insanely fast. That's gotta be superhuman speed. Is it even possible to dodge this?" The shadow rammed right into him, sending his brain on a roller coaster. And just like that, Lin Huan was kissing the dirt. "What kind of assassin?" Hong Shui sat up, rubbing her eyes and clenching her jaw in annoyance. She gasped, Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?" The moment he saw a girl, his eyes practically lit up. "Aha! If she's calling this my house, she must be the Prime Minister's heir." Wait, no, she's too young for that. Definitely the daughter. Time to deploy the old handsome hero charm and get some info. Lin Huan then proceeded to strike his coolest pose. Might you be the esteemed daughter of Lord Chan himself, the name's Lin Huan at your service. Forgive my abrupt arrival. To his surprise, this totally worked on Hong Xue. Whoa, you're the brother Lin Huan, the one who's a master of both the sword and the pen. I've read your poetry. She grabbed his hand excitedly. And you invented that bicycle too, right, brother Lin Huan? It's the coolest thing ever. Do you have any other awesome inventions I can play with? Our boy just stood there buffering. Something felt off. This wasn't in the script at all. I was supposed to be the one using the charm offensive, so how did the tables turn on me? Hong Shui just beamed at him. Are you here to see my dear father? Don't worry about it. Dad might look super serious, but he's actually a big softie. Her smile sent Lin Huan's heart into overdrive. Yep, he was a goner. He couldn't escape her gaze. This old master felt like he'd just been healed by a goddess from a fantasy manhwa. He scrambled for all sorts of stories just to see that smile again. After a long session of gossiping, Lin Huan's jaw was starting to ache and the sun was beginning to set. Reluctantly, he had to say goodbye to Hong Xue. Whoops, it's getting late. I really should go see your esteemed father now. Hong Xue tilted her head confused. Huh, dear father is what I call him. Why are you talking like that, brother Lin Huan? The air between Guozi and Lin Huan suddenly turned thick with silence. After sitting there in awkward silence for a bit, he resorted to just giving the old man the side-eye. Lin Huan was getting antsy. You called me here, so say something, will ya? We've been drinking tea for over 10 minutes. You're just trying to get on my nerves. Honestly, you're a real piece of work. Just then, Guozi finally spoke. Originally, I planned to discuss your official appointment. Hearing about the appointment, the kid's face lit up instantly. No rush, no rush. I'm still waiting to snag the title of top martial scholar, you know. Suddenly, the old man flashed a mysterious smirk. Guozi's next words utterly crushed Lin Huan's hopes. You're confident I'll give you that, but that's not what I want to talk about today. Oh, showing your hand. Are we bring it on, old man? I'm not afraid of you. The minister's voice suddenly turned grave. The nation is in peril. Lin Huan nearly jumped out of his skin. Huh, Guozi proposed, so come work for me, or rather do a little something for this country of ours. He hesitated. Well, I appreciate the offer, Prime Minister, but surely you've already figured out that I'm one of Eunuch Dong's men, right? Every word from Guozi was a critical hit. My eyes and ears far outnumber your little spies in the brothels and taverns. Hitting a nerve, Lin Huan quickly started scheming. He knows about my network in the brothels and taverns. This is bad, I need to take a step back and play it by ear. He was forced to humble himself. My, you truly live up to your title as Prime Minister, sir. Everything is crystal clear to you. The little tricks of a junior like me are an open book. This is like something out of a political manhwa. Indeed, Lin Huan couldn't predict Guozi's next move. What's the rush? I haven't even mentioned what you've been doing at the Ying Tower. For example, this little design of yours. He dipped his hand into the water bowl and casually drew an entire soccer field on the table, ignoring the boy's dumbfounded expression. And you plan on making a pretty penny from this soccer thing, don't you? Guozi's thinly veiled words had successfully hit Lin Huan's pressure point. The boy shot to his feet and confronted him directly. Lord Guo, are you threatening a junior like me? But this bearded old fox maintained an impossibly calm facade. Threaten you? If I wanted to threaten you, would I need to show up myself? Guozi started listing his students to intimidate Lin Huan. Ning Zilan Su Qian Xiao Luo, even Zhou Zhu, and Ye Qinyi. I just have to grab any one of them, and wouldn't you just obediently fall in line? Bristling, the kid shot back a challenge. Why don't you just try it and see? Guozi simply continued to pour his tea, completely unfazed. I told you drink your tea first. You're still young. What's the big rush, old man? Lin Huan practically chugged the tea just to get a word in edgewise. Fine, I'll drink, he snapped, slamming the cup down with a flourish. There, I drank it. Now spill. What in the world do you actually want? And don't you forget my martial arts skills are top-notch. At worst, we're both going down in a blaze of glory. But Guozi was like a broken record still stuck on his opening line. The nation is in peril, he declared, pointing a dramatic finger right at Lin Huan's face. Therefore, I want you and I to save it together. Our boy was completely floored. Huh, save it. Guozi just stood up smugly and clapped him on the shoulder. I know exactly what game you're playing. Trying to become a flattering courtier, are we? Well, I'm the biggest sycophant in the kingdom, but I couldn't care less about titles. Lin Huan was stunned speechless as the old man flashed a sinister grin. As long as I can save this crumbling empire, what does it matter if I become a villain in the history books? Are you willing to follow me? After listening to this guy's unhinged monologue, Lin Huan felt like he was about to have a full-blown meltdown. Good grief, is this prime minister a straight-up megalomaniac? Am I about to get dragged into his crazy schemes? Right time to find a chance to bolt. But just then a figure hiding behind the door caught Lin Huan's attention. It turned out to be the drop-dead gorgeous Hong Xue eavesdropping on their little conspiracy. And you know our boy Lin Huan, the moment he sees a pretty face, his brain cells take a vacation. He immediately did a complete 180. To serve the nation, I shall never refuse. The same Lin Huan who was terrified a second ago was now bowing deeply before Guozi. A disciple Lin Huan pays his respects to Master Guo. A short while later, we find them on a cliff completely shrouded in mist. And somehow that scraggly bearded old-timer Guozi was scaling the cliff with more energy than a teenager, leaving Lin Huan wheezing and gasping for air below. Master, I'm all for a good workout, but did we really have to start climbing a mountain at the crack of dawn? Lin Huan was sweating enough to start his own hydroelectric dam. The old man put on his best teacher voice. A workout? You're thinking too small. We're here on official business. Lin Huan was skeptical. What kind of official business could possibly be happening in this godforsaken mountain range? That's when Guozi pointed towards a Taoist temple peeking through the clouds. Look there, Lin Huan stared utterly bewildered at the majestic hall. A Taoist temple. His eyes went wide. So, what's next for this disciple? Was he supposed to stay here and cultivate some legendary martial arts like in a wuxia manhua? The old man calmly revealed his utterly bizarre plan. Study Taoism. Our hero was baffled. Excuse me? This insane idea completely fried Lin Huan's brain. Study Taoism. He was already cursing his rotten luck. He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy a happy family life with a beautiful wife and kids yet, and just like that, he was being forced into monkhood. Lin Hai tried to play it cool, but wait a minute, since when was the Empress part of the package deal? No way, that's some high-level treason right there. Gutsy got serious, little Lin. Do you have any idea what's been weighing on His Majesty's mind lately? But this dude was still lost in dreamland, muttering, "Oh, Empress Liu, don't be like that." He shot the kid a look of utter disdain. What in the world are you babbling about? After saying that, Guotzi walked over and gave Lin Huan a good knock on the head to snap him out of it. Stop letting your imagination run wild, Empress Liu, my foot years ago after Empress Li passed away. The emperor remarried the new empress, but he hasn't even laid a finger on her. His Majesty couldn't care less about all that romantic drama. A clueless Lin Huan clutched his head. Wait, that's a thing, he hasn't done the deed. Is the emperor blind or something? Back at Tianmu Temple, he warned this lovesick puppy to watch his mouth before it gets him killed, and then finally got down to business. The thing the emperor cares about most right now is immortality. Lin Huan's expression immediately turned serious. I understand, I have to be both a government official and a Taoist scholar. Build up some fame, then cater to the emperor's interests and become his favorite bootlicker. On the surface, I'll oppose you, Mr. Guo, but behind the scenes we'll be working together. Guozi proposed, not bad, think you can handle it. Do you need me to find an old Taoist master for you? To teach you a thing or two about Taoism. The kid puffed out his chest smugly. Absolutely not necessary. Let's put it this way, if the imperial examinations tested Taoist knowledge, I'd absolutely ace it and take first place. Lin Huan was both frustrated and delighted. Right after he got transported to this world, he thought he could become an immortal cultivator, just like in a manhua, so he memorized a mountain of Taoist scriptures. Finally, all that cramming is about to pay off. He looked confused. I just don't get it. I could practice Taoism at a temple in the city, which would be way more flashy and attract a lot of attention, but out here. Guotzi then probed, do you know why I gave you such a hard time on so many occasions before? This little rascal immediately scurried over to massage Mr. Guo's back, trying to curry favor. Tough love, right? It's clear you hold me in high regard, sir. He held up a Chinese chess piece. You silver-tongued devil. In reality, I had two objectives. First, to test your true abilities. As for the second, let's use a game of chess as an analogy. Then Guozi posed a tricky question. In your opinion, what's the most crucial part of playing chess? If there were a single move that could guarantee a 100% victory, what would it be? Lin Huan was stumped. A 100% victory. But our boy Lin Huan was a clever one. A second later, he blurted out without a second thought, I know it has to be. Hiding your skills, you mean you're saying I should tank the palace exam, lie low, and wait for the perfect moment to strike? Old Fei just chuckled. Wrong on all counts, kiddo, Guozi gloated. Hiding something is the right idea, but not your moves, you hide an extra piece. For example, what if I suddenly whip out another chariot? Boom, instant win. The boy was aghast. Isn't that just blatant cheating? Nobody has 3 chariots in a game. And what's with the size of this thing? It's completely out of proportion. No wonder you have a 100% win rate, you old cheat. The old geezer slammed the piece onto the board, teaching the young punk a lesson. No matter how well you hide your trump card, someone with a sharp mind will always sniff it out. Then Guozi put on his best, wise master voice. But if you possess a piece that others can't even fathom exists, then there's absolutely no way for them to counter you. The light bulb finally went on in Lin Huan's head. What a shame, what a real pity. You've just been too darn good, my boy. There's no hiding that kind of talent now. Lin Huan's praise had just inflated the old man's ego to the size of a planet. Despicable, utterly despicable. If this were a villain's origin story in a manhwa, I would have drop-kicked him by now. He could only grit his teeth and watch the old coot show off. I already set everything up for you yesterday. You're to go and become a disciple of Taoist Tianmu. This way you can politely refuse any high-ranking official positions. A true gentleman protects himself from getting dragged into the court's political drama, Guozi reminded him. I'll be pulling the strings behind the scenes. From now on, in public, we are political enemies. Don't you dare blow our cover. As he left, he repeated, we are political enemies, don't forget it. Lin Huan bowed with a smirk. This disciple understands perfectly. He then confidently strode into the Taoist temple. Lin Huan grabbed the door handle, feeling smug. Today, the great demon-slaying Taoist Lin Huan will finally ensnare this little vixen. Lin Huan knocked dramatically on the door. Excuse me, is Taoist Tianmu in the temple? The fool then realized the door was never locked to begin with. Lin Huan pushed the door open and stepped inside, and his eyes immediately went wide. He was completely captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him, frozen on the spot for a moment. And then his face suddenly clouded over. Well, it seems like Taoism in this world is really getting the short end of the stick. I kind of remember asking Ning Zilan about this before. Lin Huan stood there like a dope lost in his own world. He wondered if cultivation was even possible in a world like this. He was so preoccupied that he didn't notice Zilan frowning at him from behind a screen. Cultivation. How is that possible? She pushed the screen aside, and Zilan shyly stepped out like a ray of white light. You with your clumsy third-rate martial arts, you can't even win a regular fistfight, so don't even think about cultivation. She complimented him. You should just stick to your inventions, seriously. I have to admit, this towel you invented is pretty comfy. With that, Zilan hopped onto the bed. She purred at her hubby. Come on, give me a massage. Use that same set of moves from last time that felt so good. This sent shivers of delight down Lin Huan's spine. My lady, I'm on my way. He smartly scurried over to give his wife a good rub-down. Zilan warned, it's best if you stay away from all that Taoist mumbo-jumbo. Lin Huan's eyes went wide with surprise. Oh, why would you say that? She grimaced, recalling that scoundrel A. Shu. 100 years ago, an evil Taoist wreaked havoc in the imperial court. He was always pulling off some kind of weird esoteric magic. He managed to manipulate the entire court. But he didn't stop there. His ambition grew, and soon he was eyeing the emperor's throne. Using all sorts of dirty tricks, the guy successfully took control of the government. He smoothly replaced the emperor and declared himself the new ruler. Zilan paused, lost in thought. Back then my imperial brother was far away on the frontier. The man who is now the revered great founding emperor. He led his army back to the capital for a little chat. She mused for a long moment. Of course that evil Taoist knew nothing about warfare. He was no match for the great founding emperor and was promptly executed in the capital. That's also when our Ning clan began to thrive on the frontier. The turmoil in the court left a nasty hangover, though. Ever since then, all the Taoist sects have been caught in the fallout, their fortunes taking a massive hit. Lin Huan lamented, "Man, it's been 100 years, and Taoism has only recovered this much. How pathetic." Suddenly, a voice from behind made him jump. "Who are you?" He immediately spun around on guard. "Whoa, who's there? I didn't sense their presence at all." Lin Huan stood there, dumbfounded, his mind racing. Someone who can come and go without a trace must be a true master, like a protagonist from a cultivation manhua. The person sized him up. "Are you a pilgrim?" Then Ailing's tiny foot came down imperiously on his, and somehow a big dude like Lin Huan found himself wincing and yelping in pain. The little girl, still mid-yawn, demanded, "Hey, why aren't you answering me?" He had no choice but to crouch down and gently pat the little tyke's head. "Hey there, little one. I came here looking for Taoist Tianmu to become his apprentice. Do you happen to know where he is?" Hearing this, Ailing puffed out her chest proudly. "My master is Taoist Tianmu." Lin Huan seized the opportunity to press on, "Well then, where is your master?" A Ling quickly chirped up, "Master had to leave on urgent business yesterday, so he can't make it back right now." The little girl's face lit up as she pointed a finger at him. Oh, I remember now. They said a new disciple was coming, and that must be you. The crafty." A Ling puffed out her chest, ready to throw her weight around. "Today I'll be accepting you as a disciple on Master's behalf. That makes me your senior sister from now on. You can call me A Ling. Starting right now, you have to listen to your senior sister, and I'll totally have your back, got it?" And what could he do? Lin Huan had no choice but to play along with his pint-sized senior, "Your wish is my command, senior sister. Give her an inch and she'll take a mile." The girl immediately hopped onto his shoulders and shrieked, "Giddy up, junior brother, I'll give you the grand tour of the temple first. Let's move out." Lin Huan reluctantly agreed, "As you command, senior sister, A Ling." A little while later, back in his room, Lin Huan was sprawled out, snoring loud enough to shake the very earth. Out of nowhere, Ailing marched over and gave his forehead a solid thwack. Grinning from ear to ear, she bossed her new disciple around, junior brother, get up and make breakfast." The poor, unfortunate Lin Huan, whose sleep was so rudely interrupted, had to drag himself up to wash his face. He was then forced to endure little A Ling treating his hair like her personal playground. Later, while they were supposed to be reading, they both just conked out. As dusk began to settle, Lin Huan said hesitantly, "Senior sister, A Ling, can I ask you a serious question?" A Ling put on a solemn face to match, "Speak, junior brother Lin." He glanced at the utterly desolate temple and asked awkwardly, "Does our temple ever get visitors who come to offer incense?" The girl answered with wide-eyed innocence, "Sure, when I was still wearing my winter coat, 2 people came. And the last time I wore a short-sleeved shirt, a family of 4 stopped by." After hearing that, Lin Huan just shook his head, his soul crushed. The total number of pilgrims for the entire year didn't even hit double digits. He began to worry that the plot of this real-life manhua was a tragedy. It seemed the only way to revive this temple was to cough up his own cash. "Oh, my sweet, sweet money," he thought, "it seems you must be sacrificed for the greater good." A Ling, completely oblivious, ran over and tugged on Lin Huan's sleeve. Junior brother, hurry up and tell me a story. You promised me yesterday, you know." Hearing the word story triggered a wave of cold dread. When in the world did I agree to be a storyteller? Besides, I don't know any stories for little girls. A verbal smackdown, I'm your guy. But this? Still, Lin Huan tried to rally himself. "Well, guess I'll give it a shot." He gently held the little rascal, A Ling, like a father with his child. "What kind of story would my little senior sister like to hear? The epic war of the Calabash brothers, the amazing Transformers, or maybe 3,000 jokes about Superman?" The girl was way more interested in something with demon slaying and evil vanquishing action. Snakes in particular were A Ling's worst nightmare. Then it hit Lin Huan like a bolt of lightning. Wait a second, telling a story about a snake to revive the Taoist temple. Genius. Lin Huan asked sweetly. Little senior sister, I wonder if you've ever heard this tale before. It's called The Legend of the White Snake. The very next day at the Taoist temple, a Ling came scampering towards her junior brother. She squealed with delight. Junior brother, we've got pilgrims. Actual pilgrims are here. Liu Shang dragged his feet heavily up to the temple, panting for breath. Brother Lin, he gasped. Your place is a real pain to find. You know that I'm absolutely exhausted. Liu Shang boasted, I've brought everything you asked for, all of it. Now you totally owe me a big meal for this. Pleased with his friend's efforts, Lin Huan promised without a second thought, Rest assured, my friend, today I'm treating you to something truly one of a kind. Suddenly, the mischievous A-Ling wriggled out of his grasp and darted over to several chests overflowing with toys and snacks. The sheer temptation before her was too much for the little tyke to handle. Her jaw practically hit the floor. She scrambled over, grabbing at all the delicious goodies. A cloth doll. A-Ling whispered in awe, Junior brother, have we somehow become immortals and ascended to the heavenly realm? Just then Ru Yu materialized out of nowhere, looming right behind the two of them. Oh my goodness, she cooed, completely charmed. This little one is just too adorable for words. Even little A-Ling was utterly captivated by the ethereal beauty of the fairy-like Ru Yu. The woman gently sat down and tenderly stroked the little girl's head. You must be A-Ling, right? You're so precious. Next time you want any snacks, just tell Big Sis and I'll buy them all for you. The moment she heard the word snacks, A-Ling practically launched herself into Ru Yu's arms. She's a fairy, Big Sister is a real fairy, A-Ling exclaimed. Meanwhile, Liu Xiang cut to the chase. So you dragged me all the way out here in such a hurry. What's the big idea? Lin Xiaowen replied without a hint of hesitation. I've got a huge business proposition for you. How about you start by being my very first audience member? A moment later, he strolled forward with a mysterious grin, then slammed a wooden block onto the table with the swagger of a domineering CEO from a popular manhwa. Lin Huan's voice turned grave. Today I shall recount a legendary tale, the legend of the White Snake. His small audience leaned in, listening with rapt attention. He began, The tale begins long ago on a certain Mount Qingcheng. Lin Huan's own emotions began to dictate the entire atmosphere, his voice shifting from cheerful to furious as if seething with resentment, then to weary resignation, leaving his audience completely enthralled and bewildered. But just as he got to the good part, he stopped cold. To find out what happens next, you'll just have to come back for the next installment. Having been completely sucked into the story, Liu Xiang was now fuming. That two-faced charlatan Fa Hai? So that's how it is those Buddhist monks are more twisted than a pretzel. And of course, this was all part of Lin Huan's grand scheme. Exactly. Stir up a little rivalry, prop up the Taoists, and kick the Buddhists down a peg. These stories are the perfect weapon for the job. The warm morning sun bathed the Taoist temple in a golden glow as a procession carrying Lady Hong Xue rushed forward. They were in a total panic, shouting, Step on it, we're gonna miss it, the show's about to start. This commotion naturally drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Intrigued, Hong Xue peeked through the curtains of her carriage. She looked completely clueless. Xiao Bei, what in the world is going on up there? Her attendant was just as baffled. I'm not sure, my lady. It looks like they've got someone cornered in that tea house. Hong Xu's curiosity was officially piqued, seeing the massive crowd swarming the tea house like bees to honey. Unable to contain herself, she bolted out to get the tea. I'm going to take a look. Xiao Bei nearly had a heart attack, failing to stop her in time. My lady, you can't just run off like that. Your father will have my head. Meanwhile, some old geezer with a magnificent beard was on a stage spinning a yarn for the crowd. He was recounting the tale of how the waters flooded the Golden Mountain, all because of that bald-headed fraud Fa Hai. As Hong Xue, a bit dazed, squeezed her way into the crowd. What's this play about? The whole town is here. A bystander turned around. You don't know, little miss? This is the legend of the White Snake. It's the hottest story going around, like a trending manhwa series. Mao Liu chimed in. That's right. This is our third time listening and it still slaps. Hong Xue just stood there looking as confused as a chameleon in a bag of Skittles. What story could possibly be this good? Seriously, what's all the fuss about? Just then the old storyteller slammed a wooden block on the table and delivered a line that sounded eerily familiar, almost exactly what Lin Huan had said a few days prior. To find out what happens next, you'll have to wait until the next installment. An old lady in the crowd screamed with delight. It's here, the best part is finally here. It's OST time. Hong Shu's eyes went wide with confusion. OST, what in the world is an OST? I thought the story just ended. But then a singer suddenly popped onto the stage to hype up the crowd. 1,000 years I've waited a wait that never ends. For 1,000 years I've waited with no regrets. Who was this girl, a natural-born performer who knew exactly how to work a crowd? Whispers in my ear, now everybody sing alongs. The singer lost herself in the melody, and the crowd below roared back in unison, your love for me will never change. Some of the grannies in the audience were more hyped than a K-pop stan. The waters of Westlake are my tears, I'd willingly turn to burning ash for you. She felt a bit shy, thinking, okay, the song is a banger, but this crowd is a little intense. Just then, Hong Xue suddenly, just as she spotted something, her eyes darted upstairs in surprise. Well, look who it is, Liu Huangwei and Lin Huan, chilling on the second floor. Lin Huan was all smiles chatting with Liu Xing. Looks like our little plan is a smashing success. Just keep doing what you're doing. The mere sight of you lights up Hong Xue's world. So that was the master plan. Honestly, who else but Lin Huan could cook up a story script this brilliant? Just then, the mischievous little A Ling popped her head out. The sight struck her like a bolt from the blue. Whoa, hold on. Since when does Lin Huan have a kid? Hong Xu's face turned a shade of red that would make a tomato jealous. Whether he has a child or not has nothing to do with me, she stammered, making a swift exit. Let's hurry home. We'll come back tomorrow. Hong Xu turned on her heel and scrammed, completely ignoring the buzzing gossip mill she left in her wake. Xingbei shot a nasty side eye. This story script ain't half bad. What do you lot think? Wei Yun chimed in. Yeah, I reckon it's pretty decent. Even Mao Liu, lurking in the back, had to nod in agreement. Xingbei cracked a wicked grin. They only told half of the Legend of the White Snake Maiden this time, and we've already copied the entire thing. He then passed out a bootleg copy to each of his cronies. Wei Yun was already getting ahead of herself, dreaming of using the script to go solo. Those newbies have no idea what it's like to be squeezed out by established tea houses like us. The old crone, Mao Liu, cackled deviously. All we have to do is undercut their price a bit. The very next day, the sedan chair carrying Lady Hong Xue zipped over to the tea house. She couldn't help but wonder, will I get to see Lin Huan today? Suddenly, Xiao Bei's face scrunched up in confusion before turning to announce, my lady, we've arrived at the tea house. But she was just as baffled. What's the matter? Hong Xue stepped out and was greeted by a depressingly empty scene. She thought to herself, no way. It was packed with people just yesterday, so why is it a ghost town today? Just then, Liu Xiang's voice from behind nearly made Hong Xue jump out of her skin. Don't even talk about it, our manhua script got totally ripped off. At that very moment, Lin Huan appeared and greeted her, Miss Guo, we meet again. The playful little A Ling introduced herself with a cheeky grin. I'm A Ling, his senior marshal's sister. Hong Xu's jaw practically hit the floor, but she quickly recovered and trotted over to pinch the little tyke's cheeks. Oh, so you're his little senior sister. A pleasure, truly, a pleasure. Lin Huan then proposed, Miss Guo, if you're not preoccupied, would you care to join us for a little field trip? Let's see what this pirated script is really made of. His voice suddenly turned as sharp as steel. A moment later, they arrived to check out the pirated copy. But what greeted them was the sight of a young lady putting her assets on full display. This, of course, had attracted a massive crowd of curious townspeople. Seeing everyone so hyped up to watch left our trio completely gobsmacked. The ever-chivalrous Lin Huan immediately covered senior sister A Ling's eyes. Seemed this bootleg version was relying on some spicy R-rated additions to get famous. The tea house shimmered under the sun, and inside the shameless Xingbei was confidently presenting his plagiarized masterpiece. At that moment, Xu Xian no Xu Shen brought Huangyang Zi home. A single man and a single woman alone in a room. Can you guess what happened next? The perverts in the audience were practically drooling. And then, did they, do it behind the curtain? A dancer wearing a loosely draped robe added to the knockoff's dramatic flair. Even though he lent me his umbrella, my clothes still got all wet, and they're so uncomfortable to wear. The freaks in the crowd were drooling all over the floor at the sight of some leecher about to pounce on the maiden. Huang Niangzi, this old shoe is coming for you. Take a taste of old shoes, staff. Xingbei suddenly paused. That's all for now. If you horny scoundrels want to hear more, just shower this shoddy copy with your money. Here's 2 more tales of silver. Tell us more about Xiaoqing's part. I'm only here for Xiaoqing. Our trio Lin Huan and the others could only watch in stunned silence from the back. Hong Shui was disgusted. How can they twist the story so crudely, reciting such vulgar content? Liu Shang fretted, Brother Lin, what are we going to do? It's not just this one place that's stolen our content and created this defiled legend of Huang Yangzi. He then glanced at the long queue outside. This entire street is ripping off our story. Even the original creator, Liu Xiang, couldn't help but gape in astonishment at a burly woman brawling with a wrestler. Look, brother, that tea house's legend of Hong Nyang-zi. They've turned our original manhwa script into a high-stakes action thriller. Then he froze, spotting a young woman, playing He Nyang, who was completely dominating some old geezer. And there's that other place's legend of He Nyang-zi. They've completely flipped the heroes and villains, swapping their entire dynamic. But Lin Huan was brimming with confidence. Defeating these bootlegs, piece of cake. Liu Shang was clearly cautious. These tea houses don't have business guilds or anything. Trying to establish some kind of copyright is going to be... that's not going to fly. He leaned in close and whispered, here's the new plan. Liu Xiang was gobsmacked. Wait, we can actually do that? A few days later, back at the Taoist temple, the shameless Jingbei was feeling pretty smug. The money they'd raked in over the past few days was more than they'd made in 3 whole months in previous years. Wei Yun, equally delighted, added, if we keep this up, I'll have enough spare cash to buy my son a high-ranking government post. Suddenly, old Mao Liu tensed up like a violin string. Something was off. They were completely stunned when they saw the temple was utterly deserted. The local townsfolk were all scrambling about. Hurry up, the Yakshuan tea house is starting its storytelling. If you don't get a move on, you'll miss it. They shouted loudly, tell me again why you dragged me to listen to this second-rate knockoff when we could be at the fantastic Yakshuan tea house. It was only then that Jingbei started to get furious. The Yuxuan tea house again, Wei Yun was just as steamed. The legend of the White Snake Maiden. We've twisted it into every possible genre. They should have run out of material to tell by now. Those shameless old geezers have the nerve to go check it out. Let's go see what's happening. A moment later, the 3 of them were frozen in shock at the sight of the massive crowd pouring into the tea house. Jingbei was livid. I knew it was them. Mao Liu sputtered, I have to see what kind of tricks they're pulling. But when the trio finally read the sign hanging on the wall, they were practically glued to the spot. Wei Yun couldn't make sense of it. They're telling one chapter from all 4 stories every single day. And then they do encores for any customers who missed the first telling. Mao Liu, standing beside him, was aghast. And they're doing this for a whole month. Who could possibly write that many stories? What kind of legendary talent are we talking about here? The devilishly handsome Lin Huan suddenly emerged. With praise like that, you're making me blush. Seeing such a gifted-looking young man, the thick-skinned Wei Yun sidled up to him. Young man, have you heard these stories yet? What's your take on them? Lin Huan decided to ham it up. They're mind-blowingly good, absolutely top-tier stuff. It's like watching a real-life manhwa unfold. Jingbei, still trying to act all high and mighty, puffed out his chest. If the stories are truly good, they can certainly draw a crowd. But young man, I advise you to give up on this tea house now because it has one fatal flaw. Seeing this old fossil putting on such airs, Lin Huan played along for the drama. Oh, a fatal flaw, you say? I'm eager to be enlightened. That was all the invitation he needed. The old man's ego inflated as he put on the air of a grandmaster lecturing a novice. With this serialized format, if you miss a single day, you'll never be able to keep up with the plot. Jingbei's ridiculously dramatic performance made Lin Huan snort with laughter. He nonchalantly whipped out the esteemed VIP card. You mean this little thing? It's nothing, really. Lin Huan was fully committed to the role. With our esteemed VIP card, you get exclusive access to the storyteller, allowing you to hear the parts you've missed. Not only that, he dangled other juicy bait like exclusive illustrations and in-depth story analysis. This was some next-level manhwa marketing. VIP discussion groups and so on and so forth, plus a whole host of other features. Xingbei's jaw practically hit the floor. What kind of business model is this? Is this even legal? Lin Huan casually strolled over and slung his arms around the two old geezers. My good sirs, no offense, but when it comes to business, he sneered, you guys can't even hold a candle to the Yakshuan tea house. Golden morning sunlight gently bathed the entire Taoist temple. A Ling skipped about, happily watering the flowers, forcing a helpless Lin Huan to trail behind her. Slow down, be careful not to fall. The little girl cheekily opened the gate, only for A Ling to suddenly spot something. The kid was so stunned she dropped the flower pot right on the floor, then ran inside in a panic, screaming, Junior brother, junior brother, junior brother, help me. Outside, a massive mob was swarming and terrorizing the temple. It's open, it's open. Come on, everyone, let's go burn some incense. I'm first in line, don't even think about cutting in front of me. The terrified little girl burst into tears. Junior brother, why are there so many people? Are they here to rob our temple? And yet Lin Huan remained perfectly calm, comforting her. Don't worry, this is all under my control. He thought to himself, in every one of his story scripts, he had subtly put down Buddhism while hyping up Taoism. He smirked, the temple's incense offerings were finally flourishing again. Lin Huan broke out in a cold sweat when he saw two page boys with clasped hands come waddling inside. But why are these weirdos here too? The chubby-cheeked kid, completely out of breath, panted, Taoist master, please, you have to save my husband, Xu Xian. Meanwhile, the other kid was sobbing his heart out. Taoist master, that two-bit scammer Fa Hai played dirty and sneak attacked me. Taoist master, you have to help me get my human form back. A moment later, he lit a bowl of incense and invited these interesting characters inside. There's no need to push everyone, please form a line. Lin Huan announced, please pass the message along. Starting the day after tomorrow, the temple will be closed for 3 days, so don't bother coming. A confused A Ling asked, Junior brother, why are we closing for 3 days? Are we going on a trip? He could only reply, it's because I have to go participate in the martial arts scholar examination. Seeing he was about to ditch her, the little girl went into full-blown panic mode. In that case, I want to go too. Lin Huan calmly tried to reason with her. A Ling, don't cause a scene. The emperor himself is going to be there. 3 days later, guess who had to reluctantly piggyback his little junior sister